The Monopoly game has descended upon launching. Each individual randomly monopolizes an item to engage in the game. Some have acquired a 5% monopoly over dailyupdates bread. As long as anyone in the world consumes this brand of bread, they must pay a tax. Others have obtained a 1% monopoly over Kang Shui Fu instant noodles. Some hold a 1% monopoly over Nong Fu San Chuan, earning game currency daily. The environment of launching has transformed, unleashing countless monsters. A myriad of disasters, floods, blizzards, deserts, extreme heat have emerged. One perilous task follows another. Having been reborn, Han Lin vows to rise to the pinnacle of the Monopoly game. Surrender your personal Monopoly rights. Let me control everything about you. Abandon resistance. Embrace domination. I am the absolute monopolist of air, blood, water, and more. Countless prodigies kneel beneath my feet, enchanting beauties and alluring temptresses. No, I am merely a destitute student. Chapter 1. Before the rebirth game. Damn it, the surrounding cacophony of curses was deafening. Han Lin's finger hesitated over the enter key as he input his examination number. He wore a sweat-soaked checkered shirt, his pant legs stained with cement and lime, a stark contrast to his surroundings. With a splitting headache, Han Lin shrieked and abruptly stood up. Where am I? Didn't I die during the Monopoly game mission? Is this a premonition before death? The monsters at the task location were far more formidable than he had imagined. He had died swiftly, without even a splash. Han Lin's peculiar behavior went unnoticed by others, for this was an internet cafe, far from quiet. A university. Major file. Mom, damn it, lost again. Activate the primordial spirit. Many students, having completed their college entrance examinations, were here playing games, venting their stress amidst the thick, murky air as dozens of machines flickered under dim lighting. I've been reborn. This is the day before the Monopoly game begins. Han Lin trembled all over. The heavens had played a cruel joke on him. Gazing at the familiar yet strange environment, he was almost moved to tears, the date in the lower right corner of the computer screen clearly stating June 25th, 2029. Today was the day Han Lin would check his exam scores. He had taken a morning off from the construction site, spending 5 yuan to rent a machine. Of course, taking leave meant a deduction from his wages. For the morning off, the construction boss docked Han Lin 100 yuan. His daily wage was only 120. Damn capitalist. Orphaned after his parents' demise, Han Lin had worked at the construction site post-exams, hoping to save some tuition for the impending university life. Staring at the mouse hovering over the official login button, he refrained from clicking. He had known in his previous life that he would score 475. In this grain-rich province of Zhongyuan, he estimated he would enroll in a mediocre vocational school. Then, he would muddle through 4 years, emerging to toil as a beast of burden for life. This world is quite fair. Wealth and power grant one access to everything. Luxury cars, villas, youthful lasses, status, and fame. Without money, one is merely a beast of burden. Even in the Monopoly game, the previous Han Lin was but a pawn, subject to the whims of others. The Monopoly game, Han Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was his chance. A chance to defy fate. Tomorrow afternoon around 4 o'clock, the Monopoly game will descend upon the world, and everything will be turned upside down. The environment of the Blue Star will be transformed, food will become scarce, and resources will dwindle. Countless disasters will arise, with bloodthirsty monsters, floods, blizzards, extreme heat, and frigid cold. The surrounding buildings and facilities have been altered, with numerous monsters lurking within. Every room could be a prelude to a game mission. Everyone will become a participant in the Monopoly game, and at the outset, the game system will grant each person monopolistic rights. Each individual will obtain partial monopolistic rights to a particular item. Some may receive a 5% monopoly on Dali Yuan bread, meaning that anyone consuming this brand's bread will be subject to taxation. The survival game will automatically deduct game currency from players, while those with monopolistic rights will earn game currency rewards. Some may gain a 1% monopoly on Kong Shui Fu instant noodles. Others may acquire a 1% monopoly on Nong Fu San Quan, continuously generating game currency daily. Popular items yield greater game currency earnings, while obscure items like alcohol lamps, mass spectrometers, and blue cheese hold virtually no value in monopolistic rights. As long as you use items, food, or water, you must pay in game currency. Even survival each day requires a payment of 100 game currency. The Monopoly game deducts this daily. It is colloquially referred to as living expenses. Thus, some humorously dub the Monopoly game as the capital game, beast of burden game, or survival game. Each player must earn game currency to survive, exchanging it in the system mall for weapons and items to enhance themselves. Otherwise, they will perish at the hands of monsters. Or, due to the depletion of game currency, they may face bankruptcy and liquidation by the system. Game currency will serve as the currency of the apocalypse. Therefore, the monopolistic rights granted at the beginning of the Monopoly game represent each person's initial capital. In his previous life, Han Lin acquired a 5% monopoly on the special examination answer sheets for college entrance exams. One cannot say it was useless. It was utterly futile. Thus, Han Lin struggled on the brink of death, tirelessly completing tasks and exploring unknown territories just to pay the daily 100 game currency. Remembering the frustrating days of his past life, Han Lin clenched his fists. Why should he become a beast of burden? Who wouldn't wish to be high and mighty? Who wouldn't desire beautiful young women? Do nobility and royalty possess any inherent superiority? This time, he must seize the initiative of the Monopoly game. He returned without any items, armed only with familiarity and foresight regarding the Monopoly game. However, Han Lin's eyes turned cold as a thought crossed his mind. Oh, isn't that Han Lin? An exceedingly detestable voice rang out. Not at the construction site. How do you find time to play games at the internet cafe? Hey, I almost forgot today is the day to check the college entrance exam scores. A group of 5 or 6 yellow-haired youths surrounded Han Lin, their arms adorned with tattoos, exhaling smoke rings. Tian Sha mocked Han Lin, and the others eyed him with malice. Brother Tian, you forgot Han Lin's parents are deceased. He's fending for himself. So impressive. He must be able to get into a prestigious university. Laughter erupted, as they had a history of conflict with Han Lin at school. With many of them present today, they certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Han Lin's eyes darkened. He despised it most when others brought up his parents. Upon hearing the commotion, those nearby quickly vacated the area. Tian Sha's group often gathered to fight and rob. Yet, being under 18, they would be released after a few days in custody. After years of struggling in the Monopoly game, Han Lin had not risen to prominence, dying as lightly as a feather. He learned one thing. If you can kill, do not waste words. One who lacks ruthlessness can never become significant. They will always remain as beasts of burden. Brother Tian, look at this kid. He still refuses to submit. Damn it, why won't he submit? Look at him glaring, like a fool. Damn. Tian Sha flicked the cigarette butt from his hand and was about to step forward to teach Han Lin a lesson. What are you doing? The internet cafe manager, with a protruding belly, approached the group. Tian Sha, don't cause trouble here. Don't mess with my business. Brother Du, look at what you're saying. Tian Sha immediately changed his demeanor upon seeing the manager, smiling cheerfully. This kid is up to no good. He was just stealing a keyboard. Yes, Brother Du, we all saw it. We caught him for you. A group of sycophants clamored, causing the manager to waver, for although the equipment was old and worthless, some individuals were known for their unscrupulousness. Kid, you stole my keyboard. Du Hai disdainfully scrutinized Han Lin, perceiving him as a poor wretch, likely without much money. Such people were the most disgusting. Paying for an hour of internet time, yet sitting here all day. Damn, isn't the electricity bill money? Han Lin forced a smile, his gaze growing cold. He continuously scanned the surroundings for potential weapons. Chairs, keyboards, computer screens. I did not steal your keyboard. Bullshit. I saw it. This kid is always up to no good at school. A group of people hurled accusations at Han Lin, while Tian Sha embraced a spirited girl, grinning as he watched the unfolding drama. Brother Tian, don't. It tickles. The manager, locking eyes with Han Lin, involuntarily shivered. A murderous intent pervaded his calm gaze. He had only seen such a feeling in the eyes of a gangster who had killed. Could it be that Han Lin had also taken a life? Impossible. He was just a poor student. After finishing university, he would have to work in a factory. Gaining some courage, Du Hai glared at Han Lin. You, who lost your parents? Before he could finish, Han Lin erupted, seizing the nearby keyboard, raising it high, and bringing it crashing down on his head. Chapter 2. The Millionaire Internet Celebrity by Zissou. Bang! The plastic keyboard struck fiercely against Du Hai's head. Although Han Lin was a student, he possessed considerable strength from working on construction sites. Damn! Blood streamed down Du Hai's face, and the keys from the keyboard flew in all directions. You little brat. Dare to hit me? Du Hai stumbled, feeling a wave of dizziness as he incredulously stared at Han Lin. He hadn't been struck in decades. Han Lin, how dare you strike Brother Du? Damn it. Han Lin, you're courting death. Brother Du, are you all right? Tian Sha pushed aside the dazed girl, glaring at Han Lin. How dare he lay a hand on Du Hai? He was merely a poor student. Du Hai was acquainted with the underworld. It would be a cinch for him to deal with Han Lin. The dazed girl gasped, her ultra-short skirt riding high, her heavy makeup accentuating her disdain as she plopped down on the ground, having just been shoved by Tian Sha, observing the chaotic scene before her. She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, getting up to rub her behind and casting a scornful glance at Han Lin. You little pauper. She knew Du Hai's formidable nature. Han Lin would likely not walk out of here today. A poor student, insisting on opposing others. Just kneel and beg for forgiveness. Brothers, let us take him down. Without waiting for the others to encircle him, Han Lin took the initiative. Grabbing a chair, he struck Du Hai violently like a madman. Who lost their parents? Bang. Who lost their parents? He.S. killing him. The iron chair leg relentlessly pummeled Du Hai's face, blood splattering onto Han Lin, staining his checkered shirt. Du Hai, a middle-aged man with a hefty build, was no match for Han Lin, who was mercilessly pounding him. Help me, someone. The scream that erupted from Du Hai was akin to that of a slaughtered pig. All his teeth had been knocked out by Han Lin's blows, and he struggled beneath him, the immense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Brother Tian. A few yellow-haired boys looked at Han Lin with trepidation. They were used to bullying others and had never witnessed such a bloody scene. When it came to fighting, they would flee faster than anyone else. Damn! A bunch of useless scum. Bastards. Tian Sha spat, stepping back a few paces before advancing to kick Han Lin. Bang! Who lost their parents? Han Lin's eyes radiated a murderous intent as he delivered one final blow. The chair had already been reduced to splinters. Having lost both parents, he held them in the highest regard. Though they hadn't raised him, Han Lin bore no resentment towards them. He could thrive on his own. He could curse his parents, but no one else had that right. Du Hai lay unconscious, his face a bloody mess, as all the onlookers had fled. Tian Sha kicked him in the back, but Han Lin remained steadfast while Tian Sha stumbled back, falling to the ground from the recoil. Damn, like striking a concrete pillar. A sharp pain shot through his foot, prompting several young men to rush to assist Tian Sha. The reinforced concrete forged on construction sites was far more formidable than mere muscle. Han Lin twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound, remaining remarkably composed, though his gaze was fierce enough to devour. Han Lin, you are finished. Brother Du knows people in the underworld. Prepare to meet your end. Intentional harm will cost you dearly. Call the police and let him rot in jail. Yes, call the police. Tian Sha continued to shout. But Han Lin soared into the air, delivering a kick to his head, sending several teeth flying. Damn it! How dare this muddy peasant strike me? Tian Sha, bewildered, retaliated fiercely, yet he was no match for Han Lin. Though Han Lin had not brought back his previous life as equipment, possessions, or physical prowess, his combat skills were sufficient to handle them. Soon, Tian Sha was gasping for breath, even beginning to plead for mercy. Please don't. Bang. Han Lin remained unfazed, channeling his strength into a punch that struck Tian Sha squarely in the chest. A sickening crack echoed as the others, sensing danger, fled. The once boisterous internet cafe fell into a hushed silence. Two individuals lay on the ground, their bodies smeared with splattered blood. Stop! I'm calling the police. A tremulous girl, visibly shaken, grasped her phone. Call the police? What a ludicrous thought. Could these nefarious individuals truly expect the authorities to come to their aid? Surrender now. The police might treat you lightly. The girl commended her own cleverness, knowing that impoverished students feared the police most. Once Brother Du and Tian Sha recovered, they would eliminate this scoundrel. And if I refuse? Han Lin sneered, advancing towards the girl, his footsteps echoing in the vacant hall. Stay back. Her eyes widened in terror, as Han Lin's gaze was as piercing as a blade. Each step he took intensified the psychological pressure. Stop. I said don't come any closer. An orange liquid began to trickle down her thigh, seeping from beneath her short skirt, a foul odor pervading the air. Facing the grim specter that was Han Lin, an overwhelming dread surged within her. You can't hit me. I'm a girl. You'll go to jail. A girl? It matters not. You were born of a mother today. Han Lin delivered a powerful kick to her, but her petite frame lacked the resilience to absorb the force, sending her tumbling 7 or 8 meters away. Her cosmetically adorned face scraped against the ground, mingling with the yellow liquid, inducing revulsion. Were it not for the monopoly on the game yet to be established, he would have flayed them alive and sold them as slaves in the gaming marketplace. His expression darkened. After all, this was still a society governed by law. But come tomorrow, No one would be there to restrain him. Amidst the chaotic scene of the internet cafe, Han Lin heard the blaring sirens of police cars, undoubtedly summoned by someone who had reported the incident. He could not afford to be apprehended. A matter of utmost importance awaited him, one that pertained to gaining a competitive edge in the monopolistic game. Sprinting towards the back door, Han Lin managed to escape the cafe just before the police entered. "Don't move. Quickly, they're injured," cried two officers in a frantic rush, their attention drawn to the gruesome visage of Du Hai, whose face was a horrific sight. The illuminated screen still displayed Han Lin's login interface, with a cursor eternally frozen on the login button. As night enveloped the city, the police sirens continued to wail throughout the afternoon, while Han Lin's home had already been thoroughly searched by the authorities, including his school and construction site. The officers, in a fervent hurry, scoured the surveillance footage in pursuit of Han Lin's whereabouts. What began as a mere scuffle had escalated into a grave situation. Tragically, Du Hai had succumbed to his injuries, having lost consciousness before reaching the hospital. Tian Sha and the girl known as Mental Sister were both critically injured and hospitalized, prompting the police station to erupt with fury, issuing an order to apprehend the perpetrator within a day. "Ouch! What are you doing?" A disheveled figure, clad in tattered clothing, hastily traversed the street and collided with a woman. In the dim light of the night, the peculiar individual's face was obscured. "Crazy! Move! Is this a homeless person? Go wash up properly. Don't spread any diseases," urged the woman, turning back only after her friend's insistence, her dress now sullied. "Damn homeless scoundrel. A true blight upon the city." Retreating into a shadowy corner, Han Lin retrieved the phone he had just stolen. He had no choice. His own phone had been discarded to evade police tracking. The pink phone case bore the scent of cheap perfume, and with practiced ease, Han Lin entered the password. Having previously observed the woman's screen lock, opening the Douyin app, he searched for Bai Zissou. The interface displayed her profile, boasting over 3 million followers. Bai Zissou, the indisputable belle of Han Lin's high school, had swiftly ascended to internet fame with her blend of innocence and allure. Her content primarily featured daily life vlogs, clothing reviews, and singing performances. The most recent post had been uploaded just 10 minutes prior, showcasing a celebration at Huazhong Hotel for her academic achievements, scoring an impressive 694 points on the college entrance examination, qualifying her for prestigious universities even in this province. With over 3 million followers, a wealthy background, and her stunning beauty, she was truly the epitome of a prodigious talent. Were it not for the survival game, Han Lin and she might never have crossed paths in this lifetime. Yet, tonight, Han Lin's objective was unequivocally directed towards her. Chapter 3, The Proud Goddess. "Susu, why aren't you taking a car home at this late hour?" Bai Zhongzi remarked, his expression one of exasperation as he gazed at his daughter. She was remarkable in every sense, intelligent and beautiful, but having been coddled since childhood, she had been spoiled. "All right, I know. Didn't I say I was going to film a video? You and Mom should head home now. You're so nagging. I shall take a cab home myself." Bai Zissou furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, displaying her impatience, and with a resounding bang, she slammed the car door shut. This child, Suli failed utterly helpless. She refused to ride in their luxurious Maybach and insisted on walking home alone. What a dangerous endeavor for a young girl late at night. "It's all your fault for indulging her." "My fault? Have you ever shown any concern for her?" Inside the Maybach, her parents began to quarrel again, giving Bai Zissou the opportunity to escape their line of sight. The summer night breeze lifted the delicate fabric of Bai Zissou's light blue spaghetti strap dress, revealing her snow-white calves, adorned with high-heeled sandals that wrapped around her ankles. Her 10 toes sparkled like exquisite art pieces. Her slender neck exuded allure, with cascading black hair and a pair of eyes that were both innocent and enchanting, making her the very embodiment of a dream girl for boys her age. How utterly vexing. What danger could there possibly be? I had made plans to travel with my friends. Why can't I go? Old-fashioned relics. Completely oblivious to the desires of the youth. Fuming, Bai Zissou furrowed her brows and opened her ride-hailing app, yearning to distance herself from her parents. Perhaps when it comes time to apply for colleges, she would choose one far away. A yearly visit home would suffice, as they would only nag her. She was already capable of earning money through her millions of followers, no longer reliant on her parents. She had just completed her graduation banquet, receiving congratulations from various relatives and friends for her success in the college entrance examination. With her scores, she could attend many prestigious universities. Yet, there were always some elders imparting unsolicited life advice. The thought of that group of greasy middle-aged men and housewives made by Zissou feel nauseous. What qualifications did they have to guide her life? She was a genius, needing no assistance. It infuriates me. Today was not only the day for checking exam scores, but also her birthday. She was rushing to her second birthday celebration. The guests invited were all her good friends, devoid of any nagging elders, allowing them to revel freely. Today, she was determined to enjoy herself to the fullest. Why can't I hail a cab? Zissou walked along the road, leaving a trail of expensive perfume mingled with the scent of youthful innocence. She casually opened Douyin to record a video, captioning it, "It's my birthday today, darlings. Wish me a happy birthday." Within minutes, hundreds of likes and comments flooded in. "Zissou, my wife. Call me darling. My wife. Zissou is so beautiful and talented. Where is Zissou planning to apply? Happy birthday, Zissou." Zissou beamed with delight, brimming with pride, as she was the epitome of both beauty and intellect, a favored child of the heavens. However, this group of insipid boys was truly repulsive. Who are you calling your wife? Bah, if it weren't for the need to promote her brand, she would have already lashed out at them. Zissou, is that really you? A man called out in surprise from a dimly lit street. Zissou frowned. It seemed she had walked in the wrong direction, and this area felt rather secluded. "Zissou, I'm your fan." The young man, noticing that Zissou had not acknowledged him, continued speaking with evident excitement. "What a coincidence. I'm a fan of yours." The night breeze was somewhat chilly, and the exposed skin was fair and delicate, prompting Zissou to hug her arms tighter. Could you please give me an autograph? I truly admire you." He eagerly pulled a marker from his pocket and handed it to Zissou with anticipation. In truth, he was a devoted fan who had merely stepped out for a stroll and had fortuitously come across her latest update on his phone, leading him to attempt a serendipitous encounter. To his astonishment, he had indeed encountered her. This would make for a splendid boast among his friends. Zissou is even more beautiful in person than in the videos. On the desolate street, only the two of them remained, with the distant sound of a police siren faintly audible. Zissou rolled her eyes, repulsed by this overly eager man. Isn't he just creating a facade of coincidence to approach me? Such individuals were all too common at her school. Did he not consider his own appearance? Did he possess the means to be worthy of her? Countless suitors could circle the city, yet she had no interest. Her standards for a boyfriend were exceptionally high. "Well then, I shall grant you an autograph." Zissou took the marker, and the young man gestured for her to sign on his clothing. "Is that all right, Zissou?" Of course. A smile graced Zissou's lips, causing the young man's heart to skip a beat under the moonlight. "Oh, mother, I think I'm in love." In reality, Zissou was suppressing her disgust as she inscribed her name on the sweat-soaked fabric of his shirt. It felt like an affront. How revolting. "All right, here you go." Although she had merely signed her name, Zissou felt as if her hands were sullied, and she resolved to find a place to wash them thoroughly soon. "By the way, Zissou, today is your birthday. Happy birthday." "Thank you." The young man scratched his head awkwardly, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense, as he retrieved a liqueur chocolate from his pocket. He had purchased it earlier at a convenience store, remembering that Zissou was prone to low blood sugar, and thought it would be a considerate gesture. "This is for you, Zissou. I hope you're always happy." Although the gift was modest, Zissou, being understanding, would surely not mind. In truth, Zissou did not suffer from low blood sugar. Her previous videos had been crafted to elicit sympathy and boost her viewership. Huh. How strange. Who gives just a single liqueur chocolate as a gift? It looks rather cheap, like a promotional item from the supermarket. "Oh, I'll accept it. Thank you." With two slender fingers, she grasped the chocolate's packaging and quickly pulled it back, secretly commending her own cleverness. This eager suitor surely intended to take advantage of her. Dream on. "No need to thank me, Zissou, as long as you're happy." The young man was somewhat taken aback by her reaction, sensing a hint of disdain. Surely, he must have misinterpreted her expression. How could Zissou possibly scorn the goodwill of a fan? Well then, goodbye. I have to attend to something." Without waiting for the man to respond, Zissou turned and walked away, wondering why no taxi had arrived yet. Goodbye, Suzu. I wanted to chat a bit more with my idol." She sighed, acknowledging that her idol must have her own matters to attend to. Chuckling to herself, she took out her phone, snapped a few pictures of her outfit with the signature, and sent them to the chat group, relishing in the envy it would evoke among others. How distasteful. Gripping a piece of chocolate, Zissou tossed it into the greenery, then pulled out a wet tissue from her bag, meticulously wiping her slender fingers under the streetlight. Ding! A notification chimed from her phone. A driver had accepted her order. However, she had inadvertently walked in the wrong direction, and it would take another 20 minutes for the driver to reach her. The earlier displeasure dissipated as she hummed a tune, sending a message to her friend while patiently awaiting her taxi. Meanwhile, Han Lin, drenched in sweat and out of breath, finally caught up. Observing Bai Zisu's graceful silhouette beneath the streetlight, he smirked. Fortunately, Bai Zisu had a habit of recording her daily life through videos. Otherwise, he would have struggled to locate her. Following the trail from Huazhong Hotel and leveraging his familiarity with the city, he quickly pinpointed her location. It must be admitted that some individuals are truly favored by destiny. Even before the onset of the game, they were exceptional, and after its arrival, they remained unparalleled. In his previous life, Han Lin had encountered Bai Zisu, who, while he toiled for game currency and accepted perilous survival tasks, was consistently surrounded by adoring fans, thriving even more than before. Simply for amusement, she had inadvertently sabotaged his game mission, leading to his downfall. One could say they were sworn enemies. Yet in his past life, Han Lin had been too feeble to seek vengeance. The failure of his mission had nearly resulted in his bankruptcy within the survival game. He had to sell off various equipment piecemeal just to escape financial ruin. That damned woman. Han Lin picked up a brick from the roadside and advanced towards Bai Zisu. Seething with rage, with a swift motion, he hurled the brick at her. Crack! The brick soared through the air, striking Bai Zisu squarely on the head. Oh! Han Lin had refrained from exerting his full strength, aware that this woman still held some value to him. Killing her outright would be unwise. Blood streamed down her exquisitely crafted face as she collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. The intense pain engulfed her entire being, having been cherished all her life. She had never endured such harm. As her consciousness began to blur, Bai Zisu trembled, reaching for her phone that had fallen on the ground, realizing she might be in peril and wishing to call for help. Ah! Han Lin's foot pressed down harshly on her delicate fingers, rubbing them against the ground. Bai Zisu, today is your day of reckoning. Han Lin's eyes glinted with cold fury. The despair he had felt during the bankruptcy of the survival game would be mirrored in this woman's experience. He had nearly been reduced to selling his own undergarments for game currency, barely escaping ruin at the last moment to save his life. Ah! The act of sabotaging another's mission is indeed a thrilling endeavor, is it not? The crimson fluid swiftly seeped from her fingertips, mingling with tears and snot. And the once delicate features of Bai Zisu were now contorted in pain. Just moments ago, Han Lin had observed that this secluded spot was devoid of surveillance cameras. A truly advantageous choice for her. As Bai Zisu struggled helplessly on the ground, Han Lin's foot pressed down like a vice upon her right hand, rendering her unable to escape. Help! Please! Don't! Spare me! The cries for help fell upon deaf ears. With a resounding slap, Han Lin struck Bai Zisu fiercely, sending her phone skittering far away. Grasping Bai Zisu's throat, Han Lin seethed, I truly appreciate your words. A small person must possess the consciousness of a small person. We shall forever inhabit different worlds. Those words, spoken in a previous life, linger vividly in Han Lin's mind. How delightful. So vibrant. I was concerned about your endurance. Bai Zisu pleaded and writhed, but the remoteness of the location rendered her cries futile. The fan had departed, leaving her utterly alone. Please, do not strike me. What do you desire? I can give you anything. At that moment, Bai Zisu regretted her choices deeply, wishing she had not ventured in the wrong direction. Had she returned home with her parents, none of this would have transpired. Or perhaps, if she had engaged in conversation with that fan a little longer. Thankfully, this individual did not appear to be a sexual assailant. He had not violated her physically. Yet, lacking any enemies, it seemed he was after her wealth. If she could just keep him calm until the police arrived, she would leverage her family connections to ensure his demise. How dare he strike Bai Zisu? She was of such stature that this lowly wretch did not even deserve to cast a glance in her direction. Han Lin pressed down harder, distorting Bai Zisu's exquisite features in agony. The woman's cries were music to Han Lin's ears. I do indeed have something I desire. Bai Zisu's dull eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Having a demand made negotiations possible. She feared being a casualty of this vengeful individual. She could not allow herself to perish alongside such wretched company. Spare me. I am wealthy. My family possesses immense riches. She quickly cast her cards on the table. Her resentment towards this despicable pauper capable of sustaining 10 malevolent swordsmen. How dare this lowly being tread upon her dignity? Han Lin's elaborate scheme to confront Bai Zisu was not solely an act of vengeance. It was driven by a matter of great significance. This brings us to the topic of the Monopoly game, which granted by Zissou an exclusive novice monopoly right, the right to 1% of the air. Air. What human does not require breath? What human does not survive within the atmosphere? This was tantamount to a money-printing machine. Even a mere 1% monopoly would yield unimaginable game, currency, every passing second. The monopoly game perpetuates a cycle where the strong remain strong and the weak remain weak. The weak must tirelessly toil for game currency, while some individuals effortlessly reap astonishing rewards without lifting a finger. The strong possess an abundance of game currency to acquire weapons, items, and enhance their combat prowess, resulting in an ever-widening chasm between them and the weaker players. Various monopolistic powers can be traded, purchased, and transferred within the game interface. Monopolistic power embodies the essence of the game, resembling a profit-driven endeavor where the lack of wealth leads to a dismal existence. Should one find themselves devoid of even 100 game coins daily, the monopolistic game will inevitably thrust them into a state of bankruptcy, assigning tasks far beyond their capabilities, tasks that are often perilous. Completing such tasks may grant them a few additional days of survival. Yet the spoils will be confiscated by the survival game. One will perpetually linger on the brink of death, struggling for existence until the inevitable demise. Money? Hanlin Scuffet. Observing by Zissou's weakening struggles, she was running out of strength. I need more. Take it, it's all yours. Just let me go, please. Her tear-streaked, sweat-drenched face appeared utterly pitiful, prompting Han Lin to release his grip on her. Thank you, thank you. I'll give you money. A glimmer of hope surged in by Zissou's eyes, as she believed Han Lin had been swayed by her plea. Fearing he might doubt her sincerity, she reached for her phone to transfer him money. Bang! Han Lin crushed her expensive smartphone beneath his foot, casting a mocking glance at Bai Zissou. If you wish to live, follow me. Where were you taking me? I'll give you money. Please don't. Stop your incessant prattling. Han Lin delivered a sharp kick to Bai Zissou's abdomen, causing her to curl up like shrimp. He had just seen the ride-hailing app alert. The driver would arrive shortly, and he needed to conceal her quickly. Tomorrow, when the monopolistic game commenced, no one would pursue him. Are you coming or not? Bai Zissou sobbed. Han Lin struck her hard, and she fell to her knees in pain. The woman had a commendable figure, curvaceous in all the right places, which likely explained her multitude of fans. He hoisted her over his shoulder. Her weight was manageable, around 80 pounds, and he strode into the darkness. Please, no. In the distance, police sirens echoed throughout the city, as officers had yet to apprehend the fugitive Han Lin. Her phone is off. Su sat anxiously on the leather sofa in the living room. What if something has happened? Bai Zhongzi scoffed, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Don't you know your beloved daughter? She is probably out having fun with friends. A bunch of miscreants, none of them serious. What if something dangerous occurs with Su? Su Li rose, seizing the car keys, determined to search for her daughter. Didn't you just let her go? And now you want to look for her? Listening to the distant sirens, her anxiety deepened, ignoring Bai Zhongzi's derision as she pushed the door open and stepped outside. She is my only daughter. You can come or go as you please. Why hasn't Bai Zissou returned yet? Let's wait a bit longer. We have already waited 2 hours. There was no choice. After all, she was the campus belle, and her demeanor might be somewhat haughty. Inside the hotel suite, a group of classmates surrounded a 3-tiered cake, and while the dishes were all served, the protagonist had yet to arrive. They were all good friends of Bai Zissou at school, naturally from affluent backgrounds, or else they would not be mingling together. Goodness, is that Han Lin? Exclaimed a boy, pointing at his phone. Chapter 5, Advancing Further Strike. Now, Han Lin had become a dangerous fugitive, making headlines in the news. At that moment, a boy pointed to a report on his phone, which bore Han Lin's photograph. Who? Han Lin, that impoverished wretch whose parents have passed away. Has he committed murder? Indeed, the police are currently in pursuit of him. How shocking. I always suspected that such a lowly individual might one day retaliate against society. I cannot believe I share a classroom with a murderer. How unfortunate. Throughout the night, the wail of police sirens echoed along the streets, with officers firmly convinced that Han Lin had not left the city. Yet they could not locate him, having endured the trials of a survival game. Han Lin had honed his skills in evasion, although it was impossible to be entirely without flaws. After all, this was the modern age. All he needed was to stall until 4 in the afternoon. The small grove in the park was lush and dense, frequented by thrill-seekers each night. Bai Zissou occasionally struggled, her hands and feet bound with strips torn from Han Lin's checkered shirt. Move again, and I shall end you. Han Lin groovled menacingly. causing Bai Zissou to cease her struggles immediately. In the summer grove, the heat was stifling, and the mosquitoes were plentiful. However, Han Lin could endure. He had deliberately avoided all surveillance cameras, treading along the less frequented paths. Even if someone in the park happened to see them, they would merely assume it was a couple seeking excitement. Bai Zissou felt as though she might lose her mind, her head spinning, yet she forced herself to remain conscious, fearing that if she fainted, she might not awaken again. Her fair, delicate skin, exposed in the woods, was a veritable feast for the mosquitoes. Han Lin had no intention of kindly swatting them away for her. Her fingers and face ached, twitching in pain, her complexion grimy, as Han Lin had deliberately smeared mud on her to prevent anyone from recognizing her and alerting the authorities. She bore no resemblance to a pampered heiress anymore. Her strappy dress was tattered, her limited edition sandals long lost, and her hair hung loosely, making her appear no different from a vagabond. However, Han Lin had no time to admire beauty. His gaze remained vigilant, scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree around him. If he could secure Bai Zissou's monopoly on air, he could swiftly amass an advantage. At that point, what beauties would be beyond his reach? A mere 100 game coins could render someone obsequious, while 500 could procure a decent slave. Of course, Bai Zissou would not escape. Time passed, and before long, the dawn began to break. The park was alive with the sounds of elderly individuals engaging in their morning exercises. Bai Zissou succumbed to a deep slumber, her mind racing with thoughts of escape throughout the latter part of the night. However, Han Lin's vigilant watch left her with no opportunity. What? Bai Zhong's daughter has gone missing? Bang! The police chief slammed his palm against the desk, for Bai Zhong's was a renowned entrepreneur in the county, with assets exceeding $1 billion and various collaborations with the government. How could this happen? The fugitive from yesterday has yet to be apprehended, and now Bai's beloved daughter has vanished? Several subordinates hung their heads in silence, having previously guaranteed that Han Lin would be captured within a day. After all, with surveillance cameras ubiquitous on the streets, where can newly minted adult student possibly hide? Yet, they had underestimated Han Lin's capabilities, as he had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Chief, grant us one more day. We shall certainly let us put this matter on hold for now. Bai Zhong's parents were waiting outside. They had received a call from Bai Zissou's friend in the early hours of yesterday, only to learn that Bai Zissou was unaccounted for. After exhausting all inquiries without any leads, they had no choice but to come to the police station, trusting in its professionalism. A flicker of hesitation crossed the chief's fleshy visage, but he soon steeled himself with determination. First, mobilize all personnel to search for Miss Bai. Let Han Lin be, for the moment. Chief, this is a murderer we are dealing with. Allowing him to roam free. Silence. The chief rose, casting a fierce glare at his subordinate. Who holds authority here, you or I? Yes, chief, in the police station's lobby. If anything happens to my daughter, I will not let this rest. Su Li appeared utterly exhausted, having spent a sleepless night. Bai Zhongze rubbed his temples, myriad faces flashing through his mind. He had many enemies, and Bai Zissou was his only daughter. The police are searching, are they not? Perhaps she is simply out enjoying herself and will return shortly. His daughter is so beautiful. If only Su Li sobbed softly. If anything were to happen to Su, I could not bear to live. What nonsense are you uttering? Su will be fine. Have faith, Mrs. Su. We will surely locate your beloved daughter post-haste. Bai Zhongze rose, his authoritative presence unmistakable. I care not how you do it. You must find my daughter today. The chief maintained a smile, nodding incessantly, resembling an obedient lapdog. A young officer felt disgruntled. This is a sacred police station. Why should the chief cower before this man? They serve the people, yet they must not serve capital. Mr. Bai, we have deployed all personnel to search for your daughter. We have even temporarily set aside the murderer, a murderer. What concern is it of ours who he has killed? The lives of a bunch of wretches cannot compare to my daughter's. Bai Zhongze seethed, suspecting that his daughter might have been abducted by some lowly scoundrel. She is far too beautiful indeed. You impoverished souls are expendable. My daughter's life is of utmost value. Su Li pointed an accusatory finger at the young officer, resembling a shrew. Do you have any right to speak here? Get out. The director wore a grim expression. Bai Zhongze was a figure so esteemed that even the county head would defer to him. As a mere bureau chief, he dared not offend such a person. Han Lin felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the oppressive heat unbearable. The forest was stiflingly warm, far more so than at night. The critical issue was that as the crowd swelled, the likelihood of his discovery escalated significantly. Several times, he had to press himself against Bai Zissou, feigning the intimacy of a couple to evade suspicion. If anyone were to recognize him and raise the alarm, Han Lin would undoubtedly be unable to escape pursuit. However, the streets were riddled with surveillance cameras, leaving little opportunity for concealment. The park's thicket was among the best options available. Should he be apprehended? With Bai Zissou departing from his side, he would lose the chance to seize monopolistic power at the critical moment. Thus, his foremost task was to remain undetected until the game commenced. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the underbrush. Han Lin quickly pressed himself against Bai Zissou, pretending to be affectionate. The insufferable woman remained blissfully asleep. A disheveled vagrant appeared not far from Han Lin, with his back turned. Han Lin listened intently, ensuring Bai Zissou's face was obscured. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, the thick leaves underfoot yielding softly. Han Lin's gaze hardened. No one could thwart his plans. Stop. Leave this place immediately. Take another step, and I shall end you. A ruthless heart is essential for greatness. With his back to the intruder, Han Lin's expression darkened. His body coiled like a leopard poised to pounce, ready to strike. Chapter 6. If you do not kill, then I shall. The footsteps behind him halted, and Han Lin's muscles tensed. He did not relish the thought of killing, yet the world was merciless. It was a realm that consumed the weak. The vagrant chuckled foolishly, his eyes clouded, exhibiting signs of derangement as he leered at Bai Zissou's exposed alabaster skin. Let me have my fun too. He. With his back still turned, Han Lin's eyes turned as frigid as frost. Noticing Han Lin's lack of response, the man stepped closer. Let me enjoy this too. Don't be selfish. He. This mentally unstable vagrant frequently lurked in the park's thicket, eyeing young couples, but due to his erratic behavior, the police were powerless against him. The fool was becoming increasingly brazen, even attempting to reach out and touch. Han Lin could no longer tolerate it. A madman? Let him perish. Seeking death. Suddenly, Han Lin erupted, his senses keen as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He pivoted and landed a punch squarely on the vagrant's repugnant face. The sound of knuckles meeting bone was unmistakable, followed by a crack. Before the vagrant could utter a scream, Han Lin swiftly covered his mouth and seized his head, slamming it forcefully into the ground. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Despite the soft leaves cushioning the impact, it was still a significant blow. The vagrant emitted a garbled roar from his throat, limbs flailing in chaos. The sound of his struggles against the leaves resonated clearly in the stillness of the forest. The foolish vagrant has been wreaking havoc in this area, stealing and harassing young women, all under the guise of mental illness that allows him to act with impunity. This society has truly gone mad. Such a derelict, offering no contribution to society and engaging in criminal behavior, should simply be apprehended and executed. If you want to do it, I shall. With a crisp snap, the frail homeless man stood no chance against Han Lin, who effortlessly exerted his strength and snapped the man's neck. The deranged individual ceased his struggles, blood spilling from his mouth, his murky gaze gradually fading. Han Lin scoffed, dragging the lifeless body into the thicket. A lunatic? Anyone who obstructs my path deserves death. Beneath him, Bai Zissou emitted a whimper as she opened her eyes, terror etched across her face. She struggled violently, her head still throbbing. Seeing Han Lin looming over her, she felt as if her life was over. She believed he had come to harm her. Why hadn't she listened to her parents? Why had she ventured so far? This despicable poor man had taken something from her. She felt tainted. Quiet now. Han Lin rose from her, the heat between them palpable. Did he truly enjoy being so close to her? Bai Zissou now resembled a beggar. Would Bai Zhongzi even recognize his daughter anymore? Bai Zhongzi was no saint either. Forcibly demolishing houses, keeping a mistress, usurping farmland, and withholding wages. As for Su Li, her beauty salon and hospital were riddled with scandals. Through sheer force, she suppressed the incidents, her unscrupulous hospital engaging in illegal organ harvesting and surrogacy. It could be said that this family was devoid of virtue. Han Lin was enacting divine justice. Still no leads? The police chief felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Mr. Bai, we have yet to locate her. But we have found your daughter's phone, and experts are analyzing the scene. I don't care how you search. I want my daughter back. No excuses. If you lack the capability, replace yourselves. The chief wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. What a mess this was. Murderers untraceable, kidnappers elusive, a bunch of useless fools. As noon approached, Bai Zhongzi could no longer sit still and dialed number. Help me find someone. Who? My Daughter by Zissou. The dark corners of the city began to stir, various casinos and illicit establishments coming under scrutiny. Hotels and inns were forcibly opened for searches, and the base of organ traffickers collaborating with Su Li's hospital was inspected thoroughly. Bai Zhongzi wielded considerable influence, navigating both the underworld and the upper echelons with ease. Find whoever kidnapped my daughter, and I will annihilate your entire family. Su Li bellowed, yet no one in the police station dared to respond. That young officer had already fled. Time flowed slowly, with only 3 hours remaining until the global Monopoly game commenced. Boom! As the door of the Wuling Hongguang swung open, a group of tattooed young men armed with knives and clubs emerged. Brothers, pay close attention. The beloved daughter of Boss Bai. The small-time gang leader brandished a stack of photographs of Bai Zissou, distributing them among the group as they surged into the park like a swarm of locusts. This expansive park, located near the suburbs, had been the site of their orders to compare any encountered women with the photographs. Bai Zhongzi, anxious about his daughter potentially being hidden in such a place, feared that nearly a day had passed and that she might already have been subjected to unspeakable horrors. By sheer chance, his suspicion proved correct. Alas, as long as she returned safely, who would dare to speak ill of Bai Zhongzi's daughter? The gang rushed into the park, scattering numerous men who were leisurely strolling or resting, while the women were subjected to scrutiny one by one. What are you doing, you ruffians? Some of the gang members, with unscrupulous intentions, took advantage of the situation. Hey, Yang, look at this girl. She's quite a catch. Where? Let me see. Hee hee. Yang, who swiftly kicked one of his subordinates, barking, quickly find someone, or I swear I'll ruin you. Yes, yes. Glancing at the dense thicket, Yang, who pondered, you lot. Come with me to investigate. Bring your weapons. Meanwhile, the police were racing against time to locate Bai Zissou. Chief, we have a lead. Speak quickly. While we were deploying drones over the Zhanghe Park, the infrared thermal imaging showed that there are people in the woods. Hurry, let us see if it's Miss Bai. Yes. Chief, arm yourselves. Although uncertain if it was indeed Bai Zissou, 6 or so police officers sped toward the suspicious location in their patrol car. Zhanghe Park was precisely where Han Lin had taken refuge. At that moment, there were 2 hours left before the monopolistic game commenced. The thicket was teeming with mosquitoes. Xiaoxing yang hutu scratch incessantly. Brother Hu, there shouldn't be anyone here, right? Exactly, Brother Hu. Perhaps we should check somewhere else. Han Lin dragged Bai Zissou deeper into hiding, hearing footsteps drawing nearer and sensing a multitude of people approaching. After a sleepless night and prolonged tension, even Han Lin felt fatigue creeping in. Bai Zissou, sensing the gravity of the situation, attempted to make a sound. Make another noise, and I will kill you. Han Lin threatened in a low voice, his eyes cold and fierce. Bai Zissou immediately fell silent. She had no desire to meet her demise, for she still had a bright future ahead. Brother Hu, it seems there is some commotion ahead. Yang Hu, initially intending to leave, turned to his subordinate. A young thug pointed to a tree, where the edge of a black garment was visible. Who is there? Come out. Yang Hu signaled, and several gang members surrounded the area. Who? I see you. Step forward. As they parted the underbrush, a still-warm corpse lay on the ground. It was the homeless man from earlier. Damn, Brother Hu, there's a dead body. Should we call the police? Ouch, Brother Hu, why did you kick me? Yang Hu forcefully kicked his subordinate, his face twisted with frustration. Stop making a racket. We need to leave quickly. This place doesn't even have a camera. The police might think we did it. They're regulars at the precinct. Report it? That would be like a thief crying stop thief. A homeless man is dead. What does that have to do with them? Is this subordinate lacking in wit? Meanwhile, a police car came to a halt at the park entrance, and several fully armed officers descended. Activate the thermal imaging. Those 2 suspicious figures are moving inside. The officers exchanged glances of excitement. If they had indeed located the kidnapper, it would be a significant achievement for them. Chapter 7. Confrontation. Upon hearing Yang Hu's voice, Han Lin refrained from making any rash movements. With over an hour remaining until the Monopoly game commenced, it appeared that Bai Zhongzi's men had already discovered this location. Han Lin had never truly hoped to remain hidden indefinitely. After all, this second-tier city was not vast, making it easy to be found. Given this, Han Lin, his muscular torso exposed and radiating strength, exuded an aura of cold determination. Kill. Surviving this long in the Monopoly game proved that Han Lin was no ordinary individual. The opportunity for his rise was at hand, and he could not let it slip away. Bai Zissou lay on the ground, gradually calming down. She had been frantic earlier, But her body was unscathed. She was still intact. As long as she remained untainted, hope lingered. Her parents would rescue her. She was still the lofty heiress, the pure goddess. Suddenly, Han Lin caught her attention. His bronze skin, piercing eyes, and sharply defined features, though somewhat darkened. Previously, she had not noticed Han Lin's appearance, but now, in her calmness, she realized that this kidnapper was rather handsome. How could someone with such capabilities engage in such vile acts? Bai Zissou secretly despised him, vowing that he should rot in prison for eternity. Yang Hu, along with a few thugs, was about to depart when they encountered several police officers head-on. "Stop! What are you doing? Huge brother! Cops! Run! Brother Hu! Slap!" Yang Hu delivered a resounding blow to one of his subordinates, leaving him dazed. "We haven't done anything. Why run?" "Oh, right." Wang Fering stepped forward, the most seasoned among the officers. "Yang Hu, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I wonder who it was." Wang Fering. Both parties were familiar with one another, as Yang Hu and his men often interacted with the police, frequent visitors to the precinct. At that moment, Yang Hu cursed under his breath. What if the police noticed the corpse from earlier? Damn it, what business is it of yours? Can't I come here for some fun? As Yang Hu attempted to divert Wang Fering's attention, he straightened his posture to block the view, relieved that the officers had not detected anything amiss. "Do not waste your breath on him. Check the thermal imaging device." Where are those two individuals? Pulling out the surveillance software from his phone, they observed the silhouettes still lingering in the woods. Several police officers exchanged glances and began to encircle in the direction of Han Lin. The glint of the handgun at Wang Fering's waist caught the light. "Brother Hu, what is the police doing? How would I know? Perhaps we should follow and see." Yang Hu, with a cunning glint in his eyes, led a few subordinates to pursue. The commotion around them intensified. It seemed that Han Lin had caught wind of the police presence, indicating that his cover had been blown. Unarmed, he picked up a sturdy stick from the ground, resigning himself not to flee any longer. The path behind him had vanished, replaced by an abyssal river, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide, with the remnants of discarded balloons scattered upon the grassy bank. As Wang Fering and his men approached, they saw Han Lin, his back to the river, cautiously advancing. "Police, what are you doing?" "Brother Wang, he appears to be the one." Han Lin. "Who?" "The murderer we've been searching for all along." Han Lin. A thunderous realization struck him as he turned to the woman bound and tattered before him. The resemblance to Bai Zissou, the beloved daughter of Boss Bai, grew increasingly undeniable. Outnumbered, Han Lin seized Bai Zissou with one hand and bellowed, "Do not come any closer. Otherwise, I shall cast her into the depths. I demand 5 million, cash, and release her at once." This was merely Han Lin's ploy to buy time. There was no possibility of releasing her. It was a matter of life or death. Quickly save me," Bai Zissou cried, her struggles intensifying as she gazed into the murky depths of the water. Han Lin gripped her throat tightly, suspending her perilously above the surface. "Stop. Release her. Do not act foolishly." Wang Fering wiped the cold sweat from his brow, drawing his handgun and aiming it at Han Lin. Yet, several officers instinctively halted. Should anything happen to Bai Zissou, the responsibility would rest heavily upon them. This was beyond their capacity to manage. "Brother Wang, what shall we do?" "Buy some time. Quickly report to the chief and request reinforcements." Wang Fering felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. He dared not harm Bai Zissou. Han Lin checked the phone he had previously pilfered. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and the game would soon commence. Observing the gun in Wang Fering's hand, Han Lin held Bai Zissou in front of him, cowering behind her as a shield to protect his vital areas. A tense stalemate ensued. "Brother Hu, it's Bai Zissou. That is obvious. I see her too. Quickly inform Boss Bai." As the call was made, individuals from both the underworld and law enforcement surged towards Zhanghe Park. A swarm of drones inexplicably filled the sky as Han Lin leaned against the riverbank, time slipping away. Before long, Bai Zhongze arrived, accompanied by Su Li, who unleashed a torrent of invective. "You beast, release my daughter at once, or I shall annihilate your entire family." The venomous words spewed from the lips of this noblewoman, her fiery demeanor starkly contrasting her refined image, a testament to why Bai Zhongze sought the companionship of a mistress. A rare convergence of thuggish individuals wielding knives and fully armed police officers created a dark, oppressive scene. "Young brother, speak your mind. First release Bai Zissou. I swear by the Bai family's name that I shall not trouble you." Han Lin mocked coldly. "What credibility does your Bai family possess, given your numerous misdeeds? Do not approach. Lay down the drones and firearms, or I shall end Bai Zissou's life." Han Lin ominously threatened, stalling for Tima. Bai Zhongzi, surely, you wouldn't want any harm to befall your daughter. The police chief, standing aside like a mere extra, bowed and scraped. No, where she gets hurt. Su Li glared at the chief, rejecting the suggestion vehemently. She would never allow any harm to come to Bai Zissou. What difference does it make if you give him 5 million? Is Zissou not worth that much? You, a mere woman. What do you understand? What do I understand? I understand far more than you think. I know all about your mistress and your illegitimate child. Su Li scoffed. Let me be frank. If Zissou is not rescued today, neither your kept woman nor that illegitimate child shall survive. Spring Ting Jia Yuan 208, is it not? Su Li's eyes glinted with venom. She would never relinquish the vast by family fortune easily. You've lost your mind. What have you done to Xiao Jin and the others? Bai Zhongzi roared. Dare to touch them, and you will face dire consequences. Su Li. A crowd listened intently, drawn to the scandal, as the two engaged in a heated argument, disregarding Bai Zissou's safety in the presence of dozens. Han Lin reveled in the chaos. After all, the monopolistic game was about to commence. All he needed was time. Bai Zissou felt a growing sense of unease. Something was amiss. Han Lin's demeanor was disconcertingly calm. In the face of armed police, he exuded an air of confidence, as if victory was already assured. Bai Zissou, held captive before Han Lin, pressed closely against him. His bare skin radiated an astonishing heat, akin to leaning against a great mountain, while her neck was constricted, leaving her breathless. The strength of his iron grip was immense, and inexplicably, Bai Zissou felt a strange, unsettling sense of enjoyment. Chapter 8. The Monopolistic Game. Soon, the quarrel between Bai Zhongzi and Su Li subsided, the nature of their negotiations unknown. Young brother, 5 million can be yours, provided Zissou's safety is guaranteed. Bai Zhongzi, though not lacking in funds, found his pride at stake. However, under the threat to the lives of his mistress and illegitimate child, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Han Lin continued to buy time. I require cash. Provide me with a vehicle. Withdraw the police. Very well. We need time to prepare. Su Li promptly agreed. You have 20 minutes. The time frame given by Han Lin was exceedingly generous. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Bai Zhongzi resorting to tricks, all the while balancing the need to appease him and remain vigilant against potential dangers. He certainly did not wish to be shot in the head by a sniper. Once the Monopoly game commenced, he could teleport randomly alongside Bai Zissou. If Han Lin recalled correctly, the Monopoly game would alter the environment of Blue Star, allowing players to choose between random teleportation or starting the game at their current location. He needed to prepare swiftly. Time was slipping away, second by second. Soon, his subordinates brought forth several black boxes. Bai Zhongzi opened them to reveal an abundance of red banknotes. 5 million was but a trifling sum for the Bai family. Did you see that? Would you like to come and verify it? Han Lin scoffed, tightening his grip. No need for verification. Where's the car I requested? The vehicle is parked at the park entrance. It cannot enter. Bai Zhongzi was puzzled. Did this kidnapper not fear being deceived with counterfeit money? Yet, the contents of the boxes were indeed genuine currency. He possessed more than enough, with an array of properties and shops that he could scarcely count. Step back. Allow me to get in the car, and I will release Bai Zissou. Very well. I hope you keep your word. Su, your mother will rescue you soon. Bai Zhongzi gestured for them to retreat as Han Lin slowly led Bai Zissou toward the park entrance. At that moment, Han Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. The Monopoly game had yet to arrive. Bai Zhongzi would certainly not permit his departure without a struggle, especially since he would never release Bai Zissou. As he moved step by step, the heat of his body brushed against Bai Zissou's delicate skin. The sock stuffed in Bai Zissou's mouth had long since fallen away, leaving her to emit muffled moans. Han Lin paid little mind to these trivialities. He was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Bai Zhongzi and Su Li watched their daughter in distress, their eyes blazing with fury. Were you rubbing against me? An inagraspat Bai Zissou Shin, Smirkin Kuldli. Who is? Bai Zissou slumped against Han Lin, as if devoid of bones. The aggressive gaze and muscular physique of Han Lin instinctively drew her closer. You have drugged my daughter. Bai Zhongzi bellowed from a few paces away. Do not touch her. The money has already been given. As a prominent figure, he did not wish to lose face. Han Lin tightened his grip on Bai Zissou's neck. Did you think I smell pleasant? It's all sweat and odor. Boss Bai, look closely. I have not drugged her. Your daughter simply desires a man. However, I have no interest in her. Ha ha. Enough. Take the money. Let her go. Bai Zisu's face flushed crimson, her clothes ragged and filthy. The gazes of those around her piercing like daggers. You lie. I, Bai Zisu, am a pure goddess. I will never admit to such a thing. As long as no videos circulated online, she could still explain herself, confident that her fans would remain loyal. Han Lin lingered with his group for over 10 minutes before finally arriving at the park entrance. A dilapidated, white van awaited there. Released by Zissou. We will let you go. The black box, filled with 5 million, was carelessly tossed onto the van. Han Lin scoffed. If he were to let Bai Zissou go, he would likely meet his demise in a hail of bullets. In truth, the van had been tampered with, destined to suffer a tire blowout within a few kilometers, while the sniper lay in wait, ready to eliminate Han Lin at the first opportunity. Change the vehicle. What did you say? Bai Zhongze could no longer contain his anger. This kidnapper was insufferably audacious. Just as he was about to retort, a resounding mechanical voice echoed forth. Ding! At 4 o'clock sharp. Han Lin's heart surged with joy, ambition gleaming in his eyes. Bai Zissou could sense Han Lin's trembling form. Finally, it was here. A mechanical resonance filled the minds of all Blue Star inhabitants, strikingly clear, and the world fell into silence. The global Monopoly game was about to enter open beta. Every Blue Star inhabitant would become a player. Each individual would randomly receive the Monopoly rights to one item, allowing them to earn in-game currency for survival. The transformation of Blue Star was complete. Players could be randomly teleported or choose to start the game in their current location. Completing game tasks while battling against the harsh environment would become the prevailing theme. More game content awaits your exploration. Whether you monopolize everything or lead a mundane existence is entirely up to you. Good luck to you all. The game commences. The mechanical voice resonated in everyone's mind, akin to a divine whisper from on high. Ha ha! Han Lin laughed heartily, gripping Bai Zissou tightly. It had finally arrived. Bai Zhongze and the others were engulfed in confusion. What is that sound? I heard it too, Boss Bai. It seems to be about some Monopoly game. Gazing at the crowd before him, Han Lin's expression gleamed with delight. Enjoy the game, everyone. We shall meet again. Bai Zhongze, I will take your precious daughter with me. I shall treat her well. Ha ha! What did you say? Bai Zhongze felt an ominous sense creeping in. The mountains seemed to tremble, and the earth was being torn asunder. The Blue Star was undergoing a metamorphosis. Countless buildings vanished, while an array of bizarre phenomena emerged. Towers in the sky, pavilions in the sea, driverless, eerie buses, and the roars of monsters filled the air. There were also grotesque, bloodthirsty creatures, and chaos reigned over Blue Star. Car accidents, fires, floods, and plane crashes. A multitude of bizarre disasters unfolded. Extreme heat, blizzards, deserts, swamps, acid rain, and zombies. What on earth is happening? Is there an earthquake? Seize him. Save my daughter. Bai Zhongze roared, the trembling ground causing him to tumble. The police attempted to fire their weapons, but the violent shaking rendered their aim futile. Bang, bang, bang. Han Lin flung open the van door, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Bai Zissou seemed to realize something, struggling desperately. Let me go, you bastard. Dad, hurry and save me. Random teleportation. Detected that the player is carrying a life entity. Shall we proceed with the teleportation? Yes. This teleportation costs 500 game coins, which have been deducted. Whoosh! Han Lin and Bai Zissou vanished before the eyes of dozens of onlookers. The disorientation lasted approximately a minute, and the world transformed dramatically. Susu. Goodness. Did I just imagine that? Am I seeing things too? Where did everyone go? When Bai Zhongze stood up, only the empty van remained, along with a box brimming with red bills. Random teleportation is only available at the onset of the game, and it also incurs a cost. Where is everyone? What on earth? Before Bai Zhongze could issue commands, his subordinates thoroughly searched the van inside and out. Boss, Miss Bai and Han Lin have both disappeared. Find them. Su Li's face nearly ignited with fury. Without Bai Zissou, how could she contend for the family fortune? A throng remained oblivious to the fact that the world had already grown alien. A nightmare had descended. New players have been awarded a novice bonus. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a 5% monopoly on the college entrance examination answer sheet. For further details, please refer to the game panel. Chapter 9. Dame nating Bai Zissou. Indeed, it is this, the monopoly on the college entrance examination answer sheet. Han Lin was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. In truth, most players received monopolies that yielded minimal benefits. Those liked by Zissou were indeed a rarity. Han Lin rose, and the two found themselves randomly teleported to a cold storage facility. The cold storage had lost power, and the air still bore the scent of raw meat. Yet the vast space was devoid of any supplies. Han Lin recognized this as the handiwork of the Monopoly game. The moment they arrived on Blue Star, resources such as food and water had diminished by 90%. To survive, one could only purchase supplies from the game store using game coins. Woe is me. Please spare me. The cold storage still retained a chill, and Bai Zissou trembled on the floor, her designer tank dress providing no warmth. It seemed she had just heard a mechanical voice in her mind regarding random teleportation, but she dismissed it as mere hallucination. Han Lin cast a glance at Bai Zissou, choosing to ignore her. Panel. A faint blue screen, visible only to Han Lin, appeared before him. Trading hall, chat channel, task center, personal panel, store, game backpack, leaderboard. Open personal panel. Name, Han Lin. Game ID, 00009527. Constitution, 9. The limit for ordinary people is 10. Agility, 9. The limit for ordinary people is 10. Strength, 9. The limit for ordinary people is 10. Mental power, 12. The limit for ordinary people is 10. Talent, none. Monopoly, 5% of the college entrance examination answer sheet. Game coins, 0. Newcomers receive 500, with settlements occurring hourly. Entering a negative balance results in bankruptcy. Income and expenditure record. Randomly teleporting 2 players incurs a deduction of 500 game coins. Breathing air incurs a fee. Settlements occur hourly. Standing on concrete incurs a fee. Settlements occur hourly. Fabric incurs a fee. Settlements occur hourly. In a previous life, one's mental state was at 7, yet now it stands at 12. Aside from this, the game interface resembles that of the previous life. Han Lin's 500 game coins have been deducted, and after an hour, he must settle the monopolistic fees of others. Should he fail to pay, the monopolistic game will plunge the player into bankruptcy, locking their game panel. If payment remains unfulfilled after one day, a liquidation will ensue. In his former life, Han Lin witnessed the liquidation of a bankrupt individual. At that moment, a terrifying force descended, twisting the player into a grotesque shape, ultimately disintegrating them into a mist of blood. There is no escape, regardless of one's hiding place. Players cannot resist the monopolistic game. They can only strive to survive, exerting every ounce of effort, resorting to any means necessary, without checking other game functionalities. The immediate priority lies in acquiring the air monopoly. Han Lin stepped forward and pressed his foot against Bai Zissou's abdomen, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Bai Zissou, surrender your personal monopoly to me. Initially, players were unaware of the concept of personal monopolies, engaging only in the trade of item monopolies, which was later discovered as a gameplay mechanic. Players who lost their personal monopolies could list them on the trading market, with attractive women and strong men being the most sought after. Bai Zissou struggled in pain, yet Han Lin's foot held her down like a nail, preventing her escape. What did you say? I don't understand. Let me go, I have money. Money? At this moment, money is no more than a worthless piece of paper. It's too hard even for wiping. Han Lin scoffed, sending chills down her spine. You only need to agree with the voice in your mind. A mechanical voice echoed in Bai Zissou's mind. Player Han Lin seeks to acquire your personal monopoly. Do you agree? Warning. The mechanical voice grew sharper, as if to remind her of something. Once your personal monopoly is surrendered, others will govern your body, mind, and even your game panel. Players are advised to consider carefully. Bai Zissou, bewildered by this suddenly emerging monopolistic game, sensed something amiss. She could not consent to the voice in her mind. As a high scorer nearing 700 in her college entrance examination, Bai Zissou was no fool. What did you say? I don't understand. Bai Zissou continued to feign ignorance, even as turmoil raged within her, enduring unbearable pain. In the dim, cold storage, Han Lin lifted his foot and Bai Zissou gasped for air. Not being compliant, are you? Bai Zissou, detecting the mocking tone in Han Lin's voice, curled her body and gritted her teeth. I truly do not understand what you are saying. I can give you money, a lot of money. Spare me. We harbor no enmity, she implored. No enmity? Han Lin crouched down, seizing her dirt-streaked foot. Despite its grimy state, the sensation was rather pleasant. No. Bai Zissou resisted, drawing a line she deemed unyieldable, suspecting Han Lin's intentions were driven by desire. A sharp crack echoed through the air. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Bai Zissou, reverberating in the desolate cold storage. Honlin clutched her cuff tightly, breaking one of her toes with a brutal twist. No! Grasping her foot, he hoisted her upside down, her body convulsing in agony and terror. Do not release me. I repeat, surrender your personal monopoly. Honlin's voice bore no trace of emotion. Rather than demanding the relinquishment of the air monopoly, if he obtained Bai Zisu's personal monopoly, she would be at his mercy, her life, her possessions, her very essence controlled by him. Without hesitation, Han Lin was not inclined to linger for a response. Crack. Surrender your personal monopoly. Bai Zisu was utterly dominated by fear and suffering, no match for Han Lin, reduced to a mere plaything. Cunning proved futile against overwhelming might. I agree. Ding. Congratulations. Player has acquired personal monopoly rights. Bai Zisu. Control over Bai Zisu's game panel has been transferred. Han Lin released her, allowing her to crumple at his feet. This once exalted maiden, the pure goddess adored by many, the wealthy heiress, was now reduced to Han Lin's toy, defenseless and subject to his whims. He skillfully transferred her game currency and air monopoly to himself. She remained oblivious to the precious entities she had lost. Opened by Zisu's personal panel. Name by Zisu. Game ID 00006666. Constitution 5. The human limit is 10. Agility 4. The human limit is 10. Strength 4. The human limit is 10. Mental power 6. The human limit is 10. Talent none. Monopoly rights none. Game currency 0. New players start with 500, calculated hourly. Income and expenditure record. Ongoing charges, calculated hourly. Enters bankruptcy when in negative value. Han Lin examined the panel. Her attributes were rather unremarkable. After all, the crucial air, monopoly, and game currency had been transferred. Review the detailed earnings from the air monopoly. 1% of air monopoly, calculated per minute, collected by the monopoly game. Han Lin was unaware of the charging standards, but it was speculated that the more essential the resource, the higher the charge, such as air, water, food, and the like. Calculating fees should not be a concern. The monopoly game is not designed to deceive players, as it is fundamentally a creation of its own making. According to classifications made by players from previous lives, monopoly rights can be broadly categorized. One category consists of obscure monopoly rights, such as Han Lin's college entrance examination answer sheet, which yields no profit whatsoever. Another category encompasses standard monopoly rights, which can generate a daily income sufficient for living expenses, allowing for the purchase of additional equipment and items, but only to a limited extent. A third category includes popular monopoly rights, such as certain food brands or the renowned farmer's 3 punches. The final category is comprised of extremely popular monopoly rights, exemplified by the air monopoly rights. The balance of game currency fluctuates incessantly, settling every minute. 20500, 30,500, 40,500. That's an astonishing 10,000 game coins per minute. In a single day, that amounts to over 10 million. Such is the value of air monopoly rights. In Han Lin's previous life, he was only aware that Bai Zisu was the sole possessor of such extremely coveted monopoly rights. In reality, most of the monopoly rights granted by the game to novices are either obscure or standard, with only a minuscule fraction being popular. Bai Zisu's air monopoly rights are a rarity, with odds of 1 in a million. In his past life, Bai Zisu was truly inept, possessing such vast sums of game currency, yet remaining obscure. She merely bullied players like Han Lin, who were struggling on the brink of despair. Had she spent all her game currency on trivial things? Han Lin exhaled deeply, and the once pitiful Bai Zisu now appeared remarkably refined. The inept are fortunate. May all other players be equally inept. Chapter 10. Did I invite you to eat? Habitually, I opened the chat channel and selected the current regional channel. What on earth is going on? I merely teleported randomly. What is this? Monopoly game? Can anyone tell me what is happening outside? How could there be a flood here? Why can't I get through to the emergency services? I'm a police officer. I want to report this too. Clearly, the apocalypse has arrived. Enjoy your last moments. Enjoy? Don't panic. Wait for national support. Oh no, my game currency is gone. Can someone lend me some? I'm on the brink of bankruptcy. This seems quite serious. Didn't everyone have 500? I just bought a cup of them all, and it turned out to be real. Not to mention, it feels quite satisfying. Serves you right. Incredible. Where can I find that? I want to buy it too. Oh no, someone is knocking at the door. Be careful. Danger is lurking. It seems there are many good-hearted individuals, all warning this player, but mere minutes later, this player's name turned gray. Oh no, could it be that they perished? It's likely a monster. There are a few rats the size of tires downstairs. They even eat people. Why is it so hot here? And the water in the mall is so expensive. I possess monopoly rights, which are currently generating game currency for me. +1, +1. Wait, why is my 2B eraser monopoly right not yielding any profit? Do you not use erasers? I see someone upstairs resembling a 2B pencil. What purpose does an eraser serve? Is it for homework? Fortunately, I possess the monopoly rights of Wong, Zhongwang Ham. I can earn 100 game coins per hour. How enviable. This is so unfair. The majority remain oblivious to the impending danger, still laughing and joking. It matters not. The harsh realities of this game and the brutal environment will impart a lesson to all. The cold storage offers an excellent vantage point, devoid of immediate peril. Han Lin intends to bolster his strength before venturing out. Upon opening the task center, he encounters the following missions. Earn 1,000 game coins within a day with a reward of 300 game coins. Will you accept? Eliminate 10 monsters within 3 days for a reward of 500 shopping vouchers, usable only for specific items. Will you accept? Regional task. Slay the mysterious creature at Building 444 in Fenghua Community. No time limit. Reward. 3,000 game coins. Will you accept? There are numerous tasks. The simpler ones yield lesser rewards, while the more challenging, like this regional task, are exclusive to players in that area. The 3,000 game coins are worth a lot to many. Alas, Han Lin currently does not lack for trifles. He opens the shop, a dazzling array of goods before him. Yet he pays no heed and directly searches for attribute points. A spherical item appears. Low-level attribute points, usable by players for enhancing attributes, applicable to attributes not exceeding 50. Priced at 1,000 game coins each. Han Lin reflects deeply, having never managed to break past 50 in all 4 attributes even until his demise in his previous life. Presently, his game coin balance stands at 240,500. After a moment's calculation, he purchases 161 low-level attribute points. A staggering 160,000 game coins evaporate instantly. He invests wildly in strength, agility, constitution, and mental prowess, all raised to 50 points. His bones resonate, his blood surges, and his physique continuously strengthens. Clarity floods his mind, and everything around him sharpens, even the roars of the monsters outside the cold storage. In the darkness, Han Lin possesses night vision, his eyes gleaming. There are no so-called impurities as depicted in novels. However, he feels an intense hunger, an overwhelming craving. His senses sharpen, and even his skin appears more radiant. A remarkable transformation. With a resounding thud, he unleashes a punch that creates a sonic boom. In mere minutes, Han Lin's strength multiplies exponentially. This is the essence of a monopolized game. 1 second in paradise, the next in hell. He spends game coins to procure high-calorie food, fried chicken, barbecued meat, premium nutritional fluids. Of course, these two incur monopoly fees. The ground is strewn with food, a variety of options available for rapid energy replenishment. Sitting upon the ground, Han Lin devours the feast voraciously, a whirlwind consuming the delicacies. The aroma of the food is tantalizing on the ground. A white-haired girl trembles slightly. She has not eaten for over a day. Her consciousness is fading. Should she fail to receive treatment soon, she fears she may perish. Why? Bai Zissou struggled to crawl toward Han Lin's position, relying solely on sound to discern her direction in the darkness. Exhausted, she could no longer open her eyes, and just before her strength waned completely, she finally reached Han Lin's feet. The sound of chewing paused momentarily, only to resume with fervor. At this moment, Bai Zissou was utterly devoid of value. However, she mused that perhaps her beauty could fetch a price on the gaming marketplace. Sabe-me, Anlin. Oh, if I recall correctly, Bai Zissou should not know his name. Did she overhear it during their earlier confrontation? We are classmates. Please help me. How intriguing that the esteemed Bai Zissou still remembered this insignificant figure. It was indeed an honor. In school, she was idolized by all, and Han Lin was taken aback that she remembered his name, considering they had no prior interactions. In the next moment, Han Lin's expression darkened, realizing that she had recognized him as the one who had disrupted his mission in a past life. He reached out, caressing her bloodied and dusty face. Observing the once exalted school beauty now prostrate at his feet, Her body grew increasingly cold, and the sounds around her faded in and out. She was truly at her limit. Injuries marred her head, abdomen, and feet. Her entire body was a canvas of wounds. "Save me. I can do anything." Han Lin replied with a sinister smile, leaning close to Bai Zisu's ear. "I intend to sell you to that old man for his amusement. You will surely fetch a handsome price, Bai Zisu." He. The thought of such a fate plunged Bai Zisu into despair. She would rather die than endure that humiliation. "No. Please. I can be of assistance. I am clever. I can be obedient. I beg you, save me, Han Lin." Tears welled in Bai Zisu's eyes as she pleaded desperately. "Oh, how obedient can you be? I could indeed save you, but you seem to have little value. I can cook. I am an excellent cook. I can do laundry. I can give you massages. I can also." After struggling for what felt like an eternity, Bai Zisu humiliatingly uttered that final word. As if her strength had been entirely siphoned away, she collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated and awaiting death. She had laid all her cards on the table, having guarded her body for 18 years. Ha 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 ha. Bai Zisu, look at you now. Aren't you the pure goddess? Han Lin laughed heartily, relishing the thrill of manipulating another. He would dominate others, never to be subjugated himself. Suddenly, Han Lin rose, his laughter abruptly ceasing. He procured a low-grade healing potion from a store, shaking the glass vial before Bai Zisu. "Drink this, and you will live." The dark green liquid resembled poison, but alas, Bai Zisu could not see it. "Open your mouth." Instinctively, she complied, and Han Lin uncorked the vial, forcefully inserting the opening into her mouth. The medicinal potion surged down her throat, eliciting a series of coughs. It flowed down her neck, much of it wasted. "Just this one bottle. I shan't purchase another." Gulping, she estimated that nearly half a bottle had made its way into her stomach. Han Lin surmised she would survive. After all, her injuries were not severe, merely superficial. The healing elixir swiftly took effect, invigorating Bai Zisu, as her wounds tingled and began to scab over, while her severed toe gradually healed. Bai Zisu won, the pain subsiding. The first thing she mustered the strength to do upon opening her eyes was to reach for the food beside her. Truly uncouth. Han Lin kicked the food away. "Did I permit you to eat? Chapter 11, did I not make myself clear? I can save you, or I can sell you into servitude. Have you recognized your place, Bai Zisu?" The ominous voice looming above her did not bode well. Bai Zisu's head felt as heavy as a watermelon. With Han Lin's current prowess, he could easily crush her skull. The immense pressure caused Bai Zisu to whimper in pain. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so hungry. May I have something to eat?" Han Lin relented, his foot lifting. "Of course not. My little maid." Sit down and continue devouring the food. Her body was gradually acclimating. Han Lin was undeniably among the elite ranks of players. In the darkness, Bai Zisu rose, kneeling on the cold ground as a notification of bankruptcy echoed in her mind. As Bai Zisu's absolute controller, Han Lin also received the alert. "Your personal monopoly rights have entered a state of bankruptcy." There was no rush. After all, there was still a day's buffer. He needed this woman to experience the ruthless nature of monopolistic games. The sounds of chewing and Bai Zisu's incessant swallowing filled the air. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. What is that crowing? Bai Zisu's face flushed crimson, too timid to speak. Han Lin finished a roasted chicken and tossed the bones to Bai Zisu. "Eat. Don't say your master mistreats you." Bai Zisu's chest heaved with indignation, yet she dared not retort. Naturally, she did not reach for the bones littering the ground. The earlier healing potion had also provided some nutritional benefits. Kneeling on the ground, Bai Zisu stubbornly turned her face away. Though unable to escape Han Lin's grasp, she would never stoop to eating the bones. She possessed her own pride. She was the lofty young lady of the Bai family. Soon, Han Lin devoured all the food, nearly 3,000 game coins worth, consumed solely by him. The elevation of his attributes led to significant energy expenditure. It seemed Bai Zisu still harbored some rebellious spirit. This would not do. Although Han Lin could directly control her actions and thoughts, a careless misstep could result in brain death, an experience he had learned from his previous life. The brain is an intricate organ. Although the power of the Monopoly game can directly interfere with thoughts, it can easily render one foolish. As someone had once demonstrated for Han Lin in a previous life. "I'll make you eat. Did you not hear me?" Han Lin suddenly exclaimed, causing Bai Zisu to shudder. She now harbors a profound fear of Han Lin, having developed a psychological scar from their encounters. Ultimately, Bai Zisu yielded to Han Lin. Once a person begins to compromise, their standards are inevitably lowered. The sound of bone and teeth clashing was distinctly audible, hinting at Zisu's poor dental condition. The game currency balance soared to over 500,000, an amount far too vast to exhaust. In a marketplace, a regional map was purchased for 1,000 game coins. Regional map locks onto the player's current location, displaying terrain, disasters, and updating in real time. The map becomes ineffective once the player exits the area. The Monopoly game has altered the environment of Blue Star, expanding its geography. Disasters are rampant, curiously disregarding objective laws. The regional map indicated that Hanlin's current area was plagued by 13 different disasters, including floods, hurricanes, blizzards, and heat waves. In fact, just a few meters away, two entirely different disasters could coexist. The map revealed that the cold storage where Hanlin resided was suffering from swamp conditions. No wonder there was little commotion. Hanlin was insulated from the chaos within the cold storage. In the chat channel, desperate pleas for help flooded in. Help! There's a tornado here. Who can save me? Damn it. Why can't I reach the police? The flood is going to drown my house. It's so hot. Can someone give me water? The prices in the store are outrageous. Family, help me. I'm a girl. Someone save me. I'm so cold. In a flash, Hanlin appeared at the door of the cold storage. He traversed the several hundred meters in mere seconds, far exceeding human limits. The door of the cold storage could be opened from the inside. Hanlin pushed it open with a creak, allowing dim sunlight to filter in. The streets outside were submerged in a green liquid, bubbling and emitting a pungent odor. Numerous buildings had collapsed, corroded beyond recognition. Not a soul was in sight. Only shadows flitting through the depths of the swamp. It appeared that this was indeed the swamp disaster depicted on the map. This disaster was particularly troublesome, as prolonged exposure could lead to poisoning. In his previous life, Hanlin had encountered such a disaster, having been trapped in a tall building for an entire month. However, his current attributes were significantly higher, and his poison resistance would also be somewhat elevated. Still bare-chested, Hanlin hurriedly purchased a black combat suit from the marketplace. Hanlin, where are you? I'm finished eating. Don't leave me behind. Though Zisu loathed Hanlin, she realized that survival was impossible on her own. While she lacked control over the game panel, she could still observe the chat channel, though Hanlin had the authority to revoke that access. The current environment is harsh and perilous, and Zisu has learned this from the players. Now, her only hope for survival lies with Hanlin, alone and lacking strength. She would face dire consequences in the monopolistic game. Moreover, her monopoly rights have been transferred to Hanlin. She has lost the capital necessary for her survival. Zisu can only curse silently in her heart, not daring to display her feelings on her face. Hanlin, a ghostly figure appeared before Zisu, tall and exuding a sense of power. With the dim sunlight filtering through the doorway, Zisu could clearly see Hanlin's visage, his piercing gaze fixed upon her, causing Zisu to instinctively lower her head, unable to meet the eyes of the man before her. Hanlin, I've finished eating, she stammered, her game currency balance now exceeding 700,000. Hanlin, observing the marketplace, suddenly brightened with interest. Amphibious combat vehicle, exclusive equipment in the monopolistic game. Constructed with high-strength materials, capable of transforming its shape, possessing three forms: land, sea, and air, equipped with firearms and artillery, and utilizing space folding technology, complete with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. The description was extensive, and Hanlin immediately set his sights on this vehicle, recognizing the convenience it would provide. How much? He inquired. 500,000 game coins? Why not just steal it? Hanlin exclaimed, startling Zisu, who flinched, fearing he would reprimand her. Even years into the monopolistic game, few could produce 500,000 game coins in an instant. Hanlin gritted his teeth, declaring I can earn it back in 50 minutes. With a resounding crash, the massive war vehicle emerged from the system's backpack, shattering the concrete floor of the cold storage, while a green, murky liquid seeped in. Its pitch-black exterior resembled a military vehicle, with tires taller than Hanlin and a total of over a dozen wheels. It exuded a formidable presence, shimmering with metallic luster. Despite employing space folding technology, the vehicle remained substantial, roughly the size of 5 or 6 standard off-road vehicles. It was, in essence, a small mobile fortress. Upon recognizing Hanlin's face, the war vehicle automatically opened its doors, extending a staircase. If you wish to live, get on. With that, Hanlin ascended the staircase into the vehicle, the corrosive green liquid already creeping in. The cold storage could not withstand this for long. Wait for me. The acrid odor was unbearable, causing by Zisu's airways to sting. The gas was toxic. In a panic, she rose, having knelt for too long, stumbling as she climbed the vehicle's staircase. Unbeknownst to Han Lin, he had already gained notoriety. The chat channel buzzed with discussions of his name. For the leaderboard of the Monopolistic game had just been updated. He topped the wealth rankings with a staggering lead. Chapter 12. A steep decline to the top. Who is this Han Lin? How does he have so many game coins? Did he spend money? I can't find the pay-to-win button. Damn it. One attribute sells for 1,000. The player possesses an astonishing sum of several 100,000 game coins. Does this game have cheats? I refuse to accept this. Ich shall report Han Lin. Of course, Han Lin is currently preoccupied, engrossed in studying the internal structure of the battle tank. This 500,000 is truly valuable. Han Lin has just come to understand what spatial folding technology entails. The internal area is at least 10 times larger than what is perceivable from the outside. The interior features a 3-layered structure. Is this not akin to a mobile mansion? One can operate the tank from the cockpit, and there is even an intelligent AI. Greetings. Master, I am the tank's intelligent AI. Please bestow upon me a name. A mechanical voice resonates as Han Lin ascends the stairs, eager to inspect the cockpit. Let us call you Xiaolan. Thank you, Master, for the name. Xiaolan acknowledges. The AI's voice seamlessly transitions to a gentle female tone, quite soothing to the ears. As he pushes open the cockpit door, Bai Zisu hurriedly follows Han Lin. The cockpit is surrounded by screens displaying the scenery around the tank, adorned with various operational buttons and weaponry. Bai Zisu curiously surveys the cockpit, her heart racing as she notices the tank sinking into the swamp. If it were to become ensnared in the mire, her life would be in peril. Han Lin, it seems we are sinking. The tank is indeed descending into the swamp, although the tires remain above water. Bai Zisu, anxious, expresses her concern, while Han Lin scoffs. I am not blind. With a swift motion, he seizes Bai Zisu by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Cough, cough. Han Lin, what are you doing? Bai Zisu gasps for air, her delicate neck nearly crushed. She cannot comprehend why her simple reminder has incited his ire. What did you call me? Han Lin's forehead presses against Bai Zisu's, his gaze icy, his grip tightening. A master, she stammers, struggling for breath. With a sudden release, he drops her to the ground, and Bai Zisu gasps desperately, nearly suffocated moments ago. She gazes up at the man before her in fear. Her recollections depict Han Lin as a shy, introverted student of modest means, yet now he exudes power, mystery, and ruthlessness. Xiaolan. Yes, Master, I am here. Engage autopilot. Destination. Building 6 of Fenghua Community. Understood. Task received. Han Lin dismisses the paltry reward of 3,000 game coins, knowing that formidable monsters yield rare loot and monopoly rights. Indeed, monopoly rights can be obtained through trade or may drop from monsters and even as task rewards. Undoubtedly, the monopoly rights to coveted items are the most precious assets within this game. He must seize the initiative. Currently, Han Lin possesses merely 1% of the air monopoly rights. The potential to accumulate game coins is staggering. What if he were to attain 10% or even 50%? Such thoughts are beyond his wildest imagination. He casually sends a message in the chat channel. Han Lin, high prices for acquiring various monopolies. Interested parties may contact me privately. There is no upper limit. This includes various obscure monopolies. The monopoly on air, which is exceedingly coveted, is likely held by him alone, constituting a mere fraction of 1%. Han Lin's primary objective is to acquire other monopolies. Indeed, the chat channel erupted in excitement. After Han Lin sent out the message, the channel fell silent for 2 seconds, followed by an avalanche of messages. Isn't he the one at the top of the leaderboard? How outrageous. Are you even human? I can't even scrape together 500. Everyone checked the leaderboard, and what Han Lin said was true. He genuinely possesses over 1 million game coins. How long has it been since the game started? The top of the leaderboard? And he is in the same regional channel as me? Seeking support. Han God, please take me under your wing. Han Lin suddenly realized why he had seen someone mention the leaderboard. It was because the game rankings had just been updated. He was aware that the rankings would refresh, though the timing was a bit hazy in his memory, given its remoteness. Accessing the game panel, Han Lin opened the leaderboard. Currently, there's only one list, with more to follow. The wealth rankings. This list tallies the Monopoly game players across the entire Blue Star, fluctuating in real time. Wealth ranking. First, Han Lin, 1. 6 million game coins. Second, Elizabeth Sophia, 200,000 game coins. Third, Adam Siri, 70,000 game coins. 4th, Guxian, 50,000 game coins. 10th, Su Yimo, 10,678 game coins. It seems that everyone else's monopolies are not very impressive. This further led Han Lin to conclude that the highly sought-after monopolies, like that of air, are solely his possession. If others had something akin to the monopoly on air, they would surely be on the leaderboard. With a staggering lead of over 1 million game coins, Han Lin's fortune grows more pronounced, increasing by the minute, and the gap widens. The combined total of the others does not even amount to a fraction of Han Lin's game coins. I refuse to accept this. Why does Han Lin possess so many game coins? This is unfair. I want to report someone for cheating. In this dire situation for humanity, shouldn't Han Lin share his game coins with everyone? A player who appears to be female voiced this opinion, quickly garnering support from others. Yes, share with everyone. I only want 1 million. I'm a girl. I want 600,000. I'm also a girl. UCS are not exempt. Have you all lost your minds? Why should he share with you? Are you that shameless? A bunch of XXN paperweights. We have no game coins. ISNT it only right to help us. What about me? I don't even have a wife. Why don't you give me some? Queue up. Queue up. 10086. A chorus of demands flooded the chat, with those wanting game coins incensed, unleashing their fury in the group. Many individuals have added Han Lin as a friend, primarily to deceive him for game currency, while others seek to curry favor or threaten him. In his previous life, Han Lin might have shown compassion, but the current Han Lin is resolutely unyielding. No one, aside from him, possesses the monopoly over air, not even a fraction of percent. Han Lin cast a glance and chose to disregard them, instead sending a message in the channel. Han Lin, I'm offering a high price for other monopoly rights, and I welcome all offers, as well as any other valuable items. Feel free to private message me. He currently possesses an abundance of game currency, allowing him to consider acquiring even less popular monopoly rights. After all, no one can predict when obscure items might become sought after. Moreover, at this stage, only Han Lin is aware of an alternative strategy for monopolizing the game, engaging in transactions within the monopoly game. A slight smirk played on his lips. Having said this, Han Lin exited the chat channel. The battle vehicle had transformed, resembling a small cargo ship as it navigated through the decayed cold storage. The highly corrosive swamp water left no trace on the sleek exterior of the vehicle, moving smoothly as if gliding on solid ground. The city streets before him were engulfed in the swamp, and the air was thick with a faint miasma, seemingly silencing all sound. Click, click, click. The cockpit was exceptionally intelligent, synchronizing with the sounds surrounding the vehicle in real time. A gnawing noise emerged from beneath, prompting Xiaolan to activate the underwater camera. Several monstrous creatures, suspected to be mutated crocodiles, were furiously gnawing at the vehicle's undercarriage, yet the battle vehicle remained unscathed. These creatures were vivid green, blending seamlessly with the swamp. A careless individual might easily fall prey to them. Master, shall I initiate weaponry attack? Xiaolan inquit tao gufun. Attack. Click, click, click. A cacophony of mechanical gears whirred as 4 cannons extended from the underside of the vehicle, aimed at the creatures. Boom! A brilliant fireball erupted on the screen, and the swamp instantly evaporated over a vast area. However, Han Lin inside the vehicle felt not a tremor. It was indeed worth the $500,000 investment in high technology. The creatures vanished, likely reduced to mere fragments. Player has slain monsters, earned 304 game currency. Han Lin grimaced. The reward was a meager 120 game currency, with nothing else dropping, not even worth the price of the ammunition. Bai Zisu gazed longingly at Han Lin's display of prowess, only able to eavesdrop on the chat channel. It turned out that Han Lin was now so formidable, yet the air monopoly was rightfully hers. Her teeth clenched in frustration, knowing that reclaiming the monopoly from him was utterly impossible. Han Lin would likely torment her. A thought crossed her mind, causing Bai Zisu to tremble in fear as she looked at Han Lin. The battle vehicle rumbled through the swamp, heading towards the mission location. Han Lin opened shop once more. He sought to further enhance his strength. Although he was already powerful, there was always room for improvement. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Chapter 13, Bloodthirsty Blade of Crimson Flame. Han Lin currently resides in Jinhua District. Following the monopolistic game, Blue Star has been divided into distinct regions, each named after the game. In his previous life, he did not opt for random teleportation at the game's onset. Thus he is not well acquainted with this area. He opened his personal panel. Name, Hanlin, game ID, 00009-527 Constitution. 50. The limit for an ordinary person is 10, Agility. 50. The limit for an ordinary person is 10, Strength. 50. The limit for an ordinary person is 10, Mental Power. 50. The limit for an ordinary person is 10, Talent. None monopoly right. 5 for college entrance examination answer sheets air. 1. Continuous income. Personal monopoly right. By Zissou. Click to view panel. Game currency. 3. For million. Settled hourly. Rounded approximately. Income and expenditure record. Continuous income from air monopoly rights. Settled every minute. Searching the marketplace for intermediate attribute points. Han Lin recalled that he had never utilized such an item in his previous life. This is a gaming item that surpasses the low-level attribute points. Once low-level attribute points are maxed out at 50, further enhancement can only be achieved through the purchase of higher-level items. Intermediate attribute points. Usable by players for attribute enhancement. Applicable for attributes not exceeding 70. Priced at 15,000. Han Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could afford this? It seems he must diligently save his game currency. He refrained from immediately purchasing the attribute points, deciding instead to acquire a weapon, as being unarmed could prove disadvantageous. The game shop offers a plethora of items, including but not limited to various life essentials, food, water, clothing, weaponry, and fantastical items, even catgirl robots. The only prerequisite is the ability to afford them. The catgirl robot, priced at 100,000 game currency, can perform cleaning tasks. It features one-to-one realism, 100 different voices, and 18 interchangeable appearances, with snow-white skin and long legs. It is perfectly shaped. Absolutely. No trouble at all. It will clean on its own. More comfortable than a real person. Of course, Han Lin would not squander his game currency on such a frivolity. After all, he already had a ready-made servant. He raised an eyebrow at by Zissou, whose disheveled hair and tattered clothing made her resemble a beggar. The ragged dress did little to conceal her exposed skin as she squatted in a corner, hugging her arms. Han Lin's gaze made her extremely uncomfortable, prompting her to instinctively lower her head and look away. Once, Bai Zissou exuded confidence and fearlessness, her heart soaring high. Now, she felt utterly lost and disoriented. What a disgrace. Were this? Han Lin spent some game currency to procure a new outfit for Bai Zissou, a maid's uniform, complete with a cat tail, cat ears, and black stockings. Go wash up in the bathroom and change. From now on, you shall be my maid, responsible for cleaning and cooking. How's that sound? Your master will treat you well, right? Throwing the clothes in front of Bai Zissou, Han Lin smiled, though his demeanor was far from warm. If you wish to avoid death, you must obey without question. Otherwise, I shall cast you into the swamp to feed the crocodiles. Bai Zissou, still nursing a painful neck, looked at Han Lin with trepidation, picked up the discarded garments, and cautiously exited the driver's seat. Yes, thank you, master. How infuriating. Nevertheless, pressing matters took precedence. Seated in the luxurious leather chair of the command vehicle, the war machine, under Xiao Lan's guidance, proceeded to the mission location. After browsing the marketplace for a few minutes, Han Lin finally discovered the weapon he desired. The bloodthirsty blade of Crimson Flame, an exclusive item monopolized by the game. Crafted from unique materials and intricate techniques, the blade never tasted blood, an essential tool for killing and looting. Its special features included bloodthirst, which absorbed blood to convert it into energy, restoring the wielder's physical condition and maintaining peak combat effectiveness. Crimson Flame, which ignited the blade during attacks, enabling the user to launch fiery projectiles at distant foes. Priced at 200,000 game coins. Purchased. In the next moment, a blood-red longsword fell into Han Lin's grasp. Its icy texture palpable, the blade measuring approximately 2 meters in length, long and slender. This was a deliberate choice by Han Lin. After all, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The dark-hued hilt felt remarkably comfortable in his hand, igniting within him an uncontrollable urge to slay. Slaying was paramount, and it had to be done with flair. The aesthetic appeal of the bloodthirsty blade of Crimson Flame was undeniably high. It exuded an aura of dominance. Gazing at the screen surrounding him, Han Lin's eyes brightened. He opened the exit of the war machine and swiftly leapt out, landing on the crumbling structure. On the partially collapsed building, Chen Rui clung desperately to his girlfriend. Shen Wenwen. Shen Rui, are we going to die? Shen Wenwen's delicate face was pale, her body trembling. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Rue fired his weapon, fending off a few monsters, his grip on the gun taut with tension. They had exhausted their last game coins to purchase a pistol and some ammunition. Yet the bullets merely provoked the ferocity of the monsters as they ricocheted off the creatures' tough hides. Roar! Roar! The building would soon succumb to the swamp, and the surrounding green mire was teeming with mutated crocodiles, eagerly waiting for the two to tire themselves out for an easy catch. Win-win. I have no bullets left. The pistol jammed. It was the cheapest firearm available in the game store, leaving them unable to afford any better weaponry. Shen Wenwen collapsed in despair. Quick, buy more bullets. The monsters will be upon us soon. We have no game coins left. Chun Rue lamented, feeling foolish for having followed such a useless companion. His head spun slightly. He had inhaled too much miasma. A gas mask cost 200 game coins. He had only managed to acquire one for Shen Wenwen. Boom! The two stumbled and fell to the ground as the structure collapsed again under the corrosive swamp waters. Green sludge had already begun to creep beneath their feet. Roar! The mutated monsters roared in excitement, celebrating the imminent feast. Shenghui, you must think of something. Chun Wenwen huddled in the corner, desperately seeking assistance in the chat channel. Sisters, can anyone save me? Lend me some game currency. I promise to repay you. I beg you. This was the 13th plea of the day. I am sincere. I am not scamming for game currency. I am about to be devoured by monsters. Fearing that the players in the channel would not believe her, Chun Wenwen hastily recorded a brief video and sent it out. Upon viewing, it was evident that she was indeed in peril, on the brink of being devoured. But why should it concern anyone? Better die early and be reborn. Condolences to the bereaved. You are so selfish. Truly cold-hearted. You are not worthy of being human. Some even angrily scolded the bystanders, flooding the chat channel with question marks. Then lend her the game currency. Don't just talk without action. Shen Wenwen seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly appealed to one of the players for help. Sister, lend me some game currency. I need 1,000, no. 2,000. I will definitely repay you. Girls should help each other. Who said I was going to lend you game currency? I don't have any. Then what are you called? Generously consuming others' resources? I thought you were going to show some kindness. This person was truly amusing. After all that, they wouldn't lend a thing. Shen Wenwen's face reflected despair. These people were utterly selfish and cold-hearted. What happened to the promise of girls supporting each other? Suddenly, the mutated crocodile could no longer contain itself and surged towards the two, a swarm of dozens, watching her boyfriend, who was on the verge of collapse. Shen Wenwen felt even more resentment. Shenghui quickly blocked the monster. Several meters away, Han Lin observed from a crumbling building, the war vehicle parked not far behind, a smile gracing his face. How intriguing. He wondered what their monopolistic power was. Chapter 14. I could devote myself. Shenghui. A mutated crocodile charged at Shen Wenwen, and upon seeing this, Chun Rue rushed to shield her. Roar. The crocodile's tail swung fiercely. How could an ordinary person like Chun Rue withstand such an assault? With a resounding thud, the strong tail, laden with green sludge, struck Chun Rue's chest. It was too swift. He could hardly react. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A more agonizing scream resonated throughout the area, the ground now contaminated with corrosive sludge. Quick, save me. Wenwen. Chun Rue struggled to rise from the ground, his skin coming into contact with the sludge, large areas of it festering and melting away. Half of his calf had already dissolved. The swampy water had risen past his calves. Shen Wenwen screamed, standing atop a stool, as more monsters surged from the swamp. Please save me. I beg you. I can offer you pleasures. I am beautiful. I implore you. I can be your pet. I beg you. XXN is doomed. Read updates swiftly. Brothers, do not be deceived. Beware, for it is the biochemical maternal body. Save her? I would rather spend my game currency on a cat-girl robot. It truly captivates the eye. My ultimate dream is indeed a cat-girl robot. What character, my dear friend? Hee. I implore you. I beseech you. She is on the brink of madness, desperately seeking help in the chat channel. At this moment, she cares not for her pride. Even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, she would grasp at straws. Alas, no one pays her any mind. Players are currently embroiled in a struggle for survival. Who among them possesses the benevolence to bestow game currency upon her? She snapped a few photos and shared them in the chat channel, anxiously fixating on the conversation box. She believes herself to be quite attractive, hoping someone might take notice and lend a helping hand. This is her only bargaining chip. The monopolistic power she and Chunrui held has become utterly worthless, incapable of being sold. Damn it, you startle me. A loss. 9 points. Out of 50. Whose elderly grandmother is this? Good grief. I wouldn't accept it even for free. Are you all out of your minds? A bunch of brutes. You wretched scoundrels. You all deserve to perish. I shall haunt you even in death. In a fit of rage, Shun Wenwen stomped her feet, unleashing a flurry of garbled text. She is the belle of her technical school, yet without makeup and appearing somewhat haggard. This crowd dares to disregard her. Before the game's arrival, none among them were worthy even to carry her shoes. In despair, Shun Wenwen closed the chat channel. Chunrui continued to struggle in the murky waters, and she observed him with cold indifference. It is this worthless fool who cannot protect her. How blind she had been to desire such a useless companion. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged from the sludge, sinking its teeth into Chunrui's thigh. Its sharp, serrated teeth, laced with corrosive fluid, pierced flesh and blood. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the verdant expanse of Jinhua District. The mutated crocodile dragged Chunrui beneath the swamp, his cries abruptly silenced. Other monsters surged toward Shun Wenwen, who stood precariously on a stool. The two of them could not possibly satiate their hunger. Let me first transfer the monopolistic rights before I indulge. Although the monopolistic power of these two may yield little profit, one can never have too much of such assets. Moreover, Han Lin sensed that perhaps these worthless monopolies in the game might indeed hold some value. Regardless, collecting them was undoubtedly prudent. At a critical moment, Han Lin descended from the heavens. His blood-red, long knife sliced through the sky like a flash of lightning. In an instant, several mutated crocodiles were reduced to mere fragments, plummeting into the swampy waters. The scent of blood dispersed the noxious miasma, crimson liquid rapidly spreading through the water. Players vanquished the monsters, acquiring 304 game currency. Standing atop the stool, Shun Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Fate had not forsaken her. She always knew she was the luckiest girl. Quickly, save me. Hurry. Han Lin cast a fleeting glance at her. Although he held no fondness for Bai Zissou, her appearance was undeniably striking, far surpassing the woman before him. What are you staring at? Hurry and rescue me. Shun Wenwen shouted, desperate to seize this opportunity for salvation. Please save me. I am willing to offer myself in gratitude. Standing amidst the murky water, Han Lin's gaze was sharp, clad in combat attire that shielded him from the corrosive filth. The blood-red long sword, towering above him, glimmered ominously. After frantically enhancing his attributes, he now stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, his stature stable and his body concealing explosive strength. In that moment, Shun Wenwen realized the kind of man she truly needed. Not only did she commend her own intelligence, but aligning herself with such a man was undoubtedly a better choice than that useless Chunrui. Soon, she would persuade him to transfer his game currency, equipment, and monopoly rights to her. Only then would she feel secure. With a roar, several fearless monsters lunged at him. Han Lin remained steadfast, his sword leaving behind a trail of shadows as it sliced through the air. The monsters, with skin tough enough to resist bullets, crumbled as easily as tofu. Players who vanquished these creatures netted 305 game coins. The once howling monsters were reduced to mere fragments, splattering in the swamp, and fortunately, Han Lin's combat gear provided corrosion resistance. The remaining monsters scattered in panic, despite the tempting bait before them. They sensed that the man before them was on an entirely different level of strength. While the monsters were bloodthirsty, they would not recklessly seek death against an overwhelmingly powerful foe, barring some lower-tier creatures. Han Lin's attributes, each exceeding 50 points, were undoubtedly a bug-level existence within the current game. Observing the monsters retreating into the swamp, he chose not to pursue them. A mere 30 game coins were beneath his notice. Shun Wenwen rejoiced, grateful to be alive. As for her boyfriend, who had perished for her sake, he was long forgotten. After all, it was his own carelessness that led to his demise. She brushed her hair back, instinctively puffing out her chest. Quick, come down and save me. I promise to offer myself in gratitude. But you're still on probation. I tend to warm up slowly. By the way, transfer your game currency and equipment to me. I tend to feel insecure. Shun Wenwen stood on a stool, straining to meet Han Lin's gaze, her demeanor commanding. Han Lin raised an eyebrow. So I save you. And in return, I go bankrupt? You're more ruthless than monopolizing the game. He chuckled coldly, but he had never intended to let her off the hook. Why would he quibble with a corpse? Shen Wenwen was still lost in visions of a bright future. How could Han Lin possibly refuse? Her beauty was unparalleled, a temptation no man could resist. Suddenly, a flash of red light from the sword, followed by a scream that echoed like a slaughtered pig as blood gushed forth. Shen Wenwen's entire right hand vanished, and the pain crashed over her like a tidal wave. She shrieked as she fell from the stool to transfer the monopoly rights. She knew she couldn't afford to perish just yet. The crimson long knife, akin to a piercing sword, instantaneously penetrated her shoulder, affixing her to the wall. The nearly 2-meter blade embedded itself over a meter deep into the wall. Han Lin had not exerted his full strength, lest he obliterate both her and the wall. Chapter 15. The Breathing Technique? Ah, you. A cacophony of vile curses erupted from Shen Wenwen's lips. Her features contorted in a manner reminiscent of a rabid dog, seething with impotent rage as blood cascaded from her shoulder down her body. Han Lin casually cleared his ears and trudged through the muck towards Shen Wenwen, realizing that she had yet to grasp the gravity of her situation. With a resounding slap, Han Lin's hand struck her face with tremendous force, sending several teeth flying. One side of her visage became grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig. Surrender your personal monopoly. You dare strike me. I demand compensation. You. Han Lin chuckled coldly. I hope you remain this defiant for a while longer. With a heart-wrenching incantation, the long knife emitted a thunderous sound as crimson flames ignited spontaneously, clinging to its blade. If you cannot endure, then obediently relinquish your monopoly. Han Lin fat ta face, excellent goodness. What a plump face. The acrid air dissipated slightly, replaced by the scent of sizzling lard. Spare me, I beg you. I acquiesce. The player has acquired personal monopoly rights. Shen Wenwen. Click to view panel. Very well, good compliance. Han Lin nodded in satisfaction. It did not extinguish the flames. You quickly rescue me from this. I've already agreed. Shen Wenwen gritted her teeth. Her sole desire now to escape the inferno, even if it meant being cast into a bog. The agony of the flames was unbearable. Han Lin deftly manipulated his surroundings, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he withdrew the long knife. Shen Wenwen, unable to maintain her grip, collapsed into the mire with a splashing sound, as Han Lin leaped onto another structure to depart from the scene. Her screams reverberated, her body succumbing to corrosion, her eyes, her ears. Now she finally comprehended the torment that Chun Rue had endured. A command from Han Lin echoed through the air. Submerge into the swamp. Seek your boyfriend. No, please. You promised to save me. Shen Wenwen's body moved uncontrollably under Han Lin's command, plunging into the depths of the swamp. Under the oppressive weight of personal monopoly rights, she could do nothing but obey Han Lin's orders. Her skin began to dissolve, flesh separating from bone, followed by the cracking of her very skeleton. Her wails gradually faded. Your personal monopoly rights, Shen Wenwen, have met their demise. Han Lin remained impassive. A person of such appearance was unworthy of accompanying him in battle. And even with her monopoly rights claimed, he held no regard for Shen Wenwen. Months later, the matter of personal monopoly rights was uncovered by players, igniting a tempest of bloodshed and chaos as players turned against one another, each harboring distrust. The absolute dominion and monopolistic control of individuals is indeed an insurmountable conundrum. Those well-versed in the game would rather perish than relinquish their personal monopoly rights. Bai Zissou has underestimated the power of this influence. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Han Lin to easily attain such authority. Climbing aboard the self-driving war chariot, Han Lin ascended the automated staircase. The exterior of the chariot bore no entrance, save for a concealed automatic staircase, ensuring utmost security. Welcome back, Master. Xiaolon illuminated the chariot with a warm yellow glow as it proceeded towards the mission location. Activating the panel. Name, Han Lin. Game ID, 0000957. Physique, 50. Agility, 50. Strength, 50. Mental power, 50. Talent, none. Monopoly rights, 5 of the college entrance examination answer sheet. 1 of the speaker, 1 of the Bluetooth headset. 1 of the air, ongoing revenue. Personal monopoly right, Bai Zissou, click to view panel. Game currency, 5 million, settled hourly, rounded. Income and expenditure record, Revenue from air monopoly rights settled every minute. I initially thought I could only acquire Shun Wenwen's monopoly rights, but to my astonishment, Shun Rue's monopoly rights are also tied to her. 2 rare monopoly rights obtained. Is this not utterly absurd? Must I pay game currency just to breathe? After all, they possess the monopoly on air. I just exhausted myself to earn 100 game currency, only to discover I owe an additional 20. Brothers, I have discovered a game bug. Speak up, speak up. If we do not breathe, we shall not incur game currency expenses. Are you truly that naive? A genius. The Einstein of the gaming realm. 2 currencies. I suppose I shall continue paying the game currency. Wait, I have not finished. Have you not noticed the valuable items for sale in the shop? The player proceeded to showcase an item description from the shop. Turtle breathing technique. E-grade talent. Reduces breathing frequency. Conceals 1's presence. Priced at 3,000 game currency. Just as the players were left bewildered, he continued, based on my research, the rationale behind the air charges in the Monopoly game is quite scientific. Under normal conditions, air is charged at approximately 100 game currency per hour. However, due to the increased breathing rate from physical exertion, the charges rise accordingly. If we procure the E-grade talent, turtle breathing technique, and reduce our breathing frequency, might we not save on air costs? It seems to hold some merit. Truly a genius. Superior to all. Han Lin quietly observed, refraining from expressing his thoughts, seated upon the plush sofa in the chariot's main hall, his expression inscrutable. The scent of a young girl wafted enticingly toward Han Lin's nostrils. Bai Zissou stood upon the ground, her skin flawless and pale, her still damp hair emanating a faint, alluring fragrance. The maid outfit is exceptionally fitting, accentuating her beautiful legs enveloped in sheer black stockings, her gaze pure, yet laden with desire. Intertwined with an undercurrent of fear towards Han Lin, she has noticed the messages in the chat channel. Within her understanding, the reduction in player breathing fees would adversely affect Han Lin's interests. He must be in a foul mood right now. She cannot afford to irritate him. Please, give my shoulders a gentle squeeze. Han Lin yawns and reclines on the sofa. With some distance remaining to the task location, he has ample time to unwind. Han Lin is utterly indifferent to the matter of air revenue. With a substantial player base, it is inconsequential. Moreover, who can afford the 3,000 game coins for the tortoise breath technique these days? Haven't you eaten? Put in some effort. Yes. Bai Zissou's face flushed as she pressed her fingers firmly on Han Lin's shoulder. I have always believed in mutual consent. Subsequently, Han Lin exerted his personal monopoly authority, issuing commands to Bai Zissou within his mind. Although he could not control her spirit, he could manipulate her physical form. Han Lin's physique was naturally beyond what Bai Zissou could withstand. Yet, he would not show any tenderness. If she fainted, he could simply purchase a healing potion from the marketplace. Chapter 16, My Maid. Loan. Wang's usury. 6 out, 13 back. Everyone, deposit your money here. I will engage in a small business. Profits will be repaid. I have revealing private photos. Earn money to buy the tortoise breath technique. First come, first served. Cluck, cluck. A sick mother, a gambling father, and a shattered self. She merely wishes to earn game coins to purchase the tortoise breath technique. Have you all gone mad? Let me calculate. The tortoise breath technique costs 3,000 game coins. Saving 60 game coins per hour translates to 1440 game coins a day. You will break even in 3 days. Maese Uzuri. 5 out, 14 back. Truly dark. Fundraising. Contracts available. Team recruitment. Attractive females preferred, though merely a lowly E-grade talent. It boasts unique functionality that drives its sales. Meanwhile, Han Lin, the principal beneficiary of the air revenue, leans back on the sofa, flicking the ash from his cigarette and exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Bai Zissou feels utterly drained, drenched in sweat. In just a few hours, she has consumed 7 healing potions, oscillating between consciousness and oblivion. Brothers, I've discovered something marvelous in the marketplace. A photograph was shared in the chat channel. Low-level talent blind box. The highest yield is a C-grade talent, priced at 10,000 game coins. 10,000 game coins? Farewell. I can't even afford the tortoise breath technique. And you show me this? I might as well save up for an E-grade talent. A player with the avatar of a middle-aged man voiced his despair. Don't commit suicide yet. Transfer your game coins to me. Grant me monopoly rights. Equipments and items. Hand them over. A bunch of blood-sucking devils. So eager to indulge. 20 game coins incoming. Wishing my brothers a blissful afterlife. What the? There's really something here. Master, Could you spare me some game currency? Bai Zissou finally regained consciousness and cautiously inquired, lifting her head. She was on the brink of bankruptcy, with a mechanical voice in her mind incessantly reminding her of her plight. Seizing the moment while Han Lin was in a good mood, she thought perhaps she could procure some game currency. As for her feelings towards Han Lin, she was uncertain. All she knew was that she felt quite comfortable. Han Lin was formidable. As Han Lin perused the store, he contemplated his game currency balance soaring to 8 million. Noticing that Han Lin had not responded to her, Bai Zissou gritted her teeth and called out again, "Master." Han Lin glanced at her and suddenly raised his hand. "Master, I was wrong. Please don't hit me." The imagined slap never fell. Instead, Han Lin gently stroked Bai Zissou's head. He transferred her 100,000 game currency, finally alleviating her bankruptcy status. And she even catapulted onto the wealth leaderboard. Use the remainder to purchase some attribute points. If you waste game currency on healing potions again, I shall punish you severely. Han Lin rose and donned his attire. Though the gentle warmth was delightful, he had not forgotten that this was a perilous Monopoly game. "Ah, thank you, master. Thank you so much." Bai Zissou was overwhelmed with surprise, her gratitude spilling forth incoherently. In just a day, this once lofty young lady had been tamed to such an extent. Be obedient, and wealth and honor shall be yours. But if you disobey, you know my methods. Han Lin revealed a meaningful smile, yet the coldness in his gaze sent shivers down Bai Zissou's spine. She nodded repeatedly, her toes still throbbing. "Xiao Lang, open the top entrance of the battle vehicle." "Yes, master." Han Lin ascended the stairs. The battle vehicle sped swiftly through the swamp, with Han Lin standing atop it. The acrid stench and scent of blood evoking the true essence of a Monopoly game. The Jinhua district had descended into darkness, with only a few distant lights flickering, sporadic screams piercing the air. This was a paradise for monsters, a hell for humanity. In the store, he purchased a lounge chair, casually inserting a blood-red long knife beside it. The crimson glow of the blade stood out ominously in the darkness. Yet Han Lin now possessed strength that rendered him unafraid of anyone. He yawned and reclined in the lounge chair, perusing friend requests. Numerous individuals intended to sell their Monopoly rights to Han Lin. After all, the profits were minimal, making selling more appealing. This was precisely the time to invest game currency to enhance one's power. What use were dormant Monopoly rights if one perished? Han Lin swiftly acquired the player's Monopoly rights, purchasing all that were reasonably priced. Player acquired 1% Monopoly rights for keycaps. Player acquired 1% Monopoly rights for paint. Player acquired 1% Monopoly rights for plastic bags. Thank you for the generous donation, Han God. Brothers, I've obtained the tortoise breathing technique. Expensive air is not worth inhaling. Master Rashi, with Han Lin's game currency, he purchased the tortoise breathing technique. Was air still subject to his fees? Who would have thought there would come a day when I could not afford to breathe? A player shared their transaction record, revealing that a mere 1% of the rubber Monopoly was purchased by Han Lin for 500 game coins. Look at me, Han God. I too am selling Monopoly rights. Meh. Han God, I offer you a bargain. My rights. Buy mine first. Everyone hold off on selling. I have a strong feeling that Monopoly rights must hold significant importance. Is my life less valuable? I can barely sustain myself. I haven't eaten for a day. Living one more day is all I can hope for. With a swift motion, Han Lin drew his blade. A flash of crimson slicing through the air as a winged creature was instantaneously vanquished. The player defeated the monster, earning 40 game coins. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Bai Zissou, whose eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Han Lin. It is evident that women are invariably drawn to strength. Clearly, Bai Zissou was thoroughly captivated both mentally and physically. "Master," she exclaimed, having just purchased some attribute points, now brimming with energy and vitality. Under the moonlight, Bai Zissou's pure and enchanting visage resembled that of a fairy. Simultaneously, the chat channel erupted with excitement. The leaderboard had refreshed. Bai Zissou? Isn't she that internet celebrity with 1 million fans? Indeed, it was her. Such beauty coupled with formidable strength. Perhaps she has a benefactor. Some individuals began to express their jealousy. "Zissou, I am your fan. I previously supported you during the carnival. Could you lend me some game coins?" "Zissou, my beloved, you speak nonsense. Zissou is pure and virtuous. I am a #1 fan. I admit I spent 5 million before without a meal. I told you, Zissou is not that kind of person. Zissou belongs to me. Have you looked in the mirror? due to the real name policy in the chat channel. Accompanied by authentic photographs devoid of any beautification, Bai Zissou, a prominent internet celebrity, was easily recognized. Observing the chat, Han Lin felt a sudden surge of mischief. Utilizing the system's built-in photo function, he snapped several pictures of Bai Zissou and posted them in the chat. My maid, Chapter 17. I must clarify for my master. I knew it. You must be Zissou's brother, right? Han God is impressive. I refuse to believe it. Zissou is not that kind of person. Did you threaten her? My goddess has now taken on another's form. Han God, seeking a benefactor. Han God, look at me. The king of roosters and ducks have arrived. Photoshopped? I refuse to believe Bai Zissou is like that. Where is Zissou? Come out and explain. Yes. Until Zissou arrives, I will never believe you. Just a pauper. If it weren't for this game, you would never have conversed with me in your lifetime. Exactly. I possess assets worth billions. Was Han God a joke? Indeed. I trust Zissou. Is it not merely luck that you drew the air monopoly? What are you trying to portray? Confronted by a group of naysayers in the channel, Han Lin chose to remain indifferent. After all, one's fists are no match for the multitude. He resolved to simply relish the experience. There would inevitably be envious players. Let them savor the game in their own way. Gently patting Bai Zissou's head, he procured a hair accessory from the store and adorned her with it. Han Lin thoughtfully adjusted its size. Is it fitting? Yes, it fits perfectly. Thank you, master. Bai Zissou responded, somewhat taken aback by the attention. Han Lin was quite pleased, exclaiming, such a good girl. I reward you with dinner together tonight. Upon hearing this, the excitement in Bai Zissou's eyes was unmistakable. Who knew how long it had been since she last had a meal? Healing potions cannot substitute for food. Thank you, master. You are truly kind to me. Her words flowed more naturally now. Instructing Xiaolan to set up the table from the battle vehicle, Han Lin swiftly made purchases in the store. Australian lobster, caviar, tuna, white truffles, and wagyu beef. A lavish banquet filled the table, comprising the finest delicacies, costing a staggering 100,000 game coins. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and Bai Zissou could not help but swallow in anticipation. She had tasted these dishes before the game, but now they felt exceptionally precious. Eat up. You are allowed at the table today. Once she confirmed that Han Lin was not jesting, Bai Zissou hurriedly stuffed her mouth with food, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. Thank you, master. Coughing slightly from her haste, she quickly took a few sips of red wine. As long as you behave, you shall have whatever you desire in the future. Yes, master. I will certainly obey. Happiness radiated from Bai Zissou's eyes, yet she forgot that these delights were once within her reach. Master, may I have permission to speak in the chat channel? Those people are questioning you. I wish to clarify things for you. Meanwhile, the chat channel continued to berate Han Lin, some claiming he was a petty opportunist, while others labeled him selfish. Most were simply afflicted by envy. Suddenly, silence enveloped the air, leaving only the sounds of swallowing. Master, master. Bai Zissou felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She harbored some reservations. As a popular influencer with millions of followers, she was unwilling to remain a mere ornament. Even under Han Lin's control, she did not wish to be merely a vessel for his frustrations. She needed to gradually reclaim her status as a player. Relying solely on her beauty, Han Lin would eventually tire. What if a more enchanting woman were to entice him? The right approach was to be genuinely useful to Han Lin, thereby solidifying her own position and preventing abandonment. Master, I simply cannot tolerate those who disparage you. It's fine if you do not grant me permission. I will obey your every arrangement. Fearing Han Lin might misinterpret her intentions, Bai Zissou hastily explained. Player granted speaking privileges in the chat channel. The mechanical voice in her mind left Bai Zissou momentarily stunned, while Han Lin, with a knowing smile, chose not to unveil her hidden thoughts. Under the overwhelming power, all schemes and conspiracies are rendered futile. Naturally, Han Lin would not tolerate betrayal. Beautiful women are abundant, and with his current strength, he could have as many as he desires. The measure of this relationship lies in Bai Zissou's own grasp. For Han Lin would not afford her a second chance. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I will respond to those pitiful souls right away. I am here of my own volition. My master treats me well. I adore my master. Bai Zissou remarked as she daintily wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and approached Han Lin to massage his shoulders, all the while articulating her thoughts in her mind. Zissou is silent. I knew she was coerced by Han Lin. Truly, a heart of a beast beneath a human facade. I always knew Han Lin was no good. Zissou, you have suffered. I will surely rescue you. Let us form an alliance against Han. Such scum should not exist in our district. Count me in. Count me in. Let us eliminate Han Lin and divide the game currency. Let us seize the monopoly over the air. Rescue Zissou. Your assistance is unwarranted. I am perfectly fine here. I genuinely like my master. Cease with your nonsensical chatter. I willingly follow my master. And do not call me Zissou. Are we that familiar? How repulsive. My master is 1,000 times better than any of you. Bai Zissou's declaration was unyielding. Her profile and name were authentic, officially certified by the game's monopoly. The chat channel fell silent. A multitude of Bai Zissou's fans were left heartbroken. No, I despise the wealthy. This cannot be. Zissou, are you being threatened? I refuse to believe it. Zissou is not that kind of person. A horde of frustrated individuals clamored. Indeed, she has experienced various facets of life, and yet you still fantasize? Your goddess is merely someone's pet. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Seeing that some remained unconvinced. Bai Zissou promptly shared a video. On a towering war chariot, bathed in moonlight, a dazzling blood-red long knife gleamed. Of course, there was also a lavish spread of delicacies. Bai Zissou stood closely before Han Lin. I willingly follow my master, Han. My affairs do not concern you strangers. You lack the qualification to converse with me. Just a bunch of lowly individuals. Only my master is supreme. He will ensure I thrive. Master, I am right, am I not? At the conclusion of the video, Bai Zissou engaged in playful interaction with Han Lin. He helplessly tossed aside a half-eaten lobster, his oily hand caressing the face of the exquisite beauty before him. Yet, Bai Zissou dared not show a hint of dissatisfaction. Of course, my little maid. The video was uploaded. Bai Zissou was acutely aware that this would tarnish her reputation. Yet she understood how to satisfy a man. As long as Han Lin continued to protect her, what use were fans? Her sole duty was to serve Han Lin diligently. The perils of monopolizing the game were irrelevant to her. She could live her life splendidly. Indeed, despite being aware of Bai Zissou's subtle intentions, Han Lin felt an overwhelming satisfaction. He generously transferred 100,000 game coins to Bai Zissou as a token of reward. This propelled Bai Zissou to the 3rd position on the wealth leaderboard. Overcome with excitement, she gazed at Han Lin with admiration. 100,000 game coins. She understood the immense value of such a sum. A bunch of worthless individuals. Not even a mere finger of the master could be compared. Thank you, master. I shall undoubtedly heed your every command. Bai Zissou affectionately clung to Han Lin's leg, nuzzling him tenderly. Simultaneously, the chat channel erupted with fervor due to Bai Zissou's video. Chapter 18, The Unknown Egg. Wow, this is truly extravagant. Han God, please don't discard it. Can you share the lobster with me? I'm a little dog too. Woof woof. Could you spare me the bones? I haven't eaten all day. No. Zissou, my goddess. Bai Zissou, I previously gifted you 5 million. Just have Han Lin transfer me 2 million game coins. Another one has lost their mind. While you all criticize Han Lin, I'm the only one concerned about Zissou's necklace choking her neck. Witness the diversity of life. Zissou, no, this cannot be real. I also witnessed the goddess in her maid outfit. I sold my monopoly rights, Han Lin. Here, I transfer you 1,000 game coins. Be nicer to Zissou. Her knees are bruised. Is this something a person can say? Damn it. This table is worth at least 100,000 game coins. Yet here I am, unable to afford even a bun. Look at the leaderboard. Leaderboard. First place, Han Lin, 18 million game coins. Second place, Elizabeth Sophia, 210,000 game coins. Third place, Bai Zissou, 170,000 game coins. Fourth place, Adam Shiri, 60,000 game coins. Fifth place, Gu Xian, 460,000 game coins. 10th place, Sujimo, 19,008 game coins. Han God is truly formidable. I seek sponsorship. A mere whisper from them yields over 100,000 game coins. Hongu. I possess something of great value. Behold Moya Hongu. A player shared a photo in the chat channel. An obsidian egg adorned with striking patterns. Unknown egg. Dropped from the abyssal rift, its surface patterns exude potent life energy. The species remains unknown, and its value is yet to be determined. How foolish. Smash it and eat it. Food is so precious now. Exactly. Brother, sell it to me. I'll buy it for 100 game coins. Don't sell it. It might hatch into an ancient divine dragon. It would dominate everything. Give it to me, brother. I shall pickle duck eggs. We can split it in half. Clearly, It seems of no use. It resembles a goose egg. I am a biology expert. This egg holds no value. I laid an egg, but I don't know how it got lost. Could you return it to me? Are you all so fearful of someone making a fortune? Even when facing uncertainty, you still have such energy? Without work, don't you simply perish? Without work, don't you simply perish? Gazing at the obsidian egg depicted in the image, Han Lin widened his eyes, his reclining form suddenly sitting upright. Master, how's my massage? Bai Zissou inquired, observing Han Lin with a look of confusion. The night breeze was somewhat chilly, and the war chariot had yet to leave the swamp region. As Bai Zissou continued to knead, Han Lin felt a surge of excitement. He had encountered such an egg in his previous life, or rather, one quite similar. The egg that the former player had found was of a smaller size, adorned with less vibrant patterns and lacking the profound depth of color. The player had boasted of hatching a formidable beast companion, which had dominated the land. This egg felt even more potent. He could sense its extraordinary aura even from the image. Though his heart raced with anticipation, Han Lin refrained from rushing into a trade. Despite possessing ample game currency, he was no fool. What is this? It looks like an unripe egg. Is it reliable? Han Lin remarked, leaving the opposing player dumbfounded. They had anticipated a lucrative sale, but Han Lin's disinterest was unexpected. Clearly, this was a valuable item. Huh, this is hilarious. Whether it can even be hatched remains to be seen. My friend hasn't tea-struck it rich. What a pity. Pickled duck egg. Pickled duck egg. Consuming it raw is more nutritious. Han Shun is no fool. This item lacks even a description. Who would buy it? I found it on the rooftop. This egg is bound to hatch something extraordinary. You must believe me. Han Shun, private message me. I urgently need game currency for survival. Han Lin shook his head. Was this not a blatant attempt to negotiate? Gently stroking Bai Zissou's small head, he felt her hands firmly kneading his shoulders, sending delightful tingles through him. Accepting the friend request, Han Lin remained unhurried, for the initiative lay firmly in his hands. Lu Meng, in a state of urgency, spoke up. Han Fin, this has to be a valuable item. I only need 5,000 game coins. For you, it is but a trifling amount. Please, I beg you. At that moment, Lu Meng was situated in an area afflicted by frost disasters, and wearing merely a short-sleeved shirt, he was on the verge of succumbing to hypothermia. In such a perilous game environment, hypothermia meant certain death. He required game currency to purchase warm gear. 500 game coins. I'll regard it as a collector's item. No, that price is far too low, Lu Meng exclaimed in frustration. How can one negotiate like this? To strike off a zero, he had intentionally quoted a high price, budgeting internally for 3,000 game coins. But to his surprise, Han Lin was even more ruthless. 500 coins were insufficient to purchase gear. Not feasible? Then I shall take my leave. Wait, Han Fin, how about 3,000? 3,000 is quite reasonable. Truly a bargain. In reality, this item could be sold to a monopolistic game, which was only offering 1,000 game coins. A swindler indeed. This was clearly a fine item. 2,000 game coins. Agree, and we have a deal. Han Lin, uninterested in idle chatter, thought it far better to enjoy time with his little maid. Earning a staggering 10,000 game coins per minute, he reveled solely in the delightful art of negotiation. Thank you, God Han. Thank you, God Han. At the trading post of the Monopoly game, the two successfully completed their transaction. Ah, Splondi. Your massage techniques are quite commendable. Hearing Han Lin's praise, Bai Zissou felt a twinge of surprise. The table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, remnants of an extravagant feast, now unattainable for other players. Yet here, they could indulge freely. Han Lin lifted a glass of red wine, its texture soft and flavor exquisitely sweet. With a flicker of thought, he extracted the egg he had just traded for. It was even larger than it appeared in the photograph, weighing heavily in his hands. The world is vast and wondrous, and this object was beyond the recognition of even the Monopoly game. Thump, 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 a dull heartbeat resonated from within the eggshell, accompanied by the rhythmic pulsing. The surface patterns gleamed mysteriously. Han Lin had an inkling that he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle emerged from the marshy terrain, and Xiaolon indicated that they would reach the mission site in 10 minutes. Han Lin consulted the map. The previously pungent odor in the air had finally dissipated. Yet the temperature was plummeting rapidly. Achoo! A frost disaster? It was freezing. Bai Zissou hurriedly purchased a down jacket from the shop and draped it over herself. Observing Han Lin still clad in light attire, she procured another jacket for him, trembling as she awkwardly helped him put it on. Though Han Lin's physique could endure the cold, Bai Zisu's concern filled him with satisfaction. Master, it's cold. Please put on your jacket. The biting wind sliced against their faces, reminiscent of daggers, while countless corpses lay frozen on the streets, encapsulated in ice. Snowflakes danced upon the egg, and the previously pitch-black shell underwent a startling transformation. Chapter 19. The Low-Probability Blind Box. The frigid wind pierced through them, and snowflakes drifted in the air, with ice sculptures of bodies strewn along the roadside. Only a few distant flickers of fire could be seen, likely sources of warmth. The vehicle had exited the marshy area. They were now in the midst of a frost disaster. Bai Zisu shivered uncontrollably. It was bitterly cold. Yet Han Lin remained outside the vehicle. She dared not retreat, either, choosing instead to stay by his side. The vehicle halted outside the Fenghua community, and Han Lin refrained from making any impulsive moves. It was nighttime, and the mission would not evade them. They could wait until tomorrow to explore the community. One must exercise caution in the Monopoly game, for in the blink of an eye, one could meet a grim fate. What is this? The previously opaque egg had suddenly transformed, becoming translucent, radiating an icy blue luminescence. Through the shell, he could vaguely discern a humanoid figure with wings, breathing within. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Han Lin thought he saw the tightly shut eyes flutter open momentarily. Returning to the warmth of the vehicle with Bai Zisu, the comforting air began to revive her frozen form gradually. Take a rest and allocate some more attribute points. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a quest together. Yes, master. Bai Zisu could hardly contain her excitement. She feared that Han Lin might regard her merely as a decorative object. As long as she had the opportunity to venture out, she would undoubtedly demonstrate her worth to Han Lin. Han Lin cradled the egg and made his way to the bathroom, feeling somewhat uncertain about the hatching process. Yet he resolved to experiment gradually. He searched the marketplace for items related to pet hatching and discovered the highest grade product available. Advanced Pet Hatching Liquid, an exclusive item monopolized within the game, infused with immense energy. It could be utilized for pet hatching, healing, and even the regeneration of severed limbs. Priced at 10,000 game coins per liter. Without hesitation, Han Lin purchased a full bathtub of hatching liquid, casting the icy blue pet egg into the mixture with a splash. The hatching liquid emitted a delightful fragrance, and as the egg submerged, it began to bubble vigorously, the liquid level receding rapidly. Han Lin stood by, continuously replenishing the hatching liquid. The colors on the pet egg shifted and shimmered in a dazzling array of patterns. Bottle after bottle of hatching liquid was poured into the bathtub, and Han Lin's excitement grew. The greater the energy absorbed during the hatching process, the more powerful the pet would become. After half an hour, the absorption rate noticeably slowed, yet it continued to draw from the liquid, still far from reaching its critical threshold. This was likely to be a lengthy endeavor. At this juncture, he required the assistance of his servant. Bai Zisu, master, I'm here. Upon hearing his call, Bai Zisu hurried over. Han Lin purchased another 100 liters of hatching liquid and entrusted it to her. Keep a vigilant watch over this egg. If the hatching liquid runs low, add more. Notify me immediately if there are any anomalies. Yes, master. Han Lin emphasized his instructions carefully, while Bai Zisu understood the significance Han Lin placed on this egg. Moving to another bathroom, Xiaolon filled the tub with warm water. Han Lin shed his clothing, revealing a physique that was strikingly muscular. The warmth of the water almost elicited an audible sigh from him. It was time for his nightly ritual. He glanced at the chat channel to see what others were discussing. Have you all gone to sleep? I'm too cold to rest. Add me. I'm just too hot. I'm too hungry. Do you think Han God is asleep right now? Is that even a question? Of course, he is wide awake. Could it be that Han God is too hot to sleep? Use your common sense. He is undoubtedly with your goddess right now. Please stop. My goddess. Even if you plead, you must wait in line. No, I'm just soaking the bath. Han Lin abruptly interjected in the chat, accompanied by a steamy image of the bathroom. Monopoly rights for acquisition. Rare items available. Private messages only. Negotiable prices. He had also placed an advertisement. At this stage, players were unaware of the true value of good items, making acquisitions quite effortless. Honggu, esu thirsty. Can I have a sip of your bathwater? Only valuable items in exchange. No charity here. 1% Monopoly rights to the snakeskin bag. Will you buy it? Honggu. Yes, for 500 game coins. I have no need for game currency. How about some bathwater instead? Absolutely. I'll provide you with pristine water. A small bottle of water in the marketplace costs 100 game coins, which is utterly insufficient for players in dire need. However, the equipment on the war vehicle can directly extract moisture from the air, which is more than enough for Han Lin and his companion. He casually turned on the tap and filled several liters of water to facilitate the transaction. Congratulations, player! You have acquired a 1% monopoly on the snakeskin bag. Hon Shen Glanstotem. I possess a marvelous item. I just picked it this afternoon. The youth preservation fruit. It whitens the skin and alleviates aging. This tree flowers once every 10 years and bears fruit every 20. Its market price is 5,000 game coins. The emerald green fruit glistens enticingly. Had it not been for dire circumstances, the player would undoubtedly refrain from selling it. The youth preservation fruit is also available in the marketplace, and under the vast population, some players have indeed acquired remarkable items. Hanfin. The marketplace's buyback price is merely 1,200 game coins. How about you give me 1,800? Certainly. Let's proceed with the transaction. The selling price and buyback price for the same item in the marketplace differ significantly. The marketplace's price suppression is excessively harsh. The vibrant green fruit appeared in Han Lin's hand, and he bit into half of it, savoring its sweetness. After glancing in the mirror, his skin appeared fairer, and his features more pronounced. He looked handsomer than ever. Generally, it's not particularly delicious. Han Lin posted an image of the fruit pit, prompting a chorus of lamentations from numerous players. People were paying thousands of game coins for just one bite. Comparisons can be quite disheartening. Where are those who just insulted Han Shun? Why have they fallen silent? They are too famished to continue. Han Shun, I have treasures too. Meh, meh, meh. I possess great treasures. To all sellers, please message me privately. No longer participating in the chat channel, Han Lin opened his personal panel. Name, Han Lin. Game ID, 00009527. Constitution, 50. Agility, 50. Strength, 50. Mental power, 50. Talent, none. Pets, none. Monopoly rights, 5% on college entrance examination answer sheets. 1% on air, currently generating income. Personal monopoly rights. White tofu crisp, click to view panel. Game currency, 20 million, settled hourly, rounded. Income and expenditure record. Income from air monopoly rights, settled every minute. Even after spending a substantial amount of game currency, the balance still reached a staggering 20 million. This sum surpasses the combined total of others on the leaderboard. Focusing on the talent section, it is time to acquire a suitable talent. The marketplace only directly sells E-level talents, such as the tortoise-breathing technique, which Han Lin finds utterly unappealing. Other talents must be obtained through blind boxes, which have a dismally low probability. This is also the reason Han Lin has yet to awaken a talent. The odds are absurdly low, lower than a certain three-letter game. In a previous life, 95% of players lacked suitable talents. Rather than relying on chance, it would be more prudent to purchase an E-level talent directly and use the remaining game currency to acquire equipment and enhance one's strength. Chapter 20. The Talent Blind Box. According to the monopolistic games terminology, talent levels range from the lowest E-level to the highest S-level. Only E-level talents are available for direct purchase in the marketplace, each possessing unique abilities akin to superpowers, which seasoned readers of post-apocalyptic novels would recognize as valuable assets for survival. Naturally, Han Lin held E-level talents in disdain. The low-level talent blind box offers a maximum reward of a C-level talent, priced at 10,000 game currency. The mid-level talent blind box yields a maximum of a B-level talent, costing 30,000 game currency. The high-level talent blind box can grant an A-level talent, available for 50,000 game currency. Finally, the super talent blind box boasts the potential for an S-level talent, sold for 100,000 game currency. Han Lin Frovnid. Truth be told, the odds were dismally low. There was no safety net. One could spend tens of millions of game currency without acquiring a talent, purely a matter of luck. In his previous life, Han Lin had only encountered the highest tier of B-level talents, though there may have been more advanced levels that he simply had not witnessed. He directly purchased 10 super talent blind boxes and emerged from the bath, meticulously drying his hands. May the Jade Emperor bless him. Han Lin retrieved a box from his inventory, resplendent in a myriad of colors, adorned with a ribbon, resembling a gift box. Skillfully, he untied the bow, and the blind box erupted in a blinding white light. Bang! With effects reminiscent of a cheap special effect, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Moments latte. Han Lin found his hands completely empty. 100,000 game currency vanished just like that. He decided to open another. Bang! Thank you for your patronage. Bang. Thank you for your patronage. Bang, bang, bang. Nothing at all. Han Lin's lip twitched. Surely they could have offered some item as compensation. There wasn't even a splash of water. The talent leaderboard updated. A grand mechanical voice resonated in all players' minds. The talent leaderboard? One might wonder if anyone has actually opened a blind box. You should ask Han Lin. Who else could afford it? Quickly, let us check the talent leaderboard. Talent leaderboard. First place, Gu Xian, E. Second place, Elizabeth Sophia, E. Third place, Adam Shili, E. 10th place, Su Yimo, E. The presence of several E-level talents at the bottom of the leaderboard indicates the number of E-level talents, ranked chronologically. As for the ranking among different talent levels, the monopolistic game employs its own scoring criteria, which, while not visible, is undoubtedly fair. I also possess the E-level turtle breathing technique. Why am I not on the leaderboard? Add 1. The turtle breathing technique I just purchased leaves one devoid of desires. Would the turtle breathing technique even confer any prestige? Probably not. It may have never been capable of doing so. It should be based on chronological order. You could buy another E-level talent, and that would get you on the board. But I have no game currency left. Did Han Lin not make the list? He is currently indulging in a romantic bath with your goddess, completely uninterested in these matters. I truly beg you, Sob Sob. Even begging requires patience. At that moment, a player by the name of Li Ergu uploaded a video to the channel. Li Ergu, entirely unclothed, stood in a barren room, cradling a low-level talent blind box. Despite teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, his expression radiated arrogance. I've sold everything, he declared, holding the blind box aloft, as if it were a priceless treasure. Once I unveil a super talent, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. As for Han Lin, he must bow before me. I will dominate the game, and you all shall serve me. Ha ha ha. The video concluded, suggesting he was about to open the blind box. Li Ergu. My apologies, I couldn't contain my laughter, ha ha ha. Such audacity? A bankruptcy strategy? This video is unedited. My eyes are now tainted. I cannot ascertain if you will conquer the game, but as a man, you have already suffered a resounding defeat. Serve Li Ergu. You are killing me with laughter. Another one gone insane. Do you know why it's called a blind box? Have you never played with one? The outcome is uncertain. Has anyone played and can comment on the odds? Han Lin, the odds are disheartening. I spent $1 million and opened a super one. Speaking from experience. 666. Han God, why not share the game currency with your brothers instead? $1 million. Woof woof woof. Meow meow meow. Aji, me Jimmy. Are there any sane individuals left here? Li Ergu, just wait. I will surely unveil the strongest talent, and you, Han Lin, I shall destroy you. Hand over your woman, or I will turn you to dust. What a ruckus. Han God, doesn't he even deign to respond to you? Truly, Li Ergu is audacious. Everyone is watching. Hurry and turn Han Lin to dust. I've long ceased wanting to pay for air. Unlikely isn't it? With 20 million game currency, how formidable must Han Lin be? He is indeed a talent. The items you sacrifice your fortune for, he can acquire effortlessly, and they're even superior to yours. Isn't that infuriating? Let us fast forward to the failures of the blind box. Failure, failure, failure. Reality is not a mindless novel. Some individuals maintain their rationality. As for Li Ergu, he is merely a clown. Many secretly curse him. They are bottom-tier players, the kind who can hardly afford a meal. Do you truly believe you can rise? Han Lin shook his head, clutching his last super blind box. He glanced into another bathroom at Bai Zissou in the pet egg. Was there anything unusual? Master, there is no anomaly, but the incubation fluid is being absorbed at a slower rate. Bai Zissou stared intently at the fluid in the pool, holding a bottle, ready to pour it in at any moment. The task assigned by Han Lin was one she dared not jeopardize. Although Han Lin appeared to communicate normally and even treated her kindly, Bai Zissou could hardly trust that he would remain so amiable should anything go awry. How is your luck? Han Lin inquired suddenly as he prepared to step outside, having sensed no issues. He held the last talent blind box in his hand. Wasn't it splendid luck that Bai Zissou had acquired the exclusive right to air monopoly? What is this? Bai Zissou asked, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she clung to Han Lin's arm, her voice sweetly coaxing, with her fair legs subtly visible beneath the sheer black stockings. She truly embodied the dream of countless admirers. Taking a moment to compose himself, Han Lin explained, this is a talent blind box, which can yield various talents. You should open one. Thank you, Master, Bai Zissou replied as she took the blind box and gently tugged on the bow. With a sudden explosion, a blinding white light flashed, and a mechanical voice resonated in both Han Lin's and Bai Zisu's minds. Congratulations, player! You have obtained an S-level talent. Your personal monopoly right has been activated. Bai Zisu has acquired an S-level talent. The talent leaderboard has been updated. Chapter 21. S-level talent. Striking gold on the first attempt? Han Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was extraordinary luck. Could it be that Bai Zisu was the illegitimate daughter of the Monopoly game? And Master. Bai Zisu trembled with excitement, sensing from Han Lin's reaction that she had unveiled something remarkable. Upon reviewing her personal Monopoly rights, Bai Zisu's profile read, Name, Bai Zisu Game ID, 000066666 Physique, 20 Agility, 20 Strength, 20 Mental Power, 20 Talent. Universal Memory Painting S-Level. Click to view specific effects. Monopoly rights. None game currency, 170. 000 income and expenditure record. Continuous charging, settled hourly. Enters bankruptcy when in negative balance. Universal memory painting. By making eye contact, a mental power assessment is conducted. The greater the disparity in mental power, the higher the success rate. Upon a successful assessment, mental power can be consumed to alter, overwrite, create, or modify cognition, erase memories, or even glimpse into memories. The effectiveness of this S-level talent was formidable. In simple terms, if the assessment succeeded, it could lead to brainwashing. Meanwhile, Han Lin's mental power attribute was an impressive 50 points. Bai Zisu gazed at her S-level talent on the panel, bubbling with joy, yet striving to conceal her excitement. As a servant, how could she possess something superior to her master? While Han Lin could seize her monopoly rights, the talent was beyond his reach. She now had the means to establish her footing in the monopoly game. A peculiar smile crept across Han Lin's lips, sending chills down Bai Zisu's spine. Master, he declared, I shall directly transfer the talent to myself. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the talent Omniscient Memory, S rank. Bai Zisu is utterly oblivious to the formidable power of absolute monopoly rights. Monopoly gaming is officially sanctioned. Game currency, monopoly rights, and even talents can be transferred. Indeed, I reward you with 100,000 game coins. Keep up the good work. Han Lin affably reassured Bai Zisu. Master, Bai Zisu was on the verge of tears. How could this be? This talent rightfully belongs to me. Han Lin's expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze upon her. Is this blind box not a gift for me? Are you not my maid? Where do you dissent? A terrifying aura enveloppée Bai Zisu. Akin to a duck facing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The disparity in strength was monumental. Han Lin could extinguish her with a mere hand. No, no. Bai Zisu slumped to the ground, the incubation fluid slipping from her grasp and splattering onto the tiles. I am sorry, Master. Please take it. I have no objections. That's good to hear. I was afraid you might disagree. Han Lin teased Bai Zisu. When it came to matters of such significance, he would never allow beauty to cloud his judgment. The power of this S-rank talent was astonishing. The moment the talent transferred to Han Lin's panel, he instantly comprehended its application, altering memories, erasing thoughts, peering into recollections, and even modifying perceptions, such as reshaping the collective consciousness of humanity. Of course, with Han Lin's current prowess, that remained unattainable. Did you witness the effects of his talent just now? Han Lin smiled at Bai Zisu as the egg in the tub continued to bubble. The spilled incubation fluid soaked Bai Zisu's short skirt, making her snow-white thighs appear exquisitely delicate. No, Master, I know nothing. The pristine jade-like tile supported her as she retreated, while Han Lin advanced relentlessly. This talent perfectly resolved the issue of controlling thoughts through personal monopoly rights. If possible, Han Lin could wield this talent and monopoly rights to command a legion of loyal players. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. Bai Zisu was indeed his lucky star. It was time to experiment with her. What? You say she is already obedient? What assurance do I have over something I have not personally crafted? He chuckled ominously. Master, please, I know nothing. Reclaim my voice. I beg you, Master. I won't utter a word. Bai Zisu clung to Han Lin's leg, gazing up at him, her tear-streaked visage difficult for any man to refuse. The S-rank talent is of great consequence. I trust you will not speak carelessly, Susu. Now look into my eyes. Han Lin crouched down to her level, his tone gentle. It was the first time Bai Zisu had encountered Han Lin's soft-spoken demeanor. Master, a tremor coursed through her entire being, as Bai Zisu's mind sounded an alarm. Danger loomed. Han Lin forcefully grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. No, spare me. Master, I will. Universal memory painting. Activate. A surge of immense mental energy enveloped by Zissou, exceeding her own by a staggering 30 points. Her eyes dimmed, devoid of their former brilliance. Seizing the opportunity to fully dominate by Zissou, Han Lin would not let it slip away. Their bond was scarcely profound, and the verdict was clear. He began by erasing fragments of her memories, subsequently implanting new ones to ensure her unwavering loyalty to him alone. You're an orphan. I am your brother. You cherish your brother and would do anything for him. You shall completely obey your brother's commands. The current by Zissou became a blank vessel, poised for Han Lin to infuse her with memories. Her exquisite, flawless form resembled a work of art as Han Lin cradled her, meticulously crafting her recollections. The more logical and coherent the memories, the more authentic they appeared. The fabricated effects proved even more compelling. You willingly relinquish personal monopolistic rights to your master. You take pride in this, deriving immense satisfaction from it. Han Lin sculpted her memories and shaped her character. A wholly new Bai Zissou was destined to emerge, one who would pledge her allegiance solely to Han Lin. The chat channel erupted in frenzied messages. Wow, look at the leaderboard. S-class talent? 5 levels higher than E-class talent. How formidable must that be? The pressure in Jinhua district is overwhelming. I need to escape. How does one even play this? Where's Li Ergu? Come out and speak. You probably went offline. How can you challenge Han Shen? Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? Was the monopolistic game devised by Han Lin? Why does he monopolize all the good fortune? Talent leaderboard. First, Han Lin, S. Second, Gu Xian, E. Third, Elizabeth Sophia, E. Fourth, Adam Shili, E. Thence, Su Jimo, E. No matter how many E-class talents one possesses, they pale in comparison to even a single strand of S-class. Han Fin, I beg for your support. I'm doing my best. Sleepless nights? Having borrowed high-interest loans to buy blind boxes, and yet nothing has emerged. Neo family usury. 9 out of 13 returns. Contracts can be signed at the trading hall. Brothers, remain calm. I refuse to believe it. Han Lin can succeed. So can I. Yes, my luck isn't bad. Brothers, charge forth. The next successful individual will be one of us. Han Lin's S-class talent ignited a fervor among the players for blind boxes, like a fuse set ablaze. After tonight, one cannot fathom how many individuals will face bankruptcy due to the monopolistic game. However, this bears no relation to Han Lin. The process of shaping by Ziss's memories has concluded. Her pure, unblemished eyes regained their brilliance as she rose from the ground, her mind momentarily incapacitated. Then, she turned to Han Lin, her eyes sparkling with recognition. Brother, the affection in Bai Zissou's gaze was genuine, devoid of any pretense. In her recollections, Han Lin was her sole anchor, her unwavering support. Brother, it's time to sleep. Han Lin exhaled in relief. Evidently, the memory shaping was exceedingly successful. Of course. Chapter 22. The Abyssal Elementalist. The chat channel lay in a hushed silence, concealing a frenzy beneath its calm surface. The trading hall's page refreshed incessantly as players exerted every effort to amass in-game currency. They were oblivious to the true nature of the S-rank talents. The leaderboard merely cataloged the quantity and quality of talents, lacking any introduction to their effects. This world has never been devoid of gamblers. Some wager on life, others on love, and now they gamble on fortune. Life itself is a grand gamble. It has always been a perilous existence. A single bet, if victorious, one could gain a foothold in the monopolistic game. Yet, none of this concerned Han Lin. He had no intention of benevolently warning the players, for in essence, they were rivals. In the Windflower community, a formidable war chariot stood resolutely on a nearby street, the biting cold wind rendering it lifeless. Even the monsters were nowhere to be found. The frigid disaster of sub-zero temperatures was firmly kept at bay. The pet egg in the bath still bubbled. And as dawn approached, the shell's colors ceased their shifting, the vibrant hues suddenly dimming. Crack! A slender fissure appeared on the egg, the size of a head. Brother. Han Lin lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him, allowing him to relax. A post-event cigarette, bliss akin to that of a deity. Crack! A slight movement caught Han Lin's attention. He heard a faint sound. The interior of the war chariot was well insulated, yet Han Lin's heightened senses still detected the commotion. This sound originated from the bathroom. Without a moment to spare for clothing, Han Lin vanished from the bed, leaving behind fleeting shadows. In a vast bath that could accommodate two, half of the hatching liquid remained. Han Lin's form flickered as he focused his gaze. Crack, crack, crack. The eggshell shattered rapidly, and a humanoid creature emerged from within. Two semi-transparent wings broke free from the egg's internal mucilage as it crawled up the bath, locking eyes with Han Lin in a moment of mutual astonishment. Han Lin discerned that this creature was female, possessing all the requisite organs and features. However, it sported two additional wings, its ears elongated, standing only as tall as Han Lin's calves, resembling a diminutive human girl. Her skin was snow white, and her eyes were strikingly vibrant, her delicate body devoid of any hair. Ow! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the biological monopoly right. Abyss Elemental. Click to View panel. Race, Abyss Elemental, Larva. Affiliation, Han Lin. Constitution, 16. Agility, 18. Strength, 14. Mental power, 34. Potential, extremely high. Talents, Elemental Transformation, S rank. Decomposition, S rank. Time Reversal, S rank. Possession, A rank. Abyss Exile, A rank. Note: this creature does not possess a player identity. Talents cannot be transferred or stripped, and certain in-game items have no effect on it. Player Han Lin will automatically deduct the game currency required for this creature. Han Lin cradled this little being, lost in thought. The creature, unperturbed by its surroundings, playfully leaped onto Han Lin's shoulder, tugging at his hair with a silly grin. Daddy, the peculiar sounds that emerged from the creature were comprehensible to Han Lin, likely due to the monopoly right. While its attributes were modest, it had the potential for gradual growth, being merely in its larval form. The array of talents dazzled Han Lin, 3S rank talents alone. He widened his eyes, having never encountered a pet born with 3 top-tier talents in his previous life. Imagining its strength in adult form was beyond his wildest dreams. Little one, grow up quickly. It blinked its large eyes, seemingly understanding, and nodded. If this panel were to be shared in the chat channel, players' reactions would surely be priceless. If they were to discover that the talents they desperately sought were abundant here, and that they came inherently with the creature at birth. Daddy, I'm hungry, the little one nibbled on Han Lin's finger, exuding a delightful scent of hatching fluid. Wait, I'll get you something to eat. Right away, this pet shared a deep bond with Han Lin, making it an invaluable ally to nurture. Moreover, there was no concern for loyalty issues. From the moment it was born, its first sight was Han Lin, instinctively drawing close to him. The player who sold the egg would undoubtedly regret their decision. Such a creature was certainly worth far more than a mere few thousand game coins. Yet for now, only Han Lin could hatch it, having already spent millions on the hatching fluid alone. 10,000 game coins for the eternal red fruit. I'll buy 10 to try, 200,000 for a bottle of Heavenly Spring. Let us sample at flying lizard meat. I'll buy 1 items continuously appear on the floor as the little one leaped down from Han Lin, clapping and giggling. Oh, and clothing. Looking at the little creature, Han Lin felt a pang of guilt. From now on, your name shall be Li Shi. He named it just as the first ray of sunlight streamed through the window, albeit dimmed by the frost disaster outside. Thank you, Daddy. My name is Li Shi. According to Li Shi's size, Han Lin purchased a lovely white princess dress and personally dressed her in it. Li Shi seems to be gradually acclimating to her surroundings. Initially, her speech was sporadic, but now she can converse fluently. Do not call me father. Refer to me as brother, Han Lin said, his expression darkening, for he harbored no peculiar inclinations. It felt rather odd to be addressed as father in normal discourse. Thank you, brother. Li Shi's voice was as pure as a flowing spring, crisp and clear. 2 semi-transparent wings could retract behind her, and if one overlooked her exceptionally delicate features, she appeared to be an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old girl. This is delicious, brother, Li Shi exclaimed, lifting a 1,000-year-old jus fruit to her nose for a sniff before swiftly devouring it. So tasty. All right, Li Shi, eat up. And remember to grow quickly. Han Lin affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling that he had indeed struck a fortunate bargain. He was grateful to the player selling the eggs. After a night's passage, his game currency balance hovered around 20 million, primarily due to considerable expenditures. The chat channel was enveloped in silence. There were likely hundreds of thousands of players in the Jinhua district, yet only scattered trading messages appeared in the channel. Players were eager to seize the opportunity for powerful talents, yet such prospects were not easily attained. It was likely that many players had reached an impasse, reluctant to give up but entirely out of game currency. Han Lin had a thought and sent several messages in the channel. Han's loan, no interest, private message if needed. Contract signing at the trading hall. I have plenty of game currency. Are you truly willing to miss out? I opened 3 blind boxes and uncovered an S-level talent. Hold on. The next S-level could be yours. I am benevolent and willing to lend a helping hand. His words stirred a tempest. The monopolized trading hall allowed for contracts to be independently signed, requiring only a payment of 200 game currency to be supervised by the monopoly, ensuring that no one could breach the agreement, provided both parties consented. Chapter 23. Video calls, online scams. Cradling Li Shi, he returned to the bedroom, where she incessantly nibbled and soon consumed over 100,000 in game currency. Brother, I'm still hungry. Observing that tiny cherry red mouth, he marveled at her voracious appetite. Few could afford to sustain her. Han Lin continuously procured food from the marketplace. The chat channel stirred with Han Lin's messages. No interest? Is that true? Han Lin replied, absolutely. I will cover the game currency for the contract. Great benefactor Han. Lend me 20,000 game currency. I feel a big win is imminent. Private messages flooded in. Do you really believe this? Is there really such fortune? They seem to have lost their wits. Rational words cannot sway the damned. I'll borrow 30,000. Han, please. I want 20,000. Han Lin responded. Add me as a friend and message me privately. A group of fools who would engage in a transaction devoid of benefit. Han Lin placed little Li Shi on the bed, and Bai Zissou, hearing the commotion, groggily opened her eyes. Little Li Shi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she playfully stepped barefoot onto Bai Zissou's face. What is this? She exclaimed, giggling as she nestled in Han Lin's embrace, pointing at Bai Zissou with her small hands flailing about, a peculiar sprite. Brother, who is she? Bai Zissou jumped up from the bed, gazing at Li Shi with a look of discontent. She is your sister. From now on, you shall take care of her. With that, Han Lin placed Li Shi into Bai Zissou's hands and dashed away, finding the task of child-rearing too exhausting. Buy her whatever she desires, and should you lack game currency, simply ask me. Bai Zissou, taken aback by the exquisite porcelain-like beauty of Li Shi, covered her mouth in disbelief. She is so tiny, brother. How wicked you are. Seeking a quiet room, Han Lin swiftly accepted a friend request. Honggu, I need 30,000 game coins. Upon approval of the request, a message was promptly received, indicating a sense of urgency. The leaderboard had already been updated. Dalin rankings. Siglados. Elizabeth Sophia, C. 3. Gu Xian D. Durdunju Adam Kidi, A. 5. Zheng D. 6. Kiskivi Gokshuan, V. de Sadash, Seitsimen. Chun Quan D. The talent leaderboard reflects global players fluctuating in real time, albeit with possible delays. In the realm of game monopolization, indeed, some fortunate individuals had unlocked formidable talents. It is true, even a 1 in a million chance, with players numbering in the billions. I have unlocked a D-level talent. Ha ha ha. Let everyone see how strong my talent is. Though the man in the video appeared ragged, akin to a beggar, he laughed with wild abandon. A fiery breath erupted from his mouth, incinerating 2 monsters to ashes. What of it? I have talent too. Another video showcased a middle-aged man crafting an ice spear that effortlessly pierced through several feet of concrete wall. Show off all you like. The more you flaunt, the more those without talents will resent you. Returning to the private chat interface, Han Lin typed, I can agree, but a contract must be signed. I have conditions. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. After a moment of contemplation, the other players slowly typed, what are the conditions? I currently lack game currency. Having sold my monopolization rights to you previously. Indeed, Han Lin possessed an array of monopolization rights. A subtle smile graced his lips as he spent 500 game coins to initiate a video call. The functions of the monopolization game were numerous, requiring exploration, and spending game currency was essential. However, it was surprising that a mere video call would cost 500 game coins. The player on the other end, Wei Yu, was taken aback. Player Han Lin is initiating a video call. Will you accept? There's a video call feature? Why waste game currency on video calls when typing could suffice for discussion? Nevertheless, Han Lin might have an abundance of game currency with nowhere to spend it. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Yu connected the call. Suddenly, a screen materialized in his mind, revealing a young man seated on a sofa, gazing intently at him, as if he could see through the screen. Hello, is this Han Lin? Wei Yu inquired. Indeed, it is me. What are your conditions? I have nothing to offer at present. There are no conditions. Simply look into my eyes. What? Instinctively, Wei Yu's gaze met Han Lin's on the screen, their eyes locking. This eye contact was a prerequisite for the activation of the infinite memory. Han Lin had meticulously planned to exert control over individuals for his own purposes. At critical moments, he could also manipulate the discourse within the chat channels. Infinite memory. Activate. Mental power assessment. 58. Assessment successful. In an instant, Wei Yu found himself under Han Lin's control via his innate talent. The disparity in mental power was overwhelming. Rather than fabricating new memories, Han Lin merely compelled him to relinquish his personal monopoly rights and simultaneously implanted a paramount directive. You will obey my commands unconditionally. You may sacrifice your life for me. Everything shall prioritize my interests. Within mere seconds, Han Lin completed the brainwashing process. The straightforward implantation of a few commands required little time. Crafting an entire memory would demand significant mental exertion. The player has acquired personal monopoly rights. Wei Yu, after a cursory glance at his panel, Han Lin found it utterly blank and wondered if controlling such an individual would yield any benefit. He transferred 30,000 game coins to him as seed capital. Henceforth, he would serve as a mole among the players. Thank you, master. I shall devote my life to you, Wei Yu exclaimed fervently, prompting Han Lin to consider if he had perhaps overexerted his influence. All right, focus on enhancing your strength and refrain from purchasing talent blind boxes. Yes, master. If only video calls could be made in the chat channel, Han Lin would surely engage in conversation with everyone. Alas, that was not possible, and moreover, infinite memory could only be activated in real time, not recorded for brainwashing purposes. In the chat channel, Wei Yu declared, Han God has truly lent me 30,000 game coins. No interest. Thank you, Han God. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. Really? I want some too. Han God, look at me. Only a fool would believe that. Are you a plant? What benefits did Han Lin bestow upon you? Do you believe me to be Qin Shi Huang or trust Han Lin's interest-free loan? I advise against opening talent blind boxes. The odds are dismal. It would be wiser to purchase a turtle rest technique first. Observing the multitude of friend requests, Han Lin randomly selected a few players. Engaging them in video calls, he repeated the brainwashing process, extracting their personal monopoly rights. The players were utterly oblivious to Han Lin's ability to activate his talent through video. An S-tier talent is indeed insurmountable. Presently, there is not a single player boasting over 50 points of mental power. The activation of talent proceeded smoothly. As time passed, more and more allies filled the chat channel. Indeed, the God Han will lend us game currency. Thank you, Han. I have unlocked a D-level talent. I have too. Really? I shall take a look as well. Han has approved my application. Is it truly raining blessings from the sky? Oh, Han, be merciful. Surely, you cannot all be shills? You will know once you check for yourself. Some players who initially doubted Han Lin have fallen into the trap. After controlling around 50 to 60 individuals, Han Lin finally ceased his actions. A slight headache pulsed through his mind. The continuous activation of talents was becoming burdensome. Many of Han Lin's followers had already infiltrated the Jinhua district. With operations temporarily halted, Han Lin purchased a mental restoration potion to quickly regain his composure. The sky had brightened considerably. He had not forgotten that he needed to enter the Fenghua community to complete his task today. It was time to focus on monopolizing rights. Hopefully, this mysterious creature would drop a coveted monopoly right. Regional task. Eliminate the mysterious creature located in building 444 of the Fenghua community. No time limit. Reward of 3,000 game currency. Task accepted. Chapter 24. The Forbidden Zone of Building 6. Sister, you smell delightful. Li Shi nestled her head into the ample bosom of Bai Zisu, rubbing against her. Sister, it seems that there is something from brother on you, Li Shi stated, a look of confusion on her face. Bai Zisu hurriedly pushed her away, her cheeks flushed, recalling the wildness of the previous night. Her fingers brushing against the marks on her neck, lingering in thought. She forced herself to exit the reverie. There were tasks to execute today. Orig, Li Shi. Sister will take you to freshen up. Today, brother will take us to carry out a mission. Hooray! Li Shi is going out to play. Be cautious out there. Bai Zisu, make sure to protect Li Shi. After a few final reminders, the three of them leaped down from the battle vehicle. The vehicle was too massive to park inside the community, so Han Lin led the way. The air was filled with white snowflakes, blanketing everything in a thick layer of frost. A frost disaster. The moment Han Lin stepped out, he felt a chill. An ordinary player could not possibly survive in such harsh conditions. So refreshing. Li Shi, dressed in a princess gown, seemed unbothered by the cold, flitting about in the air. This must be due to Li Shi's talent. Snowflakes swirled around her, creating a wondrous spectacle. Aki. Zissa hugged her arms tightly, shrinking into her down jacket. Let us go, Li Shi. The gate of the Fenghua community had long collapsed during the disaster, and taking out the regional map, the three of them entered through a side entrance. Building 444 of the Fenghua community. Various markings within the community were covered in frost, and Han Lin momentarily struggled to locate the specific task site. The area was desolate. Nearly everything that could provide warmth had been dismantled, indicating that players had been surviving here. A curious inquiry arose. Brother, there must be someone over there. Zissou pointed towards the community supermarket, where the doors and windows were tightly shut, yet faint glimmers of fire could be discerned through the cracks. Let's investigate. At this juncture, who could possibly rival Han Lin? There was no need for hesitation. Han Lin unsheathed his long blade, the crimson gleam of the sword flashing as he cleaved through the supermarket's roller shutter with a single stroke. Bang! Who goes there? Boss, there are people. A group encircling the fire scattered, their eyes fixed intently on the three intruders. Approximately 7 or 8 men stood before them, the air thick with an inexplicable stench that provoked nausea. Li Shi covered her nose and leaned against Han Lin, exclaiming, Brother, what a terrible odor. Zissou grimaced, drawing 2 handguns purchased from a game shop, each costing 50,000 game coins. While they were oblivious to the odor's source, Han Lin recognized it all too well. It was the distinct scent of flesh rendered into a foul broth. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, their eyes darting as the leader's gaze fixated on Zissou and Li Shi, the bodies of a young girl and a child were the most tender, and they had already gone a day without food. The supplies within the supermarket had been nearly monopolized by the game, leaving them without game coins to procure nourishment or water. Who among you is the leader? Han Lin's eyes glinted with malevolence, eager to ascertain the task's precise location before dispatching them all. I am, Biao replied with a sinister smile, while those around him wore scowls. The supermarket's shutter lay in ruins. Cold winds rushed in, extinguishing the fire and causing the temperature to plummet, compelling several to shudder as they grasped their makeshift weapons, mostly iron rods, chair legs, and steel pipes. Desperate for meat, brothers? Same old, same old. Let's feast after the fun. A cacophony of excitement erupted among the gang. Join us under Biao Ji's banner. 9 meals in 3 days. I merely seek directions, yet it appears you are not very cordial. Li Shi whispered to Han Lin, Brother, they are repulsive. I wish to eliminate them all. As beings of the abyss, they inherently bore the genes of bloodlust and violence. Click. Zissou chambered her handgun, seeking death. Brother, allow me to take action. Biao scoffed derisively at this stage. Who can afford a handgun? The cheapest in the shop costs thousands of game coins. Who are you trying to frighten with a toy? Brothers, today we feast. Who are you trying to intimidate with that fake gun? Biao Ge is not easily frightened. Soon, you'll witness Biao Ge's prized possession. One of Biao's subordinates observed Han Lin, a sense of familiarity nagging at him, though he could not place it. Boss, this person seems somewhat familiar, my foot. Brothers, charge. 7 or 8 thugs lunged forward, snarling. Just a child and a woman stood before them. They were numerous and powerful. It is not the first time committing murder. Han Lin, with a gloomy expression, noticed that a group of individuals completely disregarded him, openly flirting with his woman right before his eyes. Such folly. My patience for controlling you has worn thin. Since it has come to this, you shall all meet your demise. As his words fell, one of the underlings finally recalled who he was. Wasn't he this Han Lin? The prominent player reigning in Jinhua District, the number 1 on both leaderboards. A player with a staggering lead, Han Lin. Alas, it was too late. Han Lin was not one to engage in idle chatter with them. Vivid memories. The brilliant azure light was exceedingly blinding, drawing the gaze of all present. Han Lin's eyes resembled a deep vortex. This left by Zissou and Li Shi, who were prepared for a fierce battle, rather bewildered. Brother is bad. Li Shi wants to kill too. Li Shi pouted, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, circling around Han Lin. Biao and his group stood frozen in place, their eyes vacant. Mental power assessment. 5011, 5013, 58. All assessments were successful. Memory erasure. Han Lin's immense mental power acted like a colossal eraser, gently wiping away their memories while simultaneously peering into them. Once the assessment succeeded, they became Han Lin's playthings, unless they avoided eye contact. In mere seconds, Han Lin gleaned the information he sought. This group had gathered at Fenghua Community after the game's arrival, luring other players in to slaughter them for sustenance due to a lack of food. Females were tortured to death and then consumed. Surrender your monopolistic rights to me. One by one, they lined up to transfer their obscure monopolistic rights to Han Lin, who found their collection useful. May you all perish. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Han Lin obliterated their final consciousness, and the group fell like harvested wheat. All succumbed to brain death. He also uncovered the location of their mission within their memories. Building 6 of Fenghua Community. Brother Han Lin is so handsome. Bai Zissa leaned in and gently pecked Han Lin. At least she wants to too. The little one flapped her wings and embraced Han Lin's head, exposing her tiny fangs. Before long, she had drenched Han Lin's face with saliva, infused with the scent of milk. All right, Li Shi, we have a mission. Bless Li, Lifta Li Shi, who felt as cold as an ice block into his arms. Let us go. He led the two towards Building 6. Fenghua Community was vast, yet no other players were in sight, leaving them to wonder if Biao's gang had devoured them all. After winding through several turns, the trio finally arrived at Building 6. Unlike the other buildings, this one showed no signs of frost damage whatsoever. The walls were lush and green, covered in climbing ivy, with a melodious chirping of birds and fragrant flowers. Truly bizarre. In Biao's group's memories, this place was a forbidden zone. Chapter 25, The Eerie Building. Anyone who entered Building 6 would vanish without a trace. In the dead of night, some witnesses reported seeing figures dancing among the 6 buildings, accompanied by the sounds of children's laughter. A tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, yet no soul emerged alive from those structures. The task had been accepted. Although not mandatory and free from punishment, Han Lin felt compelled to venture forth. If he could not accomplish this task with his current strength, then it held no significance whatsoever. His game currency stood at over 20 million, with intermediate attribute points totaling 15,000, requiring 400,000 to be fully enhanced. With a mere thought, 400,000 game coins evaporated instantly. He poured points into his attributes with fervor. All 4 dimensions surged to 70. The sensation was so exhilarating that Han Lin could not help but exclaim. The most intense thrill paled in comparison. The elevation of life left Han Lin feeling euphoric. The disparity between him and ordinary players was greater than that between Ultraman and an ant. Though only a few seconds had passed, Bai Zissa perceived Han Lin as even more formidable. Despite being her brother, an instinctual fear gripped her. After a brief moment, Han Lin adjusted to his enhanced physique. Brother Han Lin, are you all right? She inquired. I'm perfectly splendid now, he replied, transferring 200,000 game coins to Bai Zissa, urging her to elevate her attributes to 50 points. Bai Zissa had already become part of his inner circle, wholeheartedly devoted to Han Lin, who was generous with his resources. Regrettably, Li Shi was unable to utilize attribute points, as she was not technically a player and could not directly enhance her stats. Thank you, Brother Han Lin. Bai Zissa expressed her gratitude before hastily applying her points. As this was not the time for tender exchanges, she would save her appreciation for later that evening. She had already selected her battle attire for the night from the shop, certain that her brother would adore it. Once Bai Zissa completed her enhancements, Han Lin took the lead into the 6 buildings. If they were unable to defeat the looming monstrosity, it would be better to end it all. As the trio entered, the frost-covered ground echoed with cracking sounds. A swarm of crystalline crabs congregated before the buildings, each transparent with pincers larger than their bodies. In no time, thousands of these ice crystal crabs amassed, their eyes glinting with a sinister crimson glow. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps approached, as the crab's claw descended. The ground was left with a deep indentation. This colossal ice crystal crab towered half the height of a small building, its shell shimmering with a cold luminescence, while its massive pincers rose defiantly. Thousands of smaller ice crystal crabs encircled their leader, and with a deafening roar, the Crab King charged into the 6 buildings. As Han Lin and his companions entered, the interior of the once familiar residential complex was now overrun with verdant, unidentifiable flora. Han Lin could only cautiously navigate the pathways. As for the elevator, that was utterly out of the question. The advent of the Monopoly game has rendered many places eerily perilous, with inexplicable transformations defying conventional reasoning. Setting aside the question of power, what if one were to step into an elevator that teleports to another world? Room 205? Peeling back the veil of an unidentifiable plan on a door, the iron doorplate is now corroded and rusted. If he Biao and his companions' memories serve them correctly. On the 6th floor of Fenghua Community, there are 4 households on the 1st floor. Yet now, if Han Lin's memory is accurate, this is indeed the 1st floor, and there exists no room 205 in this building. Furthermore, there is no such thing as room 444. Counting from the bottom up in this building, the rooms should be 101, 102, 103, 104 on the 1st floor, with the 2nd floor comprising 201, 202, 203, and 204, and so forth up to the 6th floor. The area map cannot provide precise details of every room, leaving Han Lin and his companions to search independently. Room 205 stands firmly shut, its peephole enveloped in darkness. And Han Lin is plagued by an unsettling sensation of being watched. Let us search for room 444. Bai Zissou and Li Shi quickly rummage through the green plants adorning the walls, fearful of overlooking a room. Han Lin snorts dismissively and departs from room 205. A sigh of relief escapes from within room 205, grateful for Han Lin's exit. Han Lin, brother, here are rooms 602 and 618. Han Lin's brow furrows. 618 has emerged. 2 doors stand side by side, their plates, though rusted, still legible. Brother, there is also room 404 here. Li Shi calls out. Han Lin hastens to the door Li Shi points to, noting the proximity of 404, just a letter's difference. This is indeed the 1st floor, yet everything is in disarray, and Han Lin begins to worry about locating room 444. The building is unsettlingly quiet, save for the sounds of their breathing and footsteps. This one do. The influence of the Monopoly game's power has rendered room 444 elusive, not to mention the necessity of vanquishing the mysterious creature within to earn 3,000 game coins. The reward hardly seems commensurate with the effort required. Brother, shall we go upstairs to search? Wait a moment. Han Lin opens the game store. He possesses ample game coins and now requires some equipment for reconnaissance. Biomorphic ant nest automatically generates mechanical ants, capable of releasing thousands of them for exploration within a distance of 10,000 meters from the nest, each equipped with a miniature camera. The mechanical ants possess no combat capabilities, priced at 150,000 game coins. Electric current detection device emits biological electrical currents to map the surrounding terrain, priced at 70,000 game coins. Portal, a pair exclusive equipment from the Monopoly game, consisting of 2 doors that allow for teleportation within a range of 500 meters, priced at 300,000 game coins. He purchases everything without hesitation. The outcomes of this mission seem disproportionate to the investments, yet Han Lin is unconcerned. He merely hopes to uncover coveted Monopoly rights. If all else fails, he shall clear the building. There should be plenty of monsters lurking here. 2 portals emerged. One installed beside room 205, where Han Lin wore a cheerful smile. He reached out and knocked on the door of 205, producing a rhythmic knock, knock, knock. If you're feeling bored, feel free to visit me. Just open this door. Click. A sound of a lock engaging resonated from behind 205. Guard your door well, otherwise, I shall dismantle yours. Han Lin threatened, uncertain if whatever lay beyond the door comprehended his words. Dismantle. Dismantle. Li Shi Shota. Her petite legs incessantly kicking at the imposing door of 205, her refined features contrasting sharply with her boisterous demeanor, even more unruly than Han Lin. Leaving a portal behind, the trio could utilize this contraption to return to the 1st floor. After handing the biomimetic ant nest to Bai Zissou for use, Han Lin produced an electric current detection device, a long iron rod affixed with a screen at its apex. He plunged it into the ground and flipped the switch. The invisible currents spread along the walls, and the terrain materialized on the screen. Bai Zissou activated her device, and a swarm of mechanical ants scuttled in all directions, some even slipping through the door's crevice into the room. However, the miniature cameras attached to the mechanical ants could only replay their recordings once they safely returned to the ant nest. Han Lin's electric current detection was swifter, revealing the complete layout. According to the map, the 1st floor contained a total of 5 rooms. Aside from the recently discovered 205, 602, 618, and 404, there was yet another room. Han Lin furrowed his brow as he pushed aside the dense greenery at the corresponding location. Before him stood a concrete wall, yet the screen distinctly indicated that a room lay behind it. Chapter 26, Slaying the Giant Serpent. Is there a room number? Bai Zissou swiftly tore away the foliage, exposing the entire wall. Han Lin struck the wall with his long blade, producing a resounding thud, thud, thud. It was hollow. Could it be room 444? Step aside. Han Lin raised his crimson blade high, its edge glinting. With terrifying force, the blade sliced through the wall as if it were mere tofu. Go for it, brother. Li Shi fluttered about, continuously waving her tiny fists. Bang! Han Lin kicked the severed concrete wall aside, and indeed, it was empty behind. A haze of smoke enveloped the space, releasing a foul stench that assaulted the senses. How dreadful! Han Lin scanned this hidden chamber. To call a room would be a misnomer. It resembled more of a cave, deep and shadowy. The surrounding rocks melded seamlessly with the concrete walls, as though forcibly transposed from another location, now arbitrarily designated as the fifth room on the first floor. This building had been utterly transformed by the monopolistic game. Behind each room lay infinite possibilities, powerful monsters, precious treasures, or perhaps the quarters of an ordinary player. Now, with a stoic expression, Han Lin stepped directly into the cavern. Li Shi and Bai Zissou closely followed behind. The cave was heavy with humidity, an acrid stench wafting through the air, and the ground was slick with a viscous liquid that emitted a squeaking sound underfoot. Brother, look, Li Shi is providing you with light. Li Shi opened her mouth, releasing a fireball the size of a fist, which floated in the air and illuminated the cave. Crack! What is this? Bai Zissou exclaimed as she stepped on something and picked it up from the ground. It was a metal door plate. Master, you must see this. Han Lin took it, wiping away the grime with his fingers. Like the door plates of other rooms, it bore the number 301. Huh? This is room 301. Should we continue forward? Han Lin swung his long blade, the cave sprawling vast before them. The trio had walked hundreds of meters without reaching the end. Continue on. If there are monsters, we shall dispatch them effortlessly. Indeed, sister, if you are frightened, you may return. I will stay with brother. Who is afraid? Bai Zissou pouted in discontent, while Li Shi made a face and playfully perched on Han Lin's shoulder, a privilege granted only to her. Hiss! Han Lin halted, sensing a disturbance ahead. Hiss! The growls grew louder, accompanied by the sound of scales scraping against the ground. What is that noise? Roar! A gigantic serpent's head emerged in front of the cave, its sheer size dwarfing the three of them combined. The long, forked tongue flicked in and out of its mouth, and under the illumination of the fireball, the scales gleamed ominously. Green moss nestled in the crevices of its scales, accompanied by cobwebs, while its chilling gaze seemed to drop the temperature of the air. Hiss! The colossal serpent lunged toward Han Lin, a wave of fetid air following its approach. Han Lin leapt up with Li Shi in tow, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Wow, wow, wow! How exhilarating! Li Shi Klusha, reveling in the sensation of weightlessness. Boom! The giant serpent crashed into the cave floor, sending tremors through the ground. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the trio, its massive body filling the cave. Despite its size, it lacked the prowess of Han Lin, as evidenced by their earlier clash. Bang, bang, bang. What a colossal serpent! Yet the trio, skilled and fearless, showed no signs of trepidation. Bai Zissou wielded dual pistols, firing several rounds. The glinting bullets easily pierced the serpent's flesh, shattering its scales. These special bullets were purchased from the marketplace, each costing 5,000 game coins. No matter how impenetrable the scales, they could not withstand such firepower. Roar! Viscous green blood splattered forth as the giant serpent writhed in pain. Its tail, thick as several men, lashed violently toward Bai Zissou. Whoosh! The massive tail cut through the air, and should it strike true, it would spell doom. Bai Zissou holstered her pistols, evading with swift afterimages, her agility allowing her to move faster than the eye could perceive. Boom! Debris flew throughout the cave, dust filling the confined space. Bang! 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 The gunfire of Bai Zissou rang out, and she remained unscathed. The colossal serpent's body was immense. A careless shot could easily strike true. Meanwhile, Han Lin observed as Li Shi continually conjured small fireballs to hurl at the giant serpent, resembling a spirited game of target practice. Brother, look at my fireballs. They're a bit weak, she exclaimed. After several rounds of confrontation, Han Lin had gathered a rough understanding of the serpent's formidable power. If you possess no other means, then perish, he declared. With that, Han Lin made a sudden move, eschewing his talents. He had no need for such a feeble companion. Rather, He sought its demise to obtain rare spoils. Just like in a game, the more powerful the monster slain, the more valuable the loot it would yield. The blood-red blade traced a graceful arc through the air, so swift that one could hardly react. A fine line appeared in the sky, marking the path of the blade. With a swift motion, Han Lin sheathed his sword. The serpent's raised head crashed down, green blood erupting into the air. A single strike was all it took. The massive serpent's body writhed in unconsciousness, and with 2 more strikes, the beast was utterly slain. The serpent likely never anticipated Han Lin's strength. With 70 points in his 4-dimensional attributes, the disparity in power was unfathomable. Nevertheless, he had effortlessly vanquished the serpent while accompanying a child. Victory! Li Shi was truly remarkable. Han Lin sighed as Li Shi tugged at his head, restless and fidgety. Hold still, he admonished, delivering a light smack to her backside, which finally quieted her. Her cheeks flushed. Li Shi pouted, brother, you're mean. Throughout the ordeal, Bai Zissou had exerted the most energy. Several white orbs of light emerged from the serpent's body, signaling the spoils of victory. The brighter the light, the more precious the loot. A total of 4 orbs. Outside Fenghua community, 2 figures came to a halt. This is bad. Why has the mandatory quest changed? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, perplexed. Mandatory quest. Proceed to room 301 in building 6 of Fenghua community. Survive for 3 hours. Deadline 2 days. Reward: 1 low-level talent blind box and 3,000 game coins. Failure results in a deduction of 5,000 game coins. The mandatory quest is another unique feature of the Monopolize game. If players lack an existing quest, they will be randomly assigned a mandatory quest. Additionally, mandatory quests may arise when a player is on the brink of bankruptcy. The difficulty varies based on luck. There is a significant chance of receiving a fatal quest. Han Lin, of course, was unaware that he had inadvertently disrupted another's mandatory quest, and even if he did, he would remain indifferent. The Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the dragon. In his previous life, many players would select simpler tasks from a store to avoid being assigned mandatory quests, thus evading the risks of completing tasks. This, of course, is a hidden rule of the Monopolize game that players must discover for themselves. What has happened? Wang Chong rubbed his hands together, lamenting the dreadful weather. Zhou Jun presented the task details to Wang Chong. The mission was as follows. Proceed to room 205 in building 6 of Fenghua community. Eliminate the mysterious creature within, and complete it within a 2-day time frame. Success would yield a random D-grade talent, while failure would incur a penalty of 10,000 game coins. D-grade talent? Chapter 27, Room 44. D-grade talent? Both Wang Chong and Zhou Jun widened their eyes, for fewer than 10 individuals globally possessed a D-grade talent. The value of such a talent was evident. What to do? Should they accept the challenge? The two had been close friends even before the game's emergence, sharing a profound bond. Zhou Jun swallowed hard and tightened his worn-out cotton jacket, as they could not afford any other warm gear. This was a D-grade talent. It was astonishing to discover that talents, unattainable through blind boxes, could be acquired through missions. Truly, fortune favored them. They simply could not muster 10,000 game coins. Wang Chong nodded in agreement, wondering just how formidable a D-grade talent could be. His eyes reflected envy as he spoke. At present, both possessed merely an E-grade tortoise breathing technique. Darn that Han Lin. The exorbitant charges for air left them no choice. The tortoise breathing technique had nearly become a standard for players. Zhou Jun chuckled heartily. What are we to say among brothers? If I obtain a D-grade talent, I shall certainly secure one for you as well. Together, we shall dominate Jinhua district, basking in prosperity. Yes, brother Zhou, today, I shall risk it all to assist you in completing this mission. The two exchanged smiles, united in purpose. Great things could indeed be achieved together. Let's not delay. Bai Zissou cradled 4 luminous orbs in her arms and handed them to Han Lin. Brother Han, do take a look. Among the 4 orbs, 3 were rather dim, while one shone more brightly. Han Lin crushed one of the dimmer orbs. Crack. Congratulations, player, you have received 1,000 game coins. Han Lin's expression darkened. This was rather disappointing. She leaped down, exclaiming, Let me try. Beneath her pristine princess dress, her short legs bounced with excitement as she reached for the brightest orb. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a 1% monopoly on Lao Tan's pickled cabbage instant noodles. At last, a monopoly that could earn game coins. It was not too obscure either. Excellent. Not bad. Little Li Shi, You are truly my lucky star. Han Lin laughed heartily, embracing Li Shi and planting a kiss on her cheek. Although uncertain of what had been acquired, her brother's happiness was all that mattered. Li Shi was indeed fortunate. I want to try again, the little girl clamored, and Han Lin decided to give her the remaining 2 orbs. Bai Zissou held no grievances, as whatever was obtained belonged to Han Lin. Crack, crack, the orb shattered, revealing a dagger and a vibrant green fruit in Li Shi's hands. What is this? It smells so good. Congratulations, player. You have received a snake venom dagger and a snake scale fruit. The dagger possesses a shape reminiscent of a serpent's fang, emanating a verdant glow. The monopolistic game automatically provides an introduction. Serpent venom dagger, forged from the fangs of a century-old serpent, imbued with lethal poison that seals the fate of its victims at the mere sight of blood. Not available for sale in the marketplace. It has a recycling value of 3,000 game coins. The serpent scale fruit, resembling the size of a fist, exudes a fragrant aroma and is accompanied by several leaves. Serpent scale fruit. Consuming it enhances both constitution and agility by 5 points each. Applicable for attribute allocation below 30 points. It is priced at 10,000 game coins in the marketplace, with a recycling value of 4,000 game coins. Any spoils obtained can be examined for their descriptions. Li Shi, you should consume it. Presently, only Li Shi can utilize the serpent scale fruit. Selling it back to the marketplace would result in a significant loss. And Han Lin does not lack for game coins. Thank you, brother. Li Shi, clutching the serpent scale fruit, had no intention of returning it, saliva pooling as she swiftly popped it into her mouth. Han Lin shook his head in resignation, urging her to take care and not choke. He tossed the serpent venom dagger to Bai Zissou, instructing her to keep it for herself. Han Lin regarded weapons of this caliber with a degree of disdain. The stench of serpent blood was overwhelming. Despite the serpent's considerable size, he chose not to take any further spoils. The abundance of serpent meat would undoubtedly be a hot commodity in the trading post, especially since many players currently struggle to afford sustenance. Let's explore further. After traversing the cave for another 7 or 8 minutes, they finally reached the end. At the terminus lay a spring, alongside 4 snake eggs the size of a human head, presumably from the previous giant serpent. Snake egg, an unknown mutated species, non-toxic, rich in nutrients, and capable of hatching as a pet, not available for sale in the marketplace, with a recycling value of 2,000 game coins each. Let us have these for dinner. He stowed the 4 snake eggs into his backpack. The game backpack functions as a spatial container, initially offering a capacity of 555 cubic units, which can be upgraded with game coins. Han Lin had upgraded it to 100,100 yesterday, expending approximately 1 million game coins in the process. Although the snake eggs could hatch, Han Lin deemed them rather worthless, considering that fully grown giant serpents possess little combat prowess. Perhaps they would be better off roasted. The spring contained nothing but ordinary water, and this cave yielded no further treasures. Let's depart. He marked an X on the map of the electric current detection device at location 301. Phew. Upon returning to the corridor, Bai Zissou gasped for air, the odor within having been exceedingly foul. The teleportation portal remained intact beside room 205, and several bionic mechanical ants had completed their exploration. Bai Zissou retrieved the ant nest to collect the mechanical ants. Old, why does it feel like there are fewer? This was not surprising. The mechanical ants lacked combat capability and were likely destroyed by various monsters, Han Lin mused. Let's see if there are any clues regarding room 444. He pressed a button, and the ant nest began displaying images, with hundreds of ants footage crowded onto the screen. With Han Lin's formidable mental prowess reaching a remarkable 70 points, he adeptly seeks out crucial information, especially since many scenes are repetitive. On the first floor, the rooms are numbered 205, 602, 618, 404, and 301. The second floor contains only 3 rooms, 302, 101, and 407. The third floor holds rooms 603 and 405, while the fourth floor appears to consist of just a single room, number 44. The presence of room 44 is indeed perplexing. From the perspective of the mechanical ant, the door label clearly displays the number 44. Even more bizarre is the fact that the ants that ventured through the crack of the door have not returned, nor has there been any news from above the 4th floor. Han Lin pondered thoughtfully. It seems these doors may serve to isolate signals, trapping the mechanical ants within each room. With his blood-red long knife firmly planted in the ground, Han Lin made a decisive choice. He He would first investigate room 44. Given its suspicious nature, let us go. We shall ascend to the 4th floor. At that moment, footsteps and faint voices emerged from the exit on the 1st floor. Old Joe, what strange occurrences are happening in this building? Exercise caution. Han Lin's gaze sharpened as he focused on 2 shadows at the exit. Bai Zissou raised her handgun, her finger poised on the trigger. In this ruthless game of Monopoly, players are adversaries to one another. Han Lin had endured considerable hardship among his peers in his previous life. Compared to the ferocity of monstrous beasts and extreme disasters, it is far more likely that a brother will stab you in the back. Damn it, this building is so warm. I'm freezing to death. As they pushed through the obstructive green vines, Zhou Jun and his companion unexpectedly encountered 3 individuals. What the hell? The 2 were taken aback, only to be captivated by Han Lin's piercing gaze. His eyes shimmered with a brilliant blue light, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, he activated his innate ability, Universal Memory Drawing. Judgment in progress, 78. 70-10. Judgment successful, without granting the 2 any opportunity to speak. His immense mental force invaded their minds, leaving them momentarily stunned and bewildered. Han Lin rapidly sifted through their memories, if nothing of value surfaced. He could relinquish his personal monopoly power. This was indeed an unexpected boon. 2 allies from Jinhua District. Bai Zissou looked at him with admiration, exclaiming, "No wonder he is my brother." Han Lin swiftly gleaned the necessary information from their memories, understanding why they had come here. He anticipated that he had inadvertently thwarted their mission. However, given their capabilities, they would surely meet a grim fate against the giant serpent. Surviving for 3 hours was simply impossible. Observing the dilapidated daggers in their possession, it seemed unlikely they could even penetrate the serpent-esque scales. As for the mandatory tasks imposed by the altered Monopoly game, room 205, there were no game coins, and the Monopoly power had long been sold. However, both of them possessed the turtle breath technique. The air Monopoly had compelled nearly all players to acquire the turtle breath technique. Having successfully brainwashed the 2 individuals and relinquished their personal monopolies, it seems the door to room 205 must now be breached. The compulsory mission remains. Failure to accomplish it would result in a deduction of 10,000 game coins from Zhou Jun. Conversely, the reward of a D-level talent could be transferred to Han Lin for his utilization. Master, they exclaimed in unison. Curiously, despite their close brotherhood, Wang Chong and Zhou Jun were entangled in an illicit affair. However, this had no bearing on Han Lin. Gazing at the door to room 205, the group exchanged glances, and Han Lin reached out to knock, concealing his blood-red long knife behind him, ready to strike once the door opened. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, open the door. I'm the one who clears the sewers. The sound of his knocks echoed, but there was no response from within the room. If you refuse to drink my toast, you shall taste my punishment. Kill. Han Lin's eyes narrowed. The crimson blade flashed, and the iron door was cleaved into 3 pieces. With a mighty kick, Zhou Jun flung the door wide open, revealing the true nature of the room. Han Lin charged in first, only to find the space quite ordinary. Furnishings, appliances, tables, and chairs were all present. If you come out now, I'll let you off lightly. But once I find you, you will suffer immensely, he threatened while swiftly searching. The bedroom was empty. The bathroom was vacant. Li Shi hovered about the room, uttering threats. Soon, I'll dismember you into 72 pieces for a feast. The sheer number of Han Lin's group rendered it difficult to discern who the true vulnerable ones were. Brother, there is no one here either. The kitchen is empty. So Yun replied. The room was not vast, and it was inconceivable that nothing remained. Han Lin had previously sensed an unsettling gaze from within. Suddenly, as despair loomed over them, the refrigerator in the corner shattered violently. Bang! A brown figure erupted forth, charging directly at the nearest Wang Chong. Wang Chong's eyes widened, as the brown blade was poised to strike his neck in the next moment. His strength was insufficient to react in time. I thought you would hide indefinitely? Han Lin scoffed, his figure flickering into existence beside Wang Chong. The others barely registered the movement. Han Lin had crossed half the room in the blink of an eye, akin to teleportation. Crack! The blood-red blade intercepted the brown blade. Han Lin kicked Wang Chong back, for brainwashing was a taxing endeavor. He could not afford to lose anyone so easily. Roaring, the brown figure retreated to the wall, growling in evident trepidation of Han Lin. It was then that the group beheld the true visage of the monster in room 205, with a triangular head and a body entirely brown. It was adorned with a multitude of chilling compound eyes, and its long limbs were covered in green fuzz. Was this a mantis? The creature resembled an oversized mantis. Its brown forelimbs glimmered menacingly, their edges razor-sharp, capable of severing Wang Chong's neck with a single stroke. The mantis monster continued to roar, fixating its gaze intently upon Han Lin. It had sensed the terrifying power of the man before it. Han Lin smiled gently, his eyes fixed on the monstrous creature before him, a manifestation of myriad memories. Any opponent with spiritual strength not exceeding 70 points would inevitably succumb to Han Lin. The creature's compound eyes reflected a flicker of fear as the mantis-like monster let out a furious roar and charged at him. Why not simply submit to my control and brainwashing? The activation of the myriad memories required time, and the mantis monster denied Han Lin the opportunity to unleash his innate talent. It was all destined to end in death anyway. Han Lin drew his blade, confronting the beast head-on. The creature moved with astonishing speed, yet Han Lin was swifter still. The brown figure engaged in a fierce aerial duel with him, and among the spectators, only Bai Zissou could discern their movements clearly, for Li Shi was still in her youth, her strength lacking. The clash of steel rang out, crimson blood splattering forth. With a resounding crash, the monster slammed into the kitchen's glass door, shattering it into a myriad of shards. Han Lin stood firm, his blade untouched by blood, a cold smile directed at the creature. "Go, brother!" Li Shi cheered, clapping her hands, while Zhou Jun and the others gazed at Han Lin with fervent admiration. The creature, once glinting with a lethal edge, now bore numerous dents, its abdomen oozing blood, and one of its legs had vanished completely. Its roars were growing feeble. The monster retreated, facing Han Lin with a dawning sense of despair. As it surveyed the room that ensnared it, resentment flickered in its compound eyes. With a crash, the monster shattered the kitchen's glass window in a desperate attempt to flee, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. Letting out a final, desperate roar, Han Lin plunged his blade into its heart. This was accomplished without his full strength. Had he unleashed his true power, the creature would have fallen within half a minute. Observing the vanishing barrier at the window, Han Lin shook his head slowly. In this game, there were no winners. Both man and monster were puppets of a monopolistic design, ensnared in a deadly dance. If his suspicions were correct, the creature had been placed here by the monopolistic game, tasked with slaughtering the players. In this realm, only the strong were deemed worthy of survival. With a swift motion, Han Lin withdrew his long knife, the creature's lifeless body collapsing with a thud, releasing two luminous orbs. "Brother, let me," Li Shi exclaimed as she dashed forward, and Han Lin affectionately handed her the orbs. The eggs he had nurtured with his own hands were his to spoil. Crack, crack, the orbs shattered, revealing a silvery bracelet and a pair of black frame glasses. Guardian of Silver Light. Automatically activates when worn, capable of generating an energy shield to deflect attacks. Usable 3 times. Market price, 15,000 game coins. Recycling value, 5,000 game coins. Reconnaissance glasses. Consumes spiritual power to investigate the 4-dimensional attributes and basic information of entities not exceeding the player's biological level. Worn for use. Not available for sale on the market. Recycling value, 3,000 game coins. Han Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. These reconnaissance glasses were exceptional. Items of this nature were generally rare, and the ability to assess 4-dimensional attributes was indeed formidable. If only there were a slightly higher-ranking scouting talent. But the odds of obtaining it from a mystery box are rather disheartening. Li Shi directly adorned her right wrist with the bracelet, showing no interest in the glasses. "I want this," she exclaimed. All right, here you go." The spoils amounted to only 2 items, and Bai Zissou shook her head, not dissatisfied. She preferred a necklace over the bracelet. "Let my brother put it on for me." The thought exhilarated her, and she furtively glanced at Han Lin, her heart racing with excitement. Chapter 29, Zombies. A large cross was drawn on room 205, marking yet another completed exploration. "The creatures here are of mediocre strength, brother," Bai Zissou declared confidently, having already cleared 2 rooms. Han Lin nodded. After all, this was designed for players to undertake quests, and given their current attributes, the challenge was minimal. "Brother, you're the best in the world." Li Shi danced among the greenery in the corridor, her laughter resonating like silver bells, uplifting those around her. Zhou Jun completed his mandatory task, randomly receiving a D-grade talent. Mastery of blade techniques, D-grade. Han Lin's eyes sparkled. This was indeed useful. Transferring it to his panel, It felt as though a wealth of knowledge regarding various blade techniques flooded his mind, countless forms rehearsing within. In mere seconds, Han Lin transformed into a master of swordsmanship. What was once brute force with a blade had now evolved into a significantly enhanced combat prowess. Excellent. Let us strive for further achievements. After offering some consolation to the distressed, it was unfortunate that the brainwashing had been too effective. To serve our master with our lives. Zhou Jun and Wang Chong shouted fervently. To the 4th floor. There remained 3 rooms on the 1st floor, and Han Lin led everyone towards the staircase. Let us complete the task first. A bold idea struck Han Lin. Why not secure this area? This building served as an arena for players and monsters created by the monopolistic game, continuously spawning creatures while players accepted quests. Han Lin could directly seal off this place, controlling every player who entered. A small fraction among them would receive talent rewards, allowing Han Lin to transform this into a machine for cultivating talents. Competing for territory against the monopolistic game was something Han Lin had never dared to imagine in his previous life, yet now it seemed within reach. What are you all doing now? What do you think? Accompanied by a photo of someone trembling in the corner. What do you think? Alongside an image of a drifting piece of wormwood. Why haven't I received the relief supplies from Han Shun? I haven't received them either. I beg you, Han Shun, grant me one more chance. Get away. I was first. Form a line. I heard Han Lin lent everyone 30,000 game coins. No interest at all. Please don't say that. I feel like I've lost 30,000 game coins. By the way, have you all accepted your quest yet? I have, and I earned 1,000 game coins. No, I fear the outside world. A wretched existence is preferable to a swift demise. Today, I encountered a regional quest in my taskbar. Would anyone care to advise me on whether I should accept it? The regional quest entails surviving a night in any room of Building 6 in Fenghua Community, with a 2-day time limit. The reward is a randomly assigned D-grade talent, but failure incurs a penalty of 10,000 game coins. Goodness, a D-grade talent? The leaderboard has been refreshed, with many players already acquiring D-grade talents. Why can't I obtain one? You may also attempt to complete the quest. Meanwhile, Han Lin and his companions successfully reached the 4th floor. The original layout of the building had been disrupted, prompting Han Lin to scrutinize the rusted doorplate. Room 44. There seems to be another number, but it is illegible, leaving Han Lin uncertain. Could it be room 444? Regardless, let us proceed with force. The staircase to the 5th floor has vanished, indicating that although the building appears to have 6 stories, it actually consists of only 4. Having located all the rooms, Han Lin is inclined to believe this must be room 444. The current task cannot be that difficult. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Li Shi proactively approached and rapped on the decrepit iron door, while the group fixated on it. To their astonishment, the door creaked open on its own. A frail figure emerged before Han Lin, resembling a withered tree, its eye sockets deeply sunken and trembling. The elderly man's face was a tapestry of wrinkles that sent chills down one's spine, his hair a ghostly white, and he leaned on a cane with his right hand. Han Lin, perplexed, swiftly deduced that this was a human, indeed a player. Who are you? The old man began to inquire, but before he could finish, a flash of crimson steel flickered. Swish! Blood gushed forth, and the old man's head rolled out the door, his lifeless eyes wide open, seemingly questioning Han Lin's actions. The group was taken aback by Han Lin's swift execution. I understand now. Brother Han Lin, you must have been a monster in disguise. You are so impressive, Li Shi exclaimed, hiding behind Zhou Jun and the others, having narrowly avoided the splatter of blood. No, he should have been a player, Han Lin mused, his gaze somber. Well, whether monster or player, let us eliminate him first. Oh no, we shouldn't have killed him. Han Lin now regretted his hasty actions. He ought to have used his talent to view the memories first, then obliterated the psyche. Now, he remains unaware of the location of room 444. His hand had moved too swiftly. At this juncture, let's enter the room and search for any clues. The task remains unaccomplished. Either this is not room 444, or this is not the target to be eliminated. Fortunately, all present are allies, so no one rebukes Han Lin for his indiscriminate slaughter. The group filed into the room, which was furnished in a perfectly ordinary manner. It appears that a typical player resided here, only to fall victim to Han Lin's mistaken actions. The brother acted rightly, who permitted him to dwell in this place. Indeed, the master has done well. Bai Zissou unconditionally supports Han Lin. In her heart, No one holds more significance than him. Her life's purpose revolves entirely around Han Lin. A thorough search of this space is warranted. The kitchen, the bathroom, the bedroom. One can still discern traces of the elderly's life, as this resembles a standard player's room. Yet, no discoveries have been made. Each window is shielded by a thin membrane barrier that repels anyone who approaches. Han Lin furrows his brow. Where has room 444 truly vanished to? Is there yet another undiscovered chamber? Master, there's a door here. Zhou Jun unexpectedly uncovers a hidden entrance in the corner of the wardrobe. Pulling aside the wooden cabinet's side, a concealed door emerges, revealing 3 blood-red numbers, 444. So, room 444 is indeed here. What a stroke of luck. Bang! Wang Chong forcefully kicks the hidden door open. A dark staircase leading upwards materializes before them. Several flashlights illuminate the way. Bloodstains are clearly visible on the steps, accompanied by faint, haunting growls and the sound of rattling chains. Han Lin enters with his weapon drawn, followed closely by the others, treading upon the sticky blood on the floor as they approach the source of the clinking chains. Before long, they arrive at the top of the staircase, where a dilapidated figure is ensnared. Upon hearing their footsteps, it emits a chilling roar. The chains are taut, binding the decaying form tightly, the air in this suffocating space thick with the stench of death. The claw marks on the surrounding walls seem vaguely familiar. Is this not a zombie? Han Lin recognizes the creature before him. Chapter 30, Room Within a Room. District-wide mission. How foul. Li Shi covers her nose and mouth, burying her head in by Zisu's embrace. The zombie outbreak is indeed a calamity. Aside from the chained zombie, there are also remnants of rotting flesh in the corners. Swish. A swift strike beheads the zombie. The player has slain the undead, earning 301 game coins. Congratulations to the player for completing the mission. A reward of 3,000 game coins has been granted. The clean and decisive strike catches everyone off guard. Why has the zombie appeared here? What connection does it share with the elderly man? Han Lin is unconcerned with such matters. This zombie didn't even yield any loot. This mission turned out to be relatively straightforward. Even an average player possesses the strength to engage. The true challenge lay in locating room 444. Is this it? Has it been accomplished? Zisu had anticipated a more arduous endeavor. Who knew it would be so effortless? It is indeed complete. Originally, it was a task worth 3,000 game coins, and if it were too challenging, it would be unreasonable. Han Lin explained that the Monopoly game was replete with bizarre tasks. And in due time, Zisu would come to understand. What the crowd remained oblivious to was that a significant change was about to unfold in the Jinhua district. An unseen force began to take hold, and at that moment, a new task refreshed in the taskbars of all players in Jinhua district. The mechanical sounds of the Monopoly game once again resonated in the players' minds. A multitude of natural disasters, floods, extreme heat, frost, swamps, and acid rain, blanketed the Jinhua district, all coming to an abrupt halt. If one were to gaze down from the heavens upon Jinhua district, they would witness the distinct disaster zones casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the sky. The verdant hues of the swamp, the pristine whites of blizzards, the shimmering waves of heat, and the ominous depths of the flood all painted a vivid tableau. For a brief moment, the sky above Jinhua district brightened. The flood appeared to have receded. No more wandering for me? The blizzard has ceased? Is the Monopoly game coming to an end? Let me conclude, with my fortune in the millions, why must I endure this? I still possess tens of millions. What if I lose billions? Look at the taskbar. A new task has refreshed in the taskbars of players across all regions. The grand mechanical voice of the Monopoly game echoed in the players' minds. Attention all players in Jinhua District. To enrich the players' experiences, we hereby launch the Jinhua District Activity Task. All natural disasters in the region have been suspended. Players may voluntarily accept the faction task from the task center. In completing it will yield generous rewards. Activity task. Proceed to Building 6 of Fenghua Community. Occupy any room and survive for 1 hour to receive 10,000 game coins. It is cumulative. The task lasts 3 days, and players may voluntarily participate, with no penalties for failure. Note: a maximum of 5 players may occupy each room simultaneously, and if multiple players are present, the 10,000 game coins will be divided equally each hour. Note: 2 task rewards are dispensed in real time, and the player who survives the longest will receive a random talent blind box, with guaranteed talent up to S grade. Naturally, Han Lin also heard the announcement of the Monopoly game. Pondering deeply, he recalled having seen such district-wide tasks in his previous life, each time fraught with bloodshed and turmoil. If successful, one could ascend to great heights, reaping rewards aplenty. However, he had never encountered the notion of suspended disasters before. The group returned to their room and paused. The man sinking into the sofa, contemplating how to maximize his benefits. This district-wide task was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. According to the task description, it would last 3 days, totaling 72 hours, with a potential reward of 720,000 game coins. Not to mention the talent blind box. A guaranteed talent blind box was something Han Lin had never even heard of. Perhaps the level of his previous existence was simply too low. Regardless of the substantial game coin rewards or the guaranteed talent blind box, the allure would undoubtedly draw players to participate. This was destined to be a feast of flesh and blood for the players. Players struggling on the brink of death will tear apart the monsters within the room, vying for greater rewards, and will not hesitate to turn against each other. Open a mission center and accept this event quest. The player who survives the longest? Then I shall simply blockade the first floor. Let the slaughter commence. Such rewards, in the form of the talent blind box, shall surely be mine. Han Lin smirked coldly, his mind racing with various strategies to maximize profit for this task. Let's proceed. We will ambush other players on the first floor. Wang Chong, you and Zhou Jun shall remain in this room. Yes, master. By leaving the two in this secure chamber, they will inevitably emerge as the longest surviving players, remaining utterly loyal to Han Lin, ready to seize the talent blind box and game currency at any moment. Should any issues arise, message me. We shall be downstairs. After giving the two careful instructions, there was no time to clear out other rooms. The ravenous players could strike at any moment. Brothers, shall we form a team? Let's occupy a room. Team up, team up. I possess 2 E-rank talents. Reward will be evenly distributed at the conclusion of the task. 2 E-ranks? I thought you had 2 D-ranks? What do you mean by that? Come and challenge me if you dare. Team up, team up. We are in need of a healer. Players with healing abilities take priority. Still forming teams? Others have nearly reached their destinations. We require a meat shield. Those with robust health, step forward. Should we purchase some items to set up? Han Lin's brother. No need. Absolute power prevails. All attributes at 70 points. Han Lin had the audacity to flaunt his superiority. Retrieving a lounge share from his game inventory, a blood-red long knife standing beside it. It was as if he were on vacation. Bai Zissou felt a twinge of worry. After all, they were to contend with players from across the region and needed to exercise caution. But what? Come here and give me a massage. Han Lin yavnet. Realizing he was to guard this spot for 3 days, and it was growing rather dull, Li Shifei fluttered into Han Lin's embrace, bouncing playfully upon his stomach. Brother, this is fun. Ouch. Little Li Shifei was cradled in Han Lin's arms, petted like a small cat. Brother, you're naughty. Thus, the three of them barricaded themselves at the entrance of Building 6, as the frost calamity came to a halt. Han Lin surveyed the myriad of craters in the cement floor. Were there this many before they entered? After waiting for a few more minutes, players finally began to appear. Halt! Han Lin spoke languidly, noting that it was merely one player, whom Bai Zissou could easily handle. Sun Shan, nervously fixated on the trio, had intended to seize the initiative, only to discover someone had arrived before him. This lad is enjoying himself? Sun Shan leered at Bai Zissou, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure as he swallowed hard. Ignoring Han Lin entirely, he addressed Bai Zissou directly. How about a date, beautiful? Bang, bang. 2 bullets instantly shattered his third leg. Chapter 31. Master, punish me. Sun Shan's anguished screams echoed throughout the entire community. Bai Zissou put away her gun, her expression one of disdain. Her figure and beauty were only meant to be admired by Han Lin. How dare those filthy insects dare to leer at her? What is this? You startle me. Han Lin dug at his ears, reprimanding Bai Zissou. Brother, he was staring at me inappropriately. I shot him. Bai Zissou protested, looking as though she had suffered a great injustice. All right, just finish him off quickly, and remember to transfer the monopoly rights. Hang the corpse on the wall. Okay. Brother Han Lin. Sun Shan continued to wail on the ground, agony surging through his mind, blood gushing from his groin. Bai Zissou had used armor-piercing rounds. It was likely that they had obliterated his weapon. Talp, talp. The sound of footsteps approached, and Bai Zissou cast him a disdainful glance. struggling to suppress the urge to shoot him again. Han Lin had instructed her to reclaim the monopoly rights. Transfer your monopoly rights to me. I will give you a swift end. Sun Shan writhed in pain, his brain unable to process anything else. Oh. The screams abruptly ceased. Sun Shan was dead. He died in agony. Bai Zisu, visibly flustered, hurriedly kicked the corpse a few times. You need to hold on a bit longer. Brother hasn't gotten monopoly rights back yet. Surely, Han Lin wouldn't falter for such a trivial matter. Li Shi nestled comfortably in Han Lin's arms. Feeling drowsy. Brother, do you like Li Shi? Yes, I do. Li Shi likes brother too. Let us sleep now. I want to hear brother tell stories. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shi fell asleep, having just been born less than a day ago. The armored vehicle couldn't come inside, making things somewhat inconvenient. Han Lin held Li Shi, a droplet of glistening saliva landing on his chest. Bai Zisu returned, her head downcast and her gaze evasive. Master, he is dead. The monopoly rights have not been retrieved. She closed her eyes, standing in place, awaiting Han Lin's punishment. It didn't matter if she hadn't retrieved them. One less was insignificant. The lesser monopoly rights could be sold for game currency, which could then be exchanged for popular monopoly rights, and this gameplay would be unlocked later. Moreover, monopoly rights could only be exchanged for monopoly rights, which was why Han Lin had been diligently collecting them. With a vast quantity of lesser monopoly rights, one could trade for air monopoly rights. Currently, it was merely 1%. What changes might occur if it were 10% or even 100%? Or perhaps water monopoly rights, blood monopoly rights. Standing at the pinnacle of the monopoly game, it was not impossible to raise all players. Master, I was wrong. Punish me. Bai Zisu extended her slender, snow-white neck, and Han Lin's face darkened. I will deal with you tonight. Han Lin reclined on the lounge chair, continuing to rejuvenate himself, while numerous players were still en route. The number of participants was somewhat lacking, providing an opportunity to scout a few promising candidates for brainwashing. Has everyone arrived at the mission location? Not yet. Do not compete for the rooms. Our Sand Big Gang requires one. Our Dragon Tiger Association also demands a room. Each relies on their own abilities. What's Sand Big Gang? It's all nonsense. And Dragon Tiger Association? How laughable. If you're unconvinced, let us have a little competition first. Fool. Damn it. The chat channel was rife with hostility, characterized by the most unadulterated exchanges, devoid of any semblance of politeness. Han Lin quietly observed the screen while savoring the grapes fed to him by Bai Zisu. Master, do you find my feeding delightful? What does that have to do with you? Soon, another group of players arrived at Building 6. This time it was a small team of 5, comprising 3 men and 2 women. Han Lin. To Han Lin's surprise, someone recognized him. What are you doing here? The leading man inquired, cautious and maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters. What? He's Han Lin? The 2 female players scrutinized him from head to toe. He was a player of considerable renown in the Jinhua district. Millions of game currency. If they could ally with him, would they still need to toil over missions? Lily. He is so handsome. Li Chunhua's eyes sparkled. How had they not encountered such a capable and attractive player until now? Wake up. Look at the beauty beside him. Although Lily was also smitten, she was acutely aware of her own appearance, which could not compare to Bai Zisu's. Oh, that is Bai Zisu, the internet celebrity with millions of followers. Isn't she just living off someone else's success? Li Chunhua said, filled with jealousy. Indeed, the two were on entirely different levels. This path is blocked. Captain, let us take him out. A hefty man, his face covered in rolls of fat, proposed. Yes, Captain. Han Lin must have numerous treasures. The man berated the fools in his mind, with Han Lin possessing several million game currency. They were merely offering their heads on a platter. All right, we'll move now. Wait, leave the monopoly of equipment behind. How dare you bully us? I'll see how many heads you have. Ignoring the captain's warnings, the rotund player charged at Han Lin, his several hundred pounds of weight creating seismic tremors as he sprinted. Boom! He was a sumo wrestling expert, his formidable strength having allowed him to compete in free fighting across Southeast Asia. Even after the arrival of the game Monopoly, he thrived effortlessly. While others could not endure hunger for 3 days, he could withstand it for a week. The fat on his body served as stored energy. Han Lin. The excitement gleamed in the fat man's eyes. Soon, he intended to break Han Lin's limbs and seize his monopoly over the air, his game currency, equipment, and even women all belonged to him. The sound of the wind was deafening. The hefty man extended his arm, as thick as a water bucket, and struck at Han Lin. Han Lin remained motionless, his gaze fixed on him, while Bai Zissou continued to feed on grapes, and Li Shi lay fast asleep. The long blade stood firmly in the ground, unyielding. Are you frightened? Han Lin is no more than this. He bellowed. With a furious roar. A flash of crimson light surged from the blade, yet the long knife remained planted in the earth. In the blink of an eye, the hefty man's 2 stout legs vanished, the cut remarkably smooth, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. His massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. This sumo expert screamed in a frenzy, completely oblivious to Han Lin's strike. The other 4 members of the team turned pale, the gruesome scene overwhelming their senses. How noisy! Li Shi was awakened by the screams, pouting in a most aggrieved manner. Ugh! Lily and Li Chunhua were so horrified they nearly retched. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Surrender your monopoly, otherwise death awaits. Han Lin cradled Li Shi in one arm while raising the long knife, facing the crowd with eyes devoid of emotion. Chapter 32. Offer to the Master. The remaining 4 stood frozen in place, drenched in sweat. Han Lin's movements were so swift that they couldn't discern when he had struck. Han God we. The captain forced a smile more grotesque than pain itself, attempting to ingratiate himself. Look into my eyes. A brilliant blue light ignited. Manifestation of memories. Assessing. Success. The 3 men stared blankly, and after a brief moment, they willingly transferred their monopoly rights to Han Lin. Yet one slender man appeared unaffected by the talent. This was a first encounter with such an anomaly. What is your talent? Could he possess a unique ability to resist mental control? I have no talent. Ango, spare me. The slender man trembled as he relinquished his monopoly rights, his companion's strange circumstances sending shivers down his spine. The disparity between both sides was insurmountable. They were not even in the same league. Then why are you immune to my talent? Hongu, I am nearsighted. I can't see beyond 5 meters. Han Lin's expression darkened as he severed the heads of the 4. The weakness of manifestation of memories was all too apparent. It was powerful, yet it necessitated eye contact. Without brainwashing them, it would be an excessive drain on mental energy. Han Lin had little regard for these individuals, whose strength was merely average. Meanwhile, Bai Zissou subjected the hefty man to severe interrogation, and after acquiring the monopoly rights, she sent him on his way. Master, it is the monopoly rights of Zhongwang Ham. Quite valuable. Worth 10 obscure monopoly rights. On the once pristine concrete floor, now stained with blood and chaos. Several headless corpses lay sprawled, their crimson lifeblood pooling into small rivulets, making each step feel viscous and treacherous. Sister, run. Don't worry about me. In the labyrinthine alleyways, Lin Jinyu sprinted with her sister Lin Jinyao on her back. Bang, bang, bang. Catch them. The boss has a reward. Brothers, go. Anxiety gnawed at Lin Jinyu's heart, her grayish-white pupils devoid of focus, as waves of sound enveloped her ears. This was her D-grade talent, sonic waves. It aided her in navigating her surroundings. Though blind, she could still outpace her pursuers. What nonsense are you spouting? Let me lead you to safety. Gritting her teeth, she endured as bullets whizzed past her, narrowly missing her. Sister, Lin Jinyao coughed up a mouthful of blood, her injuries grievous. Their breaths grew heavier. The sisters had scarcely any stamina left, and carrying one another for so long was already an arduous feat. Bang. Not good. Lin Jinyu's expression shifted drastically. She could not slow down in time and suddenly fell, her sister flung from her back, crashing onto a pile of wooden planks. A bullet struck Lin Jinyu's calf. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, and she curled up on the ground, clearly unable to run any longer. The footsteps of their pursuers grew ever closer. That woman got hit. Hurry, sister. Lin Jinyao spat out another mouthful of blood, the crimson staining her heaving chest. What to do? Lin Jinyao's mind went blank. Would they truly be captured by these scoundrels for their amusement? The pursuers closed in swiftly. Run. Why aren't you running? Zhang Qiu laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on the sisters' exquisite faces, his heart aflame. They were truly ethereal beauties, identical twins at that. What a pity these were meant for Brother Gong. Suppressing his anger, he thought of the glory he would earn from this venture. Brother Gong would surely reward him handsomely with game currency. Take them with you. Let us go. Brother Qiu, these 2 are truly enchanting. Indeed. Brother Qiu, how about we first? To hell with that. Zhang Qiu seethed, realizing that Brother Gong wanted them pristine and untouched. Is there any difference between opened and unopened? I warn you all, don't entertain any foolish ideas. The boss has had his eyes on these two for a long time. They might even become your future sisters-in-law. Lin Jinyu groaned in agony, her face reflecting despair. Her grayish-white pupils filled with confusion. Spare my sister. I will go with you. Don't be foolish, big sister. You both are destined for Brother Gong. It's a double blessing. Follow us to enjoy wealth and honor. How many can ever aspire to that? You wretched scoundrels. We would rather die than submit to Gong Hao. Just don't forget to speak well of me in front of Brother Gong, Zhang Qiu said with a smile. But two of his underlings exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up at his words. Indeed, Zhang Qiu's statement held merit. Gong Gu will undoubtedly be pleased. Let us take them away. Before the words had fully escaped, two of his subordinates brazenly drew their guns, their speed so swift that bystanders were caught off guard. Bang! 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 Gunpowder filled the air, and blood splattered. The shocking assault was entirely unexpected, given that the two had been standing at the back all along. In an instant, they became souls claimed by the gunfire. Zhang Qiu's smile froze on his face as a gaping wound appeared on his head. Bang! Several bodies collapsed with a resounding thud. Lin Jinyu, lying on the ground, was dazed, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Were they not allies? Her sister, Lin Jinyao, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, struggling to stand. She found herself overwhelmed by blood loss, leaving her dizzy and deprived of her innate abilities, rendering her effectively blind. Ah! Lin Jinyu fumbled to grasp her sister's arm, resolute that even in death, they could not allow these scoundrels to prevail. What to do? Gong Hao could not possibly return. They intended to deliver the two of them to their master, who would surely take pleasure in their capture. What? Master? Were these two not subordinates of Gong Hao? In her haze, Lin Jinyu caught the words. Observing the two defenseless individuals, Liang Xiao and Lu Su's eyes glimmered with fervor, convinced that their master would reward them handsomely. They exchanged a bottle of a healing potion from the marketplace and tossed it to Lin Jinyu. Drink the potion. Come with us to meet the master. Who are you? Lu Su remained silent, merely urging her to consume the healing elixir. We mean you no harm. Just drink it. Lin Jinyu, clutching her unconscious sister, felt her body reach its limits. Gritting her teeth, she fumbled to drink the potion. In desperation, she resorted to this remedy. As the potion entered her body, her injuries began to heal rapidly. Her mental fortitude was restored, the bullet being expelled from her body as the wound closed swiftly. This was indeed a high-grade healing potion, its effects remarkably potent. It truly worked for healing. Lin Jinyu had initially lost all hope, yet she was astonished by the generosity of these two, reawakening her innate powers. Everything around her was vividly reflected in her mind, finally liberating her from her blindness. Thank you. Lin Jinyu pried her sister's mouth open and administered the remaining healing potion to her. Take your sister and come with us to meet the master. Liu Su Uget. As they were among the many pawns controlled by Han Lin, these players, under his influence, were meant to lurk in various locations within the Jinhua district, gathering intelligence and providing assistance for Han Lin. He had implanted commands in their minds to remain loyal to their master and achieve merit. This was why they were willing to expose their identities to rescue the Lin sisters. In their minds, presenting beautiful women to their master was itself a form of merit. They exchanged glances. It was clear they could no longer remain with Gong Hao. Han Lin bestowed several thousand game coins upon each of them, significantly enhancing their attributes, which was the very reason he could effortlessly eliminate several players just moments ago. Master? Who exactly is your master? Lin Jinyu's pale, gray eyes fixed intently on the two, wondering if they had just escaped from the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. Chapter 33, A Narrow Path for Enemies. Everyone, do not go to the Fenghua community. The bodies are piled high. A mysterious figure is luring players to their doom. A video surfaced in the chat channel. Han Lin was taken aback. How could there still be survivors? Upon clicking the link, he discovered it was footage captured by a drone from several hundred meters above. It was no wonder Han Lin had not noticed. It was likely the result of the mall's advanced technology. In front of Building 6 lay a gruesome mound of player corpses, comprising individuals of all ages and genders, the stench of blood overwhelming. In just half a day, Han Lin had already slain dozens of players, yet had only gained a handful of monopolistic rights, with very few players left who hadn't sold theirs. However, the drone's footage was exceedingly blurry, failing to capture Han Lin's visage. Master, it's time for a meal. Bai Zisu set up a sunshade, table, chairs, and an array of delicacies that Han Lin cherished. Little Licia was already seated, indulging heartily. Brother, come eat. She stuffed a large lobster in her mouth. If only I had thrown the bodies further away. The overpowering scent of blood was somewhat distracting. Yet Licia, being a creature of the abyss, remained unfazed. Relishing her feast, Han Lin savored a piece of steak, chewing slowly as he monitored the developments in the chat channel. All dead? Did anyone enter Building 6? I'm not going. It's too dangerous. The reward for this mission might cost me my life. Fortune favors the bold. Exactly. The talent blind box is guaranteed to yield an S-class talent. But no, I want to go. We only have one life. Let us form a team. Those who dare. Kulme. Why not go? I've had one meal and am starving again. I've had enough. By the way, why haven't we seen any movement from Han Shun? Han Lin speculated that he likely deemed these game coins beneath him. Wealth rankings. First, Han Lin, 32 million game coins. Second, Elizabeth Sophia, 560,000 game coins. Third, by Zissou, 450,000 game coins. Fourth, Adam Siri, 230,000 game coins. Fifth, Gu Xian, 36 million game coins. 10th, Gong Hao, 640,000 game coins. 32 million game coins. I could never spend that in a lifetime. He doesn't want game coins. Does he not desire the guaranteed talent as well? A bunch of fools. It's absurd that they can't even see that he might have already gone, and those blocking the door could very well be Han Lin. A pack of foolish donkeys. How have you survived this long? Silly fools. The chat channel has returned to its purest form, devoid of any ulterior motives. Merely expressing greetings to family. A private message caught Han Lin's attention. Only players under special observation would trigger such notifications. It was Dingzi Lu Su, a tool who had previously been brainwashed by Han Lin's videos. Master, we have brought you something wonderful. You will surely adore it. Then came inquiries about Han Lin's whereabouts. What is this wonderful thing? Did I not advise against revealing ourselves too easily? Han Lin pondered, recognizing that such meticulously brainwashed players are invaluable resources. To others, they had never interacted with Han Lin, yet they could play a pivotal role when necessary. Master, it's a pair of beautiful twin sisters. Han Lin's expression darkened, unsure of how to respond. Am I really that lecherous? I am at Building 6 of Fenghua Community. After sending the message, he promptly closed the chat, realizing that the brainwashed players were somewhat lacking in intellect. After all, it was impossible for Han Lin to thoroughly mold each memory. Such an endeavor would be excessively taxing on his mental faculties. Master, you must try this soup. It's the blessed offspring soup. I bought it for 12,000 game coins. By Zissou's delicate fingers, akin to jade, brought the spoon to Han Lin's lips. He took a sip, the bitter taste of traditional medicine flooding his senses. Forcing himself to swallow, it was undoubtedly the most unpalatable dish on the table. This foolish girl, wealth is not meant to be squandered in such a manner. Finish this bowl. It is an order. Huh, where is Brother Gong? Brother Gong has gone to Fenghua Community with the team. What happened? The men sent to capture Lin Jinyu and her sister have perished, and 2 others are now missing, vanished without a trace. A bunch of useless fools. They can't even capture 2 people. Quickly inform Brother Gong. The sizable team, nearly a dozen strong, was armed, each member equipped with firearms. At the forefront stood Gong Hao, tall and robust, coming to a halt. Brother, we are nearing Fenghua Community. Have Lin Jinyu and Lin Jinyao escaped? The base's subordinates delivered the news. A bunch of useless fools. Gong Hao extracted a slender cigarette, and a perceptive subordinate stepped forward to light it. Exhaling, the surrounding younger brothers gazed enviously at their leader. Cigarettes were currently worth more than water in the trading market. For a chain smoker, one could forego food and water for a day. But to be without a cigarette was a fate worse than death. The subordinates inhaled the second-hand smoke, indulging in a guilty pleasure. We must see the living and the dead. Continue searching. The thought of Lin Jinyu's breathtaking visage ignited a surge of wicked desire within Gong Hao. Let us head to Fenghua Community. Brother, others are saying Han Lin is blocking the way there. And what a Han Lin? He must show me some respect. Observing his subordinates armed to the teeth, Gong Hao scoffed derisively. Han Lin is but a single individual. Can he truly evade bullets? His attributes have already reached 30 points. Even the mightiest cannot evade a bullet, and Han Lin's strength has its limits. He is determined to acquire the reward from this mission, a coveted talent blind box. Lu Su and his companion drive a dilapidated second-hand vehicle toward Fenghua Community. What do you intend to do with us? Lin Jinyu and her sister sit in the back seat, jostled by the uneven road, while Lu Su recklessly accelerates. The city still bears the scars of disaster, remnants of ice and snow, and the pungent odor of marshland. The second-hand car creaks under the strain, yet the temporary reprieve from calamity has rendered the journey considerably smoother. Rest assured, our master will not mistreat you. In truth, once her sister recovers, Lin Jinyu plans to flee with her, for no one would entrust their life to strangers. However, they are effortlessly intercepted. Lin Jinyu rubs her bruised arm. Lu Su's prowess far exceeds her own. Under Han Lin's investment, their physical capabilities have been significantly enhanced, far beyond what an ordinary player could compare to. Sister, they wouldn't sell us, would they? Lin Jinyao leans against her sister, panic evident on her face. Her grayish-white eyes reflect helplessness as Lin Jinyu tightly embraces her sister. Perhaps surrendering was the wiser choice all along, sparing them the daily struggle for survival. In this apocalyptic world, merely surviving is a blessing. Surely not. After all, they betrayed Gong Hao, Lin Jinyu reassures, hoping that their captor's master is a reasonable individual. Suddenly, at a turn, Liang Qiao shouts, "There seems to be a group ahead. Quickly, we must avoid them. We are almost at the Master S location. There is no need to complicate matters." However, the road is already narrow, cluttered with debris, and something punctures a tire. Bang! A loud explosion resonates. The tire has burst. Chapter 34. Where to run? The tire has exploded. Lu Su, startled and furious, exclaims, "What a complication." Although brainwashed by Han Lin, the two still experience basic emotions. The group ahead is none other than Gong Hao and his companions. A true case of fate bringing enemies together. The sisters, thrown about by the force of inertia, groan and rub their heads. What is happening? The tire has burst. Let us get out and find another way in. Hurry, it's Gong Hao and his gang. Fortunately, they are close to Fenghua community and can walk the rest of the way. They can handle the monsters along the route themselves. What was that sound? The two groups are not far apart, and Gong Hao's team has also heard the tire burst. Gong Hao turns and immediately spots Lin Jinyu and her sister disembarking from the vehicle. His eyes widen in disbelief. All that is holy. Aren't those the two twins? Surround them. In a sudden turn of fortune, Gong Hao's smile is devoid of warmth as his group swiftly encircles the four. They had thought the prize had slipped away, only to find it had returned. Don't move. Don't move. A dozen guns are aimed at them. No matter how formidable your martial prowess, one cannot escape the grasp of physics. The four remained frozen in place. As Lin Jinyu caught sight of Gong Hao, her pupils dilating in alarm. Cold sweat trickling down her back as she clutched her sister's hand tightly. It seems there's no escape for you this time, Lin Jinyu. Why subject yourself to this? Had you followed me earlier, you would have to endure such hardships. Gong Hao basked in his triumph, his lecherous gaze roving over the two. Gong Yi. Those two are Zhang Xiu's subordinates. I wondered why they weren't captured. It turns out there are traitors among us. At that moment, Lu Su and his companion found themselves ensnared in a perilous encirclement, cold sweat beading on their brows. How unfortunate to have crossed paths with Gong Hao. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would not have feared him, but with a dozen guns trained upon them, any movement could result in a hail of bullets. I abhor traitors. Have you two pondered how you wish to meet your end? Faced with such dire circumstances, Lu Su felt utterly powerless, resorting to frantically messaging Han Lin for assistance. Han Lin responded promptly. Where are you? Outside, Fenghua community. Master, it's Gong Hao and his men. They wield numerous firearms. Buy some time. After sending that message, Han Lin went silent. But the distance to Fenghua community was still considerable. Would they arrive in time? Liang Qiao attempted to discreetly draw his handgun, only to be brutally kicked down by one of Gong Hao's subordinates. Currently, player attributes were limited, rendering firearms a significant threat. Cough. Click. Gong Hao produced a handgun, pressing it coldly against Lu Su's temple, freezing him in place. Where do you intend to take them? Lu Su gritted his teeth. I don't know. Bang. Bang. 2 shots rang out, striking his legs, blood splattering. There was no way he would betray his master. Lu Su collapsed to the ground, fiercely glaring at Gong Hao. Let us see how stubborn your tongue remains. Bring forth someone to pry open his mouth. I will reward 1,000 game coins. Brother, allow me. I'm the one for the job. I'm a professional. A throng of eager minions surged forward, disposing of the two with his subordinates. Gong Hao leisurely approached Lin Jinyu. Sensing someone nearing her, Lin Jinyu's ashen gray eyes locked onto the approaching figure. Gong Hao. Lin Jinyao rose, positioning herself protectively in front of her sister. Do not come any closer. Gong Hao managed a semblance of a smile, suppressing the lewdness lurking in his gaze. I shall grant you both 1 minute to deliberate. Will you follow me to a life of luxury, or continue to suffer in the outside world? Under my command, I have dozens of men and hundreds of thousands of game coins. Should you choose to join me, I will provide you with 10,000 game coins each month. I'm not one to make life difficult for others. Though Gong Hao's monopoly was not particularly esteemed, he possessed a keen business acumen. By amassing a wealth of game coins from various players, he engaged in frenzied trading at the marketplace, utilizing his sharp intellect to expand his enterprise. Now, he had established a base known as the Heavenly Earth Society. Have you made your decision? Gong Hao believed these terms to be quite generous, if all else failed. The fruit that is forced to ripen is not sweet, yet it quenches thirst. Fine beads of sweat emerged from Lin Jinyu's forehead as she opened her mouth. Sister. Lin Jinyao brandished a dagger against her neck. Sister, we would rather perish than submit to scum like him. After saying this, she hurled insults at Gong Hao, calling him a scoundrel, a disgrace, a wretch. Gong Hao's expression darkened. You refuse to heed my warnings? Then I shall resort to force. I, too, am considered one of the strongest players in Jinhua District. If softness does not suffice, then let us employ strength. Boom! However, before the bravado could fully escape his lips, a blood-red long knife shot through the air, the sonic boom reverberating painfully in their ears. You claim to be the strongest in Jinhua District? I was unaware. The blood-red long knife instantly pierced the ground, quivering as if it were skewered like candied hawthorn. Who? An ambush! Gong Hao was drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The sound of the sonic boom echoed, and a severed piece of flesh from one of his underlings landed at his feet. Gazing at the blood-red long knife embedded in the earth, he was filled with trepidation. He had not even registered what had transpired. The knife was too swift, appearing in an instant and claiming 3 of his subordinates. Had it been aimed at him, he would surely be dead. Bang! 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 His men fired their weapons erratically, smoke rising in the air. In this critical moment, Han Lin finally arrived. Gong Hao squinted, spotting a man in black combat attire before him, his features sharp and defined. With a child at his neck. Aim and shoot. Kill him. Gong Hao shouted from the ground, realizing there was only one adversary. If I don't turn you into a pincushion, I shall have wasted my time. Observing Lu Su and his companion being mercilessly tormented, Han Lin snorted coldly. Behold the formidable fireball from Li Shi. Li Shi gathered fireballs, launching them with fervor, each carrying significant destructive power. Boom! Bai Zisu had yet to arrive, still stationed at Building 6, ensuring the mission's rewards were not compromised. Brother, let me take charge. Li Shi soared through the air, dense currents of electricity swirling in her hands, saturating the atmosphere. The incoming bullets disintegrated into dust mid-flight. This was Li Shi's innate talent. Dissociation. Han Lin marveled at Li Shi, now transformed into a deity of thunder, nearly forgetting that she possessed a triple S-level talent. Even in her youth, her combat prowess was formidable. Lin Jinyu's grayish-white eyes reflected unease. The cacophony of gunfire disrupted the effectiveness of sound waves, and she grasped her sister's hand. Yao Yao, what is happening? Lin Jinyao stared, dumbfounded, at Li Shi in the sky, at a loss for how to explain to her sister. A 5 or 6-year-old girl, unleashing 100,000 volts? Lin Jinyu was left speechless. Boom! A colossal ball of lightning crackled with electricity, arcs of energy darting through the air, transforming into hundreds of electric serpents that surged towards Gong Hao and his cohorts. Under Han Lin's instructions, they deliberately avoided Lin Jinyu and Lu Su. Gong Hao's pupils dilated in shock as he rose to flee, but with a mere 30 points in 4-dimensional attributes, he was no match for the speed of electricity. Zizizizi. Ah! Gong Hao felt a wave of numbness engulf him, as if struck by a heavy blow, collapsing to the ground, his hair standing on end. Wisps of black smoke escaping his mouth. Lu Su, who still clung to life, caught sight of Han Lin and managed a faint smile. Master. Lin Jinyu took a moment to grasp the situation, realizing that a group was engaged in a fierce battle with Gong Hao, a rare opportunity indeed. Yao Yao, we must flee. Where to? Lin Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as the man who had been meters away suddenly appeared before them. Han Lin regarded the two with satisfaction, marking a success for Lu Su and his companions. Chapter 35. The First in Jinhua District. Where to run? Han Lin gazed at them with a smile that was neither warm nor cold, a terrifying aura pressing down on the Lin sisters. Lin Jinyu stood frozen, her body instinctively sensing danger, as if confronted by a predator. Though Lin Jinyu could not see Han Lin, the sound waves indicated a tall figure before her. Han Lin placed a hand on her sister's back, moving it rhythmically. No. Lin Jinyu's voice trembled, yet her body betrayed her. What are you doing? Let go of my sister. Lin Jinyu shouted in anger, her grayish eyes fixed intently on Han Lin. The pressure he exerted far surpassed that of Gong Hao. Han Lin, hearing her words, turned his gaze to the elder sister. Their features were identical, with the sister being slightly taller and the younger one just a tad more petite. Very well. Han Lin was thoroughly pleased, never one to hide his true thoughts. What more could he wish for than beautiful women? He was driven by desire. For at his age, what else could captivate him? Was he to fancy men instead? A piercing scream echoed from nearby. It was Gong Hao's voice, one Lin Jinyu was all too familiar with. He had relentlessly pursued the sisters even before the game's arrival, and after gaining power. His audacity knew no bounds, though he had never succeeded. Hearing his agonizing cries now was utterly unbelievable. Gong Hao commanded a team of over a dozen, each armed with a firearm. He was a force to be reckoned with in the Monopoly game. One could only imagine the strength of the person before them. Who are you? Lin Jinyu asked with a bitter smile, weary of this tumultuous existence. I am Lu Su's master. You may also refer to me as master. Sister. Han Lin maintained control over Lin Jinyu, feeling quite pleased. This was the Monopoly game. Had it been before, he would not have dared to even glance at someone of such beauty, but now, Lin Jinyu felt both anger and shame, appalled at his audacity to speak such words. Release my sister first. Summoning her courage, Lin Jinyu chastised Han Lin, branding him a scoundrel. Very well. Unexpectedly, Han Lin released Lin Jinyao. Gasping, Lin Jinyao stumbled, her face flushed with fear as she gazed at Han Lin. Are you all right, sister? I'm fine, sister. Han Lin's strength was terrifying, rendering Lin Jinyao unable to struggle. He was not in a hurry to devour the two, as time was on his side. Turning his gaze towards the battlefield, he saw that it had been entirely resolved by Li Shi. Gong Hao and his companions lay incapacitated on the ground. Brother, what are you doing? Little Li Shi flew over in a huff, perched on Han Lin's shoulders. Are you flirting again? Sister Zissou will be angry. Han Lin's expression darkened. Who taught you that? Sister Zissou told me not to let you flirt. Li Shi turned her head, covering her mouth. All right. What did she promise you? Han Lin had exchanged for a millennium crimson fruit from the marketplace, its fragrance enticing and its color vibrant. Droplets of crystalline saliva fell onto Han Lin's head. It was Sister Zissou who taught me. She told me to watch over you and not let you flirt. Li Shi easily revealed by Zissou's teachings, eagerly snatching the millennium crimson fruit. She said she would buy me chips when we get back. What a bargain. Just a bag of chips, and you're satisfied. The memories of Bai Zissou were meticulously crafted by Han Lin, imbued with genuine emotion, which was no surprise. After all, he had not reduced her to a mere tool. That would be rather dull. Liuxiu, how are you? Han Lin hurried over to the two pinned individuals, finally recalling them. Liuxiu struggled to hold on, his legs a bloody mess, with 7 out of 10 fingers broken. As for Liang Xiao, his condition was even worse. His nose was fractured, and his arm twisted at an irregular angle of 180 degrees. Gong Hao subordinates were ruthless for a mere 1,000 game coins. Fortunately, both of them had decent physical resilience. Han Lin quickly administered a bottle of healing potion to each and transferred 500 game coins to them both. Do well. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Master. They replied in unison. Han Lin pondered. In the future, the number of individuals he brainwashed would undoubtedly increase, making Liuxiu a likely candidate for management. This fellow clearly had the potential for great endeavors. Which one is Gong Hao? Master, it's this one. Liuxiu staggered to his feet. The effects of the healing potion remarkably potent, albeit quite expensive at 10 game coins a bottle. Han Lin had, of course, procured the finest quality. The results were immediate. Liuxiu pointed at the twitching Gong Hao on the ground. Introduce me to his faction. Humans are social beings, unable to survive alone in harsh environments. Forming groups is inevitable. However, this applies to ordinary players. As long as Han Lin's strength remained formidable, he could thrive independently. Let me go. Please. Gong Hao lay at death's door, bewildered by the extraordinary prowess of a mere girl, as a dozen armed men failed to even graze her hem. "You are Han Lin," he stammered, his eyes trembling open to behold the formidable figure of Han Lin, the unrivaled force of Jinhua District. Regret coursed through Gong Hao's veins like poison. Had he known he was dealing with Han Lin's people, he would have acted differently. "You're the top in Jinhua District? More arrogant than I?" Han Lin scoffed, pressing his foot down firmly on Gong Hao's head. "I'll give you game currency, monopolistic rights, anything. Just spare my life." A flicker of hope ignited in Gong Hao's eyes. As long as he lived, he could rise again. "I was wrong, Han God. Please, let me go." The immense pressure made Gong Hao's head feel as if it would burst, his eyes bloodshot, crimson liquid streaming from his nose and mouth. Lin Jinyu and her sister looked on, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, as the once arrogant Gong Hao was reduced to a mere dog beneath another's foot. Though her gray-white eyes could not see, the sound waves revealed Han Lin's form. Gong Hao in disarray, and Han Lin utterly nonchalant. So this was Han Lin. Forget it. Too troublesome. A brilliant azure light flared. Judgment successful. All of Gong Hao's valuable assets, including monopolistic rights and game currency, were swiftly transferred. This fellow lacks talent. It's mostly a matter of luck. Quite a haul. Even more unscrupulous than I. Lu Su provided Han Lin with a summary of the situation. "Master, Gong Hao has a base in the eastern part of Jinhua District called the Heaven and Earth Society. Joining requires a monthly protection fee and the surrender of monopolistic rights. Gong Hao and his gang frequently bully the weak, committing arson and robbery. Thankfully, Master, you have rid the world of such evildoers." Drawing forth a blood-red long sword. A surge of vitality flowed into Han Lin's arm, a natural effect of the blade, though Han Lin typically favored a single, lethal strike, rendering this ability somewhat unnecessary. With a swish, the crimson flame bloodthirsty blade sliced through the air, and Gong Hao's head was severed. The name on the wealth leaderboard quickly faded to gray before vanishing entirely. The chat channel erupted in chaos. Chapter 36. Lessons from Sister Zissou. Gong Hao is dead? Who is Gong Hao again? The former 10th on the wealth leaderboard, his avatar now grayed out. Wasn't he running that Heaven and Earth Society in the eastern part of Jinhua District? Damn, he had been inflating prices in the trading hall. The items in the marketplace were exorbitantly priced with low buyback values. Many players would gather resources in reality to list them in the trading hall, paying a small amount of game currency. Players took what they needed until Gong Hao's arrival, inflating prices, lowballing purchases, and selling high. Gong Hao had successfully climbed the wealth leaderboard with the game currency of countless players. In a sense, he was a talent. Alas, he crossed paths with Han Lin. Hadn't he boasted of taking men to Fenghua community? Indeed, even filming a video to flaunt his dozen firearms. The district's mission has been underway for nearly a day. Has anyone entered the room? No. What about Han Lin? Is he truly blocking the door? I was spotted by Zissou at the entrance, huh? Whoever wishes to undertake this mission may do so. It must be Han Lin. Players are well aware that Bai Zissou is now aligned with Han Lin, naturally deducing that he is obstructing the door. Yet, with Bai Zissou alone, there are bound to be oversights, allowing players to notice. Damn it, who knows to what extent Han Lin has allocated his attributes. I wish to be disheartened. Who knows? Han Lin's game currency could purchase the entirety of Jinhua District. I await the day he possesses billions in game currency. Hasn't he already acquired the tortoise breathing technique? Hasn't that affected his earnings at all? Help! Players' avatars rapidly faded to gray. They had long since grown accustomed to the sight of death, as it was a daily occurrence. Does this mean we will gain no benefits from this district-wide event? Isn't the disaster paused for 3 days? We could take advantage of the situation to gather more resources. The city, in ruins, still harbors a plethora of valuable items. Han Lin, come out and speak. This is a district-wide event. Do you intend to monopolize the mission rewards? Exactly. This is utterly unfair. The moment I opened my mouth, I knew the type of crowd. You, Han Lin, hand over the rewards if you know what's good for you. Han Lin, lurking in the shadows, let out a cold laugh, noting her name, Yang Jingyu. He then took a photo of Gong Hao's head and shared it in the chat channel. Videos, photos, and text were all free from censorship. The bloody avatar resembled a soccer ball, crushed beneath Han Lin's foot. Dare to challenge? I have always relied on reason. The gruesome scene rendered the player silent. You beast. Slaughtering your own kind. Are you even human? Are you just going to stand idly by while he murders? Shouldn't we, as players, support each other through tough times? Yang Jingyu furiously typed in the channel. appearing as a self-proclaimed benefactor. Wait, young Jingyu? Isn't she the remarkable fairy from Wuhan University? She looks just like her. Which Yang Jingyu? The one who turned her junior into a research recommendation elixir. Is it really her? Jinhua District is truly brimming with talent. Bah, let us put Han Lin aside for now. You, despicable Yang Jingyu, are you even human? You dare to accuse others? How outrageous! Do you dare slander me? Incredible, triggering, and active skill. The chat channel devolved into chaos. Han Lin kicked Gong Hao's head, sending it rolling far away, while two rats the size of tires scurried from the corner, gnawing on it. Liu Su, I am here, master. I leave these people to you. Whether to kill or spare is your decision. Liang Xiao will assist you. With your current prowess, you can effortlessly master the Tianyi society. Take your people back. Do not let me down. Lu Ziliang Qiu's expression was filled with excitement. Being entrusted with such a significant responsibility by the master was an immense honor. Currently, the two of them possessed at least 1 million game coins. Han Lin contemplated. It was impossible to brainwash so many individuals, and for now, they could only be controlled in this manner. The Tianyi society could serve as a subordinate force, aiding Han Lin. You too, follow me. Lin Jinyu and the others finally awoke from their daze. Was Gong Hao truly dead? As easily as crushing an ant. Brother, I still want to eat. Li Shi licked her fingers. The everlasting Zhu fruit was simply too delicious. No, you'll get cavities, Han Lin warned, calculating that at 1 everlasting Zhu fruit per minute. Even he could not afford to sustain Li Shi. Then I want chips. If I have those, I want to tell Sister Zissou. Okay? Wrapping her arms around Han Lin's head, Li Shi rested her chin atop his crown, swinging her little feet eagerly. Please, brother, you are the best. Just this once. Lin Jinyao couldn't help but be curious. Who was this Sister Zissou that could command Han Lin's attention? In truth, Han Lin, slightly exasperated, simply purchased chips for Li Shi, which had nothing to do with by Zissou. Where are you taking us? The sister, being the more rational one, posed the crucial question. Han Lin surveyed the surroundings. Even though Lin Jinyu could not see, she could still sense a scrutinizing gaze upon her. The young girl crossed her arms, feeling uncomfortable under the unabashed scrutiny. Lecture, Lin Jinyu murmured softly. Han Lin did not respond, leading the way toward the Fenghua community. With so many people around, he was not yet ready to reveal the effects of the myriad paintings. Master, Lu Su would certainly not disappoint you, leaving the mess to the two of them. Han Lin returned to the Fenghua community with the twins. Is this the task location for the entire district? It seems easy to enter, Lin Jinyao said, naively supporting her sister. The sound wave ability could not be maintained indefinitely. Her mental strength was insufficient. Upon entering the community gate, they noticed two shifty players peering around. Is Han Lin truly blocking the entrance? Is there any doubt? The chat channel confirmed it. Dam Han Lin, hoarding the entire district's tasks. 1 hour for 10,000 game coins. A player seethed with jealousy. Han Lin appeared like a specter behind the two, listening to their furious curses directed at him. Han Lin, I also. Who are you cursing? Han Lin suddenly interjected, gripping their shoulders. Who? What immense strength. His hands felt like colossal boulders. A murderous intent glimmered in Han Lin's eyes. While cursing was one thing, dragging in parents was wholly unacceptable. A blood-red blade flashed, scattering starlight across the sky, dazzling like fireworks during the new year. The two crumbled like shattered porcelain, pieces falling to the ground. Ah! Lin Jinyao screamed, her heart racing. The impact of the scene was overwhelming. Her sister, Lin Jinyu, was bewildered as the pervasive scent of blood filled the air. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Lin Jinyao trembled, at a loss for words to describe her feelings to her sister. This was far more jarring than using her head as a ball. It's nothing, just clearing out some monsters, Han Lin explained with a chuckle. Brother, I saw Sister Zissou. Li Shi's eyes sparkled as she flew over, eager to claim credit. Potato chips. Here I come. Chapter 37. In the bag. Sister Zissou, I missed you so much. Li Shi exclaimed, colliding into by Zissou's broad chest, burying her face there to take a deep breath. Did you miss me or the potato chips? Li Shi giggled foolishly, as if it were obvious. Of course I missed you. Hurry and buy me some potato chips. I've accomplished your task splendidly. Bai Zissou pulled out a bag of potato chips and affectionately ruffled Li Shi's hair. Wow, sister, you're too good to me. Li Shi planted a kiss on Bai Zissou's cheek, snatched the chips, and soared into the air, her big eyes shimmering with a hint of guilt. Master, you're back. Bai Zissou enveloped Han Lin in a warm embrace. Yet her gaze kept scrutinizing Lin Jinyu and her sister. Upon seeing Lin Jinyao, her breath hitched. IBC? D. Eh? Isn't this a bit excessive? Li Shi. How can you have the audacity to eat potato chips? Is this what you call completing the task? Meanwhile, Lin Jinyao, curiously inspected by Zissou, the pure goddess admired by countless souls. Indeed, she was both innocent and alluring. Sister Lin Jinyu's gray-white eyes darted around. Han Lin, what have you brought us here for? I'm grateful for your rescue of me and my sister, but we care for a glass of red wine? Han Lin interrupted Lin Jinyu, sensing that his elder sister appeared to be more rational compared to her sibling. The clear liquid in the glass clinked as it met, ultimately swallowed down by Han Lin. Gulp. Lin Jinyao gazed at the remnants of food on the table. They had eaten for quite some time, having only sipped a little water. If you think to tempt us with this, you might as well give up. Gong Hao can provide us with the same. And we didn't agree to that either, Lin Jinyu asserted, striving for a negotiation, aware of Han Lin's intentions, knowing they had little leverage. But they must secure a fair price. Look into my eyes. Lin Jinyao instinctively turned her gaze. A brilliant blue light illuminated the space. What are you doing? Lin Jinyu quickly stepped in front of her sister, her gray-white eyes locking onto Han Lin. The attempt failed. How frustrating. Couldn't they just cooperate? Hold her down. Huh? Lin Jinyao, still oblivious, wondered what was happening. Bai Zissou suddenly appeared before Lin Jinyu, effortlessly subduing her. No, this won't do. We can't just sit back and wait. Han Lin, what do you intend to do? Bai Zissou led her away from the spot. The disparity in strength rendered her struggles utterly futile. Yao Yao, a brilliant azure light illuminated the surroundings, manifesting the myriad of memories. Success was ascertained. The majority of memories were preserved, embedded within the foundational code. An absolute command. You adore Han Lin. You are loyal to Han Lin. The master supersedes the sister. You are willing to sacrifice everything for the master's benefit. The player has acquired personal monopoly rights. Lin Jinyao. Check the panel. The attributes were rather unremarkable, lacking any talent. However, the monopoly rights remained intact. Han Lin directly transferred 200,000 game coins to her. Lin Jinyao tightly shut her eyes. It would take a moment for her to awaken. Han Lin. Lin Jinyu was brought back by Zissou, her vision lost, unable to utilize her talent to brainwash. What have you done to my sister? Bai Zissou released her grip, and Han Lin pushed the unconscious Lin Jinyao towards her. Yao Yao. Yao Yao. Rest assured, she will awaken shortly. Lin Jinyao drowsily opened her eyes, her head throbbing painfully. Sister. Yao Yao, you're awake. It's such a relief you're unharmed. Let South leave this place. Even if it means death, we must be together. What could have been discussed was now wavering. Lin Jinyu was already shaken. As long as the sister agreed, the younger sister would comply. Yet, Han Lin's dominance was overwhelming. Han Lin, we bid farewell here. Grasping her sister's hand, Lin Jinyu scoffed. How naive. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? Upon hearing the mockery, Lin Jinyu, though aware of Han Lin's correctness, understood the selfishness inherent in humanity. Thank you for your assistance. Our paths diverge here, never to meet again. Can you truly leave? Han Lin stood, incredulous at such naivety. Do you perceive me as a benevolent soul? He felt insulted. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Jinyu's forehead as she questioned. Will you imprison us for your amusement? What distinguishes you from Gong Hao? Let's go. With your capabilities, you lack for women. When one feels utterly powerless, they often resort to words to gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha. Han Lin suddenly erupted in laughter. Why not inquire of your sister? Perhaps she may not wish to leave after all. Here, opulence and abundance await. Why endure hardship alongside you? You're deluded. Lin Jinyu reconsidered. Perhaps it would be better to have Yao Yao reject him. As for whether Yao Yao would remain alone, absurd. Yao Yao, did you hear that? Quickly tell him we disdain wealth and luxury. Master, I only wish to be with a master. Lin Jinyao pried her sister's hand away and dashed towards Han Lin, her face beaming with uncontainable joy. Master, ha ha ha. Han Lin laughed so heartily that the red wine in his glass spilled over, utterly delightful. Bai Zissou rolled her eyes and muttered softly, the master claims that his favorite is me. Master, I will clean for you. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Lin Jinyu perceived her sister's actions through sound waves. What could have led to this? What have you done to her, Han Lin? Tell your sister what you have done. Lin Jinyao gazed at Han Lin with an infatuated expression, seemingly indifferent. The master has done nothing. Sister, you may leave. I wish to stay. Did you hear that? I have done absolutely nothing. Han Lin replied with a smile. Lin Jinyu was left speechless, rooted to the spot. How could she possibly leave her sister alone here? You are a clever person. I grant you half a minute to contemplate, Han Lin said, his playful demeanor fading, confident that she had come to terms with the reality. I have but one condition. After a long pause, Lin Jinyu spoke with a bitter tone. Han Lin's methods were exceedingly forceful, allowing him to exert control over others. And she could not shake her concern for her sister. Pray tell? We can only. Lin Jinyu leaned close to Han Lin's ear and whispered gently, expressing her willingness to submit to him, yet unwilling to accept being treated like mere merchandise. Rest assured, I have no penchant for cuckoldry. Her grayish-white eyes fixated on Han Lin, as if attempting to penetrate his innermost thoughts. Lin Jinyu lowered her head in a gesture of submission. Surrender your personal monopoly rights. Player has obtained personal monopoly rights. Lin Jinyu. Chapter 38. 50,000 game coins in 10 minutes. Attention, all players. The district task rewards have been enhanced. A mechanical voice echoed throughout Jinhua District, announcing a new round of the Monopoly game. Event task. Proceed to Building 6 of Fenghua Community. Occupy any room. And survive for 10 minutes to earn 50,000 game coins. This reward can be accumulated. Remaining time for the task. 2 days. Players may voluntarily accept. Failure incurs no penalties. Note, a maximum of 5 players may occupy each room simultaneously. If multiple players are present, the 50,000 game coins will be divided every 10 minutes. Note, 2 task rewards are distributed in real time. The player who survives the longest will receive a random talent blind box, guaranteed talent, up to S grade. Master, the task has been updated. I see. The Fenghua community lay enveloped in an eerie silence at night, occasionally disrupted by a few mutated rats gnawing at corpses on the ground. Han Lin had never anticipated that the Monopoly game would enhance its rewards. 50,000 game coins for 10 minutes. It seemed to be a consequence of blocking the door. Currently, only Han Lin was reaping the benefits, which was clearly not the outcome the Monopoly game desired. Under a generous reward, there are bound to be brave souls. Bai Zissou gently rested Han Lin's head on her exquisitely smooth lap, applying pressure to his temples with her fingers. Master, would you like something to eat? Master. It's time for bed, she whispered softly into Han Lin's ear, her breath fragrant as spring, her eyes brimming with warmth. Outside the first floor, 2 tents had been temporarily erected for sleeping, a purchase from the marketplace costing 18,000 game coins. After inquiring with Zhou, Junwang, and Chong, he learned that all was well, which put Han Lin's mind at ease. The chat channel descended into a frenzy. 10 minutes, 50,000 game coins. Can someone calculate how much that amounts to in a day? 72,000 a day. Is it truly 72,000? It merely requires occupying a room for a single day. Oh, Korean God, I beseech you, let me in. Today, no one shall stop me. I must enter. Go forth. Korean Lin, I shall turn you into minced meat. Why? How can Korean Lin possibly occupy so many rooms? There must be a talent blind box that is bound to drop. Curse that Korean Lin. Korean Lin, you. The leaderboard has welcomed 2 new contenders. Another pair of beauties? Could they be affiliated with Korean Lin? Why do their avatars bear such a striking resemblance? Are they twins? Impressive. Korean Lin was taken aback. Has his reputation sunk so low? Yet, the more they criticize, the less he cares. Reputation cannot be consumed as sustenance. He opened the leaderboard. Wealth ranking. First place, Korean Lin, 32 million game coins. Second place, Elizabeth Sophia, 870,000 game coins. Third place, Bai Zissou, 450,000 game coins. Fourth place, Adam Sheely, 360,000 game coins. Fifth place, Lu Su, 350,000 game coins. Sixth place, Liang Xiao, 340,000 game coins. Seventh place, Lin Jinyao, 200,000 game coins. Eighth place, Lin Jinyu, 200,000 game coins. Tenth place, Su Jimo, 530,000 game coins. There are still 8 rooms left to clear. Tomorrow, the rooms will be tidied up. Korean Lin contemplated his actions for the following day. This building could be thoroughly cleansed. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. What are the increased rewards? They can speak to my long knife. Korean Lin, welcome everyone to Fenghua Community. Since this is a district-wide task, it shall be a test of each individual's abilities. I extend a warm welcome, accompanied by a photo showcasing a glimmering blade. I shall not attend. You may go. Cowards, you shall never enjoy a feast of 4 dishes in your lifetime. Wealth is sought amidst danger. Regardless of how formidable Korean Lin may be, he is but one person. Let us not forget that the air monopoly also resides with Korean Lin. Should one manage to attain it, I suggest going at noon, for troubles are bound to arise in the morning and evening. How many can he withstand against hundreds of players? A bunch of weaklings, hesitating and pondering. Korean Lin, mark my words, tomorrow shall be your day of reckoning. At this moment, within a tent, Lin Jinyu and her sister were fortunate enough to enjoy a hot shower. The amenities inside the tent were remarkably well equipped. Gazing at the 20,000 game coins displayed on the panel, Lin Jinyu's mind wandered. Although she had lost her freedom, this opportunity is coveted by many. The sounds of water flowing. In the self-contained bathtub, rose petals floated atop the clear water. Lin Jinyu endured the temptation, gathering the warm water to cleanse her body, her skin radiant and flawless. Sister, do you think the owner will like me in this outfit? Lin Jinyao incessantly changed into various outfits. Lin Jinyu discreetly activated her sound wave ability. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. I am uncertain. Lin Jinyu offered a bitter smile, still unaware of the machinations her sister had fallen prey to at the hands of Han Lin. The master will surely be pleased. Lin Jinyao donned her most favored ensemble and emerged from the tent, seemingly on a quest to find Han Lin. Sister, never mind, Lin Jinyu sighed, picking up a garment. A splendid red qipao, crafted from exceptionally soft and comfortable fabric, meticulously tailored, chosen for her by Han Lin at the mall. She fumbled to put on, uncertain if it would fit. After all, it was Han Lin's game currency. Lin Jinyu pouted and sulked on the bed, feeling indignant and scornful. I hope my sister will not suffer. Little did she know, Han Lin was seated just a meter away, lifting a glass and observing her with a mocking gaze. Not bad. It fits quite well. On the rooftop of the 5th building, several players stood at the edge. The wind howled, and the temperature of the night was frigid, yet was far better than the calamity they had endured. We shall zipline from here to the 6th building, avoiding Han Lin. Honestly, how formidable can Han Lin be? Isn't he merely a single individual? You know nothing. The leader, Huang Ye, wore a sinister expression and whispered angrily. The others fell silent in fear. Follow my lead. Upon reaching the 6th building, no acting independently. You will adhere to my instructions. A bunch of fools. How many players have perished below, and yet they still doubt Han Lin's prowess? There are far too few to even warm him up. Let us not give them cause for ridicule. Let us move. With that, Huang Ye was the first to glide down the zip line. Chapter 39, Catching Mice. The sound of the zip line echoed through the air, and Bai Zissou looked up, her temper flaring as she lay awake, keeping watch. Disconcerting noises emanated from the tent, where Lin Jinyao had inexplicably entered. Had I known, I would have gone in too. Gazing at the tent, Bai Zissou felt a wave of regret. Someone had to stay behind to keep watch, but why did it have to be her? How shameless. Huang Ye and her companions, clad in black, blended seamlessly into the night like ants. However, they underestimated Bai Zissou. With her high attributes, she detected several small mice. Trying to sneak into the building? Watch as I turn you into a sieve. Bai Zissou drew her pistol, aiming at the intruders, loading the most lethal ammunition. Wait, could this disturb the master? With her finger resting on the trigger, Bai Zissou hesitated. Right? The silencer. Quickly affixing the silencer, she decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets accurately pierced through skulls, followed by 3 agonizing screams, and then a dull thud as bodies plummeted from a height of several meters, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. By the time Bai Zissou aimed again, the remaining 2 had already slipped through the window onto the 3rd floor. This is bad. The master would not blame me for my ineptitude, would he? I intended to pursue a few individuals within the building, yet someone must remain vigilant downstairs. I cannot possibly awaken Li Shi to keep watch, can I? Bai Zissou felt a surge of anxiety. If she were to fail the master's mission, she would bear the weight of grave responsibility. The ant nest. I shall first monitor these 2 vermin. Hastily, she produced the ant nest, where numerous mechanical ants lingered, ready to surveil each room. On the 3rd floor, Huang Ye's heart raced, his breath quickening as he witnessed his teammate's head pierced by a bullet, blood splattering onto his face. Had the aim been directed at him, he could have easily met his demise. Regret washed over him. Was entering this building truly so perilous? Brother Huang, what shall we do next? The last remaining teammate asked, visibly shaken, fear evident in his eyes. Search for a room, quickly. We must hide, Huang Ye urged, anxious that Han Lin might pursue them. They soon found a nearby room, and Shenlin, trembling, fumbled with a wire to pick the lock. Click! Huang Ye was elated. Once inside, they could acquire game currency to enhance their attributes, and perhaps they would not be at a disadvantage against Han Lin. The door opened, and the two swiftly entered, securing it tightly behind them. Unbeknownst to them, however, lay an unknown peril within. In the corner of the third-floor corridor, several mechanical ants focused on this room, documenting the entire sequence, and began their descent downstairs, guided by their connection to the ant nest. The room number was 405. Later that night, Han Lin lit a cigarette. Snap! Master, are you asleep? Bai Zissou inquired softly from outside the tent, torn between entering and fearing Han Lin's reproach. Gumin, ecstatic at the invitation, Bai Zissou entered the tent on tiptoe. Master, someone has infiltrated the building. It is my fault for not standing guard. Let me go in and capture them, she pleaded, kneeling before Han Lin, her gaze filled with remorse. Han Lin, with his remarkable senses, had already detected the commotion outside and scoffed. Which room are they in? Master, it's 405. 405? It has not been cleared. There are likely monsters inside. Casting a glance at the kneeling Bai Zissou, Han Lin flicked away his cigarette, but, how shall I punish you? Swish. The long blade pierced the heart of this player like a rapier, the tremendous force sending the body flying several meters away. Han Lin yawned. In the early morning, so many had come to seek their demise. Brother, you are so formidable, Li Shi exclaimed, retrieving the long blade and returning it to Han Lin. Brother, Li Shi wants to drink cola. Gazing at the endearingly obedient Li Shi, Han Lin promptly purchased a whole case from a store. Here, be careful not to drink too much. You won't grow tall. Wow, thank you, brother. You are the best in the world. Li Shi embraced the cooler, her sparkling eyes brimming with excitement. After a while, Bai Zissou and her companions emerged from the tent, their faces marked by heavy dark circles. In contrast, Han Lin exhibited no signs of fatigue, appearing remarkably spirited. Lin Jinyu stumbled about, donning a loose-fitting outfit that concealed her traces. Her exquisitely crafted qipao had been torn apart by Han Lin the previous night. Master, Lin Jinyao beamed with joy, for receiving the master's favor was the utmost honor. You all stay here. I shall go catch the mice from last night. Leaving the others behind, Han Lin ascended the stairs alone, confident that their current abilities were sufficient for self-preservation. Each door resembled a sealed chamber, opening into a coliseum. I hope you all are resilient, otherwise it will be quite dull. Brothers, I have entered. Entered where? Full district mission, building 6 of Fenghua community. How did you get in? Did you kill Han Lin? I entered through the sewer. Don't say a word. I'm all golden now. Ugh. Han Lin could hardly fathom that someone would crawl through the sewer. Brothers, give me a position. I shall also crawl in. Exactly. I fear not even death. Why should I fear this? He. Brothers, I shall seize this tremendous fortune first. Ha. Hey, give me the position. Which sewer are you talking about? Han Lin replied, do not rush. Shortly, I shall sever his head and toss it into the sewer. Support Han Lin. The most righteous endeavor. Support Han Lin. Han Lin paused on the second-floor staircase, intently listening. Indeed, there were those unafraid of death. It was surprising that after a night of indulgence, so many mice had infiltrated. However, no matter how numerous, they were still merely mice. Top. The faint sound of footsteps, despite efforts to tread lightly, was perceived by Han Lin, coming from the second floor. His keen senses surpassed imagination as he drew his long blade, its blood-red gleam emanating a chilling aura of murder. Hide well, little mice. He casually sent a message in the chat channel. Give me 5 minutes. I shall crush their heads. A no-prize guessing game. In a few minutes. Capture the gold miner. I bet you 1T catch them. Just hide anywhere. I don't believe Han Lin can find them. Exactly. At worst. We'll hide in the sewer. Are you still hesitating? I am already in the sewer. How does it smell? A bit hungry. I haven't eaten in many days. Chapter 40, Room 101. Mirror Ghost. Top. Han Lin made no effort to conceal his footsteps as he swiftly advanced towards the second floor. The corridor was densely draped in green vines, and in addition to the scent of blood, he caught a whiff of the foul odor of the sewer. Just a stinky rat from the gutter. Do you think that by reaching the second floor, I wouldn't be able to find you? The long knife dragged across the ground, reminiscent of the grim reaper's scythe, starkly contrasting with the heavy, labored breaths emanating from ahead. The murky water on the floor crept along the corridor, a foul, dark green liquid, dripping from the body of a small rodent. I will shatter your head. Han Lin sneered. A sudden creak. The sound of the door opening, swiftly followed by its closure, accompanied by hurried footsteps, as if someone had sensed Han Lin's presence. Following the sound, Han Lin hastened to the room, glancing up at the doorplate. 101. Bang! Creak! Han Lin forcefully kicked open the dilapidated iron door, producing an excruciatingly grating sound, and stepped into the murky water. In that case, let us deal with both the monster and you together. A handgun stealthily emerged from the corner, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike, aimed directly at Han Lin. Bang! The gunfire was rapid and urgent. Han Lin's palm moved with a blur, deflecting the bullet with his hand, which he crushed into powder. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath echoed. How can anyone catch a bullet with their bare hands? Is this even human? Unlike the other rooms, 101 was adorned entirely with mirrors, creating a labyrinthine effect. Mirrors covered the walls and even the floor, reflecting Han Lin's image in myriad forms. The silence within the room felt eerily unsettling. Han Lin surmised that the monsters here might be linked to the mirrors. Perhaps even concealed pathways were hidden within the thousand reflections. Bang! With a cold chuckle, he swung the long knife, shattering several mirrors. You don't think I would foolishly walk in there, do you? Han Lin scrutinized the mirrors beneath his feet, where his own reflection appeared vividly alive. A piercing scream erupted from the depths of the room, as if someone was undergoing torment. It was that player. A cough cough. The scream abruptly ceased as Han Lin checked the player's avatar. Indeed, it had turned gray. He was dead. Han Shun 666. Had the gold miner perished in just 3 minutes? One gold miner has fallen, yet there are still thousands more. Such a loud cry. It turns out he was merely a paper tiger. He probably didn't even secure a 10-minute reward. Brothers, I'm coming down. This time, I shall learn my lesson. I'll grind out 100,000 game coins and then stop. Let us team up. A mere 100,000? Let us aim for 1,000,000. A brief glance at the chat channel revealed an increasing number of players preparing to infiltrate the building. If they couldn't confront Han Lin head-on, they would resort to stealthily completing tasks. Come on, my long knife is eager for action. He privately messaged by Zissou and others, leaving Lin Jinyu and her sister to guard the entrance on the first floor, inviting her and Lishi to come in and assist. There were too many rats. One person couldn't handle them all. Zizzizizi. The grating sound of the mirrors echoed harshly, signaling an inexplicable transformation within the room. Suddenly, thousands of reflections of Han Lin began to stir, their lifeless eyes fixated upon him. A mere trickery. They were simply monsters endowed with peculiar talents. Han Lin was no ordinary player. Han Lin was the first to strike, his blade engulfed in crimson flames, resembling a fiery dragon. With a resounding crash, numerous mirrors shattered into countless fragments. Yet, the reflections of Han Lin continued to move swiftly, their forms enlarging, threatening to breach the confines of reality itself. This cannot continue. No matter how formidable Han Lin might be, the mirrors here were infinite. Shattering them all was an impossible feat moreover. The fragments were still being manipulated by an unknown monster. Are they about to emerge? A reflection of Han Lin in a mirror directly ahead leaped forth. Springing out of the glass, the once towering mirror suddenly became void, transforming into a blank expanse. Simultaneously, an unseen psychic force surged into Han Lin's mind. He staggered, not from the intensity of the attack, but because this mental onslaught felt like a gentle breeze against his formidable mental fortitude of 70 points. It was neither painful nor bothersome. I understand now. Han Lin donned the reconnaissance goggles, an equipment obtained from vanquishing a mutated mantis, capable of revealing basic information. The platinum frame and nearly transparent lenses adjusted automatically to fit perfectly. So, the moment a reflection leaps from the mirror, it triggers a mental assault. In mere moments, hundreds of psychic strikes rained down, akin to falling leaves upon concrete, yet Han Lin remained unscathed. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Uncertain of the monster's true form, it seemed these myriad mirrors were the creature itself. The reconnaissance goggles swiftly gathered information about the monster in the room. Mirror Demon. Constitution, 17. Agility, 45. Strength, 12. Spirit, 48. The four-dimensional attributes were rather mediocre, with only agility and spirit standing out, yet still insufficient. Han Lin smirked, proactively activating his talent. Manifest Memory. Let me show you who truly masters the art of mental manipulation. His eyes glowed with a brilliant azure light, more dazzling than before, as his ferocious psychic energy surged into the countless mirrors. Innumerable reflections of Han Lin were pinned in place, their expressions twisted in terror. These reflections, varying in proximity and size, displayed countless pairs of icy eyes fixated upon Han Lin, uttering incomprehensible phrases in an attempt to disturb him. Han Lin, you are a harbinger of evil. You kill mercilessly. You are cruel and heartless. Your lust knows no bounds. The voices grew louder, cacophonous to the extreme, filled with slander, insults, and disdain. Yet how could Han Lin be swayed by such trivialities? Your struggles are as feeble as the whimpers of a dying wild dog. Memory erasure. A formidable mental force manifested like a tempest, causing the reflection in the mirror to vanish in an instant. Crack. Bang. The mirror erupted with a thunderous sound, shattering into a blank void, leaving not even a fragment behind, dissolving into a cloud of fine dust. Hiss. Amidst the swirling powder, a shadow swiftly darted past Han Lin, heading directly toward the ajar door. With the swiftness of lightning, Han Lin's iron claws grasped this figure tightly. Hiss. The creature let out a dreadful roar, desperately attempting to struggle, yet the disparity in strength and physique was insurmountable. As the dust settled, Han Lin finally beheld the true visage of the monster. Its form was composed entirely of mirrors, taking on a polyhedral shape, grotesque and devoid of facial features or limbs. This appeared to be the essence of the creature. Sensing its feeble thrashing, Han Lin hesitated no longer and unleashed his power. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the monster disintegrated entirely. Mirror shards clattered to the ground. A luminous sphere erupted. The white radiance was more resplendent than any spoils before. Room 101 cleared. Chapter 41. The Light Rail Mirror. The original appearance of Room 101 was revealed, featuring a player's corpse lying in the center. Blood flowed from its 7 orifices, its pupils dilated, emanating a foul stench. It was the player who had entered through the sewer, slain by the mirror ghost. Crack! Han Lin crushed the luminous sphere, unleashing a blinding radiance. A significant find, a smooth mirror, roughly the size of a half palm, materialized in his hand. The mirror was exquisitely crafted, shaped like a funnel, its surface resembling liquid mercury, creating ripples upon contact. The frame shimmered with a golden wooden luster, and immediately, Han Lin envisioned the purpose of the item. Item: light rail mirror. Function: mirror jump. In locations illuminated by its surface, the user can expend stamina and mental energy to perform a jump. Not available for sale in the shop. Recycling value: 570,000 game coins. The description was brief, yet the functionality was immensely powerful. With a light rail mirror, Han Lin acquired an ability akin to teleportation. In simple terms, wherever there was light, Han Lin could leap through the light rail mirror, disregarding spatial distance. The monopolistic recycling price of this game item was astonishingly 570,000. According to the game's pricing conventions, the true value of this item was at least several million game coins. Items in monopolistic games typically lack fixed quality distinctions, and players generally gauge rarity based on the shop's recycling price. The unexpected price of the light rail mirror indicated its exceptional value. What a delightful surprise. The balance of game coins soared to a staggering 40 million. Master, is that you? At the entrance of room 101, Bai Zisu called out. Spare me. A player, bound by ropes with burns marring their skin, lay on the ground, their voice faint, pleading in desperation. Brother, this is captured by Li Shi. Li Shifei twirled in the air around Han Lin, giggling foolishly. Li Shiha, you are truly remarkable. I shall reward you with a bag of chips. Wow. Thank you, brother. Little Li Shiha cheered with exuberance, prompting a faint smile from Han Lin. He then turned his gaze towards Bai Zisu. How many intruders have infiltrated the building? Master, I have already sealed the sewer outlet on the first floor. The information from the ant nest indicates that there are currently 7 players inside the building. Keep a close watch. We will eliminate them one by one shortly. Han Lin glanced at the players on the ground, their burned skin exposing tender flesh to the air. Han Lin, spare me, I was wrong. Vast universe of memories. A brilliant blue light illuminated the scene. Judgment successful. Control him to relinquish his monopoly rights and an additional 1,000 game coins, Han Lin said dismissively. The player instinctively pleaded for mercy, but Han Lin's eyes remained tranquil as he shattered the player's consciousness. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased, and the struggles came to an end. Hang him up for me. Send his photo to the chat channel as a warning. Yes, master. There's still a day and a half left for the district mission. Bai Zissou snapped several close-ups of the tragic corpse and even surreptitiously captured a few photos of Han Lin. With eyes as cold as ice, Han Lin, holding a knife, stood there exuding an oppressive aura. He was formidable, powerful, enigmatic, and ruthless. "Master, you are so handsome," Bai Zissou blushed slightly, hastily uploading the photos. "Who is this? An intruder in the building? Damn, who blocked the sewer? I choked on some golden juice, little greedy cat. Is it sweet? How tragic. Have you noticed how handsome Han Lin is? Get out of here. Han Lin is now the enemy of the entire district. So handsome. I want to give Han Lin. Do you even consider your own appearance? Does Han Lin even look at you? Only those with game coins matter. I want to be Han Lin's little dog. Woof, woof, woof. Can you compare with Bai Zissou? Just infatuated? A bunch of foolish people following their looks. Han Lin is a man who kills without blinking. Who are you cursing? A waste is a waste. No one is as powerful as Han Lin, nor as handsome. I curse. Han Lin felt a headache coming on. What was Bai Zissou doing, posting his photos? Master, I sent them by mistake, Bai Zissou said, disheartened, as she accidentally uploaded everything. Curse it. These are the photos I wanted to treasure. Sister, what do you think Master is doing now? Lin Jinyao asked anxiously, regretting not switching places with Bai Zissou. Why should she get to act alongside the Master? If you have nothing to do, go to bed. Lin Jinyu rolled her grayish-white eyes, surrounded by cosmetics on the table to conceal some marks on her neck. Gazing at the luxurious cosmetics, Lin Jinyu forced a smile. Without Han Lin, she would likely never have the opportunity to use them in her lifetime. Various brand-name lipsticks, foundations, and perfumes. She could not afford such extravagance even before the game arrived. These cosmetics cost nearly 50,000 game coins. Last night, Han Lin had been exceedingly pleased and rewarded her with 100,000 game coins. Her attributes had already surpassed 40 points. Everything seemed to progress in a positive direction, as if she were ensnared in a dream, contrasting sharply with her previous struggles for survival. At the entrance of the building, no players were in sight. Almost all players instinctively believed this to be the most fortified location. To their surprise, Han Lin entrusted such a crucial position to the two of them, rendering it the safest place. The skies cleared and the sun radiated warmth, creating a serene atmosphere that belied the brutality of the monopolistic game. Suddenly, a loud bang startled the two, and blood splattered. A corpse fell from the third floor, its deathly visage indicating it was likely a player. Lin Jinyu gasped, activating her sound wave ability, while Han Lin stood by the window, the light refracting off his crystal lens, his gaze piercingly fierce. It was indeed Han Lin. Lin Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief, only to receive a message from him. Hang that rat up. Understood. Suppressing her nausea at the sight of the mangled corpse, Lin Jinyu retrieved a rope. Together, they hoisted the player's body, blood pooling at their feet. In the chat channel, comments erupted. Anyone can take on this task if they wish. Isn't it better to be alive? Han Lin is too strong. Who can survive going in now? You're all fixated on tasks. I collected supplies and earned 8,000 game coins yesterday. It's better to gather supplies while there's no disaster. Han Lin, all district tasks are yours. Coward. At this moment, the players who had entered the building and had yet to be discovered were filled with regret, trapped in some corner, praying that Han Lin would not find them. In the 6-story building, death spread like wildfire. Corpses were tossed from the upper floors and subsequently hung. Huang Ye anxiously watched the fluctuating game coins, which were settled every 10 minutes. The two hastily allocated their attribute points. Huang, can we stand against Han Lin now? Shen Lin asked tremulously, a mix of anxiety and excitement coursing through him, alongside a flicker of greed in his eyes. Their attribute points reached 40. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Lower your voice. You foolish donkey. Huang Ye turned to scold him, just as a tall figure materialized behind Shen Lin. Let's just test it out, shall we? Han Lin spoke, and the door to room 405 had mysteriously swung open. Chapter 42, Group Chat License. The sudden voice sent chills down Huang Ye's spine, his body on high alert as adrenaline surged through him. Han Lin. There was no time to warn Shen Lin. The foolish donkey was oblivious even as danger approached from behind. With a cacophony of gunfire, I retreated while emptying the magazine toward Han Lin. As for Shen Lin, he deserved his fate. The smoke billowed, dust erupted from the concrete walls, and visibility in the room diminished. Pressed against the wall, Huang Ye felt a surge of anxiety. Was he dead? Every last game coin had been invested into attributes. There was no room for carelessness, for he was up against the mightiest player in Jinhua District. Items, equipment, attributes. Even talents had been utterly crushed. Shenlin? Ha! It seemed to be his voice, though it was labored and pained, akin to one drowning. Likely on the brink of death. Huang Ye, with fierce determination, aimed at the source of the sound and reloaded, firing again. The sound of bullets piercing flesh silenced Shun Lin's breaths. Damn it! Where is he? Huang Ye's concentration sharpened, yet he still failed to catch a glimpse of Han Lin. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Han Lin's figure had vanished. On the ground lay Shun Lin's still warm body, a vicious wound carved into his neck, blood gushing forth. With bullet holes peppering his form, there was no time to collect the body. Huang Ye was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Han Lin's demeanor was one of ease, as though he had merely crushed a few ants beneath his foot. Where was Han Lin? Had he left? Look behind you. Han Lin's voice pierced the air as he suddenly struck, gripping Huang Ye's neck and lifting him effortlessly, as one would a chick. How utterly weak a cough. Cough. Huang Ye's eyes widened as the iron grip threatened to shatter his throat. How could this be? When did Han Lin appear here? A funnel-shaped mirror on Han Lin's chest caught Huang Ye's attention, suspended by a black cord, reflecting his pale face. With a clatter, the handgun slipped from his grasp. Huang Ye reached desperately to pry open Han Lin's right hand, his gaze filled with desperation. Spare me. I'll leave at once. I don't want to game coins anymore. I only wish to cling to life. But no sound escaped his lips. This was Han Lin's interpretation. Humans are inherently greedy, and it is only when facing death that the singular thought of survival prevails. In the midst of it all, Han Lin penetrated Huang Ye's consciousness. Skillfully, he transferred game coins, monopolizing power. Oh, there was still an item in the game bag, likely dropped by a monster slain in this room. The monsters here varied in strength, and they had fortuitously encountered a room of lesser difficulty, extending their lives for a moment longer. Group chat establishment license, low level. In the Monopoly game, one can select friends in the chat channel to establish a group chat for communication, with a maximum limit of 20 participants. The in-game store does not offer this item for sale, yet it has a redemption value of 24,000 game coins. Han Lin's eyes brightened as he realized that the Monopoly game's chat channel only allowed for private messages or regional discussions, without the option to create group chats. To his surprise, there existed an item that could facilitate this function. To exert control over an increasing number of players, it was imperative to have individuals managing them. Private messaging each one individually would be far too time-consuming. This item conveniently addressed that issue. Though it was merely a low-level tool with a limited capacity, Han Lin could post a bounty for a higher-level license in the trading hall. With so many players, it was only a matter of time before someone would yield such a prize. Upon immediate use, a new feature appeared in his mind's chat channel, enabling him to invite others into a group for communication. Although he was the sole member at present, he proceeded to invite Bai Zisu, Lin Jinyu, Lu Su, Liang Xiao, Zhou Jun, and Wang Chong, as he aspired to form a formidable faction, with these individuals serving as his foundational team. Gazing at the dying Huang Ye, Han Lin delved into his memories and discovered that his abilities were quite commendable. He organized a small team to infiltrate the building, slay monsters, and seize control of rooms. But most importantly, he required someone ruthless. However, Huang Ye's strength was somewhat lacking, and fortuitously, he was in need of subordinates. Thus, he proceeded to brainwash and control him. Moments later, Huang Ye knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with fervor, exclaiming, "Master." "Very well, you may occupy this room," Han Lin commanded. Activating his light rail mirror, he vanished from the room, leaving it empty. Rather than allow it to remain vacant, he decided to indulge in some task rewards, while also adding Huang Ye to the group chat. "Yes, Master." Upon meeting with Bai Zisu and Li Shi, Bai Zisu dragged a corpse, a player he had discovered on the 4th floor, who had been slain after seizing monopoly power. "Brother, look quickly," Li Shi exclaimed excitedly, holding a gigantic kite, which the player had used to enter the building. It appeared to be an item of some sort. Indeed, it is a demonstration of remarkable ingenuity. "Master, all infiltrating players have been eliminated." "Excellent. Maintain strict vigilance. There remains 1 day for the task." The platinum-hued frame shimmered with a cold light as Li Shi perched on Han Lin's shoulder. Brother, play with me and the kite." Han Lin's expression darkened. "You can already fly. Why play with a kite? Go find your sister Lin Jinyu. She enjoys playing with kites." "Really?" "Indeed." "Yay. I'm going to jump from the 4th floor." With a flurry of wings, Li Shi darted away, presumably to find Lin Jinyu. For other players, the building, fraught with danger, had now transformed into a playground for a select few. How many rooms remain uncleared? Master, there's still 3 rooms left. Several rooms have been cleared by infiltrating players. However, before they could claim their task rewards, they were slain by Han Lin. Now, with 3 rooms remaining, the entire building would be rendered completely secure. Summon Lin Jinyu and the other 2. You shall be in charge, with Zhou Junwang and Huang Ye assisting you. Completely cleanse the building. I grant you 3 hours. Yes, Master. Bai Zisu's expression was filled with excitement. The Master's trust in me must not be disappointed. Han Lin slowly descended the stairs, with subordinates at his disposal. Why should he dirty his hands? As for potential casualties, if one cannot handle such trivial matters, they deserve their fate. Han Lin lifted a glass of red wine. Reclining on a lounge chair, contemplating future plans. Gradually, he could seize control of the Jinhua district. The global landscape had expanded and transformed, and how many areas remained unknown. Within Jinhua district alone, there were hundreds of thousands of players. Each region resembled an isolated island. Only the players themselves could enter another area. And the monopolization of the game would unlock the chat channel permissions for that region. Even cross-region friend requests were prohibited. Currently, Han Lin possessed access solely to Jinhua district, entirely oblivious to the circumstances of other regions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the cloudless sky, the southwestern horizon darkening ominously. Handing gosset uppvaj, perplexed. This should not be. All calamities had been suspended during district missions. Sipping his red wine, he reclined once more. He searched the marketplace for advanced attribute points. With his current attributes surpassing 70, this was essential for breakthroughs. Advanced attribute points. Used for players to exceed 80 points in attributes. Applicable to strength, spirit, agility, and constitution. Price, 1 million game coins. Chapter 43. Iron Monopoly. Water Monopoly. 1 million. The outrageous price nearly caused Han Lin to spill his red wine. To elevate all 4 attributes to 80 required a staggering 40 million game coins. Fortunately, Han Lin's balance stood at precisely 40 million. He could only temporarily forsake the enhancement. He needed some game currency to acquire monopolies and precious items, as well as to cultivate the nascent influence. He could not exhaust all his funds solely on attribute upgrades. He opened his panel. Name, Han Lin. Game ID, 00009527. Constitution, 70. Agility, 70. Strength, 70. Spirit, 70. Talent, omniscient memory, S rank. Mastery in swordsmanship, D rank. Monopoly rights, 5 on the college entrance examination answer sheet. 1 on air, ongoing revenue. Personal monopoly rights, Bai Zisu, click to view panel. Biological monopoly rights, Abyss Elementalist, click to view panel. Game currency, 40 million, rounded statistics. Income and expenditure records, revenue from air monopoly rights, settled every minute. Red wine charges ongoing. Lounge chair, fees ongoing. Observing the myriad monopolies displayed on the panel, Han Lin silently summoned the game in his mind. I wish to sell my monopoly rights. The game offered no response. As anticipated, the time for reclaiming monopoly rights has not yet arrived. It is likely that in about a year, the game will loosen its restrictions, actively reclaiming unpopular monopoly rights while selling popular ones. Han Lin vividly recalls that in his previous life, once the permissions were released, there were astonishing items such as blood and water, monopoly rights available for purchase. The players erupted in excitement. The value of these items could only be described as astronomical. Unfortunately, no player had the means to buy them, as this required a vast amount of unpopular monopoly rights. Little did they realize that the very unpopular monopoly rights they sought to avoid would one day become scarce. The trading hall was abuzz with players selling unpopular monopoly rights, which they considered inconsequential, tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. Han Lin swiftly acquired these rights, clearing out the trading hall as his in-game currency quickly diminished. This was his daily task. He would routinely cleanse the trading hall of monopoly rights. Alas, the long-listed paraquat monopoly rights finally sold after 3 days. His steel ball monopoly rights were sold as well. Was it Han Lin who bought them? Who else would purchase such low-yield items? Why did Han Lin seek these unpopular monopoly rights? Indeed, did they not yield nearly any profit? Perhaps he was a fool with too much money to spend. I suspect Han Lin has some issues. Would you dare to say that to his face? Well, never mind. Gazing at his panel, The total number of monopoly rights had reached 100,000, encompassing various types: paint, phone cases, beakers, alcohol lamps, most of which were exceedingly unpopular. Every single monopoly right in the trading hall was acquired by Han Lin, all with his in-game currency. With a sigh, he realized he could only wait for the monopoly game to release its permissions before making his move, compared to the astonishing profits that awaited. His current investment of several tens of thousands of in-game currency was insignificant. Han Lin closed the panel and was about to rise when suddenly a chime echoed in his mind. The mechanical voice rang out clearly. Monopoly game announcement. A player has been detected with over 100,000 monopoly rights. The exchange store is now open for early access, allowing for the reclamation of unpopular monopoly rights. Monopoly game announcement. A player has been detected with over 100,000 monopoly rights. The exchange store is now open for early access, allowing for the reclamation of unpopular monopoly rights. Monopoly game announcement. A player has been detected with over 100,000 monopoly rights. The exchange store is now open for early access, allowing for the reclamation of unpopular monopoly rights. The announcement repeated thrice, and a new interface appeared on the game panel. Monopoly rights store. This was independent of the regular marketplace, with golden lettering exuding an air of luxury. Could it be that my acquisitions prompted this early opening? Han Lin could hardly believe it. He only possessed 100,000 unpopular monopoly rights, which still felt insufficient. Ignoring the chat channel, which must have been in an uproar, he quickly clicked on Monopoly Rights Store. Players needed to pay 100,000 in-game currency to activate VIP status for entry. Activate, deducting 100,000 game coins. Iron Monopoly Right, 1%. Monopoly Game Evaluation, popular. Stock, 1 piece. Selling price, 300,000 authority crystals per piece. Water Monopoly Right, 1%. Monopoly Game Evaluation, extremely popular. Stock, 1 piece. Selling price, 1 million authority crystals per piece. For now, these are the only 2 goods available. Yet they captivated Han Lin's attention. Authority crystals are a unique currency, exclusively utilized for transactions within this realm, obtainable solely through the exchange of monopoly rights. Quickly locating the recycling center, Han Lin's monopoly rights would automatically receive an assessed value from the monopoly game. Air Monopoly Right, 1%. Recycling price, 100,000 authority crystals. The traditional practice of aggressive price reduction persists, yet Han Lin resolutely refuses to relinquish the air monopoly right. It is at least comparable to the water monopoly right, yet the disparity amounts to 900,000 authority crystals. Only a fool would sell it. Bluetooth headphone monopoly right, 1%. Recycling price, 637 authority crystals. Alcohol lamp monopoly right, 5%. Recycling price, 487 authority crystals. Wang Zhong Wang Ham monopoly right, 1%. Recycling price, 10,678 authority crystals. Aside from the air monopoly right, Han Lin opted to sell all other monopoly rights with a single click. The obscure monopoly rights vanished from the panel, transforming into authority crystals. The balance of authority crystals oscillated rapidly. 50,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1,498,663. All 100,000 monopoly rights were liquidated. Without hesitation, he purchased the only 2 popular monopoly rights available. The player acquired 1% of the iron monopoly right. The player acquired 1% of the water monopoly right. Gazing at the now empty special store, Han Lin finally exhaled in relief. Clicking to view the earnings. Iron monopoly right, estimated earnings, 8,000 game coins per minute, subject to fluctuations, settled every minute. Water monopoly right, estimated earnings, 15,000 game coins per minute, subject to fluctuations, settled every minute. Adding the air monopoly right, Han Lin's earnings soared to an astonishing 33,000 game coins, merely a minute's yield. A rare smile graced Han Lin's face. With these exceedingly popular monopoly rights, his game coins would flow endlessly. What a ridiculous monopoly rights store. It demands 100,000 game coins just to enter. Only a fool would spend that amount to recharge VIP status. What on earth is being sold here? 2. ISNT it plainly stated. Monopoly rights. What kind of monopoly rights are you selling? Ridiculous. Do you even possess that many game coins? Everyone, take a look at the wealth leaderboard. Wealth leaderboard, game coins. First place, Han Lin, 40 million game coins, 209, 863 permission crystals. Second place, Elizabeth Sophia, 27 million game coins. Third place, by Zissou, 680,000 game coins. 4th place, Adam Siri, 360,000 game coins. 5th place, Lin Jinyao, 280,000 game coins. 6th place, Lin Jinyu, 240,000 game coins. 10th place, Sujimo, 980,000 game coins. What exactly are permission crystals? Why does only Han Lin possess them? Is he cheating? Are they a form of currency? What can they be used to purchase? At this moment, in the Xia district within a church, Sophia's golden hair glimmered under the sunlight. Her exquisite profile resembling that of a favored child of God, yet her brow was furrowed in distress. Biting her lip, she murmured, "Damn Han Lin, being preempted again." Gazing at the bare monopoly rights shop, she felt as if she could crush her silver teeth in frustration. 100,000 game coins wasted. Chapter 42, Su Gong U. The monopoly rights shop's only 2 items have been purchased by Han Lin. The shop refreshes randomly, with a possibility of a year or just a minute before the next update. Exploiting the information gap, most players remained unaware of the situation, while Han Lin zealously acquired monopoly rights. Did Han Lin purchase unpopular monopoly rights again? The trading hall has been completely cleared. Sell quickly, brothers. Such a foolish spender is rare. Why purchase such obscure monopoly rights? Why not buy my authentic stockings for just 1,000 game coins? Welfare sister? What do you mean authentic stockings for 1,000 game coins? With 1,000 game coins, I could feast on stockings daily. I could buy a whole truckload. Do you even understand what authentic means? Is it delicious when eaten with rice? The sky in the southwest corner appeared ominously dark, as if the once clear expanse had been drenched in ink. Curse be it. Han Lin pulled out the regional map, which displayed no signs of disaster. This was real-time information. It could not predict what calamity would come next. A torrential rain? Beep. A notification chimed in his mind. As a celebrity in Jinhua district, he received friend requests daily. There were those cursing, those seeking favor, those making threats, and those employing moral coercion. Han God, accept my friend request. I have something good. What good thing? Han Lin accepted the friend invitation and asked directly. In a basement in Jinhua district, Su Gongwu's wrinkled old face flashed with excitement as he peered through the narrow window, catching a glimpse of a portion of the sky outside. This is undoubtedly a precursor to a torrential downpour. The atmospheric pressure has dropped, humidity has increased, and the air convection is abnormal. The sudden gunfire outside startled Su Gongwu. The players were frenziedly battling for resources. The district's mission was monopolized by Han Lin, leaving them to scavenge for benefits in the abandoned city. Though food and water were scarce, certain everyday items could be sold in the monopolized game market. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a meal. Some players formed teams, ruthlessly hunting down others, resulting in hundreds of fatalities daily. The dampness of the basement exacerbated Su Gongwu's bronchitis. How could his frail body compete with the vigor of youth? Lacking robust health, one could easily meet their demise in such a brutal game. The bloodthirsty players showed no regard for age or status. Yet, now presented an opportunity. As a leading expert from the Meteorological Bureau, he instantly recognized this as the harbinger of an unprecedented deluge, one that could inundate the entire Jinhua district. Adjusting his spectacles, missing a lens, Su Gongwu murmured to himself, I hope Han Lin sees my worth. Wow, brother, look. On the 4th floor window, Li Shi grasped a massive kite and leapt down, gliding gracefully through the air and landing before Han Lin. Bai Zissou and others were somewhere in another room, combating monsters, prompting a resigned smile from Han Lin. It was perfectly normal for children to be playful. Be careful, don't fall. In a game rife with plunder and bloodshed, Li Shi's innocent eyes momentarily captivated Han Lin. Perhaps this was why he indulged her. Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat the everlasting fruit. I want 1, 2, 5 of them. Li Shi counted on her fingers how many she desired. Han Lin's expression darkened, and he feigned sleep, his mind drifting back to his conversation with Su Gongwu. Speak plainly. If it's valuable, I shall acquire it. Regarding predictions of forthcoming disasters, I can provide accurate forecasts. Han Lin was skeptical, yet another attempting to swindle game currency, and the tactics employed were remarkably crude. Why not concoct a more plausible story? It was well known that disasters in the monopolized game were utterly erratic. Sunshine one moment, torrential rain the next. You claim you can predict? By what means? Scientific methods? But science has no place here. With a scoff, Han Lin was about to dismiss the fraud, making a note of the name Su Gongwu. Wait a moment. Su Gongwu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Upon glancing at the old face in the avatar, he realized it belonged to a renowned scientist. Once, in peacetime, he accurately predicted a once-in-a-century torrential downpour, averting losses in the billions. He had accurately forecasted super hurricanes in coastal regions, significantly reducing casualties and earning the prestigious Peace Medal as a top-tier scientist. What do you rely on to predict disasters? Surely not science? Su Gongwu, facing skepticism, was not daunted. Instead, he was filled with ecstatic joy. The fact that he was not outright dismissed indicated that Han Lin was intrigued, leading to a realm of expertise where, provided Han Lin was not foolish, he would surely recognize Su Gongwu's value. It was not scientific means. Rather, the disaster had already transpired. In the game, calamities did not adhere to objective laws. But what if they had already commenced? It was merely that all players were oblivious to the impending torrential rain, capable of inundating the entirety of Jinhua District. Arriving just a day later, I measured with instruments. The humidity was exceeding the standard by 8-fold, and the atmospheric pressure was alarmingly low. Logically, there should have already been a cataclysmic downpour, yet for some unknown reason, it had yet to arrive. I speculated it might be due to the overarching district mission. During the district mission, all disasters were suspended. Players reveling in the abandoned city seemed to have forgotten the dread that came with being governed by various calamities. What do you desire? Is it not to first secure the talent before anything else? If the predictions prove inaccurate, Han Lin would ensure he knew the meaning of cruelty. He was not one to engage in charity. Su Gongwu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a tremendous sense of relief. Finally, someone recognized his worth. Thank you, Honggu. I shall not disappoint you. Currently, I am situated in the eastern part of Jinhua District, and I require assurance of my safety. The east? Perfect. I shall have Lu Ziliankio bring the Tian Di Hui members to escort Su Gongwu. If his predictions hold true, the value of this talent would be immeasurable. I will send someone to retrieve you. Let us hope your predictions are accurate. Transferring Su Gongwu 50,000 game coins. Consider it a preliminary investment. There is no need to control Su Gongwu with innate talent. The mind of such a technological genius must remain clear. Any damage to his intellect would be an irretrievable loss. Onne, 10,000, 10,000. Su Gongwu gasped for breath, his face alight with excitement. 50,000 game coins. That group outside, who could only scavenge for trash, would not amass even 10,000 coins in a day, remaining cooped up in the cramped basement. He knew that once Han Lin's people arrived, he could continue to showcase his value. I have had enough of this life. In the damp confines of the basement, mosquitoes incessantly feasted upon the elderly man's skin. Su Gongwu murmured to himself, slowly closing his eyes. Soon, food, water, and a clean environment would be his. Chapter 45 Queuing. As night fell, Bai Zisu fired, eliminating the last monster, wiping the filthy blood from her clothes, and stowing away the spoils. These trophies were to be presented to the master for unlocking. She dared not keep any for herself. Phew, is this the last room? Lin Jinyao panted, clearly having just survived a fierce battle. Indeed, it was the final chamber. Splendid. At last, she could rest. Lin Jinyu beamed with joy. After being tormented by Han Lin until late the previous night, her body was frail, and prolonged combat had begun to take its toll on her. After all, her sight was impaired, compelling her to continuously exert her talent, which demanded greater energy. The three women wielded firearms, while Zhou Jun and his companions engaged in close combat with melee weapons. Wait, conduct a thorough inspection of the building. Seal all windows and pipes. Bai Zisu declared with seriousness, ensuring that the mission assigned by Han Lin remained flawless. It was the final day for the district's mission. One could never be too cautious, for there might be unseen threats lurking in the shadows. Zhou Jun and Wang Chong were instructed to remain indoors, while Lin Jinyu, though fatigued, recognized the urgency of the situation and gritted her teeth to keep pace with Bai Zisu. 2.5 hours later, gazing at the completely secure building, Bai Zisu felt immense satisfaction, eagerly anticipating her master's commendation. Let us depart. Brother, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Did you not just consume 10 eternal ruby fruits? Yet, I have not had dinner. Uxkalayimud Li Shi. Sister Zisu said children must eat more to grow tall. Is that true? What else did she say? Sister Zisu also mentioned that potato chips are healthy and should be consumed abundantly, and that cola is nutritious. Children ought to have 5 meals a day, and strawberry gummies, cake, pizza, and fried chicken. In the open space before the first floor, Li Shi blinked her large eyes while leaning against Han Lin, earnestly educating him on child-rearing. Look at me, I'm salivating just talking about it. Yes, all of this is what Sister Zissou said. She even stole the potato chips that brother gave me yesterday. I didn't even get to eat any. Brother, why not buy me another bag? Han Lin listened to Li Shi's earnest ramblings and shook his head, chuckling softly. When did I ever steal your potato chips? Bai Zissou emerged from the first floor, exasperated by the notion of tarnishing her image before her master. Sister Zissou, you're back. I shall go to bed first. Little Li Shi flapped her arms and darted back to the tent, snatching away the half-empty chilled cola that Han Lin had left on the table. How'd it go? Is everything cleared? Han Lin inquired, glancing at the three women. Huang Ye and the others remained in the room, enjoying their rewards, opting not to venture outside, as they could procure supplies. Master, everything is cleared. We have also sealed the windows and pipes, ensuring that no one can enter. Han Lin affectionately patted Bai Zissou's head, expressing his approval. This little maid is becoming increasingly adept. Lin Jinyu, unperturbed by Han Lin's influence, though unable to see, understood the prevailing circumstances. Just as she planned to return to the tent for a wash after sweating profusely throughout the day, Han Lin, with a smile, stealthily entered the tent. Beginning of a lengthy narrative omitted. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, gunfire erupted once more. The brutality of nighttime skirmishes intensified as countless players engaged in slaughter for mere game currency. Hand over all your supplies. You must be dreaming. I will comply. I will comply. Captain, we struck gold. This fellow has hidden an ice machine. Damn it. Kill him. Though the ice maker may seem unnecessary, selling it could yield 200 game coins. How dare they conceal such valuable items? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the night, carrying far and wide. Su Gongwu shrank back, chewing on the dry bread. He had already allocated some attributes, yet most people were in groups now. Being alone outside would quickly attract attention. Cautiously, he decided to wait for Han Lin's group. Cough! Cough! His bronchitis flared up again, and Su Gongwu hastily covered his mouth, straining to listen to the sound around him. He had sealed the basement window with various objects. The cramped space was engulfed in darkness. What was that noise? Sounds emanated from outside, and he realized he had been heard. Su Gongwu's pupils constricted, and he dared not breathe. Bang! The front door of the house was forcefully flung open. Captain, it seems there's little in the way of supplies here. Search thoroughly. Do not let your guard down. Today's haul is promising. We captured a woman this morning, and soon everyone will line up for their turn. Long live the captain! Long live the captain! Captain, I have OCD. May I go first? Ha ha. You can be first. Thank you, Captain. Ha ha ha. The captain, stroking his scruffy beard, observed his excited subordinates, adept at winning their loyalty. Captain, there's a basement here. What could possibly be in a basement? Let us wrap this up. I can hardly wait. Just half a minute. You can go first. Ha ha ha. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? A group of them exchanged crude jokes, laughing heartily. One team member stepped forward and kicked open the basement door. It's so dark. 7 or 8 flashlights illuminated the cramped basement, which was utterly empty. No supplies in sight. I told you there would be nothing in the basement. Let us go, let us go. Time to wrap up. Wait. Captain, hold on. The captain tightened his grip on his handgun, giving a sharp command and crouching to scrutinize the basement. To his surprise, amidst the dust, he discovered several footprints. Someone's been here. There are footprints. Search carefully. The captain ordered, excitement etched on his face. The current players might possess valuable items. Killing and looting is far more lucrative than scavenging for supplies. Su Gongwu, hidden behind a dilapidated cabinet in the corner, was drenched in sweat, silently praying for this group to leave quickly. Just as he was about to secure a valuable ally, a band of ruthless players had appeared. Damn it! In this tense atmosphere, his bronchitis was flaring up again. Chest, Chen Yi's ambition. Bang! The captain fired a shot at the cabinet, splintering wood and creating a gaping hole in its center. Nothing here, Captain. Captain, are you perhaps being overly suspicious? How could anyone hide in such a small cabinet? A young player echoed, nonchalantly resting a pistol at his waist. It was already impressive that these individuals could shoot at all. Their marksmanship was abysmal, save for the captain whose skills were marginally superior. The captain lowered his pistol, possibly indicating that someone had been here before. Let us go. Back to the line. The footsteps gradually faded away. Su Gongwu, concealed within the cabinet, was drenched in sweat. his frail body pressed against one side, which was why the bullets had failed to find their mark. With his ear pressed against the cabinet, he strained to listen. Outside, only sporadic gunfire could be heard from a distance. During this period, most players still relied on firearms, except for a few who had invested heavily in melee attributes and were exceedingly confident in their use of cold weapons. Han Lin was among them, wielding a long knife. Within 7 steps, his blade was swift. Beyond 7 steps, Han Lin was even swifter, approximately 5 minutes later, confirming that the commotion outside had subsided. Su Gongwu finally emerged from the cabinet, gasping for air. Who cough, cough, cough. The damp and stifling confines of the cabinet had become unbearable, triggering a severe bout of bronchitis. His coughing abruptly ceased as a cold pistol was pressed against his temple. Suddenly, several flashlights illuminated Su Gongwu's aged face. The pistol chambered, ready to end his life with the slightest pull of the trigger. Old man, were you having fun? Did you think we had left? The captain's expression was sinister as he smacked Su Gongwu's face with the pistol. Captain, this old fellow must have something valuable on him. Another chimed in. Exactly. Why else would he hide for so long? Will you surrender it willingly, or shall we force it from you? Su Gongwu was drenched in cold sweat, hastily retrieving all the items from his system backpack. I'll hand it over myself. The others rummaged through, discovering nothing of worth but half a bottle of mineral water and a bag of biscuits. Is that all? Due to the monopolistic game system, only the player could use the backpack. Even if a player were killed, their items would not drop. The captain scrutinized Su Gongwu. This meager collection? That's all. Big brother, please spare me. I've given you everything. Su Gongwu's face was a mask of despair, uncertain if he would survive until Han Lin arrived. What about game currency? Transfer it to me. The 50,000 game coins given by Han Lin had only seen 10,000 spent on attributes, leaving a balance of 40,000. Su Gongwu gritted his teeth. I am one of Han Lin's. You cannot harm me. Bang. Ah. The captain shot him in the right leg, then kicked him over. You dare threaten me? One of Han Lin's, are you? Why aren't you a developer of this monopolistic game instead? Do you think I was raised on fear? I'll give you 3 seconds. Transfer all the game currency to me. The captain sneered, utterly disbelieving Su Gongwu's words, pressing the pistol against his chin. One of Han Lin's? You senile old fool. Have you lost your wits? Ha ha ha. Do you think we would let you go just because you utter some name? You old scoundrel. I advise you to be sensible. Several individuals unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Su Gongwu, reveling in their unrestrained aggression. Captain, this is absolutely exhilarating. Who would have dared to strike such an old man in the past? He couldn't even afford the cost of bankruptcy. If you enjoy it, then continue for a while longer. Coughing, Su Gongwu's trembling voice resonated like thunder on a still day. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. How much did you say? 40,000, he stammered. Are you speaking the truth? Captain Chenji, with a composed demeanor, yanked Su Gongwu upright, unable to conceal the excitement in his eyes. The other team members were equally astonished. How could this old man possibly possess such a vast sum of game currency? Transfer it to me. You promised, cough. Let me go. Su Gongwu's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground as he allowed Chenji to bellow at him. If you transfer it, I shall release you. I keep my word. The greed in Chenji's eyes threatened to overflow. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Su Gongwu remained motionless, his physical prowess lacking. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. Once he relinquished the game currency, he would be like a fish on the chopping block. It was wiser to dangle the currency as bait for this group until Han Lin's people arrived. Seeing Su Gongwu's indifference, Chenji exchanged glances with several teammates, and they immediately moved forward. Regardless of the truth of his claim, they had to test it. After all, this was 40,000 game currency. Q? For what? With game currency, one can easily find beautiful women. What sort of quality would they be able to capture? A sudden blow from a gunstock struck Su Gongwu's face, shattering several of his already loose teeth, blood filling his mouth in a grim spectacle. A player, filled with malice, ruthlessly twisted his fingers. Su Gongwu writhed on the ground, weeping profusely. Yet, 2 players seized him again, holding him down. How could he possibly contend against a fully armed team? Will you give it or not? Chenji grasped Su Gongwu's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. With thoughts racing, Chenji was already strategizing for the future. His team consisted of 8 members, with a total game currency not exceeding 10,000, and every member's handgun and ammunition were the most inferior quality available in the marketplace. The Tiandi Society. situated in the eastern part of Jinhua District, had recently claimed a vast territory, and he had long contemplated aligning with them. However, the entry fee for a single member was 5,000 game currency. His team of 8 required 40,000. He had initially saved enough for his own entry fee, leaving the others to fend for themselves. But now, a lucrative opportunity had presented itself. This meant he could potentially lead his entire team into the Tiandi Society. With capable subordinates, Chun-Ji was confident he could carve out a name for himself within the society. With his cunning and guile, there was no doubt he could seize control of the Tiandi Society. It is even conceivable that in the future, one might engage in a contest of strength with someone like Han Lin. A broad and promising path lies ahead. And how could Chun-Ji not feel exhilarated? He is a person of grand ambitions, and now he need only a capital of 40,000 game coins. You cannot kill me. I'm one of Han Lin's men. Uncertain of the strength of Han Lin's subordinates, Su Gongwu dared not inform Han Lin, fearing he might be abandoned. After all, this is a small team of 8, each equipped with handguns. In his memory, Han Lin is formidable. It is not guaranteed that he would take the risk to rescue him. Chun-Ji's expression darkened. Indeed, he currently lacks the strength to confront Han Lin directly. But that is no excuse for your deception. Seek death. Whoever retrieves his game coins, I shall personally reward 1,000. Does Han Lin even regard someone of your age? What do you possess that would capture Han Lin's interest? Moreover, Han Lin is currently at Fenghua Community. Are you trying to deceive a ghost? This is common knowledge among players in Jinhua District. Han Lin dominates all tasks within Fenghua Community, located to the west of Jinhua District. The team members looked on with excitement, cruelly gazing at Su Gongwu. Captain, rest assured, I will extract his dentures. I will pull out his hemorrhoids and tie them into a bow. I refuse to believe he remains so defiant. Meanwhile, the current leader of the Tiandi Society, Lu Su and Liang Xiao, were hastily driving towards this direction. Boss, what brings us here at this late hour? A curious underling inquired, as several off-road vehicles charged into the alley like wild bulls. Players out at night, hoping to take advantage, quickly cleared the way upon seeing the vehicles of the Tiandi Society. With ample game coin support from Han Lin, the Tiandi Society has become the largest gang in Jinhua District. We are here to pick someone up. Lu Su and Liang Xiao exchanged glances. This was a task personally assigned by their master, and they must successfully retrieve this individual. Chapter 47. Could he truly be one of Han Lin's men? Spare me. Su Gongwu, clad in tattered clothing, curled up in a corner, tears glistening on his gaunt, aged face. This group truly lacks compassion. As an elderly man, how can you treat me this way? The dignity of a soldier cannot be violated. Enduring the pain, Su Gongwu's inner humiliation reached its zenith. A bald player with a round face and a scruffy beard chuckled, his face alight with excitement. Captain, I told you would come down to me. Ha ha ha. Chun-Ji cast a disdainful glance at the scruffy man. Though he was one of his subordinates, his behavior was utterly repugnant. Fortunately, Su Gongwu, unable to withstand the torment, surrendered 10,000 game coins. Yet, he refused to part with the remaining 30,000, fearing for his life. Initially, he had wished for the scruffy man to continue. But upon seeing Su Gongwu begin to froth at the mouth, Chun-Ji feared that with one more push, the old man might perish. The remaining 30,000 game coins must be extracted. I am one of Han Lin's men. You cannot treat me like this, Su Gongwu said, his eyes vacant, clutching his body, trembling, stubborn as a dead duck. Take him away. Two subordinates dragged Su Gongwu, eager to return him to their territory, unaware of the old man's resilience. The broad avenue lay ahead as Chun-Ji snorted coldly, and the group squeezed into a dilapidated 5-seater vehicle. Chun-Ji took the driver's seat, while the remaining 7 crammed into the foul-smelling confines. As for Su Gongwu, the frail old man found himself standing precariously, protesting until 2 slaps silenced him. The air was thick with the stench of blood, decay, and gasoline, a scent the group had grown accustomed to in this apocalyptic world, where survival itself was a blessing. With a crackle, Chun-Ji fiddled with 2 wires, sparks crackling to life. Captain, it seems we are low on gasoline. Let us return to base first. With a hiss and a roar, the vehicle roared to life, and the crew drew their firearms, wary of the lurking players in the dead of night. They had to tread carefully, for misstep could lead to dire consequences. Not far away, Lu Su messaged Han Lin, Master. We have arrived. Could you provide me with the specific location? Engrossed in his schemes, Han Lin took no notice. The reply was delayed. Where exactly is this basement? Liang Xiao frowned. Unable to pinpoint the underground hideout Han Lin had mentioned due to the change in geographical location. All he knew was that the person he sought was named Su Gongwu. Boss, should we inquire with the nearby scavenger teams? The term scavenger teams was a derogatory label for the urban foraging groups, often collecting protection fees and dismissing players. Certainly, a reward of 2,000 game coins for whoever locates him. Lu Su ordered a few off-road vehicles to halt at the roadside, while his subordinates swiftly contacted the local scavenger leader. Ding ding. A private message chimed in Chun Ji's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Who could be reaching out to him at such a late hour? The midnight darkness of Jinhua District was impenetrable, punctuated only by sporadic gunfire and flashes in the distance. 2 flashlights illuminated the narrow paths of the abandoned city. The second-hand vehicle lacked proper headlights, forcing the group to navigate both players and potential monsters while attentively observing the treacherous terrain. Chen Yi, find a man named Su Gongwu and earn 500 game coins. Claim your reward at the Tiandi Society. Chun Ji cursed under his breath. The audacity of a mere Tiandi Society lackey speaking to him in such a manner, offering a mere 500 game coins. What insult! I will have my revenge. Captain, what is wrong? A young teammate inquired, offering Chun Ji a half-burnt cigarette. Coughing from the acrid second-hand smoke, Su Gongwu felt his bronchitis worsening. Those fools from the Tiandi Society. Chun Ji exhaled a cloud of smoke, disdain etched across his features. What ambition or vision do they possess compared to me? They merely stumbled upon a fortunate alliance with the Tiandi Society. Yet, despite his contempt for them, he harbored a yearning to be part of their ranks. A commendable platform is essential to realize one's ambitions and aspirations. Captain, do we truly wish to join the Heavenly Society? Another teammate inquired. Aren't we rather content with our current existence? Why must we become subordinates to others? Just trust my judgment. I assure you, you will not suffer any losses. This assertion bore truth. Chun Ji treated his subordinates well, sharing both fortune and misfortune, prompting several nods of agreement. Coughing, Su Gongwu, nearly unconscious, caught wind of the mention of the Heavenly Society. He recalled Han Lin had once suggested that someone from the Heavenly Society would come to retrieve him. Could it be that Han Lin's associates had arrived? In a moment of desperation, he sat upright, momentarily disregarding the physical agony, yet the humiliation he felt was indelible. You, the Heavenly Society. Old man, what nonsense are you mumbling? Is your skin itching again? Laughter erupted from the group, who regarded Su Gongwu as less than human. Captain, why not hand him over to me tonight? I guarantee he will yield his game currency. The round-faced, bearded man chuckled lewdly, reaching out to grab Su Gongwu a few more times, his demeanor utterly repugnant. Old 3, you're truly disgusting, aren't you? What peculiar tastes you have. If any of you are suffering from hemorrhoids, I can assist you. Old 3 remained unfazed, and the others distanced themselves, opting to crowd together rather than endure his presence. This only provided Old 3 more opportunity to act. I am Han Lin's man, cough cough. The Heavenly Society is seeking me. Silent tears streamed down Su Gongwu's face. A man does not weep lightly, yet the sorrow had not struck him deeply enough. A mournful cry escaped his lips, and the bearded man sheepishly remarked, my hand slipped. Huh. Chun Ji frowned, discarding the remaining stub of his cigarette. What is your name? Kook Kook. Moans of anguish filled the air as Su Gongwu managed to utter, I am Su Gongwu. I am Han Lin's man. Suddenly, the second-hand vehicle screeched to a halt, tires screeching as Chun Ji widened his eyes, turning to the frail old man beneath Old 3's feet. You're Su Gongwu? Captain? Old 3, interrupted and somewhat disgruntled, looked at Chun Ji with confusion. Are you truly named Su Gongwu? Chun Ji bellowed once more, causing the bearded man to shudder, startled by the captain's rare display of fury. The vehicle was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chun Ji's mind raced, a flurry of information colliding within. He had repeatedly claimed to be Han Lin's man, the Heavenly Society, the largest gang, an emerging force. Su Gongwu. It felt as though everything was connecting. Was this old man genuinely one of Han Lin's associates? Are you asking me to confront the top player in Jinhua District right now? Is that not tantamount to seeking death? Meanwhile, Han Lin, engrossed in his work, stifled a yawn. The night has grown deep. It is time to rest. A faint light begins to emerge in the eastern sky. Chapter 48, The Little People. Are you truly one of Han Lin's? Although Chun Ji was reluctant to concede, it was likely the truth. Why didn't you mention you had backing sooner? Chun-Ji roared, what is this nonsense? The members of the small team fell into deep contemplation, with the third member particularly silent, reflecting the excitement they had just experienced now turned to silence. Han Lin's ruthless reputation for merciless violence was well known throughout the district. Recently, rumors have circulated that the most powerful faction, the Heavenly Society, is under Han Lin's control. I've mentioned before that I am with Han Lin, Su Gong said, his face filled with grievance and sorrow. The car was enveloped in an eerie silence. Han Lin had claimed more players' lives than they had ever encountered. Someone quietly remarked on the overwhelming notoriety of Han Lin. Chun-Ji's mind was in turmoil. Should he simply abandon all caution? But Su Gong might have already informed Han Lin to forsake joining the Heavenly Society, to flee with the game currency. The Jinhua district was vast. Perhaps Han Lin would not find him. He could also take his team members along. He had treated them well in the past, and now it was time to share in their trials. Chun-Ji cleared his throat, pondering how to convey his thoughts to them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The engines growled deafening. The sound of car doors slamming was relentless, accompanied by a flurry of footsteps. Beside the dilapidated second-hand vehicle, several imposing modified off-road vehicles encircled them, their bright headlights blinding. Get down from the vehicle. Turn off the engine. Come down. A dozen armed men exited the off-road vehicles, each wielding a submachine gun. Lu Su and Liang Xiao's calm gazes resembled that of venomous serpents. Those submachine guns could reduce them to mere sieves in mere seconds. The disparity in weaponry was insurmountable. How could they possibly contend against such firepower with their meager handguns? Chun-Ji was taken aback, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Were these not members of the Heavenly Society? Had they arrived so swiftly? See, Captain, what should we do now? The third member lamented, his face drawn with despair. The joy of earlier replaced by hopelessness. Bang, bang, bang. Get down. The car doors rattled under the force of the submachine guns. Liu Su's not Gon Li. Where is Su Gong? I am here. Came a feeble whimper from beneath their feet. Soon, they were forcibly removed from the vehicle, lined up in a row. Their handguns confiscated. Haha, Brother Liu, it's all a misunderstanding. Chenya attempted to plead, but Liang Xiao's foot struck him in the abdomen with a resounding thud. Cough, cough. Liang Xiao's powerful kick sent Chun-Ji flying several meters away. Do you dare to act against us? Do you wish to meet your end? If our master discovers Su Gong is in such a precarious state, how shall we explain ourselves? Quickly, he produced a high-grade healing potion and administered it to Su Gong, who had fallen unconscious. The physical wounds were trivial compared to the profound anguish of the soul. Coughing, Chun-Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, his abdomen churning with torment as he knelt on the ground. Liang Xiao's kick had left him questioning his very existence. Yet, he remained merely the vice leader of the Tiandi Society, leaving him to ponder the formidable strength of Lu Su and Han Lin. Chun-Ji's heart felt as though it had turned to ash, realizing he had been naive in thinking he could usurp their positions. At that moment, a subordinate whispered something into Lu Su's ear and subtly gestured toward an individual who had provided that information. Lu Su's mood was foul. The task assigned by his master could only be deemed half completed. Luga, it was me. I sent the location. One of Chun-Ji's team, with a furtive expression, stood up and ingratiated himself. The others in Chun-Ji's team now understood why the members of the Tiandi Society had been able to locate them with such precision. You traitor! Chun-Ji's gaze radiated a venomous hatred that could pierce through anyone. One of his underlings could no longer contain his fury and swung the butt of his gun at the traitor. Bang! Ah! Several teeth, mingled with blood, flew out. The remaining members of the squad were filled with rage, yet dared not voice it, glaring at the traitor. What are you looking at? Dare to oppose the Tiandi Society, and this is your fate. I was merely guiding you back to the right path. The traitor retorted, you worthless scum. Bang! Liang Xiao, wielding a massive silver-white pistol, fired a large-caliber bullet that obliterated the traitor's head. Flesh and blood splattered, a gruesome sight as the headless body fell with a thud. The others trembled, filled with indignation yet silenced. Old Lu has already reported to the master. Let us take the others back. We leave. The group swiftly regrouped and boarded their vehicles, leaving only Chun-Ji and a few others behind. The remaining few were elated. Perhaps they would be spared? No more arbitrary arrests. As long as they follow the captain, they could continue to live carefree. At worst, they would not join the Tiandi Society. Chun-Ji lay helplessly on the ground, shaking his head in bitter amusement at his foolish teammates. How could they possibly believe they would be spared? This was a merciless world where killing was done without a second thought. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down, relentless and merciless. The gunfire roaring as the barrels grew hot. Only when it was certain that Chen Ji's team was utterly annihilated did Lu Su give the order to cease fire. With a thunderous roar, several off-road vehicles sped away, leaving behind a gruesome scene of mangled bodies. Chen Ji's eyes, filled with unwillingness, gazed vacantly at the sky, devoid of life's spark. Small fry, a voice from the air, sneered disdainfully, tranquil in its contempt. Han Lin, eyes closed, groped for the time. No one answered. It seemed everyone was exhausted from the previous night. Indeed, the gentle embrace of comfort is often the grave of heroes. Upon reviewing the report from Lu Su and his companion, Han Lin was indifferent. As long as they were present, that sufficed. Today marked the final day of the district's mission. Han Lin exited the tent, only to be confronted by a snapping ice claw aimed at his leg. Bang! With a graceful kick, Han Lin evaded the attack, leaving only an afterimage in his wake, while the ice crystal crab shattered into a fine dust beneath the tremendous force. Brother, you have finally awakened. Why did you not accompany Li Shi to sleep? Li Shi, looking forlorn, sat beside the table, evidently having waited for quite some time. A few ice crystal crabs were tethered by a rope, which Li Shi tugged like a pet. Brother, these are my gifts for you. Now, please buy me breakfast. I want everlasting fruit, strawberry cake, a large bag of chips, apple gummies, and chocolate. She thrust the rope into Han Lin's hands, listing off the items in rapid succession without a pause. All right, I will get them for you, Han Lin replied with a wry smile, attempting to console her. Where did these crabs come from? He recalled by Zissou mentioning that a few ice crystal crabs were found in one of the rooms. But weren't they all dealt with? The ominous clouds overhead grew increasingly dark, signaling an impending downpour. He began to believe Su Gongwu's words. The blue sky was nearly obscured, as the heavy clouds seemed ready to descend. Messages flooded the chat channel. Chapter 49, Eye of the Storm. Did the Heaven and Earth Society engage in a brawl last night? In the east, Chen Ji's team was completely annihilated. Who was Chen Ji? A captain of a worthless team. How did Chen Ji provoke the Heaven and Earth Society? It was reckless. Rumor had it that it might be related to Han Lin. The weather today felt distinctly off. Even a fool could see that a torrential rain was imminent. I have already purchased a raincoat and umbrella. No matter how heavy the rain, I can still scavenge. I found a sturdy shelter that will keep me dry. I'll compete with you all. A bunch of street rats. Leave some for me. Aspire to greater heights. You shall pick up garbage for a lifetime. Han Lin strung the ice crystal crabs on a metal rack and kindled a fire. He had recently examined these creatures. Their bodies were nearly transparent, resembling blocks of ice, and would melt upon cooking. Yet, surprisingly, there was a small piece of meat at the center that tasted delightful, paired with other foods purchased from the marketplace. Han Lin and little Li Shi enjoyed their meal with relish. This was no ordinary downpour. Han Lin smirked, for according to Su Gongwu, this storm could inundate the Jinhua district in an instant. A once-in-a-millennium deluge. Buy a raincoat? A boat would be more prudent. Brother, do you want to eat this? Li Shi inquired, her eyes sparkling as she held up the crab meat from her plate. I'll pass, you enjoy it. Yay, thank you, brother. Li Shi extended her small hand and swiftly seized all the remaining crab meat from Han Lin's plate, demonstrating her remarkable appetite, nearly surpassing the amount Han Lin consumed in 2 meals. However, since Li Shi was not human, this could be deemed a normal occurrence. A transfer of 5 million game coins was sent to Lu Su. The numbers and strength of the Heavenly Earth Society had now entered a steady phase, and it was imperative to preserve the living forces amidst calamity. Lu Su, you and Liang Xiao must take charge, purchasing more ships and equipment while remaining vigilant against disasters. Yes, rest assured, Master. The most crucial element is Su Gongwu, whose ability to predict disasters is invaluable. Suddenly, the tent flaps were thrown open, revealing Lin Jinyu as the first to emerge, clearly having groomed herself. Her gray-white eyes appeared somewhat dazed, and she wore a striking red qipao. With her thighs crossing in a tantalizing manner, her expression imbued with a hint of allure and languor. Master, Lin Jinyu awkwardly called out, her voice resonating with her sonic talent, indicating the presence of others. Come and eat. What is wrong with your eyes? Han Lin inquired, glancing at Lin Jinyu's gray-white gaze as he savored a piece of freshly grilled crab meat. Lin Jinyu stammered, caught off guard by Han Lin's concern. Was he truly worried about her? Surely he wasn't repulsed by her blindness? And master, it's an eye condition I was born with. It's incurable. Lin Jinyu felt a pang of bitterness. Despite having entered university and secured a job, numerous regrets lingered, and she remained unaware of the world's true appearance. Her sonic talent allowed her to perceive shapes, but not colors. She had once lamented the unfairness of fate, yet life must go on. Thank you for your concern, master. I want to hold you back. Lin Jinyu quickly explained, grateful for Han Lin's kindness towards her and her sister. She no longer desired anything more. Having a support in this apocalypse was her greatest fortune. Picking up some crab meat, Lin Jinyu nibbled delicately, unaware of how many players were still going hungry. Han Lin's expression remained impassive, tinged with helplessness. What was blindness but a minor flaw? There was no need for an eye patch. Nevertheless, he quickly searched the marketplace for remedies for eye ailments. There were many potent herbs and treasures available, and he intended to peruse them carefully. After all, lacking sight did affect combat effectiveness, and even by Han Lin's side, one must possess the ability to protect oneself. Qingyao tears, the tears of the auspicious beast Qingyao, said to fall only at birth and death. A drop in the eyes can enhance vision, heal eye injuries, and is priced at 100,000 per drop. Han Lin was uncertain of its effectiveness, so he opted to purchase 10 drops. A transparent vial appeared in Han Lin's hand, filled with a captivating azure liquid. Come here. Relax. He gently pried open Lin Jinyu's gray-white eyes and let 5 drops of Qingyao tears fall into one of them. And master, what is this? It's something that can heal your eyes. Lin Jinyu remained silent, the coolness of the drops sending a chill across her gaze, apart from her sister. No one had ever shown such concern for her. Master, this must be quite expensive. Not all. It merely costs 1 million game coins. How strange. Just 5 drops. Yet overflows so much. Han Lin pressed his hand against his eyes, attempting to facilitate rapid absorption. Lin Jinyu completely relaxed, leaning tightly against Han Lin, no longer resisting the man behind her, murmuring 1 million. Moments later, the tears of the blue bird were entirely absorbed, and her grayish-white pupils acquired a hint of azure. How is it? Can you see anything? Lin Jinyu shook her head bitterly. It was still pitch black before her eyes. Wait a moment. Let me search for something else. Master, don't waste the game coins. With a sharp crack, Lin Jinyu buried her face against Han Lin. Her exposed ears flushed crimson. Brilliant moon dew, collected during a full moon night using jade vessels to capture the dew from laurel trees. Mixed with the core jade from the depths of the 9 nethers cold ice, crafted over 81 consecutive nights. It cleanses filth, toxins, and damage from malevolent curses. Long-term use allows for night vision as clear as day. A single drop in the eyes is priced at 180,000. Let's try buying 2 drops. The silvery dew entered her eyes, chillingly cold, compelling Lin Jinyu to resist blinking. That drop costs 18,000. Just a blink would waste it. Han Lin's voice echoed, causing Lin Jinyu's eyes to widen in alarm. Be precise, don't waste it. Yet it was still ineffective. Instead, a hint of silver appeared in her eyes. Golden Crow Burning Shadow Pill, 200,000 each, ineffective. Glazed Bodhi Heart, 250,000 each, ineffective. After spending several million game coins, Lin Jinyu's eyesight remained unhealed. It was not the loss of coins that troubled her. Han Lin could earn them back in a morning, but rather the perplexity of why a mere eye ailment could not be cured. It should not be the case. After all, they had just employed the finest medicinal ingredients and treasures. Her attributes had risen significantly after the procedure. Just a common eye ailment. It shouldn't be this way. Master, perhaps we should give up. As she observed the myriad colors swirling in her eyes. Each attempt added yet another hue. How peculiar. Brother, what are you playing? Painting? Little Li Shi inquired, confused. Han Lin's expression darkened. You won't be having chips today. Brother. It seems the things on sister's eyes haven't been absorbed. Li Shi blinked, pointing at Lin Jinyu's eyes. Huh. Little Li Shi. How do you know they haven't been absorbed? Brother, have you forgotten? I am a magician, Li Shi declared proudly, a dazzling flurry of snowflakes swirling around her. This reminded Han Lin that Li Shi was indeed a master of abyssal elements, endowed with various advanced talents. So, it turned out that the medicine had not been absorbed? No wonder it remained unhealed. Then, Li Shi, can you help your sister absorb the medicine? If you succeed, brother will buy you chips, Han Lin tempted. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed forward. Brother, look at me. Li Shi. An invisible surge of energy surged forth, transforming the remnants of the potion in Lin Jinyu's eyes into the purest essence of energy. a sudden transformation occurred. Chapter 50. The multicolored mystic eyes and enchanting tears. The array of colorful potions was gradually dissolved by Li Shi, seeping into Lin Jinyu's eyes, embodying the most unadulterated and primordial energy. It encapsulated the unique properties of all the medicinal ingredients recently employed. Just moments prior, Han Lin had utilized dozens of potions, resulting in Lin Jinyu's eyes being imbued with vibrant hues. Could it be that the high quality of the potions rendered them unabsorbed? Animpandev, contemplating a possibility. In an instant, Li Shi waved her small hands, and soon the potions in Lin Jinyu's eyes vanished, reverting to a grayish-white hue. Brother, it's done. Sister, AU has absorbed everything. Now buy me some chips. Li Shi demanded a large bag. After rewarding her with several bags of chips, Han Lin turned his attention to Lin Jinyu in his arms. How are you feeling? My eyes feel so hot, Lin Jinyu replied. Her eyes bloodshot and suffused with red veins, radiating heat. She opened her cherry-like mouth and stuck out her tongue, making Han Lin feel as though he were cradling a furnace, intensely warm. Her small hands clutched Han Lin's large hand tightly, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her face. Master, I'm so hot, my eyes hurt. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Lin Jinyu's eyes, astonishingly vibrant, resembling colorful glass beads, each drop splattering onto the ground. The multicolored tears fell like shattered glass beads, creating a delicate and crisp sound as they hit the ground, followed by a fragrant aroma that filled the air. Wow, Sister AU, your tears smell amazing. Indeed, they emitted a subtle yet refreshing fragrance, light but uplifting, bringing a sense of relaxation and joy. What transformation had taken place? Could it be that the multitude of potions used earlier had caused an unforeseen reaction? Was that delightful scent? Bai Zissou, groggy, emerged from the tent, witnessing this extraordinary scene. Suddenly, several icy crystal crabs scuttled from a distance, excitedly waving their icy claws and charging towards Lin Jinyu. Bang! Bai Zissou instantly awoke, firing at the creatures, sending ice shards flying. Although unaware of what Lin Jinyu was experiencing, she couldn't allow the monsters to disturb her. It seemed that these tears possessed an immense allure for both humans and monsters alike. Little Li Shi gazed longingly at Lin Jinyu, nearly drooling in anticipation. Examining her personal profile, Lin Jinyu's stats were revealed. Name: Lin Jinyu, game ID 00003782, Constitution 46 Agility, 48 Strength, 41 Mental Power, 52 Talent, Multicolored Illusionary Eyes, Grade B. Soundwave, Grade E. Monopoly rights: none. Game currency: 570,000. Income and expenditure record: continuously charged, settled hourly. Enters bankruptcy when in negative. Han Lin immediately noticed the newly added element on the panel. Is this a joke? A Grade B talent has awakened. Han Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not the rarity of the Grade B talent that astonished him, for such talents, while uncommon, were not enough to elicit such a reaction. Rather, it was the unprecedented notion that a monopoly talent could awaken spontaneously. Typically, talent awakening could only occur through blind boxes, purchases in the shop, or as rewards from quests. Yet here lay a living example before him. Did this imply that talents could be artificially generated in bulk? Multicolored illusionary eyes, Grade B talent. Capable of consuming mental energy to see through illusions, create phantoms, and possess night vision as clear as day. The tears of the talent bearer exert a potent allure over any creature, inducing euphoria akin to ethereal bliss upon consumption. As the colors swirled and gradually stabilized, a sudden glimmer appeared before Lin Jinyu. Gazing at the teardrops brimming in her eyes, Han Lin could no longer contain himself. Their fragrant allure was irresistible. Just as she was adjusting to the brightness, Lin Jinyu was startled by a scarlet tongue invading her field of vision, firmly grasping Han Lin, her master. The multicolored teardrops dissolved upon contact, and, at last, Han Lin comprehended the euphoric sensation described in the introduction. As he consumed the abundant tears, it felt as though every pore of his being had been cleansed, leaving him utterly refreshed. It resembled a transcendence. The precious tears were quickly consumed by Han Lin, leaving Xia Li Shi yearning for even a single drop. At a critical moment, Han Lin's rationality regained dominance, and he released Lin Jinyu. Coughing softly, Han Lin reveled in the aftertaste while Lin Jinyu stood in a daze, greedily inhaling the air of this new world. I see it. She glanced at Han Lin with a complex gaze, fearful apprehensive, and respectful, ultimately transforming into profound gratitude. Master? It was Bai Zissou who shattered the eerie silence, suggesting, "Why not let me take Jinyu back for some rest?" Suddenly kneeling before Han Lin, Lin Jinyu spoke earnestly, "Thank you, Master. Everything about Jinyu belongs to you. Whenever you require, Jinyu is always prepared." Although her neck still throbbed faintly, Lin Jinyu understood who had bestowed all of this upon her. Bai Zissou supported Lin Jinyu, whose multicolored eyes continuously surveyed the vibrancy of the world. Everything felt extraordinarily novel, and all was so beautiful. Regardless of the cost, Han Lin had illuminated her existence. Even if it meant sacrificing her life, Lin Jinyu would unhesitatingly offer it. After all, what were a few drops of tears in comparison? She was willing to dedicate her entire body and soul to her master. What an exquisite beauty! Han Lin licked his lips, refraining from seizing Lin Jinyu's talent. While this talent may not possess formidable combat strength, its allure, akin to tears, is undeniably potent, with effects comparable to contraband. It bears no side effects and is purely exhilarating. The ethereal sensation can easily lead one to addiction. However, Han Lin retains control over himself, which explains why he refrains from bestowing it upon Li Shi. As for the reason behind not appropriating the talent, Han Lin certainly cannot consume his own tears, can he? Furthermore, what harm is there in indulging oneself? After all, aren't these individuals merely his subordinates? He has already treated them quite generously. In the chat channel, quick, take a look at the leaderboard. Another B-rank talent has appeared. Again, Han Lin clicked on the leaderboard. First place, Han Lin, SD. Second place, Elizabeth Sophia, C. Third place, Lin Jinyu, B. Fourth place, Gu Xian, D. Fifth place, Adam Siri, E. Ect place, Zeng, Dénant place, Kixion, Détente place, Suyimo, Elizabeth Sophia. He had often encountered her on the leaderboard in his previous life, and he had heard she was a beauty as well. Han Lin licked his lips again, his collector's obsession flaring up. There would be opportunities. The sky darkened, with inky clouds accumulating ominously. Bai Zissou, inform Huang Ye and the others. We shall depart in 1 hour. A storm was brewing, and undercurrents were stirring. Chapter 51, Evacuation. Master, shall we not wait for the completion of the district-wide mission? Today is the final day, and only half a day remains for the district-wide mission. Bai Zissou had just emerged from the tent, accompanied by Lin Jinyao. Master, she leaped into Han Lin's embrace, colliding with him as if bearing an object. These two sisters each possess their own merits. Let us not linger. Securing the blind box reward is paramount. It is already assured that the blind box reward will be claimed by his own people. The task description specifies the longest duration. Even if someone manages to sneak in at the end, it would not affect the outcome. Currently, Han Lin is not lacking in game currency. Aside from the usual expenditures for the Heavenly Society, his balance continues to swell. With monopolies on iron, air, and water in hand, it is akin to possessing a money-printing machine. His current balance stands at 80 million game coins, truly a state of affluence beyond measure. The daily expenditure for his entourage approaches nearly 1 million, not accounting for special circumstances. Master, Zhou Jun, Wang Chong, and Huang Ye emerged from the building, greeted by the long-missed sunlight. The attributes of the three had all been augmented to 50 points, a significant advantage over current players. Additionally, Lu Su and Liang Xiao, now part of the Heavenly Society, are also key individuals under Han Lin's cultivation. Han Lin intends to assemble his own cadre, for it is impossible to manage every task independently. Have you all prepared yourselves? Han Lin gazed at the three women. The tent, the table, and the daily necessities had all been stored away in the game space. Master, everything is ready. Bai Zissou, clad in a pristine white dress, her fair legs and alluring eyes captivating, turned her exquisite face towards Han Lin. Wow, Sister Au looks so beautiful. Li Shi circled around the transformed Lin Jinyu, her eyes filled with admiration, and even Han Lin was momentarily taken aback. Though she was still the same person, her aura seemed markedly different. The already tall Lin Jinyu wore a pair of silver lace high-heeled sandals, her sheer black gown cascading down to her ankles. With a cool demeanor, her expression remained impassive. Her colorful eyes fixated on Han Lin. So this is what my master looks like. He is so handsome. Han Lin was the first man she had ever seen, and despite having never encountered another man, she instinctively felt that no one could compare to him. Master, noticing Han Lin's gaze upon her, Lin Jinyu's cold face finally revealed a hint of emotion as she shyly lowered her head and softly called out, "Let's go." After casting one last glance at the 6 towering buildings, Han Lin led the group out of the community with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, several icy crystal crabs charged at them. Without Han Lin needing to intervene, the group swiftly dealt with the monsters. They soon found their massive war chariot parked by the roadside. The activation privileges of the vehicle belonged to Han Lin, so there was no concern about theft. Others could not steal it. Bai Zissou and Li Shi showed little reaction. But the Lin sisters were left in astonishment. "Master, is this our vehicle?" Lin Jinyao exclaimed, her mouth agape. The war chariot was enormous, shimmering with metallic luster, radiating a sense of indestructibility, with cannon barrels wider than one's head. Unlike her sister's continuous astonishment, Lin Jinyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she shifted her gaze between the war chariot and Han Lin. "Let us get inside." The 3 women, along with Li Shi, climbed the stairs into the interior of the war chariot, while Huang Ye and her companions retrieved an off-road vehicle from the game space. For only Han Lin's women were permitted to enter the war chariot. Naturally, the brainwashed Huang Ye and her companions had no objections. "Master, welcome back." The voice of Xiao Lan echoed, and it was then that the Lin sisters realized the interior of the war chariot was extraordinarily luxurious. The bright, clean, and spacious environment was equipped with every amenity imaginable: air conditioning, heating, a kitchen, and a bathroom. In the standards of the pre-apocalyptic world, only those who had experienced the game could truly appreciate how rare such conditions were. "Bai Zissou, Master, I'm here. You take control of the war chariot. We need a rendezvous with Lu Su and the others." The group was conversing in their chat group, and they had a general understanding of Han Lin's plans. Bai Zissou nodded and turned towards the driver's seat. The massive war chariot roared to life, crushing several icy crystal crabs into dust, while Huang Ye and her companions followed closely behind. "Let us go. I will take you to the rooms." The war chariot had many empty rooms available for selection, and Li Shi even had her own little room. "Do you want that room?" Han Lin looked at Lin Jinyu, his desires no longer concealed in his gaze. "You." Lin Jinyu continued to retreat, a hint of helplessness in her beautiful eyes. Yao Yao had already gone to arrange the room, while Li Shi mentioned she wanted to check on her hidden snacks. Now, the two were alone together, her colorful pupils reflecting the smile of the man before her, with a wall behind her offering no means of escape. Han Lin pinched her forcefully, causing the exquisite beauty's vibrant eyes to brim with tears. An indescribable sense of exhilaration surged through Han Lin's mind. At that moment, within the headquarters of the Heavenly Society, an abandoned school, nearly 1,000 members have been summoned back to the base, bustling with activity. "Hurry, gather everything. We must evacuate from here." Several minor leaders shouted, urging their subordinates relentlessly. "Boss, why are we evacuating? Isn't it perfectly fine here?" A young player could no longer contain his curiosity, prompting a sharp glare from the minor leader. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Quickly pack up. This is Boss Lu Su's command." The young player recoiled, casting a respectful glance at the 2 figures on the podium, Lu Su and Liang Xiao. Just days prior, Lu Su and Liang Xiao had seized control of the Heavenly Society with an iron fist, simultaneously expanding their sphere of influence. Ruthless yet generous to their own, they provided money and equipment as needed. Such exemplary leaders were hard to come by. The threshold of the Heavenly Society was nearly trampled, as everyone recognized it as the foremost power in the Jinhua district. Rumors even circulated that the strongest player in Jinhua, Han Lin, was the shadowy boss behind the Heavenly Society. Members took pride in their affiliation. "Thank goodness I joined the Heavenly Society, otherwise I might be facing hunger now," the young player thought to himself, mustering additional strength as he gathered the guild's supplies, determined not to leave a single item for those vermin. On the podium, Lu Su had already prepared for Han Lin's message and was now merely waiting for the completion of the district-wide mission. Glancing at the somewhat dejected Su Gongwu, the old man was still measuring data. Although his body had suffered greatly, now was not the time for despair. If his predictions proved inaccurate, Han Lin would surely have his head. Chapter 52. Why not eliminate her? The Heavenly Society was preparing for evacuation? Who said that? Why must they evacuate? Such significant news could not remain hidden from other players. However, the curiosity among them centered on the reason for the Heavenly Society's retreat. Was it to evade disaster? But how could one escape disaster? Catastrophes could strike any land at random, and the entire world was shrouded in calamity. There was no refuge, this was an established truth. Here, the heat was intense, while elsewhere, blizzards could rage, along with various bizarre disasters, each challenging the player's survival limits. Had the members of the Heavenly Society lost their minds? Were they heading to another district? Is it true that we will no longer need to pay protection fees? I have heard that Han Lin is the true puppet master behind the Heavenly Society. Does this mean that Han Lin will also be leaving? Has anyone ventured to Fenghua community to investigate? The players in the chat channel seem to have made some connections. There are only a few hours left for the district's quests. If Han Lin departs, won't there be no one to guard the quest locations? Even with just a few hours remaining, the potential rewards are astounding. This is an opportunity. Almost all players are flocking to Fenghua community. Picking up scraps? Those who wish to do so may do as they please. As for the ominous clouds above, isn't it merely a downpour? It has happened before. Even if a floor or two gets flooded, it will not deter them. What danger does this pose? Furthermore, no disasters occur during the district quests. The Heavenly Society is simply indulging in baseless fears. In just a few days, the leaderboard has undergone a significant transformation. Wealth rankings. First, Han Lin, 80 million game currency. 209, 863 units of authority crystals. Second, Elizabeth Sophia 2, 57 million game currency. Third, Bai Zissou, 680,000 game currency. Fourth, Adam Siri, 560,000 game currency. Fifth, Su Yimo, 430,000 game currency. 10th, Xiao Tianyako, 300,000 game currency. The Lin Jinyu sisters have been pushed off the leaderboard, while the assets of these players have surged dramatically, with several newcomers making their debut. In a monopolized game filled with peril, opportunities abound everywhere. Yet, none of this concerns Han Lin. In the dimly lit room, time has passed, and Bai Zissou has been dismissed by Han Lin several times. Lunchtime has arrived, and a few are eagerly waiting for Han Lin in the living room. The table is laden with prepared dishes, and Xiao Lixia is devouring her meal. Sister, why aren't you eating? This shrimp is delicious. Hurry, eat. Lixia exclaims, her mouth stuffed to the brim, her words barely intelligible. Bai Zissou and Lin Jinyao, however, do not dare to partake. Lixia may eat, but they must wait for their master to arrive before they can dine. As maids, this is the rule. In the room, Han Lin commands Xiao Lan to turn on the lights, illuminating the space and causing Lin Jinyu to express discontent. A cigarette is nearing its end, and Han Lin frowns as he flicks the ash away. Smoking can provide relaxation, but such stimulation has become trivial. The effects of the colorful phantasmagoria are overwhelming. Lin Jinyu, with reddened eyes still trembling, curls up, shielding herself from the light. Master, please turn off the lights. Han Lin seems to ignore her, chuckling softly. He can hear the rapid beating of Lin Jinyu's heart, realizing that her recent exertion may have been excessive. He rises to cover her with a blanket, instructing Xiao Lan to adjust the room temperature to the most suitable range. Xiao Lan, Master, I am here. Grant Lin Jinyu the controls to the battle vehicle. She may use it freely from now on. At your command, Master. Xiao Lan, no it. Rest well. And do remember to procure some medication for alleviating eye strain from them all. Do take care not to jeopardize those precious eyes. A soft, almost imperceptible sound emerged from beneath the quilt, and Lin Jinyu soon succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted. For a fleeting moment, Han Lin contemplated replicating the effect of the kaleidoscopic pupils on Bai Zissou and Lin Jinyao. However, he quickly realized the futility of such a notion. Each individual's constitution is unique, and Lin Jinyu's ocular affliction is congenital. This signifies that the kaleidoscopic pupils represent a nearly unattainable gift. The confluence of timing, environment, and human factors, along with Li Shi's innate talent, has culminated in this extraordinary endowment. Once dressed, Han Lin approached the dining table in the living room. Master, you have arrived. Please eat. The two picked up their chopsticks and continuously served Han Lin various dishes. Master, do indulge. This is the tiger whip liquor I procured. Do give it a taste. The vehicle sped through the abandoned city, with Huang Ye flooring the accelerator just to keep pace with Han Lin. So Yun, relishing his cigarettes, cradled a pristine submachine gun that glinted coldly. How could life possibly be the same for everyone? Huang Ye, steering the vehicle, chuckled at the remark. Her previously sinister countenance softened momentarily. Everything is bestowed by the master. Wang Chong guzzled a generous gulp of chilled beer. Fortuitously, we encountered the master. Han Lin did not reclaim the profits from the room. The three of them were to collectively manage the players of the Tianyi Society, considering it an advance on military funds. Is a cataclysmic flood truly imminent? The master has asserted so. Could there be any doubt? No, it is merely astonishing to contemplate. A deluge that could engulf the Jinhua district. How many players could possibly survive? As he pondered, a sudden cry pierced the air. Help! Help! Not far ahead. A female player appeared, tattered and frantically signaling to the off-road vehicle. Her expression was one of sheer urgency, as if being pursued by some unseen threat. Save me! Save me! The three occupants of the vehicle regarded the player with indifference as the off-road vehicle kicked up dust, speeding away with haste. They were all indoctrinated by Han Lin, naturally devoid of any inclination towards compassion. Merely avoiding the collision with the female player was a feat in itself. The first rule of survival in a post-apocalyptic world: relinquish your sentimentality. What a pity she lacks beauty. Otherwise, she could have been offered to the master. Huang Ye spoke, fully aware of the tales surrounding Lu Su and Liang Xiao, and their envy was palpable, now that both had ascended to leadership within the Tianyi Society. It was indeed a meteoric rise. Lu Su and their ilk were merely fortunate. Wang Chong downed another swig of beer, the bitterness of envy seeping through his tone. Although they all performed tasks for the master within the group chat, the status of Lu Su and Liang Xiao was unmistakably superior. Oh! Han Lin observed the scene behind him through the screen of his armored vehicle. Seeing the off-road vehicle evade that player, he snorted in discontent. He promptly questioned the three in the chat group, demanding to know why they did not open fire to eliminate her. How could his subordinates exhibit such leniency? Chapter 53. Better to err in killing than to let escape. Why did they not eliminate her? Although the implanted commands were uniform, each individual's personality differed. Han Lin could only influence them to a degree, as their memories were not entirely fabricated. Only Bai Zissou had been thoroughly reformed through his considerable mental exertion. Consequently, they experienced emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and even biases resembling ordinary individuals for the most part. Presently, Han Lin was dissatisfied and interrogated them. Huang Ye felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead, unsure of how to respond to her master's inquiries. They were not overly compassionate, yet the previous individual had posed no threat to them, which led to their inaction, ultimately inciting Han Lin's displeasure. How could they ascertain that she posed no danger? What if she was carrying explosives? This was a predatory apocalypse. They should have shot her down at the earliest opportunity. Were they willing to gamble their lives on mere luck? Three imbeciles. Han Lin continued to question them, and the three felt a deep sense of shame. In a monopolistic game, it was better to err in killing than to let any potential threat escape. Each moment of leniency was a gamble with others' lives. I shall grant you another chance. Bring me that player's head. Otherwise, I will expel you from the group chat, and you shall henceforth serve as mere drudges in the Tianyi Society. I have no need for the useless. Huang Ye's eyes rekindled with hope as the sound of guns being loaded echoed behind her. Wang Chong and Zhou Jun's voices brimmed with murderous intent. Let's go and kill her. This is the opportunity bestowed by our master. They had no desire to remain mere pawns in the Tianyi Society. They harbored ambitions. Who would not wish to stand above others like Lu Su? Damn it! Li Mei spat and gestured dismissively towards the alley behind her. What a waste to reveal so much. Watching the off-road vehicle recede, she felt a twinge of envy. That vehicle must cost at least 50,000 game coins. She had naturally refrained from intercepting Han Lin's armored vehicle earlier, for even if they had managed to stop it, they would not have been able to consume what they seized. Sister. The members of the squad emerged from the alley, all women armed with weapons. Should Huang Ye halt the vehicle, they would surge forward. No matter how armed one might be, fists could not contend with a multitude of feet. This method had proven effective time and again, and it was their means of survival. Most players would fall for it, especially since women were currently a valuable commodity. Few men could resist such temptation. Yet, they had not anticipated that the vehicle would so decisively veer away. We shall await the next prey. Stay hidden in the alley. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Big sister, what shall we eat tonight? A teenage girl inquired. Her face smudged with grime and a knife clutched in her hand. Li Mei approached and affectionately ruffled her hair. Be good. I will take you all for another haul. And tonight we shall feast on meat. At her words, the girl broke into a bright smile, revealing her yellowed teeth. You are the best, big sister. She was the youngest in the group, and they all made a conscious effort to look after her. All right, Xiao Yu, let's hurry inside. Big sister, be careful. Don't worry. You're not yet aware of my capabilities. Li Mei had the most attributes allocated, though her stats were merely in the teens, making her a formidable opponent against ordinary individuals. Alas, business was becoming increasingly difficult. Once everyone in the team had retreated into the alley to hide, Li Mei could not help but reveal a bitter smile. The day's expenses for the team amounted to over 1,000 game coins, barely enough to sustain their existence. The monopolistic rules established by the game developers were not something players could challenge. Taking a deep breath, Li Mei continued to observe her surroundings, resolutely tearing her clothes a bit more. When survival was at stake, who cared about appearances? Suddenly, a rugged off-road vehicle barreled towards her like an arrow released from a bow, its engine roaring deafeningly. Li Mei turned to witness the scene with delight, realizing these men were indeed driven by their basest instincts. Help! Help! Save me! She cried out, immersing herself in her role, her expression so convincing it seemed genuine. Inside the vehicle, 3 men glared with intensity. Lao Huang, just ram into her. No, what if we hit her too hard? The master wants her head. Then turn her into a sieve. The modified high-powered off-road vehicle, resembling a ferocious beast, kicked up a storm of dust. Li Mei secretly chuckled, thinking her allure still had its charm. The distance between them closed rapidly. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Damn it, why aren't they slowing down? Li Mei's expression shifted as she realized the vehicle had no intention of decelerating. At this speed, at this distance, mere seconds remained. There was no time to lose. Quick dodge. Bang! Li Mei lunged to the side, her attributes allowing her to narrowly escape. Yet her calf was still grazed by the vehicle. She screamed in excruciating agony, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. The high-speed off-road vehicle, even just brushing against her body, unleashed kinetic energy far beyond human tolerance. Li Mei's calf twisted grotesquely, her body spinning through the air before crashing down heavily. Bang! The vehicle's brakes screeched, releasing a plume of smoke as it finally came to a halt not far away. Big sister! Oh no! Quickly, save her! A cacophony of frantic cries erupted from the alley, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps as a group of ragged women armed with knives and clubs emerged. They could hardly afford even the cheapest handguns from the store. Indeed, it was a trap. Huang Ye and her companions stepped out of the car, coldly surveying the group of women before them. Truly, the master possesses remarkable wisdom. Zhou Jun and Wang Chong, armed with submachine guns, aimed at the crowd. Any unsuspecting ordinary person would certainly fall victim to their firepower. Sister, are you all right? With a violent cough, Li Mei expelled a mouthful of blood, her insides writhing in agony as if stabbed by daggers. How could she possibly withstand the full force of an off-road vehicle after merely enhancing some attributes? Damn it, I almost met my end. Li Mei's countenance was wan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she forced a grim smile. Quick, use cloth strips to bandage sister. Gather all the game coins to me. I need to purchase healing potions. Sister, hold on. A middle-aged woman cried out, and without hesitation, the others swiftly transferred their game coins. They all owed their lives to sister. She was their benefactor. No, don't waste the game coins. Li Mei's voice was weak and intermittent, her thoughts drifting away as if she could see her daughter. But her daughter had long since perished at the jaws of a monster. The middle-aged woman wasted no time, immediately purchasing the most basic healing potion and administering it to Li Mei. Her right leg had lost all sensation, with ribs and arms fractured in numerous places. Her brain automatically dulled the overwhelming pain. Why did you buy it? Damn it, I don't have enough for today's living expenses as the potion entered her mouth. Li Mei's consciousness sharpened slightly. Sister, tears streamed down Xiao Yu's face like pearls from a broken string, her trembling hands wiping the blood from Li Mei's body. Gazing at the adorable Xiao Yu, Li Mei felt a fleeting vision of her daughter, forcing a feeble smile despite her suffering. Why cry? I want to die. Chapter 54. The victor takes all. Is that so? Huang Ye sneered. The trio, standing a short distance away, quickly assessing the strength of the group before them. Though numerous, their weaponry and equipment were lacking. They appeared feeble and devoid of power. Such refugees were hardly fit for battle. No matter their numbers, they were mere cannon fodder. What do you want? The middle-aged woman stepped forward, brandishing a trembling kitchen knife, her eyes burning with hatred. Sister had nearly perished at the hands of these three. You wicked individuals. Xiao Yu screamed, wishing to rend the trio limb from limb. Sister was their protector. Sister was a good person. Humph. Zhou Jun chuckled derisively, noting the different allegiances. None could cast stones at the other. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount. Huang Ye, with a cruel glint in her eyes, confirmed that this group posed no threat to the three, then commanded, act. They still needed to reach the headquarters of the Tiandi Society and prove themselves to the master. They had no time for childish games here. Oh no, Xiaoyu. The submachine guns were already loaded, and the trio decisively opened fire. The flames of gunfire erupted, blossoming into crimson flowers. Charge! Let us fight them. A group of individuals brandishing kitchen knives rushed forward, yet before they could draw near, they were ruthlessly struck down. Sister! They cried out, determined to fight back. No! Quickly! Take the elder sister away! A middle-aged woman shouted. Her voice filled with desperation as she witnessed her companions fall, one by one, into pools of blood. Xiaoyu! Suddenly, the previously sheltered Xiaoyu seized a brick and charged fiercely towards the trio. You will pay for my sister. I will slay you. Her once vibrant eyes were now consumed by hatred, leading to a predictable outcome. Xiaoyu! The middle-aged woman roared as she too charged forward, her reason obliterated by rage. They are all dead. All of them. I demand your lives in return. A gunshot rang out as Huang Ye discharged the last bullet, striking true to the forehead. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, stirring up dust, akin to the demise of an insignificant ant. In this region, death was an everyday occurrence, and lives were worth little. The battlefield before them was devoid of life, the disparity between the two sides insurmountable, requiring no effort to prevail. Lao Huang continued. Zhou Jun efficiently procured the items requested by Han Lin. Li Mei had long since perished amidst the gunfire, her corpse barely recognizable. A transparent bottle clattered to the ground, revealing a vial of healing potion. Li Mei had consumed only half. The remaining potion could be sold at the trading post, ensuring the team's living expenses wouldn't suffer too greatly. Zhou Jun merely glanced at it, dismissing such a primitive healing potion that they deemed beneath their notice. Gather the team. With a thunderous roar, the three swiftly entered their vehicle, the off-road car speeding away, leaving behind a field of corpses and eyes filled with unyielding defiance. In this game, there was no right or wrong. The victor claimed the throne. Is the master arriving soon? Liang Xiao inquired with a hint of anxiety. The two had exerted their utmost to establish the Heaven and Earth Society, but the time was too short to achieve perfection. He feared Han Lin would be displeased, as all they possessed had been bestowed by their master. Still on the way, Lu Su reassured him, patting Liang Xiao on the shoulder. Fear not. The master will see our efforts. We have done our best. Indeed, prior to their arrival, the Heaven and Earth Society was a second-rate force, but within mere days, it had burgeoned into a formidable entity in the Jinhua district. Although Han Lin's financial backing was indispensable, both had indeed devoted themselves diligently to this endeavor. Leader, all supplies have been gathered. Leader, the team is assembled. As they beheld nearly 1,000 players in the plaza below, each armed with submachine guns, bulletproof vests, and helmets, it became evident that these were not ordinary players struggling to find meals. They were players with enhanced physical attributes. The majority were robust young men, with a scant few being female players. Lu Su did not forget how the two had risen to prominence. They had always been on the lookout for attractive women. Yet Bai Zissou and Lin Jinyu possessed unparalleled beauty, overshadowing all others. In the apocalyptic world, beauty is a rare gem. The sky looms dark, resembling the end of days, with humidity in the air reaching unbearable levels. The heat is stifling, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. In an instant, the Jinhua district is engulfed. Su Gongwu crouches on the ground, hands clasped over his backside, mumbling to himself. With 2 hours remaining until the district's mission concludes, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, a torrential downpour is already gathering above Jinhua district, merely awaiting the cessation of calamity. Suddenly, with a pop, Su Gongwu grins foolishly. Ever since his rescue, he has been somewhat unhinged. Thankfully, he can still communicate normally, lest their master lay blame upon them. In the chat channel, haha, there is truly no one in the community. Han Lin has withdrawn. I've already claimed the rewards for the district mission. Haha, this is the easiest game currency I've ever earned. Save me a room. You useless trash, get out. Damn it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The monsters in the room have all been eliminated by Han Lin and his team, inadvertently reducing the difficulty for other players. Yet, with so many wolves and so little meat, the rooms are far from sufficient. Moreover, why should one share game currency with others in a single room? Wouldn't it be better to monopolize a room entirely? This is the essence of a monopolistic game, designed to incite players into fierce conflict. Previously, Han Lin had maintained control, but now the players' menacing claws have finally revealed themselves. Here, they're lone wolves, inept teams, small factions, and casual players forming alliances. Betrayal, suspicion, death, and an abundance of game currency abound. In a mere span of minutes, the number of players who have perished has exceeded those slain by Han Lin. This place has truly become a meat grinder. An endless stream of players continues to arrive. As long as they can claim mission rewards, they need not struggle any longer. A dilapidated second-hand vehicle speeds towards Fenghua community, emitting screeching sounds as it approaches the brink of being scrap. Bang! With a precise shot, a bullet pierces a tire, sending the speeding vehicle careening into an abandoned wall, igniting into flames in an instant. Take them down. Force them to surrender their game currency. The journey to Fenghua community is fraught with peril. A few astute players recognize the fierce competition within and decide to ambush those heading towards it. Similar scenes unfold continuously. Players who secure a room fiercely defend it, while those without a room launch frenzied assaults. Unbeknownst to the players, the rooms they are fighting over will soon become their final resting places. Lin Jinyu opens her swollen eyes, finding herself in a warm, clean room illuminated by bright lights. She sighs, trying to shield her eyes from the piercing brightness. Han Lin has yet to turn off the lights. Lin Jinyu curls up in her blanket. With food placed on the table, a special delivery from Bai Zissou, as instructed by Han Lin. She feels a pang of hunger. Han Lin entered directly, lacking the courtesy to knock. "Are you awake?" he inquired. "Awake, master," Lin Jinyu replied listlessly, her eyes still closed. "What are you doing?" Han Lin pied her eyelids open, ensuring no harm had come to her before he was satisfied. "You should eat something." The vibrant hues of her eyes reflected the handsome visage of the man before her as Lin Jinyu swatted his fingers away. "We are about to arrive at the headquarters of the Tiandi Society. If you are weary, you may remain in the vehicle," she said, feeling utterly drained, as if a truck had collided with her, her body aching profoundly. Chapter 55. The Frenzied Players. Only 1 hour remains for the district mission. The chaos continues unabated, with nearly all factions in the Jinhua district converging upon the mission site at Fenghua community. Yet, the Tiandi Society, the most formidable faction, remains unmoving. At the entrance of their headquarters, 5 formidable men stood guard, armed with submachine guns, bulletproof vests, helmets, and tactical knives. Those stationed here were the elite among players, equipped by the gang at no cost and receiving daily wages. "Excellent. Stand your post diligently. We have esteemed guests arriving soon. We must not appear discourteous." A squad leader observed his men with satisfaction, eager to leave a good impression before their master. Though Han Lin had never visited the Tiandi Society, its key members had undergone a transformation through talent indoctrination. With these individuals, Han Lin could firmly seize control of the Tiandi Society. Almost all core members were aware of Han Lin's impending arrival. Those who were not could only be deemed too low in rank to know. "Yes, Captain," they responded eagerly. "Rest assured, we will vigilantly guard the entrance." Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them, illuminating the overcast sky for a fleeting moment. A massive mushroom cloud ascended from the direction of Fenghua community. The tremendous shockwave caused buildings to collapse, leaving the crowd in a cacophony. Even the distant Tiandi Society felt the tremors. They have truly lost their minds. The squad leader cursed, clutching his ears and shaking his head, before issuing a few final instructions, needing to prepare for the impending chaos. Countless players gazed upward at the colossal mushroom cloud, their expressions filled with disbelief. In the chat channel, madness. Pure madness. What on earth are you doing? Can anyone explain what is happening? I told you to guard the rooms. Ha ha ha. Die all of you. Quickly get up. The players in the rooms are all dead. Ha ha ha. My 3,000 game coins were not wasted. Blow you fools to smithereens. Hurry, seize the rooms. Sons of bitches. No honor in battle. Damn you. I curse you. Through the expansive panoramic window of the armored vehicle, Han Lin beheld the enormous mushroom cloud, truly a breathtaking sight. In a world shrouded in gloom, devoid of a single ray of sunlight, only shades of black and white seem to remain. Within the game marketplace, provided one possesses sufficient game currency, any forbidden item from the era of peace can be procured. Missiles, cannons, even miniature nuclear bombs. The devastating weapons of fantasy novels and the advanced technology of science fiction coexist here. Of course, the requisite game currency is an astronomical figure. At this juncture, the power of such a bomb is formidable enough to obliterate numerous streets, likely crafted by players who cannot access the rooms. When a group of players converges their game currency, one should not underestimate their capacity for destruction and madness. A colossal pit suddenly appeared in the Fenghua community. The entire area was razed to the ground, countless buildings vanishing in the explosion. Only the sixth building of the mission remained unscathed, shielded by the monopolistic rules of the game. Naturally, most players inside the rooms perished in the blast, hundreds of lives extinguished. Hurry inside. There are still 30 minutes left for the mission. Don't rush the rooms. They're all dead. There's enough room. We can even recoup the investment for the bomb. Ha ha ha. Don't rush. They're all dead. Curse you for trying to rush the rooms. Ha ha ha. This is the battlefield of the ambitious and the insane, a gravestone of morality, a carnival for the despicable. Han Lin frowned, setting down his teacup. Master, it's too cold. The tea leaves 1 tea steep. Bai Zissou knelt before the tea table, her legs subtly visible beneath her black stockings. The maid outfit accentuated her perfect curves, and her exquisite face gazed up at the man before her with a look of distress. Shall I fetch you a cold drink? Master? Han Lin paid her no mind, instead inquiring, how many minutes remain? Master, there are 5 minutes left. Han Lin rose, expressionless, reaching out a stroke Bai Zissou's head. Master, she leaned in, obedient and endearing. No need for a cold drink. I don't like that. Just drink the tea. Don't let it go to waste. Make sure to finish the tea leaves as well, tidy up, and prepare to get out of the car with me. With that, Han Lin turned and left. Both Bai Zissou and Lin Jinyu were merely spices in the fabric of life. Bai Zissou glanced at the large pot of steaming tea before her, anxiety coursing through her. Only a few minutes remained. This is bad. She would fail to complete the master's task. Rapidly, she purchased several bags of eyes from the marketplace and tossed them into the tea to cool it down. Then raised the teapot to her lips. Gulp. The tea flowed down Bai Zissou's chin, soaking a large portion of her attire. Cough. Cough. She choked from drinking too quickly, a violent fit sending tea from her nose, her expression one of agony. In the tea leaves, Bai Zissou grasped a small canister of tea leaves, an expense of tens of thousands of game currency, only to realize her master did not enjoy drinking them. Time was of the essence, and Bai Zissou, with her delicate fingers, hastily grasped the fragrant tea leaves and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them down with great difficulty. Suddenly, a colossal battle vehicle rumbled to a halt at the entrance of an abandoned school, its metallic exterior gleaming ominously, exuding a palpable weightiness. The guard stationed at the gate wore expressions of anxiety as they retrieved their walkie-talkies to report the situation. Captain, a massive battle vehicle has appeared at the entrance. Please advise. Let them in. Cooperate fully. I shall join the leader to welcome them. The squad leader, hearing this, was filled with elation. They had long been aware of their master's vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Su and Liang Xiao received word from Han Lin. The two hastily made their way towards the gate, accompanied by key members of the Tiandi Society, their faces reflecting urgency. Damn it, we should have anticipated our master's arrival. Lu Su's figure flickered as he sprinted toward the entrance. Players on the playground quickly noticed the commotion and began to murmur amongst themselves. Where are the leaders headed? I don't know. It seems all the captains are following them. Is something significant about to occur? Oh, when will I ever become a squad leader? A young boy's eyes glimmered with envy. After all, the squad leaders received a daily stipend of game currency, with priority access to weapons, equipment, and food. They wouldn't be going to welcome some eminent figure, would they? Which notable person warrants such attention from leaders? After all, the Tiandi Society is the most powerful faction in Jinhua District. Are you not aware of the rumors? What rumors? Some say Boss Lu Su is loyal to Han Lin. Is that true? The Han Lin on the wealth leaderboard? Who else could it be? Otherwise, how could Boss Lu Su afford so much game currency to purchase equipment? Bah! What nonsense are you spouting? Scoffed a burly man from a nearby group. Boss Lu Su loyal to Han Lin? Preposterous. We have nearly 1,000 members in the Tiandi Society. Even Han Lin would not instill fear. You've seen the capabilities of our leader and deputy leader. The burly man spoke of Lu Su and his second-in-command with reverence, declaring, Han Lin is but a lone wolf. How could he stand against nearly 1,000 men? I could conquer Han Lin with just 100 men in a day. His boast echoed across the playground, leaving no one daring to counter his claims. Chapter 56. The Tiandi Society. Tulp, tulp. A young man descended the stairs slowly, his handsome and composed visage adorned with a hint of a smile, emanating an almost imperceptible aura of pressure. His once short hair had grown rapidly following numerous attribute enhancements, and his bronze skin had transformed into a fair complexion. With his black hair cascading like a waterfall, and his brows sharp as swords, eyes sparkling with intensity, the guards regarded Han Lin with trepidation. Even the mere aura he exuded made them feel uneasy. It was known that they were the elite among players. Following him were three stunningly beautiful women, each trailing in succession: the pure and charming Bai Zissou, the languid and graceful Lin Jinyu, and the astonishingly beautiful Lin Jinyu with her kaleidoscopic eyes. Then there is the devilishly alluring Lin Jinyao, carefree and glancing around. Ahem. Bai Zissou coughed delicately, appearing somewhat unwell. Brother, Lishi invites you for some chips. Little Lishi swiftly soared onto the man's shoulder, having grown taller and stronger over the past few days, clad in a vibrant green dress. The crystal tassels at the hem produced a crisp sound, her eyes brimming with vitality as she eagerly gazed at the man. Lishi handed a bag of chips, nearly empty, to Han Lin, exclaiming, "Brother, eat quickly. Am I good to you?" With a playful smack, she planted a kiss on Han Lin's cheek. Han Lin, with a resigned expression, pinched little Lishi's delicate elfin ear and pulled her into his embrace, affectionately ruffling her hair. With her cheeks flushed crimson, Lishi pouted in displeasure at Han Lin, rubbing her backside. "Tell me, what else do you want?" "Brother, you're so naughty. I want chocolate, pineapple pie, roasted duck, cheese cubes, cream bread, and a big bottle of orange juice. Hurry and buy it for me. Go ask your sister Jinyu to buy it for you." Rolling her eyes, Lishi, eager to please, recognized the empty snacks as the reason for her brother's willingness. Upon hearing Han Lin speak, Lishi swiftly flew to Lin Jinyu's side. "Sister Jinyu, please buy me something." Brother has agreed. Her face radiated joy, her excitement palpable as she danced around. Lin Jinyu smiled gently, her delicate feet clad in high-heeled sandals gracefully gliding, shedding some of her usual languor. Who wouldn't adore such an energetic child? Typically, Lishi's snacks would require Han Lin's approval before she could indulge, for with her appetite, she could consume a fortune in game currency in no time. Unfortunately, the group did not possess such wealth. The guards, wary of the stunning beauty behind them, tightened their grips on their submachine guns as they saw Han Lin descend the stairs. In this game, having so many beautiful women in attendance naturally indicated formidable strength. Their attire made it evident that they belonged to a different realm. "Halt! This is the headquarters of the Heavenly Society. Who are you? Do you have an appointment?" Since the squad leader had given prior notice, the guards suspected these might be esteemed guests. Nonetheless, the proper protocols must be followed. They could not just allow anyone entry. Otherwise, the headquarters would turn into a marketplace. Han Lin bore no resentment, for the Heavenly Society could not resemble second-rate factions. He had long instructed Lu Su to pursue an elite path. After all, no matter how many cannon fodder one possesses, they remain mere fodder. If Han Lin were to be admitted without due process, he would certainly hold Lu Su and Liang Qiao accountable. Indeed, Han Lin did not respond verbally, but nodded in acknowledgement. The guards, however, felt a looming threat, cold sweat trickling down their backs, soaking their clothes. Just as they were at a loss, Lu Su's figure flashed past, appearing at the doorway. "Chief," as he was about to greet, unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Su collapsed onto the ground with a thud. "Master." Liang Qiao followed suit, exclaiming, "Master, please forgive us. We have arrived late." The two spoke in unison, their expressions brimming with obsequiousness as they gazed at Han Lin, displaying utmost submissiveness. Several guards, witnessing this spectacle, were left astonished, swallowing hard in disbelief. Is this truly the ruthless leader they knew? The same commander who wielded thunderous methods to vanquish foes? Yet, what transpired next was even more jaw-dropping. The relatively weaker squad leaders finally reached the entrance, one after another, akin to diving ducks. Bang, bang, bang. It became a contest of who could kneel louder. "We humbly welcome our master." It was a competition of whose voice could rise the highest. Lin Jinyu's kaleidoscopic eyes sparkled as she observed the crowd pledging their loyalty to Han Lin. Particularly, she cast a glance at Lu Su and Liang Qiao, the very two who had offered her sisters to Han Lin. The initial reluctance had long dissipated, replaced by gratitude towards Lu Su and Liang Qiao. Had they not intervened back then, the fates of her sisters would have diverged entirely. as she caressed the luxurious fringed dress of Xiao Lishi. Its crystalline texture resonated with clarity. "Sister, would you like to have some?" Xiao Lishi, with grease covering her lips, reluctantly offered the last leg of a roasted duck, having devoured the rest. "No, you enjoy it." Lin Jinyu responded with a twinkle in her eyes, graciously declining her sister's offer, a tactic she had employed many times before. The game currency spent on the snacks, just purchased for Lishi, was unfathomable for ordinary individuals. Only Han Lin could afford such extravagance. Meeting Han Lin was indeed the greatest stroke of fortune. The three women instinctively positioned themselves behind Han Lin, exuding charm and allure, each with their own unique traits. Yet none dared to gaze upon him. "Rise." Han Lin finally spoke, and the crowd promptly stood, aligning themselves neatly, akin to obedient subordinates. Each individual present was an elite among players, known for their ruthless nature. Yet, at this moment, they bowed their heads in deference to one man. Unbeknownst to them, someone had already posted this scene in the chat channel. The base of the Heavenly Earth Society was under the watchful eyes of other factions. These factions were eager to discern the true intentions of the Heavenly Earth Society. This moment was destined to stir a tempest. "Master, everything has been arranged. We await your command." Lu Su spoke up, overwhelmed by Han Lin's formidable presence. Everyone had been subjected to Han Lin's innate control, yet instinctively felt trepidation in his presence. "Let us proceed. We shall enter." Han Lin led the way, with Lu Su walking beside him, head bowed. A dozen individuals trailed behind Han Lin, their faces alight with excitement. Being in the presence of their master was an immense honor. Meanwhile, in the playground, whispers circulated among the crowd, discussing something fervently. "Wow, quickly, look at the chat channel." Suddenly, a young man exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief. It was truly astonishing to think that the rumors were indeed true. Such vague utterances captivated the players on the playground, prompting many to check the chat channel. A high-definition image was incessantly circulated in the chat, preventing it from being buried. The source of the image was unknown, yet it was remarkably clear. The photograph depicted the leader and vice-leader of the Tiandi Society, along with various captains, all kneeling in unison. The three extraordinary women, despite their unparalleled beauty, became mere background figures to the men. The man with indifferent eyes, sharp brows, and shoulder-length black hair cascading like a waterfall, loomed over them as if a deity surveying mere ants, rendering all others insignificant in his presence. At that moment, the rumors had finally transformed into reality. Han Lin. This name flooded the chat channel. Chapter 57, Torrential Rain? The Ark of Noah. Han Lin. It is truly Han Lin, the mastermind behind the Tiandi Society. It really is him. I wondered where the Tiandi Society had acquired such a wealth of game currency. Han Lin is so handsome. Is this the #1 player in Jinhua District? Just gazing at the photo leaves me breathless. How powerful is Han Lin? The dozen or so captains of the Tiandi Society appeared as docile as chicks. It was the first time I'd seen them so compliant. Is this the same Lu Su known for his ruthless demeanor? Goodness, who are those two beside by Zisif? Their looks are surprisingly comparable. Did you not notice they are twins? Dao Manlin. Is he not afraid of death in bed? I found out. They are Lin Jinyu and Lin Jinyao. They had previously appeared on the leaderboard. Presumably more pocket money from the god of Han. What grand moves is Han Lin planning? I heard from the Tiandi Society members that they have already prepared their supplies, seemingly ready to abandon their base. Boom! A bolt of lightning connected heaven and earth, plunging the sky into utter darkness. There were only 10 minutes left for the district mission. Brothers, this feels ominous. Do not panic. Let us savor the final wave of rewards. Exactly. Can the sky truly fall? Players in the Fenghua community were still greedily grasping for the last 10 minutes of rewards, which amounted to 50,000 game currency. A woman of decent appearance could be bought for just 500 game currency for a night. 1,000 game currency could procure a complete set of equipment. 10,000 game currency could assemble a small team. Countless players were restless, unaware of the impending events. Some even inquired among the Tiandi Society members. Yet those who knew the truth were at least captains, unlikely to betray Han Lin. The ordinary members were entirely oblivious to what was about to unfold. Gazing at the dim sky, it was only 4 in the afternoon, yet it was shrouded in darkness. Crack, crack, crack. Dozens of large lights illuminated the playground, instantly brightening it as if it were daylight, dispelling the uneasy gloom. If one were to overlook Jinhua District from above, it would be evident that only here shone a light, akin to the last glimmer of dawn. "Where is Su Gong?" Han Lin spoke, and behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Ouch! Unbeknownst to him, Su Gongwu tripped over something, and his already unsteady legs gave way, causing him to tumble headlong and scramble to Han Lin's side. "Master, Han Shun, I'm here," he chuckled awkwardly. He had intended to call him master like Lu Su and the others, but felt a bit uncomfortable since Han Lin had not exerted control over him. Han Lin did not dwell on this. Instead, he inquired, "How long until the flood arrives?" "Han Fin." Su Gongwu's demeanor shifted as he delved into his area of expertise, his previously lewd expression vanishing. "As soon as the district mission concludes, the Great Flood will engulf the Jinhua district. Han Fin, we must prepare swiftly." Han Lin ascended the podium alongside Lu Su and Liang Xiao, surveying the thousands of players below. His piercing gaze swept over all the members of the Tiandi society, creating an atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. The boisterous man who had previously boasted now lowered his head in silence, as if his prior words had been mere folly. Dozens of squad leaders promptly returned to their teams, awaiting Han Lin's command. The Tiandi society comprised a total of 15 squads, each led by a captain and a vice-captain, with approximately 30 members apiece. These were combatants, alongside essential non-combat personnel like chefs and doctors, all accounted for. Additionally, members were permitted to bring one family member to join the Tiandi society, a rule established by Han Lin himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, Eo Han Lin." His voice resonated across the playground through the microphone, compelling the audience to listen intently, the echoes of his powerful tone filling the air. "The fact that you stand here implies that you are not to be trifled with. A disaster that will alter the entire district's landscape is imminent. This heralds death and danger, yet also presents an opportunity." The players below lifted their gazes toward Han Lin, the formidable and enigmatic man. "Han Fin, what is about to transpire?" someone bravely inquired. Han Lin glanced at his watch. Only 5 minutes remained until the district mission concluded. He decided to divulge some information, recognizing the need to mitigate potential player casualties, as population is a form of resource. "It is a torrential downpour." Han Lin pointed skyward, predicting the deluge that would soon inundate the Jinhua district. Indeed, upon hearing this, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. "Instantly flood the Jinhua district? Is this true? Han Shen wouldn't he deceive us, would he? What kind of downpour could submerge an entire district in an instant? If so, wouldn't that spell doom for countless players?" While they had no objections to Lu Su pledging loyalty to Han Lin, viewing it merely as a transition to a stronger leader, the players were clearly skeptical about the impending disaster, for the notion was simply preposterous. How could such a colossal deluge possibly occur? Previous disasters had included rain and floods, yet none had been as exaggerated as what Han Lin had described. Regardless of its truthfulness, the news has spread across the chat channels, an uncontrollable phenomenon. Among the nearly 1,000 players present, it is inconceivable for Han Lin to brainwash each one individually. Some players from Jinhua district appeared visibly shaken, opting to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. "Do you truly believe Han Lin's absurd claims?" one exclaimed. "And what about the supposed deluge that would flood Jinhua district? Do you comprehend the magnitude of rain required for such an event?" "I care not," another retorted. "I shall purchase a small boat in the marketplace." "I acquired a bamboo raft," someone remarked. "With no game currency, a swimming ring will have to suffice." "Are you all merely Han Lin's pawns?" one scoffed. "He has completely mesmerized this group. What a bunch of followers." Another added, "I shall refrain from purchasing anything and witness the storm's true nature." "Very well, if you possess the audacity." Suddenly, the frequency of thunderclaps intensified, and the players, now devoid of skepticism, anxiously inquired Han God, "What shall we do?" "Indeed, Han God, are we to be drowned?" "Fear not, for I have prepared everything for you." Han Lin declared confidently, his game currency balance soaring to a staggering 100 million coins. Under the influence of the immensely popular Monopoly power, game currency had become a continually rising figure. Observing a magnificent item in the marketplace, Han Lin made a decisive purchase. 50 million coins evaporated in an instant. Noah's Ark, exclusive item from the Monopoly game, capable of housing thousands of inhabitants, featuring crop farms, numerous livestock breeding facilities, power plants, and freshwater extraction plants. Allegedly constructed under divine instruction, this ark possesses unimaginable might. Characteristics: 1. Unsinkable. Blessed by the divine, this vessel will never capsize. 2. Resource doubling. The yield of plants and animals aboard is tripled, with a greatly enhanced reproduction rate. 3. Indestructible. The hull is protected by holy light, incredibly sturdy, with damaged areas undergoing slow automatic repairs. 4. Vitality boost. All players residing on board experience accelerated recovery, with a constitution of 5. 5. Reduced costs. Living expenses charged by the Monopoly game are halved for all players aboard daily. 6. Luck. Effective only for the captain. Treasures and mermaids are hidden in the sea. Go seek them out. With a resounding boom, a colossal vessel, reminiscent of an aircraft carrier, materialized before them. The wooden hull gleamed with golden light, its sails billowing in the wind, capable of sustaining thousands of players. As the players from the T&D Society beheld the immense structure, they stood frozen in awe. Noah's Ark? Chapter 58. Into the district-wide quest. The dilapidated school buildings collapsed under the weight of Noah's Ark, which now spanned the area, causing the ground to sink beneath its tremendous mass. With a flash of blinding lightning, the players finally discerned the magnificent construct before them. How many game coins will this cost? A player asked, his lips trembling. Even such a massive wooden structure must require an exorbitant amount of game coins, right? The previously boisterous man fell silent, as images of the Ark of Noah spread like wildfire across the chat channel. What is this? The Ark of Noah? A quick search revealed that this vessel was being sold for 50 million game coins. 50 million? Unbelievable. Hanlin, are you serious? Is there really a great flood impending? At that moment, only 3 minutes remained for the district's quest. The players inside the room felt a palpable sense of anxiety. If a sudden deluge were to strike, those outside might have a chance at survival. But trapped inside, weren't they simply awaiting their doom? No way. I can't part with these 50,000 game coins. A player dashed out in haste, purchasing a small bamboo raft from the store and hastily donning 3 life rings. I will too. Another female player in the room hesitated, her close friend quickly grasping her arm. What are you doing? You left just in time. The rewards for the quest will be even greater. Don't be afraid. The flood is just a ploy by Han Lin. Even if there is a flood, could it possibly drown us? We are players with enhanced attributes. Their physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, armed with equipment and weapons. With enough game coins, they could escape a life akin to that of pigs and dogs. The female player regained her composure. This room was hard-earned. How could she abandon tens of thousands of game coins based on mere rumors? Similar scenes unfolded continuously, as the vast majority of players outside the room purchased small boats and bamboo rafts. Only those impoverished players, unable to afford even a single life ring, were left helpless. Daddy, why is everyone on the rooftops? A gaunt man tightly held his daughter on the balcony of an abandoned apartment building. A swarm of ice crystal crabs appeared throughout the Jinhua district, exceptionally ferocious, as though heralding something ominous. Various monsters viciously attacked the players, and soon the air was filled with roars, gunfire, and screams. Players equipped with survival gear hurriedly ascended to the highest rooftops. If a flood were indeed to come, it would undoubtedly grant them a few precious seconds. The man's mind was clouded. He had gone nearly 5 days without water, and his speech was now fragmented. Oz, be good. Daddy will find you something to eat soon. Blood seeped through his filthy clothes. Daddy's a bit tired. Let me sleep for a while. The little girl nestled in her father's embrace still had bright eyes, though her entire body was filthy. Upon hearing his words, she obediently closed her mouth. Daddy, sleep. Azzy will be good. On the shadowy, damp balcony, a little girl gazes with wide eyes, clutching a small piece of moldy bread. Her gaze fixed on the frenzied players outside. Daddy, I want to eat it. It's for you, AZ, she murmurs softly. Soon, the sound of her father's breathing fades away. He is sleeping so soundly. At the playground, all members of the Heaven and Earth Society board the ship. With Han Lin's command, nearly 1,000 individuals orderly ascend the vessel under their captain's guidance. Bai Zissou retracts the battle vehicle, and the 3 girls approach the podium, their expressions filled with concern, while only Li Shi mindlessly munches on potato chips. You all board first, Han Lin says calmly, transferring a portion of the Ark of Noah's authority to Bai Zissou, who is adept at utilizing the memories he personally crafted. Master, I want to board the ship with you. Bai Zissou clings to Han Lin's arm, her eyes resolute, while Lin Jinyu and her sister remain motionless, gazing at him. Han Lin's gaze surpasses the 3 girls. Lu Zili and Kyo is present, and at this critical moment, Huang Ye and her companions finally arrive in their vehicle. The off-road car is riddled with bullet holes, the once pristine vehicle now appearing dilapidated. Master, we have arrived. Huang Ye pants. Wide so yun present of bloodstained beito henliniel. Master, we have captured her. They could have arrived sooner, but the chaos was beyond imagination. The players' frenzy was overwhelming. Rocket launchers, sniper rifles, explosives, and even some awakened talents joining the fray. Wang Chong, his waist wrapped in bandages, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, appears strained. The situation outside is utter chaos. He briefly glances at the crowd before disregarding them. It would be best if the three could catch up. But if they couldn't, Han Lin would not wait even a second longer. Those lacking strength are unworthy of remaining by his side. Han Fin. At the school gates, a multitude of emaciated, desperate players frantically pound on the iron door. They learned of the disaster through the chat channel, but lack the in-game currency to purchase equipment and items for protection. Han Shun, let us board the ship. Han Lin, save us. Han Fin, please save us. The throng of players grows ever larger, and the iron door buckles under the pressure, crashing down with a resounding thud. The players, oblivious to the gleaming guns above and the cannons on the Ark of Noah, sprint with all their might towards the colossal vessel. Faster, we must hurry. Boarding means survival. Some players, in their desperate sprint, suddenly collapse. Their frail bodies can no longer endure the exertion. I can still make it. I must board the ship. Those who fall struggle to rise, only to be trampled by the throng behind them. A sea of players swarms the scene. Master, Lu Su looks to Han Lin. With a mere command, a hail of bullets could reduce this desperate crowd to mere pulp. Let them board. Although Lu Su was perplexed, executing the master's command took precedence above all else. He promptly gestured for the players guarding the boarding entrance to retreat, allowing a throng of lower-tier refugees to surge onto the Ark of Noah. The players rejoiced, jostling and clamoring, each eager to be the first to board the vessel. Slaves, too, possessed their own utility. Han Lin's voice emerged, chilling and devoid of warmth. His thoughts gravitated solely toward his own advantage. These individuals could toil aboard the ship, surviving on mere scraps of inferior sustenance. Such an abundance of inexpensive labor. Master, 1 minute remaining. Go, board the ship. A few trailed behind Han Lin, but the boarding area had become too congested with lower-tier players. However, Han Lin held the highest authority over the Ark, and it was certain that there existed more than one entrance. Entering the elevator concealed behind a hidden door, they could directly access the interior of the Arkansas. The elevator ascended slowly, while some refugees, unable to board, rushed to pound on the concealed door upon seeing Han Lin and others inside. Yet, only Han Lin possessed the authority to open it. Han Lin, wait for us. You bastard, Han Lin. Han Lin. The players unable to board grew frantic, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. They had grossly underestimated the number of surviving players in the Jinhua district. Even at a survival rate of merely 10%, countless survivors remained. Ding! Amid the players' anguished cries, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the game resonated. All district missions concluded. Chapter 59. The flood did not arrive? Ding! The resounding mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. A monopolistic game announcement declared. All district missions concluded. Talent blind boxes distributed. Disaster reset, wishing players a delightful gaming experience. The mechanical voice repeated thrice, and the entire Jinhua district seemed to undergo an unexplainable transformation, though the clouds loomed ominously. Not a single drop of rain fell, nor was there even a whisper of wind. Objective laws had once again been overturned. The flood that Su Gongwu had steadfastly guaranteed had failed to materialize. Ha ha ha. I told you Han Lin was deceiving us. What great flood could there possibly be? Thankfully, I managed to secure the final reward. Is this real? Damn it. I had already purchased a ship. That cost me 1,000 game coins. Han Lin spent 50 million? What a joke. He must be a fool with too much money. The clouds above appeared to be suspended in time. Even the sky-splitting lightning had vanished. Strangely, not only did the great flood not occur, but even the various calamities that were supposed to arise failed to materialize. The flood didn't come? We don't have to squeeze anymore. Han Lin was lying to us. Everyone doesn't need aboard the ship anymore. How splendid. A multitude of refugees exchanged uncertain glances. The positions they had fought over just moments ago now seemed utterly futile. A large number of refugees gradually withdrew, while those who had already boarded began to descend. Since the flood was non-existent, the ship was open to whomever wished to board. However, some players, in their cunningness, exerted even greater effort to board the ship. After all, being at the bottom level offered no advantage. They might as well seize the opportunity to join the heavenly society. As for Han Lin, he was undoubtedly the most apprehensive of all, especially Su Gongwu. Su Gongwu, trembling and leaning against the elevator wall, opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. He had made a firm promise, yet now the district's mission had concluded. The anticipated once-in-a-thousand-years deluge had not arrived, rendering this $50 million arc of Noah a mere jest. How would Han Lin respond to him? The elevator was so quiet that one could hear the heartbeat of the crowd, while Lin Jinyu cautiously observed Han Lin's expression. The expected signs of anger, resentment, or confusion did not manifest. Han Lin's handsome visage remained as still as a stagnant pool, his eyes dark and deep like a cold spring under the moonlight. Life, after all, is a grand gamble. To win is to lose. He had merely become the subject of ridicule, yet his influence remained intact, and he still possessed a substantial amount of game currency. He was still the top player in Jinhua District. Ding! The elevator arrived at the pinnacle of the Ark of Noah, adorned with opulence and resplendent decor, equipped with all necessities. The radiant light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the faces of the gathered, while the air circulation system adjusted to the most suitable temperature. The luxurious carpet resembled a work of art, yielding softly underfoot, and the scent of aromatherapy wafted through the air, dispelling the remnants of bloodshed. My lord, what should we do next? Lu Su continually signaled to Bai Zisu, but it was she who ultimately gathered the courage to speak. Given the circumstances, how to manage the aftermath was crucial. At that moment, the chat channel erupted in chaos, with countless individuals vehemently cursing Han Lin. Han Lin, you waste of game currency. You bought a small boat and lost 2,000 game coins on a resale. Han Lin, reimburse me for my game coins. You still have game currency. You should compensate everyone for their losses. Yes, Han Lin, pay up. Such is human nature. Had he truly saved their lives, they would not have expressed gratitude. Yet now they demanded compensation. Of course, these outcries were utterly inconsequential. My lord, those players who boarded the ship are clamoring for reimbursement, claiming it is for mental distress. Liu Su Mumut. This was news from the team leaders. These individuals, opportunistic as they were, dared to demand compensation. How infuriating. It was already an act of mercy to allow them on board, yet they still have the audacity to ask for recompense. Lin Yuniao Setet, defending on Lin. Let's suppress them with force. A cold glint flickered in Han Lin's eyes. Yes, my lord. Lu Su and the others swiftly dispatched messages. Upon receiving the command, members of the Heavenly Society decisively opened fire. They had long grown impatient with this unruly crowd, directing their bullets at the instigators. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Han Lin. They are killing people. Run downstairs. Han Lin, you... Certainly, they were merely targeting the unruly players. Some players discovered that crouching and covering their heads rendered them immune to the gunfire. Soon, vast clusters of players on the deck of the Ark were crouched, heads tucked in, for those who stood were mercilessly mowed down. Hundreds of lifeless bodies lay sprawled in pools of blood, while thousands remained huddled, paralyzed with fear. What a waste of ammunition. Someone cursed. The players from the Heavenly Society, who boarded first, occupied various advantageous positions, bolstered by their superior weaponry. They quelled the insurrection without any casualties. They intercepted those attempting to escape, asserting, "This is not a charity. You can't just come and go as you please." The commands of Han Lin were swiftly relayed, and with a resounding thud, the entry point was sealed. What are you doing? We want to leave. Yes. We demand to leave. This is illegal imprisonment. A few players in a fit of desperation rose to their feet, shouting loudly. Bang, bang, ah. The splatter of blood erupted as a high-caliber sniper rifle obliterated a head, red and white matter spraying onto the nearby players, inciting a fresh wave of screams. Several headless corpses collapsed, leaving only the sound of soft sobbing on the deck. They were gravely mistaken. Their intention to extort game currency under the guise of sheer numbers had backfired, for Han Lin was utterly ruthless. Hundreds of lives extinguished without hesitation. Witnessing the turmoil on the deck subside, Han Lin finally sank into the plush sofa in the hall, while the others, too intimidated, stood obediently. The atmosphere was suffocating, and Su Gongwu trembled, unable to even walk. Lu Shuyang supported him, awaiting their master's judgment. The significant losses suffered by their master indicated that their demise was well-deserved. Han Lin retrieved the regional map, devoid of any disaster markers, signifying that the Jinhua district remained in a state free of calamity. The air felt as if it were thickening, creating an oppressive ambience. Brother, this sofa is so soft. Can I take one to sleep on? The carefree Li Shi remained blissfully unaware, rolling about on the sofa, oblivious to the tension surrounding her. Han Shan, no, master, please grant me another chance. I swear I will not disappoint you. Su Gongwu managed a strained smile, though it was more ghastly than a grimace. Kneeling on the ground, he wept and bowed profusely. I recall giving you 50,000 game coins, did I not? Yes, master, I will return it to you. I confess my guilt. No need to repay it. Just forfeit 50,000 instead. I will give you 5 more minutes, and if no disaster occurs, well, I have yet to witness Lingqi. Chapter 60. Calamity across the region. Just as I have yet to witness Lingqi. As Han Lin's voice fell, Su Gongwu's forehead, bloodied and bruised from incessant bowing, stilled as he collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant as he stared at the carpet below. How could this happen? Su Gongwu revealed a bitter smile, questioning whether to blame Han Lin. Yet, he could not hold Han Lin accountable. Had it not been for him, he would have perished in that basement long ago. The blame lay solely on himself for entangling Han Lin in substantial losses. Gazing out at the Jinhua district, Han Lin cradled Xiao Lishi's wings in his arms, gently stroking them. Brother, Xiao Lishi struggled, persistently whispering into Han Lin's ear about her cravings. The uppermost tier of the arc, offering a panoramic view of a significant portion of Jinhua district, elicited a sense of intoxication, one that transcended mere physical desire. It was the sensation of wielding power and authority. Han Lin reclined with his legs propped on the table, attentively listening to the cries emanating from the deck. When the lives of others rest in your hands, you can dictate their joys and sorrows with a mere gesture. Swaying a vacant wine glass, Bai Zissou approached to refill it. Enough, Lu Su, you may leave now. Ensure the refugees are properly attended to. Assign guards at the entrance to the top tier. No one is permitted entry without authorization. The upper level was furnished with utmost luxury, which Han Lin intended for his own people to inhabit, with a dozen rooms available. They were hardly occupied. Presently, only Bai Zissou, 3 others, and Xiao Lishi remained. The space was exceedingly ample, with a clear view. The rest of you, manage the arrangements. Yawning, Han Lin assumed the role of a disengaged proprietor. A boss, after all, delegates tasks to the secretary when there is work, and idles when there is none. Ahem. As for you, Su Gongwu, I am here, master, I am here. Upon hearing his name called, Su Gongwu nearly wept, fearing punishment. Enough. Get out. Han Lin had initially intended to cultivate him as a trusted confidant, yet circumstances had rendered further actions pointless. As for the notion of punishment, it was merely a tactic to instill fear. Han Lin was not a sadist. He would only engage in favorable pursuits. And chopping Su Gongwu into pieces would serve no purpose now. The assembly was taken aback. Lin Jinyu smiled gently, covering her enticing lips, and the previously frosty atmosphere began to thaw. The master has spared you. Do not linger. Lu Su rebuked Su Gongwu, who seemed incredulous. Starting Lin? Tears glistened in his eyes. He bowed deeply several times, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master, thank you. Above, the lightning intensified as the once stagnant clouds rapidly churned. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck a residential building, igniting a fierce blaze. Su Gongwu rose, despondently trailing behind Lu Su and the others. Although the master had spared his life, he understood he had been expelled from his circle. Henceforth, he would be just an ordinary member of the Tian Di Hui, a mere lower-tier player. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed, seemingly voicing Su Gongwu's unyielding resentment. All data had aligned perfectly. Why then, was it not raining? A clatter resounded as something struck the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Clatter, clatter! Su Gong paused in his tracks and turned his gaze. The sound of raindrops echoed loudly against the massive floor-to-ceiling windows as this epic calamity, brewing for 3 days, sounded the trumpet of assault. It was a day that players in Jinhua District would forever remember. On the regional map, the once yellowed parchment swiftly transformed into an inky black. A disaster loomed over the entire district. Floods. A mechanical sound rang out. An announcement reverberated throughout the monopolistic game. A 60-day deluge had descended upon Jinhua District, wishing players an enjoyable gaming experience. An announcement echoed. No deception here. Han Lin rose, gazing down at Jinhua District. Countless players looked skyward as torrential rain began to pour. This downpour was far more ferocious than anyone had anticipated. The initial raindrops lasted but a few seconds, followed by a deluge cascading from the heavens. From Han Lin's vantage point, one could see, at a height of 10,000 meters, a curtain of water connecting the dark clouds to Jinhua District, resembling a magnificent waterfall. The city's already crippled drainage system was utterly overwhelmed, and soon the water level began to rise. Abandoned urban landscapes were engulfed. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. This was roughly the height of a story, and players frantically fled to higher ground. Some produced small bamboo rafts, only to be capsized and submerged by the torrential rains. Others donned life rings and leaped into the swiftly rising waters, swept away by the surging waves. Small boats managed to endure a bit longer, yet the relentless rain soon filled their cabins, necessitating constant bailing. 3 stories, 5 stories. Players descended into chaos. Some within rooms were unable to escape before being overwhelmed by the deluge. The equipment they had purchased proved utterly impotent against this storm. The chat channel was inundated with frantic messages, pleas for help, requests to borrow game currency, and even cries for passage on in Noah's Arkansas. Countless players were submerged beneath the towering waves, their humanity rendered as fragile as ants in the face of nature's wrath. Turtle breeding technique, someone shouted, recalling that they had previously purchased this skill to reduce air charges. Now, it allowed them to survive longer in the flood, preventing immediate drowning. Little did they expect the value of the turtle breathing technique to escalate. As the water level reached 10 stories high, Noah's Ark began to exhibit a modicum of buoyancy. This colossal vessel was so immense that without sufficient water height, it remained grounded. The refugee players on the deck rejoiced, not once cursing Han Lin for not allowing them to disembark. Compared to others struggling in the water, they felt extraordinarily fortunate. 15 stories. Honggu, let's aboard. Honggu, save us. Players floating in the water approached the hull of Noah's Ark, desperate to climb aboard, even attempting to assault the vessel. Bang! In response, they were met with a barrage of bullets. Crack! Ah! Players screamed in despair as, unbeknownst to them, clusters of ice crystal crabs floated upon the water surface. These creatures, with their translucent bodies, were nearly undetectable beneath the waves. Their formidable combat prowess rendered the already exhausted players utterly defenseless. A piercing shriek erupted as an icy claw severed a player's arm, blood blossoming in the water. The player, in a frenzy, fired indiscriminately. Yet the monsters seemed to vanish in the depths. Another cry echoed, abruptly silenced as his neck was crushed, his lifeless body swiftly sinking into the abyss. Daddy, what a grand ship! AZ exclaimed, spotting the Ark of Noah upon the water. She could no longer contain her excitement. She and a man were on a balcony of a high-rise apartment, just above the rising tide. Daddy, it seems water is coming in. Rainwater began to seep onto the balcony, prompting AZ to disturb the man's slumber. With a thud, the man's body toppled into the accumulating water, his vacant gaze betraying that he had been lifeless for some time. Daddy, what's wrong? AZ shook his arm, the water quickly rising to her waist. Oblivious to the dire circumstances, she struggled to drag the man's body towards the exit. Daddy, wake up! There's water! In her panic, the moldy bread she had clutched was lost. The water soon reached her neck, forcing her to stand on tiptoe to avoid drowning. Daddy, the flood has instantly engulfed this house. Chapter 61. The fated blind box awaits. The torrential rain descended. Su Gongwu, ecstatic, pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window. His previous despondency vanished, his old face beaming with joy. Master, did you see? It's a flood. A flood. It's a flood. Ha 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 ha. Master, I predicted it successfully. Ha ha. Indeed, I see. Congratulations on your successful prediction, Han Lin replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as the players throughout the city wailed in despair. Without comparison, there is no suffering. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. I would traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire. 1,000 deaths would not deter me. Su Gongwu scrambled back to Han Lin, repeatedly bowing his head. Lu Su's lips twitched. This crafty old man had deftly brushed aside his previous blunders, eager to continue serving his master. However, whether Su Gongwu could regain Han Lin's trust remained contingent upon the master's desires. Han Lin reclined on the sofa, relishing the massage from Bai Zisu, sipping red wine with great satisfaction. The torrential rain had finally arrived. With his current strength, he could easily unify the Jinhua district, seizing resources, population, and monopolistic power. Henceforth, the Heavenly Society would be renamed the Qilin Legion, with Lu Su as the Legion Commander and Liang Xiao as the Vice Commander. Your subsequent task is to continually expand our influence. I shall impart the general strategy to you. Lu Su and his companion were visibly excited. Their master was about to take significant action. Yes, master. As for the three of you, await Lu Su's arrangements. Huang Ye and the others accepted their orders reluctantly. Yet it was evident they lacked the standing to contest Lu Su's position. I intend to establish a disaster forecasting station. Su Gongwu immediately held his breath. His gaze fervently fixed on Han Lin. You shall be in charge of its management, Su Gongwu. Yes, master. I shall not disappoint you. Han Lin waved his hand, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. There is no need for assurances. Should you fail to demonstrate your worth, you will not escape unscathed this time. Su Gongwu felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, sensing the lethal undertone in Han Lin's voice, and nodded repeatedly. To surpass ordinary players, one must exhibit their value. I can provide you with game currency and equipment, but you must prove your worth. Han Lin's tone was chilling, as he relentlessly applied pressure on the group. The Qilin Legion does not harbor idlers. If any of you are inadequate, I suggest you leave at once. I am certain there are many eager to showcase their value. Yes, we shall not disappoint you, master. Once the group departed, only the three women and Xiao Lishi remained by the expansive window. Bai Zisu, take Lishi to select a room. Bai Zisu cast a resentful glance at Han Lin before taking hold of Xiao Lishi. Sister Zisu, what are you up to? Since Lin Jinyu acquired that talent, she had been neglected by their master, and Lin Jinyao, with her exceptional figure, also posed a challenge. Now she was being sent off to tend a child. Lin Jinyao, blissfully unaware of the implications, gazed at her sister Lin Jinyu with shimmering eyes. With a charming smile, her fair skin radiated brilliance. Sister Zisu, did I hear Jinyu calling for help? While showing Li Shi around the Noah's Ark, Bai Zisu's eyes darted. Her forehead beaded with sweat as she hastily purchased an array of snacks from the marketplace. Little Li Shi, enjoy these treats while I check if assistance is needed. Wow, that's wonderful. Sister Zisu, you must hurry. I can manage on my own. Little Li Shi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the snacks, nearly salivating. Although their master forbade them from secretly buying treats for Li Shi, one must adapt in urgent times. Bai Zisu rushed towards the battlefield, resigned to face her master's wrath if necessary. Approximately 3 hours later, the living room finally fell silent. Han Lin gazed down at the torrential rain outside, standing before the expansive window where the world beyond remained unseen. The rain continued unabated, showing no signs of letting up. The Noah's Ark remained steadfast, with the players' figures vanished from the surface of the sea, while the refugees on deck were assigned tasks. Naturally, some resisted, but they swiftly became cold corpses, cast into the water to feed the crabs. Somewhere, a bird chirped. Han Lin was impeccably dressed as she departed from the living room. With only a few of them residing on the top floor, and the other inhabitants situated below, there was no concern about being seen. She took the elevator to the deck, where relentless rain poured down, rendering the city invisible from her view, transforming the landscape into an endless expanse of ocean. The chat channel was eerily silent, a testament to the significant losses endured by the players. Were there any survivors? A message popped up, and Han Lin casually responded. Is everyone still alive? If you're struggling, you can come aboard my ship, dear players. I want to set sail. Me. Han Lin, Yuraskol. I've heard you're feeding the players on your ship pig food while making them work. Is there even pig food to eat? Hongu. Is there enough to fill our bellies, Han God? I'm freezing to death. Are you even human? Taking advantage of our misfortune? Countless players floated on makeshift bamboo rafts or wooden boats amidst the vast ocean, the unrelenting rain sapping their warmth. Not to mention the myriad of dangers, capsizing boats, lurking monsters in the water, towering waves, and the ever-present threat of attacks from other players. I, Han Lin, warmly welcome all players to join the Qilin Legion. Surrender your game currency, and you shall have provisions and shelter. After uttering this, she disregarded the swarm of players, recalling a final reward from a task. She could directly extract the district-wide task rewards from Zhou Jun, with their individual monopolies firmly in her grasp, allowing her to transfer items at will. A golden gift box materialized in her hands, shimmering brilliantly. Unlike ordinary talent blind boxes, this one guaranteed a talent. Yet, She wondered about her luck. Bai Zisu was supposed to be luckier, but she remained in a deep slumber. Gazing at the tantalizing gift box, Han Lin could not resist and gently pulled the ribbon. Bang! Chapter 62, Triggering a Special Task. Bang! A puff of white smoke swirled as the golden gift box exploded spectacularly. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the talent phasing, Grade A. What? Grade A? Han Lin inhaled sharply, her gaze ablaze. She had indeed rolled an A-grade talent. Though the task rewards had indicated a maximum potential of S-grade talents, Han Lin understood the inertia of monopolizing the game, where the odds could be tragically low. To her astonishment, she had drawn an A-grade talent. The probability of this was even lower than winning the lottery. Could it be that Han Lin seemed to ponder something and opened the description of the Ark of Noah? Feature, 6 luck, only effective for the captain. Treasure and mermaids are hidden in the sea. Go find them. Was it the feature that activated, or merely her fortuitous luck this time? Han Lin leaned towards believing it was indeed the Ark S feature at play, for she typically fished out nothing but disappointment from her boxes. The talent leaderboard shifted once more. Han Lin's name now boasted an additional A-grade talent, firmly securing her position at the top. The art of phasing. It consumes both mental and physical energy, allowing the body to transition between the tangible and the ethereal. One can also expend double the physical stamina to effectuate this transformation on other objects or beings. This succinct description belies a formidable capability. In essence, as long as Han Lin remains alert and his stamina and mental vitality are sufficient, any physical assault against him proves futile. What unparalleled strength! The sole potential to harm Han Lin lies in mental attacks. However, his S-grade talent is precisely in the realm of mental prowess. Who could possibly triumph over an S-grade talent in such a domain? I must meet Han Lin. You sycophants, do you dare to obstruct my path? Do you know who my father is? Han Lin beheld a brash young man with yellow hair confronting the Legion members on the deck, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. Shun Tianquan, drenched and clad only in a pair of shorts, had strands of hair clinging to his forehead, still dripping with water, unmistakably having just emerged from the depths. I care not who your father is. Once aboard this vessel, one must abide by the rules set forth by our leader. Han Lin. A few squad members advanced and sent him sprawling to the ground, followed swiftly by a barrage of punches and kicks. Ah! How dare you strike me? Stop. Please, I apologize. Do not continue. I was wrong. Please, no more. Shun Tianquan curled up on the deck, cradling his head, wailing as though he were a pig destined for slaughter. Let this serve as a lesson. Who is your father? Spit. The squad halted, and the squad leader seized Shun Tianquan by the hair, demanding the surrender of monopolistic rights, game currency, and resources from his inventory. These items are requisitioned from all players who board the ship, with designated personnel assigned to inventory and collection. To gain the protection of the Legion, one must offer something in return. It can be said that players not belonging to the Chilean Legion possess no rights whatsoever, receiving merely 100 game coins daily to stave off financial ruin. Is there anything else? The squad leader inquired menacingly, as their panels remained concealed from others. And the collection of resources necessitated a certain skill. One must ensure that no items are concealed while preserving lives to serve as laborers. And no, nothing more, sob. He whimpered, his previous bravado now a distant memory. I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. The squad leader smirked slightly, while Shun Tianquan, covering his face with one hand and his groin with the other, wept like a child. These individuals are utterly vile. They strike faces and groins indiscriminately. Who could withstand such cruelty? Are you certain there is nothing left? Should we uncover any deceit, you shall suffer, he warned. Bring forth the lie detector. Several team members wheeled in a device. Shun Tianquan realized the gravity of his situation and struggled frantically, yet he was no match for the strength of several burly men. This equipment was procured from the shop, designed for lie detection, and nearly every squad was equipped with it. It is not particularly high-tech. It merely analyzes micro-expressions and bodily reactions to ascertain truthfulness. The device is valued at 12,000 game coins. Han Lin leaned against the railing, observing the scene without uttering a word, unnoticed by the members of the small team. Shun Tianquan, the son of a national-level official from the pre-apocalyptic era, was considered a second-generation bureaucrat, wielding considerable influence domestically. It was unexpected to encounter him here in Jinhua District. A cold chuckle escaped Han Lin's lips. Even a dragon must bow when in my presence. Captain, he still possesses supplies. This boy is not being forthcoming. Speak. What else do you have? Another round of punches and kicks ensued. Will you comply? Strangely, despite his anguished cries, Shun Tianquan remained tight-lipped. I truly have nothing left. Sob sob. Spare me. My father is wealthy, exceedingly wealthy. Several of Shun Tianquan's teeth had been knocked out, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet he had not passed the lie detector test. This indicated he was still concealing something. The squad leader felt a surge of excitement. It appeared this boy was hiding something of great value, or he would not be so reluctant to relinquish it. What a significant achievement this would be. The rise within the Qilin Corps is contingent upon merit and strength. If he truly possessed a rare treasure, presenting it to the master would indeed be a grand accomplishment. You refuse to reveal it, do you? The squad leader smirked, confident in his methods to extract information from Shun Tianquan. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly on the deck, as many players under the threat of death were compelled to board the ship, awaiting their exploitation. Only those with exceptional talent might be considered for inclusion in the Qilin Corps. Otherwise, the other players would face a fate as slaves aboard the vessel, fed only the lowest quality slop, confined in cramped quarters with hundreds of others, laboring day and night until death claimed them. We want. Please spare me, my father is. As 14 members firmly restrained him on the deck, the squad leader produced a sharp dagger and yanked down Shun Tianquan's shorts. Oh, quite impressive. What a pity. Soon you shall be known simply as Shun Tian. The squad leader sneered, preparing to strike. Let go of me. I'll give birth. I'll give birth. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll hand over the goods. Don't cut me. In the end, with tears streaming down his face, Shun Tianquan surrendered the items, unable to bear the thought of his brother's sacrifice. It would have been better to do this sooner. Take him away. The squad leader held the item aloft, revealing a piece of sheepskin parchment. Shun Tianquan finally passed the lie detector test and was sent to work in the ship's plantation. Treasure map. Mist of Penglai Island. Collect all 4 fragments of the treasure map to locate the legendary island of Penglai on the sea, said to harbor the secrets of immortality. A flash of light from the holographic mirror on Han Lin's chest signaled his sudden appearance before the squad leader. Master. Han Lin took the fragment, and at that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. The game's prompt sounded. The player's mission center refreshed, and a special task was pinned to the top. Upon opening the task center, the vibrant crimson text at the top boldly declared, Misty Penglai Island. Discover the legendary Penglai Fairy Island, ascended, and survive for a month. Task reward, 1% air monopoly rights. Task failure, annihilation. Time limit, complete within 3 months. Do you accept? Chapter 63, The Girl with a Questionable Intellect. Han Lin's gaze sharpened, his breath quickening as he scrutinized the tattered parchment in his hand. Indeed, he had acquired a rare artifact. No wonder this individual had kept it hidden. It was, after all, the key item capable of triggering a special quest. Such artifacts are typically obtained through the vanquishing of monsters, and upon acquisition, players are prompted to embark on special quests, usually accompanied by substantial rewards, albeit with considerable risk, as acceptance of the task is optional. Choosing not to accept the quest for the moment, Han Lin stowed away the treasure map. In this vast ocean, locating the task's destination solely based on a fragmented map would be futile. Only after gathering the complete map would Han Lin attempt to embark on the journey. As for the 1% air monopoly rights, Han Lin would never allow such an asset to fall into the hands of other players. With the 1% he possessed, that would amount to 2%. Should he manage to accumulate the monopoly rights to 100%, Han Lin's eyes glimmered, then returned to tranquility. The chat channel buzzed back to its usual lively state as players chose to confront the harsh reality, finding joy amidst their suffering. The pig feed was actually quite palatable, containing even a half bone. Wasn't this simply swill? Oomph. I would rather perish outside than consume Han Lin's pig feed. A bunch of slaves should be stripped of their player status. Sharing a channel with you all is utterly humiliating. Those boarding Han Lin's ship are nothing but useless. Not necessarily. If they are inept, do not associate me with them. I have already become the chef for the Qilin Legion, a 5-star hotel chef at that. I receive a salary monthly, with meals and lodging covered. Don't believe me? One player showcased their lunch today, complete with dish and soup. A balanced meal in a clean and tidy dining environment, sparking envy in others. In stark contrast to other players adrift at sea, lacking a stable abode, and uncertain of their next meal, the disparity was glaring. What the? Han Lin treats his crew so well. Are you hiring? Can I join? I am an expert in botany. I can cultivate crops. I specialize in plumbing, particularly toilets. I'm also a friend to women. My surname is Wong. I live next door. I'm a history expert, a professor level 1. History expert, step aside. I'm a urologist, specializing in erectile dysfunction. Let me aboard. Indeed, Lord Han Lin welcomes talents. Anyone who believes in their capabilities is encouraged aboard, and the Lord will certainly not shortchange you. Han Lin, high price buyback for treasure maps. One tattered map for 1 million game coins. Private messages welcome. Price is negotiable. This message ignited a flurry of discussion. The main character has arrived. Please, I implore you. Allow me to join the Qilin Legion. I have a fondness for swine feed. No one shall take it from me. What is this extravagant item? 1 million game coins? Cannot trade something I possess. A mere fragment of a map is worth 1 million game coins? Such extravagance is beyond reason. This item must surely be dropped by a monster. It may appear at any moment. What is the difference between a drop and a lottery win? An opportunity has been bestowed upon us. Brothers, let us engage in battle. Victory grants us the favor of a beautiful model. What if we lose? Not a word of that, I suppose. After a lengthy wait with no trades in sight, it seems nothing has yet been dropped, prompting Han Lin to temporarily disable the chat channel. My master, Lu Su, hurriedly approached Han Lin, who now held the position of Legion Commander, the highest visible rank. Though all were aware that Han Lin was truly the captain of the ship, Lu Su was overwhelmed with various trivial matters, only seeking Han Lin for decisions beyond his purview. What is it? My master, a small island has been discovered ahead. It appears to show signs of biological activity. Shall we send someone to explore? Lu Su pointed towards the distant expanse of water. Fortunately, Han Lin's attributes were sufficiently strong, allowing him to discern a small indeed, a verdant island, with smoke rising from it. The regional calamity had transformed this environment, resembling a genuine sea, and, astonishingly, an island had emerged in the distance. Such illogical places are typically quest locations, likely inhabited by monsters. Proceed. Send someone to explore. Han Lin pondered briefly before issuing the command to Lu Su. Slaying monsters yields various rewards, including monopoly rights. Even without an associated quest, Han Lin could dispatch individuals to the island. Yes, my master. In a flash, Han Lin vanished from sight, leaving these matters to his subordinates. Lu Su, following orders, hurried away, rapidly composing messages to dispatch. Combat teams, logistics teams, scouts, everyone must be mobilized. This would be his inaugural mission as Legion Commander, and he was determined to please his master. The Ark of Noah sailed towards the island. As corpses and construction debris occasionally drifted across the surface of the sea. On the island, near the shore, waves lapped against Li Yingji's body, her pupils appearing somewhat vacant. A keen observer would note that despite her youthful appearance, she exhibited a certain lack of intelligence. Li Yingji's intellect seemed to be stunted at a mere child's level, her speech carrying the innocence of youth. Daddy, woo-woo. Sitting upon the beach, Li Yingji began to weep, clutching tightly to a decaying corpse. Strangely, while a torrential downpour lashed the distant sea, this island remained untouched. It appeared as though the island served as a sanctuary, shielding it from the deluge. Daddy, why won't you wake up? Ajit can no longer carry you. Ajit lost the bread you left for me. It's all Ajit's fault. Woo-woo. The sound of crying was somewhat hoarse, and Li Yingji's tattered garments dripped with water as the sea breeze whisked away her warmth. It's so cold. Dad, we must hurry. It's freezing here. Seeing that the body remained unresponsive, Li Yingji could only unsteadily rise to her feet, her slender arms gripping the corpse as she staggered towards the shore. The body dragged a trail across the sand, and with every few steps, Li Yingji would falter and fall due to exhaustion. Her frail frame trembled, yet her grip on the corpse remained steadfast. Dad just needs to sleep. I can manage alone. The stench of the decaying body quickly spread, carried by the wind deep into the island. Unfamiliar sounds emanated from the dense forest by the shore, sending chills down her spine. Overwhelmed by terror, tears streamed down Li Yingji's cheeks as she gazed at the face of the man. Normally, at this hour, her father would be there to protect her. However, the visage of the corpse had rotted beyond recognition. Yet Li Yingji was certain that this was her father, for she had never let go of his hand. A defenseless girl, with her intellect impaired, somehow managed to survive with a corpse in tow. She had weathered the flood without encountering any monsters, fortuitously washed ashore onto this island. The odds of such survival were less than 1 in 10,000. Chattering noises grew louder. as a swarm of brown creatures charged towards the girl. They were a horde of burrowing rats, drawn by the scent of decay. They had a particular appetite for rotting flesh. Li Yinji had no knowledge of game mechanics, having never allocated her attributes, and stood no chance against this onslaught of monsters. Chapter 64. Arrival on the island. The rats squeaked. So many rats. No, no. The crimson eyes of the burrowing rats glistened with a ravenous hunger for flesh, the foul odor reaching her from afar. Li Yinji's eyes were filled with fear, her legs retreating on the sand as her instinct screamed for her to flee. Yet she was already at her limit. Moreover, behind her lay the vast ocean. There was nowhere to escape. Get away. Leave me alone. Li Yinji grasped a branch from the beach, swinging it frantically. The burrowing rats did not attack her first. Instead, they swarmed to gnaw at the man's corpse. To them, the putrid flesh was far more delectable. And of course, Li Yinji could not escape either. In mere moments, this place would be left with 2 skeletons. Get off. Don't bite my dad. Leave us alone. Li Yinji screamed in desperation, swinging the branch, but her strength was far too feeble to inflict any harm. Just as she was about to be engulfed by the tide of rats, a powerful voice rang out. Flame Fist, a figure, enveloped in flames, plunged into the swarm like a shooting star. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The burrowing rats, heedless of the allure of flesh, were engulfed in a cacophony of anguished cries as fiery orbs frantically fled. These inferior creatures were oblivious to the notion of extinguishing flames in water. Instead, they dispersed in terror, flames being their Achilles heel. The blaze erupted and spread rapidly, intentionally avoiding Li Yinji, sparing her from harm. Quickly, save her. A robust young man, agile in stature and wielding a tang sword, danced through the tide of rats with a fierce vigor. The stench of blood splattered around him, although the rats were weak. Their overwhelming numbers made it difficult for him to reach Li Yinji in time. Blind eye, he shouted, witnessing the rats preparing to assault her once more. Bang, bang. The sound of a sniper rifle echoed, each shot resulting in a burst of crimson mist as some rats attempting to approach her were skillfully dispatched. Li Yinji sat dazed upon the ground, the beach in disarray around her, clutching a rotting arm marked with bite marks, its other parts having been devoured. The scene before her exceeded the limits of her comprehension. In her weakened state, she could no longer hold on and succumbed to unconsciousness. Explosion of flames. Kiskiviko Xwandilovit. Releasing torrents of orange fire from his hands, striking the swarming burrowing rats and creating a deafening explosion. At last, Ahi carved a path through the chaos, disregarding Li Yinji's condition, seizing her by the ankle and flinging her from the battlefield. She felt as if she might be whisked away by the wind, but fortunately, Ahi possessed ample strength. Xiaonuan, catch her. Hey, be gentle. Xiaonuan, with sun-kissed skin, caught Li Yinji midair and retreated from the battlefield's edge to examine her injuries. Captain, how many are left? Kuxian unleashed his full power, having incinerated the majority of the rats. Enough. The mission is complete. His objective had been to eliminate 100 burrowing rats, a task now fulfilled, allowing them to unleash their full might. Without hesitation, Ahi and blind, I sprang into action, blades gleaming and gunfire resounding, as the monstrous creatures fell one by one. Moments later, the beach was strewn with the carcasses of the vanquished rats. Wiping the blood from his face, Ahi inquired, Captain, where are our spoils this time? Each rat only yields 20 game coins. Without the mission reward, we would be at a loss. Kuxian reigned in the flames. Prolonged use of his talent was taxing both mentally and physically. Blind, I emerged from the shadows, the barrel of his towering sniper rifle still radiating heat. Do you know how much one sniper bullet costs in game coins? Kiskivik Koksuan retorted, exasperated. You ought to be more frugal. Every time I hear your gunfire, it pains me. These people truly have no concept of the value of resources. Well, Captain, isn't this all for the sake of saving someone? Blind, I remained silent, methodically cleaning his weapon, while Ahi hastened to ease the tension. The sea roiled with wave after wave, while in the distance, torrential rain continued unabated, causing a significant drop in temperature. Although merely a storm-related calamity, the ensuing chain reactions led to flooding and a further decrease in temperature. The vast expanse of the ocean rendered the presence of players nearly invisible. Captain, what is that? At that moment, a brightly lit ship emerged on the horizon, and Ahe widened his eyes, realizing that the vessel was heading directly towards the small island. What a display! Why are the lights on? Kuxian and the blind duo gazed upon the scene, Although players were scarce, the monsters were abundant, making the illuminated ship a veritable target amidst the downpour. Unless the individuals aboard possessed formidable strength, we must hasten our retreat. Aboard the Ark of Noah, various teams had gathered on the deck, fully prepared and merely awaiting disembarkation. Old Sue, how's the weather? At the lookout tower, Su Gongwu peered through his binoculars at the clouds above. The island was shielded from the rain, under a gloomy sky. To the south lay a beach, while the north was bordered by cliffs. I recommend landing from the south. A radar scan revealed no underwater reefs. So it is safe. Satisfied with this assessment, Liang Xiao departed promptly, arranging for a report to be sent to Han Lin. Although Han Lin was not directly involved, it was essential to keep him informed of the plan. In the island's woodlands, Xiaonuan carefully set Li Yinji down to assess her injuries. Nearby, a jolly rotund figure chuckled. System where did you rescue this little girl from? I just saved her from shore. Quickly, find some medicine and bandages. Despite Li Yinji sustaining no severe injuries, she bore numerous cuts and bruises. The hefty fellow rummaged through their meager belongings, as they had no in-game currency to expand their inventory space, leaving most items to be carried in hand. Why are you still clutching an arm? Xiaonuan pried Li Yinji's hand open to discover her delicate fingers covered in blisters and blood. At that moment, Kuxian and his companions rushed in, their expressions fraught with urgency. Quickly, Xiaonuan, fatty, someone is coming. Xiaonuan, forget about the first aid. Carry her, and let's move. The enormous ship drew ever closer to the shore, and as it neared, they discerned its unique grandeur, with its massive hull and lavish decorations. The only individual in Jinhua district known to possess such a vessel was Han Lin. Han Lin was no benevolent figure. If they crossed paths, would there be any favorable outcome? They could very well be captured, forced into servitude, or have their supplies confiscated. Upon hearing this, the rotund fellow hastily gathered their belongings, slinging them onto his back, and prepared to depart. Let's move, Captain. Xiaonuan hoisted the unconscious Li Yinji on her back, and the five of them fled deep into the island's interior. The Ark of Noah soon reached the shore, and several reconnaissance teams promptly conducted on-site investigations. Upon discovering a multitude of rat carcasses along the shoreline, the reconnaissance team's countenance shifted, and they quickly reported back. There are signs of players on the island. Requesting capture. Chapter 65, The Eerie Melody. Chat channel. A delightful surprise for everyone. A 30-minute video has been shared in the channel, and Han Lin exclaimed that it was simply too shocking. A welfare girl. How could you continue posting this? I'm already struggling to fill my stomach, and my health is deteriorating day by day. Students with poor grades should not disturb those who excel. What nonsense is this? Brother, can you spare a few game coins? I'm broke and have resorted to self-castration. Only the destitute should refrain from watching. I am solely fixated on your video. The impoverished love to watch. The monopolized chat channel for games is nothing short of revolutionary. It is uncensored and unfiltered, showcasing a myriad of extraordinary beings daily. Just yesterday, Han Lin even stumbled upon a video featuring humans and mutated rabbits. Ha ha ha. I have triumphed once again. Bai Zissou, along with two others, sat barefoot on the carpet, while Lin Jingyao, in a fit of anger, scattered playing cards all over the room. I'm done playing. Bai Zissou, with a mischievous grin, affixed paper notes to Lin Jingyao's face, securing them with spit. You must wash my feet properly tonight. No excuses. Lin Jingyao's charming face was adorned with paper notes, inscribed with phrases like Bai Zissou has the best figure and Han Lin's little dog is a big milk cow. Lin Jinyu, with a sigh of resignation, set down the cards, stretched lazily, and discreetly glanced at the man on the sofa. Han Lin was affectionately stroking Li Shi's head, while an enormous television displayed a tedious drama, epitomizing leisure. Brother, you have exceeded your time. You owe me a bag of chips, Li Shi exclaimed, checking her watch, which confirmed that the agreed time had indeed passed. Han Lin had promised her a bag of chips for every half hour of head patting, and now they were a minute overdue. I bought them for you. Go ahead, Li Shi. Lin Jinyu stood up and handed Li Shi 2 bags of chips, and in an instant, little Li Shi dashed away. She is still too energetic. It's quite a challenge to have her sit still for half an hour. Today, Lin Jinyu wore a purple body-hugging dress, accentuating her figure as she settled beside Han Lin. Lin Jinyu grasped Han Lin's large hand. Indeed, purple holds a distinct charm. Master, please remain still. Aren't we supposed to explore the island today? Master, are you not going to take a look? No need to check. They will report if anything is necessary. In the group chat, Lu Su and others provided updates almost every few minutes. On the shore, Lu Su listened intently to the reconnaissance team's report while meticulously examining the traces of battle. The scorched earth, the bullet holes from sniper rifles, and the wounds from tang knives. Commander, this appears to be a player squad, suspected to contain awakened talents. We have also discovered traces of player activity and footprints in the forest. They fled deeper into the island. Has the terrain map of the island been completed? It has. We have used drones to survey the island's general topography. Monitor the island with drones. Report any suspicious locations immediately. No one is allowed to set foot on this island. From this moment forth, this island belongs entirely to our Chilean Legion. Drones and thermal imaging devices, along with various equipment, would be utilized to assist in the mission. Huang Ye, Commander, I am here. You, Wang Chong, and Zhou Jun each take a combat team into the island for a thorough sweep. All spoils must be collected and returned to the owner. Be cautious of personnel casualties. Huang Ye stepped forward, his expression one of excitement. His moment to make a significant impact had finally arrived. Surely, the island harbored numerous monsters. Yes. With a resounding gunshot, the island erupted in a flurry of startled birds. The echo of the shot reverberating to the shore. Kuxian's forehead throbbed with tension, glaring at the blind man. Why did you fire? This will expose our position. You fool. The blind man's sharp gaze, with only his eyes visible, rasped. If I hadn't shot, the fatty would have been injured. The fatty struggled under the weight of their luggage. Although lacking in combat prowess, he was adept at handling dirty work. A vibrant, slender snake was shot in two, writhing helplessly on the ground, mere moments away from striking the fatty's throat, only to be dispatched by the blind man's timely shot. This species of snake was likely venomous. A single bite could prove fatal. Xiao Wan possessed healing skills to save him, but with an E-level healing spell? The effectiveness of such a spell, bought from a shop, was limited and regarded as the most inferior talent, and he would not gamble on his teammate's life. The blind man let out a derisive laugh as the argument between the two escalated. The fatty, feeling guilty, quickly interjected, Captain, don't blame the blind man. It's my fault for not being vigilant. Captain, the blind man acted for the fatty's sake. Indeed, Captain, it's too late for regrets. Perhaps we should change direction. Xiao Wan and Ahe also urged. Li Yinji remained unconscious, but fortunately, she was light, and Xiao Wan had no difficulty carrying her. Let us move. Kuxian swallowed his anger as the team altered their course and continued to flee. Upon entering the dense forest, Huang Ye heard the gunfire and his eyes brightened. He led his team towards the sound. Killing and arson, the golden belt. Soon, gunfire echoed throughout the island as various monsters clashed with the combat teams. Ants the size of human heads, blood-sucking ghost trees, and toxic mists. The island was fraught with peril. The most horrifying scene unfolded before them as Wang Chong's team was halted by a small river. The murky green water flowed from an unknown source, littered with dismembered limbs, some human and others from various creatures. In the dense forest across the river, remnants of structures could be faintly discerned. The river emitted a foul stench, with various unknown insects gnawing at the remains. Captain, did you hear that sound? Wang Chong listened intently. A faint melody emanating from the buildings across the river. The sound grew increasingly louder, accompanied by an inexplicable melody. Plop, what are you doing? Wang Chong snapped back to reality and bellowed as one of his teammates, dazed, leapt into the thick green waters without a moment's hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beneath the surface. Wang Chong hurriedly checked the chat channel, only to find the teammate's avatar grayed out. There is something wrong with the sound. Everyone retreat. Realizing the danger, Wang Chong swiftly raised his weapon and pulled the trigger, aiming to disrupt the haunting song. Some members of the team regained their senses, while others remained entranced, walking vacantly toward the opposite bank. Plop! The sound of another falling body echoed. Stop them! The melody grew louder, piercing Wang Chong's mind. Chapter 66. Unexpected Delight. Damn it! What manner of creature is this? Wang Chong struggled to maintain control over his body as his consciousness began to wane. Of the 30 players in the squad, a significant portion was already under the song's spell, heading towards the water. Such a psychological assault was particularly lethal. If the monster were visible, they might have been able to evade it, but now they were utterly helpless. Only Wang Chong possessed a slightly higher mental attribute. Yet even his resistance was immensely taxing. ZZZ. A verdant glow enveloped Wang Chong, emanating from a mental defense item purchased in the marketplace, capable of warding off psychic attacks. Instantly, his mind cleared somewhat, but this item could only protect an individual. Moreover, not everyone had the means to equip such a device. It was not part of the gear issued by the Legion. No, quickly break their legs. Wang Chong was the first to fire, hitting a controlled player whose legs erupted with blood as he collapsed to the ground with a scream. Bang, bang, bang. Other conscious players followed suit, firing their weapons. Better to be injured than to lose their lives. Signal flares quickly. Wang Chong had already called for help from Lu Su. They would arrive soon. Bang! The flares shot through the towering trees, exploding into fireworks in the sky. This was a specially made signal flare, its vibrant display visible even during daylight. Glub, glub. Bubbles rose from the thick green waters, and Wang Chong felt an ominous premonition. Crack! A skeleton, shrouded in green smoke, clawed its way up, green flames flickering in its eye sockets, its bony structure creaking ominously, with two severed limbs hanging from its ribs. Crack! Crack! The murky waters concealed whatever lay beneath. But the sounds continued to echo, suggesting many more skeletons lurked below. Damn it! Fire your weapons! Yes, Captain. Brothers, fire quickly. Stop them from reaching the shore. Reinforcements are on the way. Wang Chong was filled with urgency, as many squad members lay scattered on the ground. If they suffered total casualties, the loss would be catastrophic. Cultivating a competent combat member required significant effort, not to mention the in-game currency and equipment. The time invested was immense. Bang! Bang! The barrage of bullets shattered the skeletons. Yet dozens more crawled up from the depths. The eerie song from across the river intensified, reminiscent of a wailing infant, strikingly unsettling. Some succumbed to the overwhelming sound, covering their ears and screaming, their expressions vacant as they fell under control, with weapons aimed at their own comrades. Bang! A player, still partially conscious, was shot in the head by an ally. The monopolized game was fraught with peril, where absolute safety was an illusion, and death could lurk at any moment. Hurry! Faster! Liang Xiao dashed through the dense forest with reinforcements, fortunate that this area had been cleared of monsters, allowing for a significantly swifter advance. The reinforcements included a combat team and a medical unit, while Lu Su remained stationed at the rear, directing Zhou Jun and Huang Ye's squad to hasten their approach. Time was of the essence. If this crisis could not be averted, they would have to call upon their master for assistance. Meanwhile, amidst the lurking dangers, Ku Xian and his companions faced their own grave threats. Dodge! Bang! Flame fist! Ku Xian and Blind Eye struck simultaneously, while he widened his eyes in astonishment as flames and bullets collided with the creature. Roar! The creature, with its crimson and azure body, recoiled in pain. Yet Xiao Wan was still sent flying by a powerful claw. Bearing another person on her back, she could not evade the onslaught. Thud! An excruciating pain enveloped her, and she coughed up blood, while Li Yinji collapsed to the ground. The previously unconscious Li Yinji now bore several gruesome gashes on her back, her breath growing increasingly faint. Roar! This was a mutated species of tiger, its red and blue fur blending seamlessly into the forest, explaining why they had failed to notice its presence. At that moment, a gaping wound on the monster's abdomen bled profusely, the scent of blood heightening its ferocity as its beastly eyes fixated on the group. Ahi! Go save Xiaowan. I'll hold it off with Blind Eye. In this critical moment, old grievances were cast aside, and Blind Eye expressed no objections, readjusting his sniper rifle to aim at the beast. The portly figure remained at the back, his combat skills lacking, hoping merely to avoid being a hindrance. Flames coiled around Ku Xian's fist, a manifestation of his D-grade talent, fire manipulation. If he could not defeat Han Lin, he certainly would not be bested by this beast. Ku Xian scoffed, finally finding an outlet for his pent-up frustration. The once proud Talon Awakener found himself fleeing like a rat. Roar! The creature seemed to perceive Ku Xian's provocation, lunging forth with a savage howl, stirring a foul wind. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. However, the creature's formidable physique overwhelmed Ku Xian, who could only evade its strikes while inflicting minor wounds. Beast, take this punch. Roar! Blind Eye remained remarkably composed, steadying his sniper rifle and swapping in larger caliber armor-piercing rounds. Boom! In the brief moment of separation, Blind Eye seized a fleeting opportunity and decisively pulled the trigger. The recoil of the sniper rifle instantly dislocated his shoulder, leaving him no time to reposition. The flesh on the creature's back erupted in a violent explosion. The bullet embedded forcefully, the tremendous kinetic energy causing the monster to stumble and crash to the ground. A fierce roar echoed, the piercing scream resonating in the air, a testament to the unyielding lethality of modern weaponry. The modified weapons sold in the marketplace were far from weak, albeit at a steep cost, practically devouring game currency. Only Han Lin dared to arm each of his subordinates with firearms. Flame blast! Ku Xian bellowed, seizing the opportunity to strike while the beast was vulnerable. The gathered flames descended upon the monster like a shooting star. Boom! The flames erupted, and the wails ceased abruptly. The massive carcass of the monster lay on the ground, its flesh and blood reduced to a grotesque mess, with half of its head obliterated. A beam of white light erupted from the monster's remains. Could it be a reward? Ku Xian found it hard to believe. The drop rate in this game was notoriously low, typically reserved for formidable foes, while mere cannon fodder rarely yielded anything. "Captain, quick, see what it is!" The chubby one exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, as if he had single-handedly vanquished the creature. "Cough, cough! Ahe, help Xiaowan up. She has already healed herself. Hurry, help me to that girl. Cough, cough." Xiaowan's expression was frantic. The creature's claw had nearly struck Li Yinji entirely. "She can't be dead, can she?" Li Yinji lay amidst the grass, her back marred with ghastly claw marks, yet a faint breath still lingered. Xiaowan hastily cast a healing spell, a green glow illuminating the scene as the wound gradually mended, albeit leaving behind unsightly scars. The E-grade healing spell lacked substantial potency, and Xiaowan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Li Yinji had taken a blow for her. "All right, Xiaowan, we did save her, didn't we?" He consoled. "Why hasn't she woken up yet?" The chubby one leaned closer, knowing the spoils would not include him, so he opted not to look. "Strange," Xiaowan echoed, puzzled. Li Yinji bore only minor injuries, merely a touch of malnutrition, her delicate face smudged with dirt, revealing her potential beauty. "Perhaps she'll wake up soon." They agreed. After tending to Li Yinji's wounds, the trio took a brief respite. "Damn!" Ku Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he swore. Even the usually composed blind man displayed uncharacteristic joy, struggling to steady his firearm. "We struck gold." He even took the time to scour the chat channel for messages, confirming the astonishing news. This was indeed what Han Lin had been seeking. The treasure map of Penglai Island. Han Lin had previously placed a price of 1 million game coins on it. Miraculously, they had uncovered it. Chapter 67. The Giant Skeleton. Ku Xian clenched the fragment of the map tightly, a special mission alert resonating in his mind. Upon seeing that the reward was the monopoly over air, his blood surged with exhilaration. If he could obtain the air monopoly, even Han Lin would not stand a chance against him. He could summon the winds and command a rain, above all others, yet beneath none. No wonder Han Lin is willing to acquire it for a staggering 1 million game coins. Only a fool would sell. This is the monopoly of air rights. A few members of the team gathered around, and the portly one craned his neck to look. Captain, what treasure do you have?" Ku Xian discreetly stored away in his space, and they saw nothing. The blind one had just touched the treasure map and naturally understood the situation, remaining silent. Such matters should not be publicized. Even though they relied on each other for their lives, there was always a risk of leaks. Ku Xian exchanged a glance with the blind one, both understanding without words, and the blind one instantly grasped his intent. "Huh, Captain, why did you put away? What good stuff is it? So mysterious." "It's nothing much, just a piece of equipment," Ku Xian replied with a smile. "Let us regroup. We are not out of danger yet. We are fine. It's just that Xiaowan is injured." Xiaowan waved her hand, a smile breaking through her dark face. "Mifine. Captain, let us hurry. In that case, let us move to the other side of the island and then leave, avoiding Han Lin. Fatty, check the direction." The portly one, laden with 6 or 7 backpacks and 2 wrapped around his legs, immediately pulled a compass from his pocket. "This way, Captain. Are you saying that Wang Chong's team has suffered over half casualties? They only managed to rescue the remaining members? What a bunch of useless individuals." Bai Zissa mumbled. "Master, what's wrong? Surround that area. Wait for me to arrive." Han Lin stood up. It was time to stretch his body. "Master." "Huh, brother. Where are you taking me?" "Oh, my chips." Han Lin did not respond. With a flash of the light track mirror, his figure vanished, leaving Bai Zissou with her mouth agape. He had also taken Li Shi with him. Her talent might prove useful. The dense forest on the island was strewn with traces of battle, meticulously cleared by the Qilin Legion. This island could serve as a temporary base. Han Lin's figure flickered across various locations on the island, the light track mirror granting him the ability to move swiftly. Quick, bandage them up. Where's Wang Yayue? Hasn't Tishi arrived yet? Liang Xiao frowned as he gazed at the dark green river before him. All survivors from Wang Chang's team had been rescued, but casualties were over half. Is there no way to resist that song? The endless stream of skeletons in the river, coupled with the eerie melody, seemed to render this place an insurmountable chasm. Lu Su wore a helpless expression. He had originally been coordinating from the rear, but was now forced to the front lines. The Master's command is to conduct a thorough sweep of the island. This area must be secured. Perhaps we can bypass the river and cut off the source of the song? So Yun suggested. Wang Chang was just injured and is receiving treatment in the rear. We've already dispatched someone. The river winds around those buildings. But where is the source of the song coming from? The situation appears rather intractable. To resolve the melody, one must traverse the river, yet the song disrupts the battle. Recently, attempts were made to utilize detection equipment to gather intelligence on the opposing structures, but the severe magnetic interference rendered each effort fruitless. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted once more as skeletons clashed with players. Each participant donned earplugs to mitigate the song's impact. What if we employed artillery? Could we cross the river and eliminate the source of the melody? Lu Su's eyes sparkled as he turned to the proposer, none other than Su Gongwu. How did this old rascal end up here? Hee. With the master on the battlefield, it seems inappropriate for me to remain aboard the ship. Su Gongwu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and flanked by several players for protection, appeared to be one of the most at ease, second only to Han Lin. He need not descend into the fray, enjoying a substantial subsidy of in-game currency, placing him in the mid-tier of the Qilin Legion. It was worth a try. The others nodded in agreement. Such equipment is abundant in the game store. Military weapons like the low-altitude mortar and suicidal drone, alongside more futuristic options like the quantum entanglement projector and nanomissiles. Han Lin had allocated ample funds for military expenses, considering the magnetic field's influence. He refrained from purchasing drones. Lu Su promptly acquired 50 low-altitude mortars and 1 quantum entanglement projector. The efficacy of the low-altitude mortar speaks for itself. Players can grasp its operation with minimal study. The key, however, lies in the quantum entanglement projector, a staggering 200,000 in-game currency. It triggers a violent explosion in the target area through the compression and collision of particles impervious to physical interception. Let us commence with a barrage of shells. Dozens of players swiftly position the mortars. These specialized low-altitude mortars are highly effective in forested environments. Evacuate those in the front lines. Provide suppressive fire from the flanks. Understood. Commander. Click. Clack. The deep green waters of the river seem to yield an endless stream of skeletons, the remains of vanquished foes accumulating upon the riverbank. With several players' corpses strewn across the battlefield. Suddenly, a colossal skeleton emerged from the depths, its frame twice that of a normal skeleton. Its eye sockets ablaze with an even fiercer green flame. The imposing presence left everyone momentarily breathless. What in the world is this monstrous creature? Damn it! The bullets have no effect. Fall back. Bang. Bang. Fire at it. The copper bullets crumbled upon impact, scattering into fragments upon the ground. Zzz. The giant skeleton emitted a peculiar sound, its green flames flickering wildly. The concentrated gunfire proved utterly ineffective against its resilient, glimmering bones. And the giant skeleton hurled its bone club with tremendous force. Boom! The sound of sonic booms and air friction was excruciating. A bone club struck a retreating player in an instant, the terrifying force cleaving him in two, resulting in immediate death. Damn! Su Gongwu watched this blow that spanned several meters, his scalp tingling. If it had been aimed at him, he would surely be dead. That vile creature. Drag its bone club away. While retreating hastily, Su Gongwu shouted, his aged visage remarkably lewd. The giant skeleton reveled in its handiwork, but soon realized 2 players were struggling to drag away its several hundred-pound bone club. Crack! Bang! With a single step, the ground sank, shaking the earth. The giant skeleton charged into the crowd like a runaway train, causing panic among the masses. Get out of the way. Block it. Lu Su drew his sword and advanced, engaging the skeletal giant in fierce combat, sparks flying as a steel blade struck bone. Only he possessed the strength to confront this monster head-on. Team leaders, follow me. Liang Xiao rallied the captains to join the fray. They needed to suppress the front line before they could launch an attack across the river. The battle intensified. An eerie melody surged again, tinged with chilling cries. What the hell are you looking at? On the opposite bank, Kuxian coldly questioned the heavy-set man. Faced with the peculiar structure before them, the man was sweating profusely, the compass in his hand spinning wildly. I don't know either. The magnetic field here seems chaotic. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Architecture. Intense combat. Why didn't you say so sooner? Kuxian gazed at the bizarre edifice, feeling overwhelmed. The dense forest on the island obscured the sky, with only scattered sunlight filtering through. They had relied on the compass for direction, but now it was being disrupted by an unknown magnetic field. Captain, is that gunfire? He spoke up, as distant, concentrated gunfire echoed. Kuxian's expression changed. Who else could it be but Han Lin's men? Everyone, do not approach these structures. In this desolate place, buildings appeared before them, which felt utterly wrong. The white structures were adorned with unknown carvings, numbering in the dozens, and more bizarrely, these edifices had neither doors nor windows, only 2 rows of holes at the top. Such a place could not possibly be habitable by any normal beings. We must leave. Let us retrace our steps. A blind, hoarse voice echoed, sensing something was amiss. His sixth sense screamed warnings upon seeing these buildings. This place is perilous. When he turned back, continuing onward would lead them straight to Han Lin. With their current strength, confronting Han Lin would yield no chance of victory. Ugh. Xiaowan dragged the unconscious Li Yinji on her back, still shrouded in the unknown depths of unconsciousness. Although her body had met the conditions for awakening, Xiaowan had even administered nutrient fluids to her, yet she remained unresponsive. Just as a few of them were about to retrace their steps, an eerie melody suddenly resonated through the air, sharp and piercing. Kuxian's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the source of the sound emanating from the peculiar openings in the bizarre structure. What on earth is this? The stout man clamped his hands over his ears, his mind throbbing painfully, blood oozing from his nose, yet the cacophony seemed to swell ever louder. Hurry! The blind one, forcefully enduring the onslaught of the song, raised his weapon and fired. Bang! The deafening report of the sniper rifle echoed through the dense forest. But the white edifice was composed of an unknown material. The slender bullet shattered upon contact with the wall, leaving behind merely a faint impression. The haunting melody persisted. Thankfully, Kuxian and the blind one were relatively unfazed, possessing the highest mental attributes among the group. The stout man, however, was bleeding profusely from all orifices, while he and Xiaowan struggled to resist. Captain! Suddenly, the stout man's expression turned vacant, his movements stiff as he made his way towards the strange building. Come back! What are you doing? Kuxian bellowed, rushing forward to knock him unconscious. Xiaowan and Ahi followed closely, also falling under the spell of the eerie song, causing Li Yinji, who had been on their backs, to tumble to the ground, seemingly unaffected. As the blind one approached, intending to incapacitate the two, Ahi swung his Tang Dao fiercely at him. Bang! The forceful strike collided with the sniper rifle, leaving the blind one stunned. Ahi had significantly enhanced his strength and mental attributes, as a sniper requires exceptional focus and perception. The blind one collapsed to the ground, exclaiming Ahi. In a direct confrontation, he was indeed at a disadvantage against Ahi. The Tang Dao spun with a ferocious wind, aiming another strike at the blind one. Bang! The blade struck the earth, sinking into the thick layer of fallen leaves. The blind one rolled to evade the blow, but he could not counterattack. The sniper rifle could easily inflict severe injury on Ahi. Their team was predominantly composed of ordinary individuals, lacking the madness and ruthlessness of other players outside, as evidenced by their willingness to fight monsters for the sake of an unrelated person. This was also the reason the blind one had joined Kuxian's team. There were still normal people here, remnants of humanity lingering on. Flame fist. Bang! At a critical moment, Kuxian made his move. As the captain and a gifted awakener, his strength was formidable. A fist enveloped in flame struck Ahi's back with a thunderous roar. What are you doing holding back at a time like this? Kiskiviko Xuan sauted furiously. Ahi let out a scream as he was hurled away, his back a gruesome mess, while the blind one swiftly knocked him unconscious. Damn it! Kuxian staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, the eerie melody growing ever louder. as though it were shrieking in his ears. Quick, get them out of here. If we linger any longer, our team may be utterly annihilated. The blind one incapacitated Xiaonuan, and the two of them dragged their companions away, determined to escape this place at all costs. It seemed as though the heart sensed something, as the blind man endured the excruciating pain in his mind. Traversing past peculiar edifices and gazing across to the other side of the dense forest. Beneath the verdant canopy, a river could be faintly discerned, though he remained perplexed as to how they had arrived here. This area was exceedingly bizarre. Whoosh! A barrage of artillery shells, trailing smoke, skimmed low, deftly evading all obstacles as it surged towards the group. The blind man, well versed in such matters from his days as a mercenary abroad, widened his eyes, lacking the time to contemplate how mortars had found their way to this place. "Captain, get down," he bellowed, on the opposite bank of the river, 20 minutes prior. Boom! The skeletal giant slammed its fist into the ground, causing the earth beneath to tremble, the deep green waters thrashing violently as skeletons surged forth. Such formidable strength. Lu Su wielded his longsword with fervor, yet it proved utterly ineffectual, failing to inflict any damage upon the creature. Various firearms had no impact either. He could only engage it in close combat, for allowing it to charge into the crowd would result in catastrophic casualties. Crack, crack, crack. The green flames flickered within the giant's eye sockets, its bones glimmering ominously, its towering form akin to a mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Countless skeletons shattered upon the battlefield, and many players from the Legion fell, but fortunately, the intervention of the captain-level combatants managed to stem the tide of the skeletal onslaught. Bang! An unknown assailant unleashed a rocket-propelled grenade towards the horde, the violent explosion obliterating a swath of monsters. The skeletal giant let out a shriek, intensifying its assault, and Lu Su felt the pressure mounting. "Legion Commander, I come to assist you." Huang Ye finally arrived on the battlefield, leading his squad into the fray. Originally dispatched to pursue Ku Xian and his cohorts, they were reluctantly recalled. Huang Ye, wielding a staff, charged at the skeletal giant. Bang! The alloy staff struck the bones with a jarring impact, nearly causing Huang Ye to lose his grip. Crack! 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 The skeletal giant regarded the tiny ant at its feet with confusion, as the assault merely seemed to tickle it. "Let us see how tough you truly are." He discreetly pressed a button, and a sharp gear swiftly extended from the top of his staff, spinning rapidly. This was a high-tech weapon specially procured by Huang Ye from the marketplace, merely one of its transformative forms. Zzz. Bone fragments flew, accompanied by a shrill, grinding sound. Although it failed to inflict significant damage, the skeletal giant appeared provoked nonetheless. Crack! 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 The immense bony fist descended upon Huang Ye, a blow that could surely reduce him to mere pulp if it connected. Meanwhile, at the back of the battlefield, Su Gongwu cowered at the rear, peering through binoculars at the struggle, muttering to himself, "Aim for its underbelly. To set it ablaze, ignite everything." Leaning against a tree, he sat with a plate of peanuts beside him, his clothes protecting player wearing a look of resigned helplessness. "Not a bad idea. What do you intend to do?" A flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing Han Lin's figure. Xiao Lishi lay dazed upon him, clutching half a bag of potato chips. Chapter 69. Instant Kill. "Master, you have arrived," Su Gong exclaimed, springing to his feet with an awkward grin. Han Lin surveyed the battlefield before him, where the skeletal giant clashed fiercely with Lu Su and Huang Ye. The foul-smelling, deep green river, the eerie melodies, and the strange architecture across the shore all contributed to an atmosphere of uncanny unfamiliarity, one that Han Lin had never encountered before. Crack! 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 Several bone spikes shot forth toward Lu Su and Huang Ye, producing a deafening sound as they pierced the air. "Damn it! Lu Su has the Zjet." Understanding the futility of confronting such a foe, Huang Ye had just entered the fray, unaware of the skeletal giant's terror, and foolishly attempted to withstand the bone spikes with her weapon. Clang! The jarring clash of metal resonated, causing Huang Ye's stick to fly from her grasp, her arm fracturing with a sickening crunch. Glistening beads of sweat dripped into her eyes, and it was only then that Huang Ye comprehended the true horror of the creature before her. Han Lin, donning reconnaissance goggles, scrutinized the battlefield. The skeletal giant possessed slightly superior physical strength, though its agility and mental prowess were lacking. Other varieties of monsters, such as little skeletons, skeleton mages, and skeleton sword and shield soldiers roamed the battlefield. After several days of gains, Han Lin's game currency balance had exceeded 100 million. Furthermore, he had elevated his four-dimensional attributes to 80 points. Panel. Name. Han Lin Game ID. 00009527 Constitution. 80 Agility. 80 Strength. 80 Mental Power. 80 Talent. Omniscient Memory. S-Class. Phasing. A-Class. Mastery of Swordsmanship. D-Class. Monopoly Rights. 5 for the college entrance examination answer sheet 1 for air. Ongoing revenue. Personal Monopoly Right. White Sesame Crisp. Click to view panel. Biological Monopoly Right. Abyss Elementalist. Click to view panel. Game currency. 1. 8 billion income and expenditure record. Air Monopoly revenue. Settled every minute. The skeletal giant, which instilled fear in numerous players, posed no threat to Han Lin whatsoever. Even the bizarre melody in the air diminished before his formidable mental power of 80 points. He remained utterly unfazed. It seems I must take action, he declared, drawing the crimson flame, bloodthirsty blade, cracking his neck with an air of indifference. Such trivial skirmishes no longer stirred him. Han Lin's aura surged, reminiscent of a fierce tiger poised to pounce upon its prey. Liu Su, fall back. Master, master. The enthralled Liu Su and others displayed excitement, with their master intervening. Victory was assured. The ordinary members, though not under the influence of omniscient memory, felt the weight of Han Lin's presence. While the skeletal giant appeared as a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, its hollow eyes flickering with green flames. Intuition whispered to him that the man before him was perilous, a figure of formidable renown, Lord Han Lin. Surely he could prevail. After all, he was the foremost player in the Jinhua district, or mere skeletons but insignificant foes. The two sides momentarily ceased their clash. As a multitude of skeletal minions trailed behind the skeletal giant, their eerie green flames flickering with an otherworldly glow. Skeletal mage, little skeleton, skeletal knight, skeletal shield bearer. Han Lin's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes shimmering with a haunting depth. Clad in black garb, with hair to match, his handsome features were accentuated by his sharp brows and star-like eyes. Someone audaciously seized the moment to record a video and shared it within the chat channel, igniting a torrent of excitement. A scene of epic proportions. On one side lay the tumultuous deep green waters, reminiscent of a dark, mystical spring, alongside the fearsome skeletal giant and thousands of its skeletal brethren. Opposing them stood the premier faction of the Jinhua district, composed of countless elite players adorned with advanced equipment, while Han Lin's formidable blade pointed unwaveringly at the monstrous horde. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, rivers of blood flowing freely, and heaps of white bone fragments scattered in the wind. What was unfolding? What was Han Lin plotting? Was he truly prepared to engage the monsters? These skeletons felt distinct, almost extraordinary. Could Han Lin be a worthy adversary? Where was the Qilin Legion at this moment? Why were they on such a diminutive island? Had anyone noticed the strange song echoing in the video? It seemed to carry a mental assault. Would they emerge victorious? Why did it seem as though Han Lin had grown even stronger? Perhaps not. Monsters inherently possessed superior strength over humans, with so many foes. Even Han Lin might not escape unscathed. Shall we not observe? Crack, crack. The skeletal giant, feeling the weight of Han Lin's imposing presence, grew impatient and let out a chilling roar, prompting a surge of countless skeletons to charge forth. Kill. With a single command from Han Lin, the players began their assault, some wielding firearms for ranged attacks while others, more audacious, engaged in close combat. In any case, the Qilin Legion did not harbor idlers. Boom! The skeletal giant pounded the ground with its colossal fists, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes that erupted from its form, the majority aimed directly at Han Lin. Damn it! A player was impaled by a bone spike, their innards spilling forth, instantly engulfed by the swarm of skeletons. As the bone spikes detonated in the air, Han Lin's gaze turned icy, and his figure vanished from sight. Light trail mirror. The skeletons, witnessing the bone spikes miss their target, had yet to discern Han Lin's whereabouts when a blood-red flash of a blade suddenly appeared before their hollow eye sockets. The emerald flames of the souls danced wildly, and if it could express emotion, its visage would surely betray shock and confusion. Why was Han Lin here? These monsters could not trigger the conditions for the release of a universal memory. Otherwise, he could annihilate them in an instant with his innate talent. Although the universal memory boasted formidable power, it was not without its restrictions. Yet, it mattered little. Even without his talent, none could withstand Han Lin's might. The crimson glow of the blade resembled a swift line, moving with the speed of light, as if time itself had come to a standstill. All eyes on the battlefield were drawn to the overwhelming force of that strike. Lu Su gripped his long sword tightly. He had attempted to emulate Han Lin, yet he fell woefully short. It was too fast. The skeletal giant could barely muster a defense, and even if it had, the outcome would remain unchanged. The blade flashed past as Han Lin descended from the heights, his black hair cascading like a waterfall, the scent of blood carried by the wind tousling his disheveled locks. A thunderous roar erupted as the once impenetrable bones shattered, revealing a web of cracks. What appeared to be a single strike was, in fact, the manifestation of 1,000. Lord Han Lin, Master. Countless spectators held their breaths, the players in the chat eagerly anticipating the battle's outcome. With a crack, the skeletal giant turned its neck, the green flames in its eye sockets flaring intensely. A resounding boom echoed as the dark green flames extinguished, unable to withstand the immense pressure any longer. The skeletal giant disintegrated, collapsing like a stack of poorly arranged blocks, shaking the very ground beneath. Han Lin sheathed his sword, and the players of the Qilin Legion erupted in ecstatic jubilation. The chat channel fell into a stunned silence, disbelief hanging in the air. Had Han Lin truly secured victory so effortlessly? With just a single strike. In an instant, the Qilin Legion had achieved an overwhelming triumph. A burst of white light erupted from the bone fragments, signifying the spoils of battle. Chapter 70, Opportunity. Han Lin seized the loot, crushing it without hesitation. With a crack, a glistening white-boned belt materialized in his hand. Bone belt. Upon consuming mental energy, it generates a skeletal armor that envelopes the wearer, impervious in strength, with the ability to self-repair upon damage. Market price, 24,000 game coins. Buyback price, 12,000 game coins. The slender bone resembled a spine, yet fit snugly against his body, prompting Han Lin to don it immediately. Although this item was available in the shop, its utility for Han Lin was marginal. Not only the belt, but also bracelets, weapons, battle attire, and footwear of various kinds were at his disposal. However, Han Lin's current attributes were sufficient to overshadow all. Rarely did any equipment catch his eye, yet since it had dropped, he chose not to sell it. Lord Han Lin has slain the skeletal giant. Brothers, charge forth. Fight. Tonight, drinks and feasts are on me. Lu Su Bao Lao. His expression ecstatic, as the once impenetrable skeletal line was finally breached. The low-altitude mortar fire was at last poised to commence. Boom! Another rocket, trailing flames, soared forth with a deafening blast, shrapnel wreaking havoc as multiple skeletons were obliterated. They were not nearly as resilient as the skeletal giant. Towering trees pierced the heavens above, while the ground lay choked with thousands of skeletons, rendering the mortar incapable of firing. As the rift widened, the churning deep green waters seemed to lose their vigor, and the number of skeletons had significantly diminished. Of course, the Qilin Legion also suffered casualties. Many players fell victim to the eerie melodies, perishing on the battlefield. It could be said that a substantial portion of the losses stemmed from the haunting songs. Fire. With a commanding shout, Liang Xiao ordered the simultaneous launch of 50 low-altitude mortars, the thunderous sounds echoing continuously. The projectiles soared towards the peculiar structures across the battlefield. Boom! The densely packed shells arched gracefully, striking the bizarre edifices with precision. The white buildings were instantly engulfed in flames and smoke. The singing abruptly ceased. It works, Liang Xiao exclaimed with delight, continuing to direct the replenishment of shells. After several rounds of bombardment, the haunting music finally vanished, and the skeletons on the front lines were driven back. Bang! Zhou Jun struck the last skeleton mage with his spiked gloves. In an instant, bone fragments scattered, and the soul fire in the skeleton's eyes extinguished. Zhou Jun panted heavily, a fierce scar marring his face, adding an air of ruthlessness to his demeanor. Huang Ye, Lu Su, Wang Chong, and other squad leaders also ceased their attacks, while the Legion players lowered their weapons. Only those truly tempered by battle could be deemed worthy warriors. Clap, clap. Han Lin smiled and applauded. Well done. You have not disappointed me. Today, every member of the Qilin Legion shall receive a reward. 10,000 game coins for each. Those who excel in slaying enemies may be promoted to squad leaders. Han Lin understood that to forge an elite force, One must be clear about rewards and punishments. Without sustenance, how could the horse run? As for using his talent to control all players, it was simply unrealistic. One or two might be manageable, but if too many were involved, Han Lin's mental strength would falter. Therefore, he prioritized controlling the squad leaders and mid-level members of the Legion. As long as he held them firmly, the power would remain securely in his grasp. 10,000 game coins, a player exclaimed incredulously to his teammate, while others were even more astonished. Good heavens, did I hear that right? 10,000 coins each? And we can be promoted to squad leaders based on our achievements? The best decision I ever made was joining the Chelan Legion. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy. After all, 10,000 game coins was a considerable sum. Countless players still drifted aimlessly at sea, struggling to survive, while they could freely squander their coins in the shop on whatever they desired. Lord Han Lin, long live the Chelan Legion. Long live Lord Han Lin. The players shouted Han Lin's name, their voices resonating like thunder. Yet amidst the jubilant cheers, a group of individuals bore a bitter countenance. The laborers aboard the ship, or more accurately, the slaves. These players, devoid of any skills and possessing minimal combat capabilities, did not belong to the Chelan Legion. Currently, the grim task of transporting lifeless bodies and cleansing the battlefield is underway. Each day, they subsist on the most meager of rations, dwell in the direst of conditions, and toil in backbreaking labor, their lives shrouded in desolation. At times, they are even coerced into serving as cannon fodder, drawing enemy fire. Without contrast, there is no pain. The victories in battle are not theirs to claim. They are mere expendables, destined for untimely demise. Hurry and clean up. Retrieve all the equipment. Stop dawdling. Seeking to evade work, the squad leader scolded the slaves, today in a relatively good mood, especially with the master observing. Had it been a usual day, a whip would have struck without hesitation. This lazy bunch. Bang! One slave stumbled and fell, his body pushed to its limits by relentless toil. Damned! The squad leader, tasked with overseeing these slaves, felt the veins on his forehead throb. Was this not a deliberate act to humiliate him before the master? You wretched! Enough! Just as he intended to reprimand the slave further, Han Lin intervened. Master, it is my failure in discipline. No worries. The trembling slave sought to rise, and Han Lin extended a hand to support him. His gaze darted away, and upon realizing it was Han Lin, he grew even more anxious, stammering, my lord. I will get to work immediately. Another slave gritted his teeth, discarding the corpse he was handling, and rushed to kneel before Han Lin with a thud. The squad leader furrowed his brow. What on earth was happening today? They would certainly face severe punishment later. Han Lin, me lud. I wish to formally join the Chelan Legion. I implore you for a chance. The emaciated slave's lips were pale, struggling to articulate guarantees, but unsure how to begin. The filthy, foul-smelling garments were unbearable, and it was unclear how long it had been since they had last bathed. Among the players who boarded, those with skills were absorbed as formal members, and the strong had joined combat teams. Only those deemed worthless remained as slaves, expending their last remnants of energy. Other slaves also gazed at Han Lin, their eyes filled with hope. If only they could have a single opportunity, they would grasp it with all their might. Noticing Han Lin's silence, Lu Su stepped forward and whispered, Master, shall I handle this? Han Lin's coat was pristine and well-fitted, accentuating his tall figure, personally selected by Zissou, as his indifferent gaze scrutinized the man kneeling before him. In the slave's eyes, Han Lin perceived both defiance and despair. How pitiful! This evoked memories of his past life. Yet, he maintained an impassive demeanor, for these individuals, including the formal members of the Chelan Legion, were all dispensable. Everything was for his own gain. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Han Lin smirked, pointing toward the lush island. All you must do is slay a monster and bring it back. I permit you to join the Chelan Legion. How's that sound? Is it too much to ask? The moment has arrived for you to demonstrate your worth. This is your opportunity. Chapter 71. Indestructible Structures. Bloodstains. The group of slaves fell into a profound silence upon hearing these words. These individuals possessed minimal enhancements and had not rested for an extended period. They were not inherently capable, and now, tasked with the perilous hunt of a monster with their battered bodies, their survival was far from guaranteed. My lord, one of the slaves attempted to speak further, but Han Lin interrupted him, stating, the chance has been bestowed upon you. The Chelan Legion does not accept the inept. Go forth and prove your value. or continue your existence as slaves. Of course, you may also attempt to flee, but do not get caught. Han Lin's gaze was deep, imbued with coldness and indifference. There remained many unscoured areas on this small island, teeming with monsters. As long as they could return with the carcass of a monster, Han Lin would grant them admission into the Qilin Legion. Moreover, lacking equipment and currency, they had no means to escape. The peculiar white structure across the river fell silent, and the singing ceased, obscured by the waterway, leaving the situation unclear. Damn it! One slave gritted his teeth, abandoning the corpse, and stumbled away from the battlefield, seizing a blood-stained firearm. I've had enough of this. This slave brandished a bone knife, choosing a direction to pursue. Several other slaves banded together, seemingly intent on cooperation. Han Lin approved. This too was a form of capability. The majority of the slaves opted to hunt monsters, while only a few remained stationary. Huang Ye looked disdainfully at these individuals, thinking that perhaps a desperate struggle might yield a chance. Those who were cowardly would remain slaves forever. Proceed, Han Lin commanded, and the players of the Qilin Legion quickly organized their gear, constructing a makeshift bridge over the foul, green waters using timber. The river was now devoid of skeletons, yet the stench remained unbearable, assaulting the senses of many players. Brother, I'm so hungry. Little Lishi perched on Han Lin's shoulder, her tiny, snow-white feet swinging. You didn't help at all just now. Why are you hungry? But children need to eat well to grow tall, and I've learned a new skill. I'll show you later. Han Lin, his expression stern, handed her several eternal ruby fruits. It had been a few days since he paid attention, and little Lishi's attributes had increased. Race, Abyssal Elementalist Juvenile. Affiliation, Han Lin. Constitution, 46. Agility, 63. Strength, 45. Mental power, 50. Potential, extremely high. Talents, Elemental Transformation, S grade. Dissociation, S grade. Time Reversal, S grade. Possession, a grade. Abyssal Exile, a grade. Previously, Xiao Lishi had only utilized the talents of Elemental Transformation and Dissociation. The other talents resided within her genes, awaiting gradual comprehension. What talents have you acquired? She exclaimed excitedly, clutching the eternal Zhu fruit. Watch closely, brother. With that, she took a bite of the fruit, her elongated ears perking up, as she mumbled an enigmatic ancient language. Akin to the whispers of primordial deities, a chill raced down Han Lin's spine. This is... Han Lin held his breath, his muscles taut and his back drenched in cold sweat, as if a terrifying creature had set its sights on him. What an unsettling sensation. Although Han Lin could hear the words, they eluded his memory, shrouded in a veil of mist. Were it not for Xiao Lixi's unwavering loyalty, he might have fled. He was, after all, a top-tier player, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What talent could exert such oppressive force? Xiao Lixi's eyes transformed into a pure silvery hue, her pupils appearing to dance like flickering shadows. Her petite, jade-like feet trembled, her mental energy rapidly depleting, indicating that the prowess she was unleashing required immense effort. Han Lin had never witnessed such a phenomenon. After all, in his previous life, he had merely been a low-tier player. Time rewound. A silvery light enveloped the area around them, halting time itself. Han Lin's mind remained active, yet he lost control over his body. Everything around him seemed frozen. The bite marks on the eternal Zhu fruit vanished swiftly, the flesh he had bitten off regrowing anew. The silvery light lasted but a fleeting second, during which Han Lin could distinctly feel the changes occurring around him. Time had been altered. It appeared to revert to 2 seconds prior. Since the talent had consumed 1 second to activate, this meant that the ability could reverse time by 1 second. An S-class talent. Time reversal. Brother, am I amazing? Xiao Lixi's tone bore a hint of frailty, yet she still lifted the eternal Zhu fruit to her lips. The sensation of being gazed upon by the abyss dissipated, and Han Lin sighed in relief. It was no wonder she was deemed a being of immense potential within the monopolized game. Although the reversal was limited to a mere second, it possessed formidable efficacy. For adept players, a second could decisively determine victory or defeat. Han Lin affectionately ruffled Xiao Lixi's hair. Her luxurious, pale green tassel gown fit her exquisitely. With her transparent wings unfurled and her ever-changing pupil colors, she resembled a princess of the forest, radiating vitality and innocence. Brother, I want to slay a few people too. Han Lin. Almost forgotten, she was a being of the abyss, and most beings from the abyss inherently bore a bloodthirsty and savage nature. Yet, Xiao Lishi's demeanor seemed not to reflect this. She appeared preoccupied with consuming potato chips daily. Master, there's a discovery within those structures. Huang Ye approached, casting a few peculiar glances at Xiao Lishi, her expression enigmatic. Originally, the master had a penchant for this. Yet, the master's interests are indeed his aspirations. He stands ever ready to achieve greatness, retracing the path of Lu Su. Unlike others, Huang Ye is filled with ambition. Why should Lu Su be entitled to the title of Legion Commander? Was it merely luck that led him to encounter the master first? Come, let's investigate. Han Lin waded through the river and arrived in the area besieged by artillery. Lu Su and his companions had long awaited his arrival, observing the peculiar structures that stood resolutely in place. Astonishingly, despite the barrage of countless shells, these edifices remained unscathed. Previously, when the singing had ceased, Han Lin had presumed that the bizarre entities had been vanquished. Have you made any discoveries? Master, the buildings here are remarkably sturdy when one presses against them. The echoes of the previous melodies can still be faintly discerned. I hypothesize that the sounds originated from within. Han Lin gazed at the openings atop the structures. The enigma of the monopolistic game was abundant. Perhaps these were creatures adept at mental assault, imprisoned inside, unable to escape, reduced to something akin to defensive towers. Furthermore, the architecture had been tampered with by the monopolistic game, rendering it impervious to physical destruction. But if the shells failed to obliterate the creatures, why the eerie singing ceased? Lord Han Lin, there are bloodstains here. A player pointed to the crimson splotches on the ground, which stretched deep into the island and included some discarded luggage. Undoubtedly, these were remnants of players, and they appeared to belong to little mice. Hee. Judging by the freshness of the blood, it seemed they had departed not long ago. Chapter 72. The Peculiar Li Yanzi. Observing the marked location of Minghun Ghost Island on the map, Han Lin furrowed his brow. The name Minghun Ghost Island surely carried significance, perhaps linked to these strange melodies. These indestructible, bizarre structures and the insidious songs that corrode the mind are akin to ticking time bombs. One can never tell when the singing might commence anew. Thus, it is prudent to assign personnel to guard this area, prohibiting players from approaching. Moreover, if these buildings could be relocated, placing them around the island's periphery would create a natural barrier. Su Gongwu, Master, I am here. An aged, crumpled face squeezed into view, with the squad leaders encircling Han Lin like sentinels, rendering him unable to absorb the master's teachings. Master, did you call for me? Su Gongwu bin o squisho. His demeanor most unsettling, reminiscent of a lapdog donning human skin. Several players scoffed inwardly, questioning how such a person could ascend to management. You shall oversee the guarding of this area, monitoring the movements of these structures, and concurrently, investigate methods to relocate them. Yes, Master, though his response seemed enthusiastic. Internally, he lamented the peril of being assigned to such a dangerous locale. Moreover, his expertise was hardly relevant. Yet, Su Gongwu dared not refuse. Han Lin surveyed the surroundings and casually spoke. Who among you will catch the mouse? The master exclaimed. I shall do it. Give me an hour. Huang Ye, who had been attentively observing, swiftly knelt down, requesting permission. Darn it. Zhou Jun, Wang Chong, and the other squad leaders silently regretted missing this splendid opportunity to earn merit. All right, once you capture it, handle it as you see fit. The remaining squads continued to scour the island, determined to transform it into the territory of the Qilin Legion. Yes, Lord Han Lin, gasping for breath, the metallic taste of blood lingered in the air as blind, I struggled to support Ahi. The stout fellow stumbled and fell to the ground, breathing heavily, leaving distinct blood prints beneath him. Damn it, Captain, I can't go on. The group had shaken off the influence of the song, regaining their senses, but they were gravely injured from the bombardment. With one or two shells, they might have evaded them, but with the relentless onslaught of what seemed like hundreds of shells, their survival felt miraculous. In a critical moment, Kuxian had spent game currency to acquire a life-saving item. Otherwise, their fate would have been uncertain. The wounds on the stout man continued to bleed profusely, fragments of shrapnel remaining unaddressed. He was the most severely injured among them. Kuxian, equally disheveled, bore a long gash on his arm, but focused solely on moving forward. Captain, Blind Eye halted, calling out dully. Why not let Xiao and Wan treat everyone first? If they pressed on, It was fear that he would collapse before Han Lin could catch up. Xiaowan, though somewhat better, had sustained only a superficial injury from shrapnel and was carrying the unconscious Li Yinji, yet she too was utterly exhausted. Wait, Kuxian said, stopping in his tracks. He turned to the others. Let's take a moment to rest. Xiaowan, please tend to them. There was no other choice. Everyone had reached their limits. Blind, I plopped down onto a thick bed of fallen leaves, wiping the sweat from his brow. The dense forest was rife with mosquitoes, and leeches could easily latch onto them if they weren't careful. Kuxian rummaged through his pocket, distributing some compressed biscuits to a few of them, as their supplies had been lost amidst the bombardment. Gazing at the treasure map in the game space, hope rekindled within him. As long as this item remained, all other supplies and equipment were mere trifles. Suddenly, a soft moan escaped Li Yinji, who lay on the ground. Her delicate face bore the charred marks of the bombardment. To everyone's astonishment, the long unconscious Li Yinji slowly opened her eyes. Xiaowan felt a surge of joy and rushed over to check on her. Little sister, you're awake? Looking into the bewildered eyes, although she possessed the body of a young girl, Xiaowan discerned innocence and childlike wonder within, reminiscent of a child. It seemed she had been well protected by her family in the past, though Xiaowan pondered how she had ended up on this island. Sister, who are you? Where's father? Upon finishing her words, Li Yinji seemed to recall something, glancing at her right hand. She distinctly remembered her father being grasped firmly. It was merely that he had fallen asleep. Later, her father's hand remained, yet the man himself had inexplicably vanished. Li Yinji covered her head, as if beset by pain, for these memories weighed heavily upon her. Oh no, my father has abandoned me, she sobbed, tears cascading down like pearls onto the ground, her cries echoing through the stillness of the dense forest. Not only was Xiaowan taken aback, but so too were the others. Why did this feel so strange? With little time to ponder, Xiaowan embraced her tightly, striving to present a gentle countenance amidst her dark features. Do not cry. Tell your sister your name. Wu I. Iam Li Yanzi. Aji, dear, do not weep. There are monsters here. Sister will find you something delicious. Xiaowan produced a chocolate bar, a rare find from the desolate city, one she had hesitated to consume herself. After considerable effort, she managed to quell Li Yinji's tears, and the group collectively exhaled in relief, aware that their situation was precarious. Several hundred meters away, in the forest, Huang Yi's expression was grim as she surveyed her team, instilling fear in all who met her gaze. They had long been acquainted with her ruthless nature, starkly contrasting the docility she exhibited before Han Lin. Observing the bloodied footprints beneath her, she declared, I will not relent in my search today. Find these individuals within the hour. I have assured my master of success. She continued, completing this mission will yield rewards, game currency, food, and even a recommendation to the captain of the Legion. With a cold smirk, she added, if you fail, I will suffer, and so shall you. The captain wielded absolute authority over her squad members, possessing the power to expel players, reducing them to slaves. The Chilean Legion was gradually establishing a comprehensive system. Yes, Captain, they responded, pressing onward. Pursue. High atop a towering tree, a foul-smelling man lay motionless, countless leeches greedily feasting on his exposed flesh. Though emaciated, determination radiated from his eyes. He was resolute in his desire to officially join the Chilean Legion. Despite his inadequacy in slaying a monster, he had devised alternative strategies. Observing the direction of Kuxian's team, he lay in wait. 5 minutes later, as anticipated, Huang Yi's squad soon came into view. Suppressing his excitement, Sun Qi descended. Just as he had surmised, Lord Han Lin would indeed send someone to search for these players. He had detected Kuxian and her companion's trail in advance, trailing them from a distance, biding his time. Now was the opportunity. The squad leader possessed the authority to transform slaves into team members directly. Chapter 73. The mystery of the soul-calling ghost island. With a rustling sound, Sun Qi descended from the tree, his frail form resembling little more than skin and bones, as if a mere breeze could topple him. Who goes there? Huang Ye halted, her voice sharp and commanding. The other members of the squad, now alert, raised their weapons, aiming into the unknown. Come out. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall fire. Captain, could it be the group of rats? Huang Ye frowned, glancing at the bloodstains on the ground that continued to stretch forward. It shouldn't be. Remain vigilant. In the dense thicket, Sun Qi gritted his teeth, pulling off several leeches from his neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. These creatures were even more formidable than those before the apocalypse. Perhaps they had mutated due to the monopolistic games. As he moved, Sun Qi's weak voice broke through the tension. Captain Huang, do not shoot. It's me. Indeed, as conjectured, it was Huang Ye who had come in pursuit. Ruthless and ambitious, she would undoubtedly seize any opportunity for merit. Sun Qi emerged from the shadows, revealing the crimson mark on his wrist, a specific brand to distinguish slaves. Captain Huang. Before he could finish, a shadow darted past, and Huang Ye struck. Her fist connected with Sun Qi's abdomen. In his weakened state, he could not withstand the ferocity of her blow. Had you not wasted my time with trivial matters, I might have spared you. Huang Ye's eyes glinted with malice, akin to a predatory wolf. Time slipped away, and with no one found, her mood soured further. To have an insufferable slave appear was the last straw. Sun Qi soared several meters like a kite before crashing violently to the ground. Gasping for breath, his head spun, and he opened his mouth to retch, but there was nothing within. With a sickening sound, the punch had seemingly displaced his organs, and blood erupted from his mouth. Leeches danced upon the fallen leaves, attaching themselves to Sun Qi's body. The other squad members regarded the scene with cold indifference, clad in combat suits and helmets. They were insulated from such pests. As for a mere slave, his death would be inconsequential. Sun Qi's eyes bulged, and he let out a hoarse cry. His body pushed to the brink. Lying on the ground, he bit into the leaves beneath him, swallowing both leaves and insects whole. He could not succumb. He required sustenance. There were vital matters still to attend to. I've spotted a player squad. I know their location. I wish to join Captain Huang's team. Sun Qi hastily tossed out his gambit, too weak to rise, his breath shallow and labored. By joining the combat squad, he could bring a family member into the Qilan Legion. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the group, and Huang Ye's face lit up with joy. Ha! Why didn't you say so sooner? Look at the mess we've made. Where's the medic? Quick, attend to him. Indeed, it is a relentless search. 2 medics hurriedly approached, and after a swift examination, they discovered the individual was on the brink of death, with only a faint breath remaining. They exchanged a glance and retrieved an adrenaline syringe from the medical kit. First, Sun Qi administered a dose of adrenaline to sustain life, followed by a vial of therapeutic agent. The effect of the medication was immediate. Sun Qi opened his eyes and coughed. Huang Ye gestured, lift him up. 2 players produced a stretcher to carry him. As long as you find that group, I can provide whatever you desire. Sun Qi trembled as he pointed in a direction that contradicted the trail of blood on the ground. Indeed, Ku Xian and his companions had fabricated and concealed their tracks during their escape. Pursuing the blood trail would lead to a dead end. Wait for me. I will soon lead you out of this abyss, Sun Qi murmured, seemingly addressing no one in particular, as the team advanced swiftly through the dense forest. Sister, will Z find Daddy? Li Yinji, following closely behind Xiao Wan, asked with a downcast expression. The group was progressing along a stream on the island. Once they emerged from the thicket, Kuxian would be able to retrieve a small boat to depart this cursed place. This area was rife with Han Lin's men, and they had encountered several slaves along the way. Be good, Z. Daddy will come back for you, Xiao Wan reassured her, yet they all noticed Li Yinji's peculiarities. Xiao Wan surmised that a congenital developmental delay might have caused her intellect to remain at a childlike level despite her youthful appearance, resembling that of an 18 or 19-year-old. However, she struggled with the most basic logic. Does Daddy not want a Z anymore? Xiao Wan paused to gently pat Li Yinji's head, gazing at her delicate face and innocent, dark eyes. After washing away the grime from her face in the stream, they realized she was indeed a beauty, albeit somewhat frail and malnourished. How could that be? A Z is so lovely. Daddy is certainly searching for you. Xiao Wan could hardly bear to imagine the fate of such a naive yet beautiful girl in the hands of those deranged players. These soulless individuals cared little for such matters. Thankfully, they had encountered their small team. Ku Xian felt a sudden jolt, his heart racing as he took out the regional map. They only needed to follow the stream for another half hour to escape this place. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Let's move quickly. We can rest once we've left the island, Ku Xian urged, and the group quickened their pace. Captain, will we have meat to eat tonight? The plump one lamented, glancing at his own bulk, having grown thinner from subsisting solely on compressed biscuits. He could not resist mocking him. You eat the most, and yet you wish for meat? Do you have any idea how expensive it is in the marketplace? In truth, after the previous encounter with the crimson-green beast, They had managed to obtain some beast meat, but it had been lost in the chaos of the explosion. Xiaonuan also revealed a smile, for she was about to leave this place, and the atmosphere within the team had become more relaxed. Blind Eye, wielding a sniper rifle, remained vigilant for any potential dangers. At last, the clear stream ahead suddenly twisted and merged with the sea. The dense woods vanished, replaced by an expansive ocean. Huang Ye's squad surged along the stream, catching up at the very last moment. Want to escape? Not a single one shall leave. Forward! Block their path. Upon spotting Ku Xian and his group, Huang Ye commanded his subordinates to open fire immediately, a barrage of bullets raining down upon Ku Xian's team. If any managed to flee, he would have no explanation for his master. At this moment, Huang Ye remained unaware of the considerable surprises this small team could bring him. The rustling of heavy leaves underfoot was remarkably soft as Han Lin led Lu Su deeper into the heart of Minghan Ghost Island. Just moments ago, his mission center refreshed a new task. The rewards were substantial, offering items unattainable in the marketplace. Thus, Han Lin accepted the task. Minghan Ghost Island Mystery. Journey to the deepest part of Minghan Ghost Island to uncover the secrets of the Minghan Tower, with a time limit of 3 days. Task completion, 17. Failure penalty, 100,000 game currency. Success reward. Achieving an 80 completion rate is deemed successful, rewarding 10 Minghan essences. Click to view effects. With an additional Minghan fruit for 100 completion. Chapter 74. I am not one to cower in fear. Bang, bang, bang. Quickly, take cover. Blind Eye roared, but on the flat beach, where was there any place to hide? In the dense forest, there might have been a chance to maneuver. But now, they had become live targets. As Ku Xian's foot touched the golden sand, a torrent of gunfire erupted behind him. Take cover. The group swiftly dropped to the ground, rolling to evade the bullets. The portly figure, being the largest and least agile, was immediately struck, blood spraying forth, adding to old wounds with new injuries. Ah, I've been shot. Captain, save me. Ah Z. Get down. Xiaonuan pressed down on Li Yinji, shielding her with her own body, fortunate that no bullets struck them. Li Yinji, confused, looked at the group huddled on the ground, bewildered by the deafening gunfire. Sister, why must we lie down? There was no time to explain to Li Yinji. Xiaonuan drew a handgun and swiftly retaliated. Z, be good. Don't move. Listen to your sister. Captain, quickly bring out the boat. Ahi, with his tang knife at his waist, also drew his pistol. Returning fire would place them at a disadvantage, as the group was pinned down, unable to raise their heads. How could a few handguns contend with a fully armed combat team? No, this place is too shallow. We must venture further into the water, or the boat will run aground. Boom! Ku Xian roared as a rocket landed beside him, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Damn! Ku Xian unleashed a fiery barrier with a punch, deflecting the shrapnel, as the explosive sound waves reverberated thunderously in his ears. Blind Eye clutched the sniper rifle tightly, swiftly purchasing several titanium alloy plates from the marketplace. Though he could not afford the more expensive options, these were still within reach. He embedded the plates into the sand and braced himself against them, as bullets ricocheted with a crackling sound, yet they successfully shielded him. At last, he had gained a moment to breathe. Captain, catch this. Blind Eye's wrist bulged with veins as he forcefully hurled several dozen pounds of steel plates towards his comrades, who mimicked his actions to shield themselves from the onslaught of bullets. Fall back. The group crawled backward, occasionally firing back with their handguns. Huang Ye squinted, scrutinizing the strength of their adversaries. Although eager to prove himself, he remained astute. Was there another awakened talent among them? Do not target the hefty fellow. Captain, save me quickly. The portly man wailed incessantly, crawling across the beach, leaving a trail of blood behind him, desperately calling for his teammates to rescue him. In that moment, fear consumed him, with bullets whizzing by his ears. Life and death hung in the balance. Ku Xian felt a heavy dread. The enemy's choice not to shoot at the portly man was a trap to lure them in. The group understood this was a ruse. Draw your weapons. As no one dared to show themselves, Huang Ye's patience waned. He maintained the fire suppression, watching the steel plates on the beach. The quantum entanglement projector was rolled out by several subordinates, a formidable weapon he had specifically borrowed from Lu Su. The cold, white gears glimmered with a sheen. Intricate circuitry entwined around the barrel, and the particle accelerator was dark, as if it sought to absorb light. The players exerted all their strength to maneuver it, aligning it towards Ku Xian and his team. A staggering 200,000 game coins had been spent, Just how powerful could it be? Steel plates? Let me see just how resilient your plates truly are. Blind Eye hid behind the plates, where there was no opportunity to set up a firearm, rendering the sniper rifle useless. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, compelling Blind Eye to peek out. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of bullets struck the steel plates, the impact sending jolts of pain through his shoulder. Damn, what on earth is that? Kuxian also recognized the peculiar item. Was it a weapon? There was no time to search through the marketplace. Perhaps he could have found a description of this contraption. Kuxian felt an internal struggle. The water was now up to his waist, and it was time to deploy the small boat. But the portly man still struggled on the shore. Captain, the hefty man, trembling, clawed towards his teammates, seemingly realizing something. Even Kuxian could not rescue the portly man amidst the hail of bullets. He was not yet that formidable. Damn, Captain, it's too late. It's the quantum entangler, Blind Eye shouted, having searched the game marketplace for what felt like ages before finally discovering this item's description. With a splash, a small boat, measuring several meters in length, dropped into the water, sending droplets flying. Kuxian was unaware of the nature of the quantum entangler. Yet Blind Eye would never inexplicably alert him. It was perilous. What about the fat man? Captain, the fat man is still on the beach. You all go ahead. As the captain, he had to maintain his composure. If there was a chance to save the fat man, he would not abandon him. However, the harsh reality remained. He could not jeopardize the entire team for the sake of one individual. Kuxian, Ahi, Xiaonuan, and Li Yinji swiftly boarded the vessel, the steel plates shielding them from the whistling bullets. Cough, cough. The fat man's eyes dimmed as he gazed at his teammates boarding the ship. A look of despondency on his face, no longer calling out. Damn it. Ugh. The fat man spat out a mouthful of blood, a hint of ferocity emerging on his otherwise plump face. I've been a burden for so long. Let this be the end of it. May our team grow ever stronger. Cough, cough. I have contributed to the team as well. A few tears streamed down, mingling with the blood. The fat man trembled in fear, genuinely terrified of death. I will fight alongside you. He retrieved a small pistol from his pocket, knowing full well that his marksmanship was woeful. Hence, he wielded the most inferior quality handgun. Of course, the team seldom required him to engage in combat, as he often hid behind his comrades. Bang, bang, brass shell casings ejected, falling to the ground. Clatter, a pack of chocolates slipped from his pocket, a stash he had secretly hoarded. Damn, I should have given it to that little brat. You lot. While he uttered the harshest words, tears streamed down his face. Blood flowed incessantly from his abdomen, pooling beneath him as his vision gradually blurred. Seeing no one coming to his aid, Huang Ye was about to order the activation of the quantum entangler when a flash of cold light caught his eye, and he quickly lowered his head. Bang! A sniper bullet whizzed past. The squad leader, with strength second only to Lu Su and Liang Xiao, instinctively reacted before the bullet was fired. Blind Eye, hurry up. What are you doing? Blind Eye. Kuxian and the others shouted as Blind Eye, wielding a steel plate, rushed toward the fat man through the hail of gunfire. With one hand holding the steel plate, he exchanged his sniper rifle for a handgun in the other. Damn it. Kuxian slammed the steel plate. Can you really bring him back alone? Do you think Han Lin's subordinates are mere decorations? The sniper, despite being the most tender-hearted in the team, hesitated momentarily, his face contorted in a grimace as he made a fateful decision. Disembark. Save them. Provide cover for me. Flame surged through Kuxian's body, his eyes blood-red, and he unleashed a powerful punch. I'm not a cowardly captain. Fireball. A blazing orb hurtled towards Huang Ye and his companions, scorching flames igniting the air, distorting their vision. Bang, bang, bang. Ahe Xiaonuan fired wildly, attempting to alleviate the pressure on the two individuals. How amusing, Huang Ye sneered, instructing his subordinates to stow away their deadly weapons. After all, a single shot could obliterate any trace of them. The master deemed this talent-awakened individual potentially useful. He had changed his mind and decided to capture these individuals alive. Chapter 75. I possess what Han Lin desires. Utterly foolish. Huang Ye disdainfully observed the sightless figure darting across the battlefield. Flame burst. Kiskiviko Xuan Lipeth. And a fireball soared toward the crowd. Everyone, take cover. The combat team swiftly dispersed to evade, composed of meticulously selected elite players with heightened combat awareness. Boom! The shockwave surged, scattering sand and stones. Several trees were shattered, their dry trunks igniting into a fierce blaze, thick smoke billowing forth. Kuxian's full force strike resulted in no casualties, merely a few players sustaining burns from the shockwave. Nonetheless, it served its purpose of shielding the sightless one. Noticing the reduction in firepower, the sightless figure hastened towards the rotund individual. Want to save him? Have you consulted me first? Bang, bang, bang. A large caliber pistol of black and gray material appeared in Huang Ye's hand. The trigger pulled repeatedly, the immense recoil countered by his robust physique. The bullets emerging with a sinister green glow. Viper's Kiss, a large caliber pistol that automatically generates a special bullet every 10 minutes. Upon impact, the bullet explodes, releasing toxic gas. Market price, 24,000 game coins. Buyback price, 11,000 game coins. Boom! The bullet struck the sightless one's steel plate, resulting in a violent explosion. A wave of green mist spreading, reeking of a pungent odor. Bang! Under the intense shock, the sightless could no longer maintain his grip. The steel plate slipped from his hands, and he was hurled 5 to 6 meters away. Damn! What are you coming back for? The rotund individual roared, helplessly watching his teammate being blasted away. Sightless. Kuxian's expression grew frantic as he launched another fireball, but the combat team had scattered, rendering the fireball's effect minimal. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke cleared, the sightless one lay bloodied, his lips pale, his face turning purple. He had been poisoned. The remnants of his consciousness warned him of the perilous situation, yet his body lacked the strength to rise, and his vision blurred. Do not engage those two. Continue to encircle and cut off reinforcements. Huang Ye hummed a tune, his demeanor cheerful, gazing at Kuxian from a distance. With only 4 remaining, if they chose to flee, he would obliterate them all into dust with a quantum entangler. If they return one by one, he would capture them alive for the master. The gunfire on the battlefield abruptly ceased, and while Kuxian burned with fervor, a chill gripped his heart as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. The adversary was astute, neither choosing to kill the sightless rotund individual nor engage in close combat. They continuously relied on their numerical and firepower advantage to wear them down. Was there still hope? Captain, Ahe's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination, ready to confront them head-on. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his tang knife. Xiaonuan tightened her grip on her pistol, her expression resolute. Sister, what are you doing? When we go to find father? Li Yinji, oblivious and innocent, gazed at the group, her small frame curled up in the little boat, her dark, bright eyes pure and unblemished. Xiaonuan's heart ached. If they perished, what would become of Ji? She was so naive. Would she be bullied by others? Don't move. Let me think of a solution. Kiskiviko Xuan gasped heavily. The strain of prolonged use of his abilities exhausting him. Fight them? How could that even be a consideration? It was akin to courting death. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The treasure map. The treasure map of Penglai Island. Could it be used to negotiate their escape? After all, there was no substantial reason for either side to engage in battle. Though the treasure map was invaluable, what good was it if one's life was lost? Moreover, he was not even certain he could accomplish the mission on Penglai Island, which was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Do not act rashly. Allow me to negotiate with them. Kuxian cautioned Xiaonuan and Ahe, retracting his abilities and gradually advancing towards the battlefield. Do not fire. Kuxian raised both hands high, calling out loudly. I wish to see Hanlin. The members of the combat team awaited Huang Ye's command. Dozens of submachine guns aimed at Kuxian, poised to turn him into a sieve in an instant. Huang Ye chuckled coldly. Do not shoot. Let us see what he can conjure up. Let him approach. Who does he think he is to meet the master? Cold sweat beaded on Kuxian's forehead as he cautiously approached the adversary. The hefty man had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his blind eyes screaming in agony, clearly suffering immensely. The distance between both parties was merely over 100 meters. And soon Kuxian found himself before Huang Ye. What are you doing? I demand to see Han Lin. Without needing further instruction, several players forcefully restrained Kuxian. Captain Ahe, in a frenzy, attempted to rush forward to rescue his leader. Do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten what the captain just said? Though Xiaonuan was equally anxious, she held Ahe back, knowing that rushing in would only complicate matters. She had faith that the captain would devise a plan. Li Yinji bored lay in the boat, picking up the golden shells, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. She was unaware of the ongoing confrontation, but Xiaonuan had promised to take her to find their father soon. 1. 2, 5, 8. 3 8s and one more 8. Li Yinji furrowed her brow, pouting and murmuring, "Sister, I do not have enough fingers. Why aren't you speaking to me?" Xiao Wan forced a smile, regrettably too preoccupied to attend to Li Yinji at that moment. "Play for a while by yourself." "Aji, sister has matters to attend to. Be good." Ku Xian, pinned to the ground, wore an expression of fury. After all, he was an awakened talent. Yet these individuals treated him like livestock and had confiscated his pistol. "I demand to see Han Lin. Bring Han Lin out." Crack. A pair of handcuffs adorned with twisted patterns and irregular protrusions was fastened onto Ku Xian's wrists. These were no ordinary handcuffs. Magic restraining stone handcuffs, crafted from rare materials. These handcuffs inhibit the abilities of awakened individuals. Priced at 56,000 game coins in the marketplace, with a buyback value of 35,000 game coins. As the handcuffs clamped shut, Ku Xian's expression shifted dramatically. His innate abilities, which had once felt instinctual, had vanished completely. "What have you done to me? Let me go." Huang Ye coldly regarded the crumpled figure of Ku Xian beneath her feet, deeming him utterly foolish. The rest of the team exchanged mocking glances. "Captain, this fellow is rather dim-witted." Indeed, a mere 5 or 6 individuals dare to call themselves a team. They fall woefully short compared to you. Huang's brilliance shines through. Could Lord Han Lin even deign to meet him? Ignoring the flattery from his subordinates, Huang Ye spoke up. "Do you have anything else to say? A master, such as he, is not someone a mere ant like you can hope to meet." Detecting the disdain and derision in her words, Ku Xian simmered with rage. Yet he suppressed his anger. "At present, I am a fish upon the chopping block. I possess something that Han Lin desires. Release us, and I shall give it to you." "What is it?" "A fragment of a treasure map. The treasure map of Penglai Island." "What did you just say?" "You had better not be jesting." Huang Ye's voice rose sharply, her fierce gaze fixed upon Ku Xian as she drew forth the kiss of the viper, pressing it to his temple. "It is the fragment of the treasure map that Han Lin seeks to acquire. We have uncovered it. Produce it. I shall let you go." The other members of the team remained silent. They knew Huang's style all too well. She would not allow them to escape.